Depends upon the point of view. If you are not meant to get home, are a benefaction, they are merciful, but if thou tran to get hawk, rhcy becomes miska. I try Eve I still do. Certainly don't intend, in this heart of mine so stormily beating it doesn't appeal to me in the, to let snowed under by this otically symmetrical crystallometry. In truth, he was already affected, and his struggle against on-sea autumnal sensory confusion was feverish and abnormal. He should have been more alarmed on discovering that he had already declined from the level course, this time apparently on the other sloik. For he had pushed off with the wind coming slantwise at him, which was ill-advised, though more convenient for the moment. Never mind, he thought, I'll get my direction again down below. Which H.C. did, or thought he did, or, truth to tell, scarcely even thought so, worst of all, began to be indifferent whether he had done or no. Such v.zs the effect of an insidious double attack, which he but combated. Fatigue and excitement combined were a familiar state to our young man. F.e. acclimatization, as we know, still consisted in getting used to not getting used, and both fatigue and excitement were now present in such strength as to make any thought of asserting his reason against them. He felt as often after a colloquy with Settembrini and Naphtha, only to a far greater degree, the nd and tipsy, giddy, a tremble with excitement. This was probably why H.C. to colour his lack of resistance to the stealing narcosis with half-maudlin reference to T.H.C. latest complex of theories. Despite his scornful repudiation of the idea that he might lie down and be covered up with hexagonal something within him, mon credon, scnse or no, told HTM that the feeling of duty which bade him fight against insidious sensory appeasements was a purely ethical reaction. Representing the sordid bourgeois view of life, irreligion, philistinism, while the desire, nay, craving, to lick down and rest, whisked him in the guisk of a comparison between this storm and a sandstorm on the desert, before which the Arab himself down and draws burnous over his coat. Only his lack of a burnous, the unfeasibility of drawing his woollen waistcoat over his head, prevented him from following suit, this although he no longer a child, and pretty well aware of the conditions under which a man freezes to death. There had been a rather steep declivity, then level ground, then again an ascent, a stiff one. This was not necessarily wrong, one must of course, on the way to Thc Val, ev, traver rising ground at times. The wind had turned capriciously round, for it is now at Hans Castorp's back, and that, taken by itself, was a blessing. Owing, perhaps, to the storm, or Thc soft whiteness of the incline before him, dim in the whirling air, drawing him toward it, he bent as he walked. Only a little further, supposing one were to give way to the temptation, and his temptation was great, it was so strong that it quite lived up to the many descriptions he had read of the danger state asserted itself. It refused to be classified with the general order of things, it insisted on being an exception, its very existence shall-connect comparison, yet at the same time it never disguised its or never denied that it was, so to speak, garbed in spamsh black, with snow white, fluted ruff, and stood for ideas and fundamental conceptions that were characteristically gloomy, strong Jesuitical and anti-human. For the rack and nout discipline W was the particular horror of Herr Settembrini. Though he ncvcrmsked without making himself ridiculous, like a hand organ man forever grinding out to the same old rune. And yet Hans Castorp did hold himself upright and resist his craving to lick down. H.C. could sec nothing, but he struggled, he came forward. Whether to the purpose or not, he ccndd not tell, but he did his part, and moved spit the weight recoiled more and more laid upon two limbs. The present slope was steep to ascend directly, so he slanted a little, and went on thus a while without much heed whither. Even to lift his stiffened lids to peer before him was so great, so useless an effort to offer him incentive. Caught glimpses, here clumps of pines that merged together, there a ditch or stream, a black line marked out between overhanging banks of snow. Now, for a change, he was going downhill, with the wind in his face, when, at some distance before him, and seeming to hang in the driving wind and mist, H.C. saw the faint outline of a human habitation. SWCCT and blessed sight. Verily he had done well, to march stoutly on despite all obstacles. Now human dwellings appeared, in sign that the inhabited valley was at hand. Perhaps THCRE were even human beings, perhaps he might enter and abide the end of the storm under SHCLTCR, then get directions, or a guide if the dark should have fallen. He held toward this chimerical goal, that often quite vanished in mist, and took an exhausting climb against the wind before it was reached, finally drew near it, to discover, with what staggering astonishment and horror may be imagined, that it was only the hay hut with the weighted roof to which, after all his striving, by all his devious paths, he had come back. That was the very devil. Hans Castorp gave vent to skvetal heartfelt curses, of which his lips were too stiff to pronounce the labials. He examined the hut, to get his bearings, and came to the conclusion that he had approached it from the same direction as before, namely, from THC rear, and therefore, what he had accomplished for the past hour, as he reckoned it, had been sheer waste of rhyme and effort. There I was. Yes, as the book has said. You went in a circle, gave yourself CNDLCSS trouble under the delusion that you were accomplishing anything, and all the time you were simply describing some great silly arc that would turn back to where had its beginning, like the riddling year itself. You wandered about, without getting home. Hans Castorp recognized the traditional phenomenon with a certain grim satisfaction, and even slapped his thigh in astonishment at THL's punctual general law fulfilling itself in his particular case. The lonely hut was barred, the door locked fast, no entrance possible. But Hans Castorp decided to stop for the present. The projecting roof gave the illusion of shelter, and the hut itself, on the side turned toward the mountains, afforded, he found, some little protection against the storm. He leaned his shoulder against the rue-hewn timber, since whose long skis prevented him from leaning loose back. And so he stood, obliquely to the wall, having thrust his staff in the snow, hands in EUCKCTS, his collar turned up as high as it would go, bracing himself on his outside leg, and leaning his dizzy head against the wood, his eyes closed, but opening them every now and then to 100 down his shoulder across THC Gully to hook the high mountain wall palely appeared and disappeared in mist. His situation was comparatively comfortable. I can stick it like this all night, if I have to, HC thought, if I change legs from time to time, lie on the other side, so to and move about a bit between whiles. As of course I must. I'm rather stiff, naturally, but the effort I made has accumulated some inner warmth, so after all it was not quite in vain, that I have come round all this way. Come round, not coming round, that's the regular expression they use, of people drowned or frozen to death. I used it because I am not quite so clear in the head as I might be. But it is a good thing I can stick it out here, for this frantic nuisance of a snowstorm can carry on until morning without a qualm, and if it only % up until dark it will enough, for in the dark the danger of going round and not coming round is reat as in a storm. It must be toward evening already. About 6 o'clock, I should say, after all the time I wasted on circular tour. Lars, see, how late is it? He felt for his watch, his numbed fingers could scarcely find and draw it from his pocket. Here at WXS, his gold hunting watch, with his monogram on the lid, ticking faithfully away in this lonely waste, like Hans Castorp's own heart, that touching human heart that beat in the anic warmth of his interior man. It was 4:30. But deuce take it, it had been nearly as much before the storm burst. Was it possible his whole bewildered circuit had lasted scarcely a quarter of an hour? Coming round makes time seem long, he noted. And when you don't come round, does it seem longer? But the fact remains that at 5 or half past it will be regularly dark. Will the storm hold up in time to keep MC from running in circles again? Suppoke I take a sigh of ENRT, it might strengthen had brought with him a bottle of that amateurish drink. Simply because it was always kept ready in flat bottles at the Berghof, for excursions, though not, of course, excursions like this unlawful escapade. It was not meant for people who went out in the snow and tea lost and night-bound in a mountains. Had his senses been befogged, he must have said to himself that if he were bent on getting homok, it was almost the worst thing he could have done. Vic did say so, after he had drunk several swallows, for they took effect at once, and it was an CFFCCT much like that of the Kaltenbacher beer on the evening of his arrival at THC Berghof, when he had angered certain briny his UNGM earned prattle anent fish sauces and the like, Herr Luovico, the pedagogic, the samp who held madmen to their senses when they would give themselves rein. Hams Castorp heard through thin air the mellifluous sound of his horn. The orator and schoolmaster was nearing by forced marches, to rescue his troublesome nursling, life's delicate child, from his present desperate pass and lead him home. All which was of course sheer rubbish, due to the Kaltenbacher he had so foolishly drunk. For of course Herr Settembriny had no horn, how could he have? He had a hand organ, propped by a sort of wooden lyre against the pavement, and as he played a sprightly air, he dung humanistic eyes up to the people in the houses. And furthermore he knew nothing whatever of what had HCD, as he no longer ived in ho use Burgo F, booty w-ith Luke the tailor, in his little attic room w-ith the water bottle, above Gnafta's silken cell. More Kofka, he would have nor right nor reason to interfere, no more than of that carnival night on which Hans Casterp had found himself in a position quite as mad and bad as this one, when he gave the ailing Clav to show chat back son his, Pribislav Hif's, pencil. What position was that? What position could it be? THC horizontal, literally and not metaphorical, the position of all long-termers up here. Was not he himself used to lie long hours out of doors, in snow and frost, by night as well as day? And he was making ready to sink down when the idea seized him, took him as it were by the collar and fetched him up standing, that all this nonsense HC was uttering was still inspired by the Kulmacher beer and the sleep, of always heard, and which would by quib and sophistry now betray him. It was the wrong way to go to work, he acknowledged to himself. The port was not at all the right thing, just the FCW sips of it have made my head so heavy I cannot hold it up, and my thoughts are all just confused, stupid quibbling with words. I can't dixent on them, not only the first thought that comes into my head, but even the second onk, the correction which my reason tries to mark upon the first, more's the pity. STM Crayon. That means her pencil, not whose pencil. In this case, you only say son because crayon is masculine. The rest is just a pretty feeble play on words. Imagine stopping to talk that when there is a much more important tact, namely, that my left leg, which I am using as a support, reminds me of the wooden leg on Stemny's hand organ, that he keeps jolting over the pavement with his knee, get up close to the window and hold out his velvet hat for the girl up there to throw something into. And at the same time, I seem to be pulled, as though with hands, to lie down in the snow. The only thing to do is to move about. I must pay for the Kulmbacher, and limber up my wooden leg. He pushed himself away from the wall with his shoulder, but one single pace forward, and the wind sliced at him like SCYTHC, and drove him back to the shelter of THC wall. It was unction by the position indicated for THC time. He might chunk it by turning his left shoulder to the wall and propping himself on the right leg, with sundry shakings of the left, to restore the circulation as much as might be. Who leaves the house in weather like this, he said. MC Claire activity is all righty but not too much craving for adventure. No COYing with the bride of the asterisk orm. Quiet, quiet, if the head be heavy, let it droop. The wall. Good, a certain warmth seems to come from the logs, the feeling is entirely subjective. Ah, the trees, the trees. Oh, living climate of the Fiving, how sweet it smells. It was a park. It lay beneath the terrace on which he seemed to stand, a spreading park of luxuriant green shade trees, elms, planes, beesecs, birches, oaks, all in THC dappled light and shade of their fresh, full, shimmering foliage. And gently rustling tips. They breathed a deliciously moist, balsamic breath into the air. A warm shower passed over them, but the rain was sunlit. One could see high up in the SKV the whole air filled with the bright ripple of raindrops. How lovely it was! Oh, breath of the homeland, oh, fragrance and abundance of the plain, so long forgone! The air was full of bird song, dainty, sweet, blithe fluting, cooing trilling, warbling, though no a single could be seen. Hans Castorp smiled, breathing gratis rude. But still more cortex WCRC preparing. A rainbow flung its arc slanting across the scene, most bright and effect, a sheer delight. All its rich banded colours moistly shimmering down into the thick, lustrous green. It was like music. Like the sound of harps commingled with flutes and violins. The blue and the violet were transcendent. And THEV descended and magically blended, were transmuted and more lovely than before. Once, some years Carlica, our young Hans Castorp had been rived to hear a world-famous Italian tenor, from throat gushed a glorious stream to which the world with art. The singer took a high note, exquisitely, then held it, while the passionate harmony swelled, unfolded, glowed from moment to moment with new radiance. Unsuspected veils from for it one by one, the last one sank away, revealing what must surely be the ultimate tonal purity, yet no, for still another fell, and then a incredible third and last, shaking into the air such an extravagance of tear-glistening splendour, that confused murmurs of protest rose from the audience, as though it could bear no more, and our vowing friend found that he was sobbing. So now with the scent before him, constantly transformed and transfigured as it was before his eyes. The bright, rainy veil fell away, behind Aya stretched the sea, a southern SCA of deepest BLSSE shot with silver lights, and a beautiful bay, on one side mistily open, the other enclosed by mountains whose outline paled away into blue space. In the middle distance islands, where palms tall and white houses camped among cypress groves. Ah, it was all too much, too blessed for sinful mortals, that glory of light, that deep purity of the sky, that sunny freshness on the water. Such a scene Hans Castorp had never beheld, nor anything like it. On his holidays he had barely sipped at the south, the sea for him meant the colourless, tempestuous northern tides, to which he clung with inarticulate, childish love. Of the Mediterranean, Naples, Sicily, he nothing. And yet he remembered. Yes, strangely enough, that was recognition which so moved him. Yes, yes. Its very image he was crying out, as though in his heart he had always cherished a picture of this spacious, sunny bliss. Always, and that always went far, far, unthinkably far back, far as the open SCA there on the left where it ran out to the violet sky bent down to Mectet. The skylink was high, THC distance seemed to mount to Hans Castorp's view, looking down as he did from his elevation onto the spreading gulf beneath. The mountains held it embraced, their tree-clad foothills running down to the sea, they reached in half-circle from the middle distance to the ment where he sat, and beyond was a mountainous littoral, at point of which HC was crouch a sun-warmed stone terrace, while before him the grow descending among undergrowth. By moss-covered rocky steps, ran down to a level shore, where the reedy shingle formed little blue-dyed bays, minute archipelagos and harbours. And all the sunny region, these open coastal heights and laughing rocky basins, even the sea itself out to the islands, where boats plied row and fro, fopled far and wide. On every hand human beings, children of sun and sea, WCRC stirring or sitting. Beautiful young human creatures, so blithe, so good and gay, so pleasing to see, at sight of them Hans Castorp's whole heart opened in a responsive love, keen almost to pain. YCMTHS were at work with horses, running hand on halter alongside their whinnying, head T0SSing CS, pulling the RC factory ones on a long rein, or else, seat bareback. Striking the flanks of their mounts with naked heels, to drive them into the sea. The muscles of the riders' inks played beneath the sun-bronzed skin, and their voices WCRE enchanting beyond words they shouted to each other or to their STCCDS. A little bay ran deep into the coastline, mirroring the shore as does a mountain lake, about it girls were dancing. One of them sat with her back toward him, that her neck, and the hair drawn to a knot above it smote him with loveliness. She sat with HCRFCCT in a depression of the rock, and played on a shepherd's pifar, her sighs roving above the stops to her companions, as in long, wide garmeets, smiling, with outstretched arms, alone, or in swaying gently toward each other, they moved in the paces of Thedence. Behind the flute player, SHC2 was white-clad, and her back was long and slender, laterally rounded by rimofment of her arms. Other maidens were sitting, or standing contwined to watch the dance, and duetly talking. Beyond them still, young men were practicing arc. Lovely and pleasant it was to see RHC old Onges show the younger, curlilac novices, how to span the bow and take aim, draw with them, and laughing supped RHCM staggering back from THC push of the arrow as T leaped from the other's work fish in, lie pronk on a jut of rock, waggling one leg in the air, hoeing line out over the water, approaching their heads in talk. Others sat straining forward to ding the bait far out. A ship, with mast and yards, lying high out of the tide, was being eased, shoved, and steadied into the sea. Children played and exulted among the breaking waves. A young female, lying outstretched, drawing with one hand her flowered robe high between her breasts, reached with the other in the air after a twig bearing fruit and leaves, which a second, a SLCNDCR-hipped creature, creaked at her head, was playfully withholding. Young folk were sitting in nooks of the rocks, or hesitating at the water's edge, with crossed arms clutching either shoulder, as they tested the chill with their toes. Pairs strolled along RHC beach, close and confiding. At the maiden's car the lips of the youth. Shaggy-haired goats FKD from eeg to ledge of the rocks, while the young goat herd, wearing perched on his brown curls a little hat with the brim turned up behind, stood watching them from a height. On hand on his hip, THC other holding THC long staff on which he iconed. Oh, lovely, lovely Hans Castorp breathed. How joyous and winning they are, fresh and healthy, happy and clever THEV 100K. It is not the outward form, they seem to be sea and gentle through and through. That is what makes me in ioth with them, the spirit that speaks out of them, the sense, I might almost say, in which they five and play together. By which he meant the friendliness, the mutual courteous regard these dren of the sun showed to kak other, a calm, reciprocal RCVCRCNCC salt in smilks, manifested almost impercepti% lie, and YCR fuge session five them all by the power of sense association and ingrained idea. A dignity, even a gravity, was held, as it were, in their lightest mood, book only as an ineffable spiritual influence, a high skriasnks without austerity, a reassunt goodness conditioning every act. All this, inked, was not without its ceremonial side. A young mother, in a brown robe at the shoulder, sat rounded stone and suckled a child, saluted by all who passed with a characteristic gesture which seemed to all that lay implicit in their general bearing. The young men, as they approached, light, and formally crossed their arms on their breasts, and SMIGNY bowed, the maidens shaped the suggestion of a curtsy, as the worshipper does when he passes the high altar, at the same time nodding repeat *blithelv and heartily. This mixture of formal homage with 2y friendliness, and the slow, mild mien of the mother as well, where she sat pressing her breast with her forefinger to ease the flow of milk to her babe, glancing up from it to acknowledge with the reverence Enid Hcr, this sight thrilled Hans Castorp's heart with something very close akin to ecstasy. He could not get his of looking, yet asked himself in whether he aright, whether was not perhaps punishable, for him, an outsider, to be a party to the sunshine and gracious loveliness of all these happy folk. He felt clumsy-booted. It seemed scrupulots. A lovely boy, with full hair drawn sideways across his brow and falling on his temples, sat directly beneath him, apart from his companions, with arms folded on his breast, not sadly, not ill-naturedly, quite tranquilly on one side. This lad looked up, turned his gaze upward and looked at him, Harris Castorp, and his CYCS went between the watcher and the scenes upon the strand, watching his watching, to and fro. Suddenly he looked past Hans Castorp into space, and that smile, common to them all, of polite and brotherly fdarpius 180% not darken, his eye purely cut, half-ch but in his gaze there came a solemnity that looked as though carven out of stone, inexpressive, unfathomable, a death-like reserve, which gave the scarcely reassured Castorp a thorough fright, not unaccompanied by a vague apprehension of its meaning. He too looked in the same direction. Behind him rose towering columns, built of cylindrical blocks without bases, in the I01 NTNGS of which had ground they form ETHC Frigate of a TCM PLC gate, on whose foundations he was sitting, at the top of a double flight of steps with space between. Heavy of heart he and, descending the stair on one side, passed through the high gate low, and along a flagged street, which soon brought him before other propylaea. HC passed through these as well, and now stood the temple before him, whether to a Gregson tone, on a foundation reached by a steep flight of steps. The broad brow of the temple rested on the capitals of powerful, almost stunted columns, tapering toward the top. Sometimes a fluted block had been shoved out of line and projected a little in profile. Painfully, helping himself on with his hands, and sighing for the growing oppression of his cart, Hans CAMJRP mounted the high steps and gained the grove of columns. It was cried UHC moved in it as among the trunks in a forest of by pale northern sea. HE purposely avoided THE centre, yet for all that slanted back again, and presently stood before a group of statuary, two female figures carved in stone, on a high base, mother and daughter, it seemed, one of them certain, older than the other, more dignified, right goddess-like and MUT with mouming brows AB over liutless centimetre eye sockets, clad in a rowing tunic and a mantle Oranani matronly brow with its waves of hair covered with a veil. The other figure stood in the protecting embrace of the first, with round, youthful face, and arms and hands wound and hidden in the follis of nuntal. Hans Castorp stood at the end from some dark more oppressed with cause his laden heart grew cavica st, its W8 of dread and scarcely to venture, but following an inner CN, HC passed behind the statuary, and through the double row of columns beyond. The bronze door of the cemetery stood open, and the poor souls all but gave way beneath him at the sight within. Two grey old women, witch-like, with hanging breasts and dugs of finger-length, WCRC busy there, between flaming horribly, were dismembering child. In dreadful silence they talk it apart with their bark hands. Hans Castorp saw the bright hair blood-smeared, and cracked the tender bones between their jaws. Their dreadful lips dripped blood. An icy coldness held him. He would have covered his eyes and fled, but could not. They at their gory business had already seen him. THCY shook their reeking fists and urged curses, soundlessly, most vilely, with the last obscenity, and in the dialect of Hans Castorp's native Hamburg. It made him sick, sick as never before. He tried desperately to escape, knocked into a column with his shoulder, and food himself, with the sound of that dreadful whispered brawling still in his cars, still wrapped in the cold horror of it, lying by his hut, in the snow, leaning against on arm, with his head upon it, his legs in their skis stretched out before him. It was no true awakening. He blinked his relief at being free from those execrable hags, but was not very clear, nor even greatly concerned, whether this was a hay hut, or the column of a TCMP, against which he lay, and after a fashion continued to dream, no longer in pictures, but in thoughts hardly less involved and fantastic. I felt it was a dream, all along he rambled. A lovely and horrible dream. I knew all the time that I was making it myself, the park with the trees, the delicious moisture in the attar, and all the rest, dreadful and dear. In a way, I knew it all forehand. But how is it a man can know all that and call it up to bring him bliss and terror both at once? Where did I get the beautiful bay with the islands, where the temple precincts, whither the eyes of that charming boy pointed me, as H.C. stood there alone? Now I know that it is not out of our single souls we dream. We dream anonymously and communally, if each after his fashion. The great soul of which we are part may dream through us, in our manner of dreaming, its own secret dreams, of its youth, its joy and peace, and its blood sacrifice. Here I lick at my and still feel in my TDY the actual RCM nant of my dream, the icy horror of the human sacrifice, but also the joy that had filled my heart to its very depths, of THC happiness and brave bearing of be human creatures in white. It 15 meet and proper, I hereby declare that I have a prescriptive right to lie here and dream these dreams. For in my life up here have known reason and recklessness. I have wandered lost with Settembrini and Naphtha in high and mortal s. I know all of man. I have known mankind's flesh and DJ gave back to the ailing Klavdia Shochat Priboslav Hipsley Dernsel. But he who knows the bod life, knows death. And that not all, it is, pedagogicless icing, the beginning. History, one must have the other half o' the other side. For all interest in disease and death is only another expression of interest in life, is proven by the humanistic faculty of medicinae, that addresses life and its ails always so politely in Latin, and is only a division of the reate and pressing concern which, in all sympathy, I now name why its name, THC human being, the delicate child of life, man, his state and standing in the universe. Understand no little about him, I have learned much from those you here I have driven up from the valley, so that the breath left my too, dear why. Yet now from the base of my column I have no meagre view. I have dreamed of man's state, of his courteous and enlightened social state, behind which, in THC temple, the horrible blood sacrifice was consummated. Were they, those children of the sun, so sweetly courteous to each other, silent recognition of that horror? It would be a fine and right conclusion they drew. I will hold to them, in my soul, I will hold with them and not with Naphtha, neither with Settembrini. They are both talkers, THC on luxurious and spiteful, the other forever blowing on his PCNNY pipe of a cassin, even vainly imagining he can bring the mad to their senses. It is all Philistinism and morality, certainly it is irreligious. Nor am I for little Naphtha either, or his religion, that is only a glazabugio of God and the devil, good and evil, to the end that the individual soul shall plump into it head first, for the sake of mystic immersion in the universal. Pedagogics their quarrels and counter-Issyrians are just a glazabuglio too, and a confused noise of battle, which need trouble nobody who keeps a little clear in his head and pious in his heart. Their aristocratic question. Discask, health. Spirit, nature. Are those contradictions, I ask, are they problems? No, they are no problems, neither is the problem of Rousseau aristocracy. The recklessness of death is in Lifk, it would not be life without it, and in THCCCNTRC is the position of the no di, between recklessness and reason, as his state is between mystic community and windy individualism. From my column. Perceive all this. In this state HC must live gallantly, associate in friendly reverence with himself, for only he is aristocratic, and the counter-inhesions are not at all. Man is the lord of counterpositions, they can be only through him, and thus HC is more aristocratic than they. More so than cat too aristocratic for Dgar, that is the victim of his mind. More aristocratic than life, too aristocratic for life, and that is piety in his heart. Is both rhyme and reason in what say, have a poem of humanity. Will cling to I will be I will let death have no mastery over MV thoughts. For them ills goodness and love of humankind, and in nothing else. Death is a great power. One takes off hat before him, and goes weave, on tiptoe. He wears the state elve of the departed and we do him honour in solemn black. Keeson stands STMPLC before him, for reason is only virtue, while death is release, immensity, abandon, desire. Desire, says my dream. Lust, not love. Death and love, no, I cannot make a poem of them, they don't go together. Love stands opposed to death. It is love, not reason, that is stronger than death. Only love, not reason, gives SWCCT thoughts. And from love and sweetness alone can form form and civilization, friendly, enlightened, beautiful human intercourse, always in silent recognition of the blood sacrifice. Yes, it is and truly dreamed. I have taken stock. I will remember. I will faith with death in my heart, yet well remember that faith death and the dead is evil, is hostile to humankind, so soon as we give it power over thought and action. For the sake of goodness and 16 VE, MTN ball let death have no sovereignty TY his thoughts. And with this, I awake. For I have dreamed it out to the end, have come to my goal. Long, long have I sought after this word, in the place where Hip appeared to me, in my loggia, every asterisk here. Deep into the snow mountains my search has led MC. Now, have a fast. My dream has given it MC, in utter clearness, that I may know it for CVCR. Yes, I am in simple raptures, my body is worn, my heart beats high and knows why. It beats not solely on physical grounds, as fingernails grow on a corpse, but humanly, on grounds of my joyful spirits. My dream ord was a draught. Better than port or ale, it streams through my veins like love and life, tear from my dream sleep, knowing as do, perfectly that they are highly dangerous to my young life. Up, up. Open your eyes. These are your limbs, your legs here in the snow. Pull yourself together, and up. Look, fair weather. The bonds that kept his limbs involved. He had hard to free himself, but the inner compulsion proved stronger. With a jerk he raised himself on his elbows, briskly drew up his knees, shoved, rolled, wrestled to his FCCT, stamped with his skis in the flung his about his RTBS and worked his shoulders violently, all THC while casting strained, alert glances at jut him and above, where now a pork blue sky showed itself between grey-bluish cloud and Q, and these percently drew away to discover a thin sickle of early twilight a signed, snowfall, no storm. The wall of the opposite mountain with its shaggy, tree-clad ridge stretched out him plain and peaceful. Shadow lay on half its height, but the upper half laved in palest rosy light. How were things in the world? Was it morning? Had he, despite what the QKS said, lain all night the snow and not frozen? Not a mimixar was frostbitten, nothing asterisk snapped when he stammered, shook and struck himself, as he did vigorously, all the rhyme seeking to establish the facts of his situation. Ears, toes, funker NPS, work of course none, but not more so than they had often BCCN at night in his loggia. He could take his watch from his pocket, it was still going, it had not as it did if he forgot to wind it. It said not yet 5, it was in fact considerably 12, 13 minutes. Preposterous. Could it HC had lain here in the snow only 10 minutes or so, while all these scenes of horror and plight and those presumptuous thoughts had spun themselves in his brain, and the hexagonal hurley vanished as it came? If that were true, then he must grateful for his good fortune, that is, from the point of VMCW of safe homecoming. For twice such a turn had come, in his dream and fantasy, as had made him start up, once from horror, and again for rapture. It seemed, indeed, that life well by her lone wanton delicate child. All that as it might, and whether it was morning or afternoon, there could in fact be no doubt that it was still late afternoon. In any case, there was nothing in the circumstances or in his own condition to percvcnt his going home, which he accorded in why did, descending in a fine sweep, as the crow flies, to the lay, where, as he reached it, lights were showing, though his way had been WCLL enough lighted by reflection from the snow. He came down the Bremen Bowl, along the edge of the forest, and was in the Dorf by eve. He feed his skis at the rested a little in Herr Settembrine's attic cell, and told Fum how the storm had overtaken him in the mountains. The horrified humanist scolded him roundly, and straightway lighted his spirit kettle to brew coffee for the exhausted one, the strength of which did not prevent Hans Seatorp from falling asleep as an hour later the highly civilized atmosphere of the Berghof caressed him. He ate enormously at dinner. What he had dreamed was already fading from his mind. What he had thought, even that self-same evening, it was no longer so clear as it had been at a soldier, RNDBRNE. Hans Castorp had frequent word from his cousin, short messages, at first full of news and high spirits. Then less so, then at length communications that sought to hide something truly sad to hear. The succession of postcards began with the joyous announcement that Joachim was with the colours, and a description of the fanatical ceremony in which, as Hans Castorp ironically couched it in his reply, he had taken the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. One after another Joachim passed easily through the stages of his chosen VMation, whose difficulties were smoothed away by the interest of his superiors and his CNVN passionate love for the service. All this he described to his cousin M. His brief messages, he was dispensed from the duty of going to the military academy, as he had already studied some semesters, and from the Conch Sea. By the new year he would be promoted to a subalternship, and sent a photograph of himself in the uniform of an officer. Miss utter devotion to the spirit of the hierarchy HCSCRVCD, that straightly honourable hierarchy, the bonds whose organisation will run, and which you're in its crab edly humorous way KNCW how to yield something to the less of the FCSH, was plain in every hasty line. HC collated anecdotes illustrating the quaintly complex attitude of his cranky, fanatical, cogiant Maya toward him, the blundering young subordinate, in whom HCYCT envisaged the ordained superior of tomorrow, who already had the right to enter the officers' casino. It was all very fantastic and droll. Then he told of $10 admitted to Park for the officers' examination. By the beginning of her he was a liquorinant. Manifestly there was no happier man, none with more single-minded devotion of his whole being to the chosen casa. Whither of Shamfast beatitude HC told of going past the Rathaus for the first time, in full uniform, how the centre had saluted, and he nodded to him from a distance. He spoke of and rewards of the service, of the wonderfully satisfying comradeship, of THC Spish loyalty of his Bursch, of funny occurrences on the parade ground and in instruction, of inspection, of love feasts. Also his social visits, dinners, balls. Not a word of his health. Until toward summer. THCN he wrote that he was in bed, on sick leave, a catarrh, a matter of a few days. By the beginning of June be whispered at the middle of the month he had up and complained bitterly of his luck. He not kukale his worry ixum should miss the August general Mansvra, toward which he was already eagerly looking. Rubbish. In July he was as sound as a berry, weeks long. But then an examination, made advisable by his accursed fluctuations of sordidly apfared on the horizon. as to THC result of this examination. Hans Castorp for long weeks heard nothing, and Luen he heard, perhaps out of mortification, perhaps because of his physical state. It was not Joachim who wrote. Elis mother, Louisa Z. Ernson. Telegraphed. SHC said the physicians thought it necessary for Joachim to go on sick leave for some weeks. High Mountains indicated immediate departure, advised reserve 2 rooms, reply prepaid, signed Aunt Louisa. It was at the end of July when Hans Castorp, lying in his balcony, ran through this dispatch, then read it again. He nodded as he did so, not with his head but with his whole torso, and said between his teeth, sigh, like Joachim is coming back. Ran through him like tidings of great, but he grew subdued at once. On the height I am, this is bad news. One might almost call it a mess. The use. That went fast. Rip for home again. Mother calling with him, Hans Castorp said, the mother, not Aunt Louisa, his foreignly feeling having grown unconsciously very faded. That is serious. And direct, before the man crovers he has been on fire to go to. It's certainly a skin game, it's playing it low down on poor Joachim, it's the very sight of the ideal. By which I mean that the bod triumphs, it wants something different from the soul, and tears it through, a slap in the face of all those lofty nunded people who teach that the body is subordinate to the soul. CMS to MC, they don't know what THEV are talking about, because if psychic height. A case like this would pat the soul in a pretty equivocal light. BTMZ sap. I know what I mean. The question I raise is how far they are right when they the two over against each other, and whether they aren't rather in collusion, playing the same game. That's that NCVC are to the lofty-minded gentry. Not that I am for a moment saying anything against Joachim and his doggedness. He is the soul of honor, but what is honor, is what I want to know, when body and soul act together. Is it ribble you have not been able to forget a certain refreshing in me, a TCNDCNCY to giggle? A swelling bosom, all waiting for you at Frau Stoll's table, he is coming back. HC turned to the thought with the eye overt one's sensation. He comes in bad shape, it is true, but we be shan't up here all by myself. And that's a good thing. It won't be quite as it was before, room is taken. That Mrs. MacDonald sits there and coughs, a voiceless sort of cough, and keeps looking at the picture of her little son, on her table or in her hand. But she is at the last stage. If nobody else has engaged it, why, but for the present it must be another one. 28 is free, so far as I know. I'll go down to the office, and to Gerrans this is news. On the one hand it is bad news, on the other grand news, and in any CXSE a change. I'd like to wait for the comrade though, he'll be coming along presently, and just ask him if he is still of the opinion, in a case like this, that the physical is to be regarded as secondary. HCWCNT to the office before tea. The room he had in mind, on the same corridor as his own, was free, and there would be a place for Frau H.C. hastened Behrens, and found him in the lab, a cigar in one hand, and in the other a test tube of dull-coloured hair. Horfrat, what do you think? He began. That there's always the devil to pay, responded the pneumotomist. Here we have Rosenheim, from Utrecht, said he, and waved his cigar at THCTCST tutor. Gafke 10. And Schmitz the manufacturer comes along and tells me he's iron spitting on the vkment, with Gafke 10, if you please. I'm such JSED to blow him up. Well, if I blow him up, it will f the juice and all, why cause he's as touchy as a cur with a sore head, and he and his fatnally occupy 3 RMMS in the establishment. If I give him what for, the management gives me the same, pressed DMVN and running over. You see what kind of trouble I get into CVCRY minute, and me anxious to go my own simple way, unspotted from the world. Silly business, Hans said, with the ready understanding of the old inhabitant. I go RHCM both. Mats is immensely proper and pushful, and Rosenheim plenty smeary. There may be other sort besides the hygienic. THEV are both friendly with Duo Perez from Barcelona, at the Clay, ELD's table. That's the basic trouble, I should think. If I were you, I'd just call attention to THC rule in general, and then shut my eye to the rest. Don't I just? I've got functional blepharospasm already from doing nothing ib. But what RQATUUT down here? Hans Castorp came out with the sad yet thrilling news. Not that THC Horfrat was surprised, nor would have been in any case. But he had also been kept informed of Joachim's progress. Hans Castorp told him, whether asked or unasked, and he knew that Joachim had been in BCD in May. Aha, said he. And what did I tell you? What did I tell both of you, not once but 100 times, in so many words? Now you have it. 9 months he's had his heart's desire, and been live in a fool's paradise. Well, it wasn't a snakeless paradise, it was enacted, more's the pity. But HC wouldn't believe what his little old barons told him, and so he's had bad luck, like the rest of them, when THCY don't believe what their little old barons says, and come too late to their senses. He's got as far as Licketnant, anyhow, there's that to say. But what's the use of it? The dear Lord sees your heart, not THC braid on your jacket. Before him we are all in our birthday suits, generals and common men alike. Hiram bled on, rubbed his sides with his huge hands, still holding the cigar between his fingers. Then he said Hans Castorp must excuse him for this time. A berth for Joachim would of course be found. When he came his cousin should stick him into bed, without tea. So far as he, Barons, was concerned, he be ork nobody and Rudd, he would be rid to welcome home the prodigal and age fond parent, kill the 7 at calf. Hans telegraphed. He spread the news of his cousin's rhythm, and all those who had trained the young man's friends were glad and sorry, and both quite sincerely, for his clean and chivalrous personality had been universally admired, and their WXS a sort of unspoken feeling that Joachim had become the best of the lot up here. We mention no one in particular, but inclined to think chat in some quarters a certain satisfaction was felt in the that Joachim must give up the Soldiker's car cur and return to horizontal, and in all his immaculateness become one of them up here. Stoa, of course, had her ideas. Time had now justified the rather unfeeling hints she threw out when Joachim WCNT down, and SHC was not above saying I told you so. Pretty rotten she called it. She had known it for that from Che first, and only hoped that by his pietedness not made it putrid. Her choice of words was conditioned by sheer innate vulgarity. How much better it was to stop at one's post, as she did. She threw her life down in a husband and 2 children, but she could contain herself. No reply to the telegram. Hans Castorp remained in ignorance of the hour or day of his cousin's coming, and thus could not receive him at the Lieutenant. Joachim, laughing and excited, burst nice arrived in the evening RCST Kirk. It had just begun. The same train brought them as had Hans Castorp, when years ago, years that been neither long nor short, but timeless, very eventful, yet the sum of nothing. He had first kicked to this place. The time of year was the same too, one of the very first days of August. Joachim, as we said, went into Hans Castorp's, or rather out of it into the loggia, a rapid tread, and laughing, breathless, incoherent, greeted his cousin. He had put all that long way behind him, those miles of territory and that lake that was like a sea, and then wound high up the narrow passes, and there he stood, as though HC had never been away. His cousin started up from the horizontal and greeted him with a shout and well. His colour was fresh, thanks to his open-air life, or perhaps to the rush of travel. He had hurried direct to his cousin's room without going first to his own, in order to see his old-time companion, while his mother was putting herself to rights in the chamber assigned her. They work to eat in 10 minutes, of course in the restaurant. Hans ca thought could surely have politic something more with them, or at least take a glass of wine. And Joachim pulled him over to number 28, where the scene was reminiscent of that long ago even when Hans Castorp arrived. Now it was Joachim, who, while talking, washed up at the shining WXSH hand basin while Hans Castorp looked on, surprised and in way disappointed to see his cousin in mufti. HC had always pictured him as an off-cur, here he was in grey uni looking like everybody else. Joachim laughed, and said he was Norg. He had laid his uniform at home, of course. It was not such a semi-matter with a uniform you couldn't wear it just any plaque. Oh, thanks awfully Lance Castorp. But Joachim SCCMCD unaware of any offence in his WN remark and went on, asking about matters and things in THC Gehof, not only without the least touch of condescension, but Venraka moved by the homecoming. Then Frau Stimson appeared through the connecting their two rooms, second greeted LCRNCPHCW in a way some people have on these occasions, namely, as though pleasurably surprised to find him here. She spoke with abduct melancholy, in caused by fatigue, in part with NCC to Joachim's state, and they went down to dinner. Louisa Zickerson had the same gentle and beautiful dark eyes as Joachim. HCR hair, that was quite as black, but mingled now with many threads of grey, was confined by a nearly invisible net, uncharacteristic of the and measured contour of her personality, which was simple, at the same time and pleasing. Hans Castorp felt surprised to see that she was puzzled, even put out. High Joachim's liveliness, his rapid breathing and headlong talk, which were probably foreign to his thither at or on journey, the lie to his actual condition. For HCRSCLF she was impressed with the sadness of this acronym, and would have found a subdued bearing more suitable. How could SHC enter into Joachim's turbulent emotions, due in part to that he come home, which for the moment outweighed all else, and in part to the stimulus of RHC incomparably light, empty, YC kin or he was once more gathering? All that was totally dark to her. My poor lad, she thought, as she watched him and his cousin abandoned to mirth, telling Uthka 100 anecdotes, asking other 100 questions, throwing themselves back in chairs with peals of laughter. Children, SHC protested more than once, and finally levelled a mild reproof at behaviour which might rather have gladdened her heart. Why, Joachim, I have not seen you like this for many a long day. It as though you NCCDCD to come back here to be as you WCRC on the day of your promotion. No more was NCCDCD to counter Joachim's lively mood. He turned completely round, fell silent and ate none of the sweet, though it was most toothsome, a chocolate souffle with whipped cream. Hans Castorp did what he could in his cousin's srockard, though her own hearty dinner was only hour behind him. Joachim looked up no more, obviously because his eyes were full of tears. Such a result was as far as possible from Frau Ziemsen's intent. It was really more for decorum's sake that she had tried to introduce a little sobriety into the mood of her son, not realizing that precisely the middle course, the golden mean, was up here, and only choice of extremes offered. When she saw break down, she seemed not far from Kars herself, and most grateful to her nephew for his gallant efforts to redress the balance of the situation. Yes, he said, find there had been chunks in THC population of the Berghof. THCREWCRCNCW. But on THC other hand, some that had gone away were come back again. For instance, the Reattant and her charges sat once more at Frau Essoer's table. And Maruzia laughed as much as ever. Joachim said nothing. But Frau Ziemsen was threbiak mind that they had chanced to meet someone who sent greetings, which she must deliver while she thought of it. It was in a restaurant in Munich, where they had spent a day but 2 night journeys. A lady, a not unsympathetic person, though unaccompanied, and with rather too level brows, had come up to their table to greet Joachim. She had been a patient up here, Joachim would know, Frau Schochat, Joachim said, in a voice. She was ing some time in a kirk in Thc Agor, and intended to go to in the winter. She sent greetings. Hans was no vouch, he had control over the nerves that might have magged the rush to or leave face. He said, "Oh, so she has emerged from behind Thc Caucasus again, has she? And she is going to the lady a place in the Pyrenees." A pretty, or at least a charming woman pleasant voice. Pretty free manners, slack, Frau Ziemschen thought. SHC spoke to us as though we were old friends, told about herself, asked questions. It seems Joachim had never actually known her. I thought it rather odd. That is and the illness, replied Hans. One Emmersroff tried to measure her by humanistic standards. See the height. He remembered that she had intended to make a journey Spain. Country lay remote from the humanistic mean, though on the Sidkov rather than of softness. There it was not lack but excess of form that obtained, death itself was in the dolus of form, not dissolution, black, refined, sanguinary, inquisition, stiff rough, Loyola, the Escuria, etc. Yes, it was interesting, he wondered what Frau Schochat would say to Spam. She'd probably get over ban *DCRS, and perhaps a combination of the two extremes bring her closer to the humane mean. Yet something pretty awful, terroristic, might come to pass if the East went to know. He neither paled nor flushed, but the impression the news had made upon him traversed itself nonetheless. On such talk as this nothing but perplexious silence could superfn. Joachim, of course, was less taken aback than his mother, being acquainted from A14 with his cousin's mental volatility up here. But a great turbation showed in F.Z. Ernst's as her NE had uttered some gross impropriety, and after a patent pause she broke up the gathering by rising from table, with a phrase also intended to gloss over the situation. Before RHCY separated, Hans Castorp told them that Baron's order was for Joachim to remain in on the morrow, or until he had come to examine him. The rest would be decided later. Soon the THRCC relatives lay cack in his room, with THC door open to the freshness of the summer night in this altitude, and each with his thoughts. Hans Castorp's were chickfear concerned with Frau Schochat's return, to be expected within 6 months, so this was young Joachim's homecoming, for a little after cure. That way of putting it had obviously been the one given out down below, and it passed current HCRE2, CVCN Horfrat Baron's taking it up, though the first thing he did was to Joachim to 4 weeks in the caboose by way of repairing the obvious damage, acclimatizing him anew, and putting his house in order as far as temperature was concerned. HC was careful to avoid setting any limit for the after-cure. Frau Ziemschen, sensible, discerning, never very sanguine save at Joachim's bedside, mentioned the autumn, perhaps October, as the terminus, and Baron's acquiesced, at least to the extent of saying chat anyhow there would be further on then than they were now. Frau Ziemschen him intensely. His bearing toward her was courtly, he called her my dearest lady, looking down upon her with his bloodshot eyes, and he talked such extravagant coarse student jargon that despite her depression she always had to allow. I know he is in the best of hands, she said, and after a stay went back to Hamburg, as Joachim had no need of care, and his cousin was always with him. Set your heart at rest, Hans Castorp said to Joachim, sitting by his bed in number 28. You'll off by the autumn. The old UN has more or less committed himself to that. You can 100k forward to it as a terminus, October. In that month me people go to Spain. And you can go back to your to distinguish yourself ex supererogation. It became his daily task to console his cousin for the disappointment of missing the which were beginning in these August days. Joachim could think of nothing else, and the greatest self-contempt at this cursed slackness that over him in the minute. Rebellio carnis, Hans Casto said. What can you do it? The bravest officer can do. CVCN St. Anthony had his little experiences. Good Lord, don't the man-rovers come every year, and surely you know how rhyme flicks up HCRC. You haven't been gone long enough nor to GCT back into step quick easily, and before you can turn round your little after-cure will be over. But the refreshment of his sense of time, caused by Joachim's stay in the valley, had been so considerable that HC could not looking forward with dread to the next 4 weeks. Everybody, it is true, did his best to mark time light for him. The sympathy felt on all hands for the clean personality of the young officer expressed itself in many visits. Settembrim came, was very affectionate and charming, and called Joachim Capitano, instead of Lieutenant as before. Nafta too visited him, and all THC old acquaintances in the house looked themselves of a free quarter hour to sit by his bed, repeat the phrase about the little after-cure, and hear his news. The ladies were Stoer, Levi, Iltis and Kleefeld, the GCN TLCMCN Ferge, Wassel, and other STHEV even brought him flowers. When the 4 weeks were up he left his bed, fever being so far brought under control that it would not harm him to move about. He began taking his meals in dining room, at his cousin's table, sitting and the brewer's wife, Frau Magnus, oppose ite hair that had once been Uncle James S., and for a few dabs Frau Zikmsons as well. NUS the young couple began to live once more side by side. Yes, to make it an even more as it had been, Mrs. MacDonald gathered HCR last, with the picture of her little son in her hand, and her room, next his cousin's, reverted to Joachim, after it had been thoroughly frecked of bacteria by means of 1201. More exact, indeed, it was to say that Joachim now lived next door to Hans C.A. Storp, instead of the reverse. The latter was now the old inhabitant, and his cousin shared his existence only provisionally and temporarily. Joachim stuck swiftly by the October terminus, though nervous system refused to some extent to lend itself to the humanistic norm, and prevented a compensatory radiation of heat. The cousins resumed their visits to Skakbriny and Nafta and her walks with those 2 devoted affiants. When they were joined by A.K. Ferge and Chsel, which often happened, they formed a group of 6, and before this considerable audience the 2 opposed spirits carried on an endless duel, which we could reproduce in any fullness without losing our skulks, as it did daily, an infinitude of despair. Hans Castorp choked to re-rode his own poor soul as the obect of their dialectic rivalry. He had learned from Nafta that Setkamrini WXSAFS Mason, which fact impressed him as much as Stambriny's earlier statement that Nafta was a Jesuit. HC was quite absurdly surprised to hear that there still existed such things as Freemasons, and diligently plied the terrorist with questions about the origin and significance of this curious body, which in FCW years would celebrate its 200th birthday. When Stambriny spoke behind his back of Nafta and his intellectual tendencies, I was always on an appealing note of warning, with a hint that the Suhaoct had more little of the diabolic about it. But when Nafta did the same, he made unaffectedly merry over the sphere which the other represented, and gave Hans Castorp to understand there are the things for which Stambriny fought were all of them dead issues. Free thought and bourgeois enlightenment were the pathetic delusions of yesterday, though prone to the self-deception which made them in stock, namely, that they UCRC still full of revolutionary life. Aid Nafta, dear me, his grandfather was a Kronbonero in other war as a charcoal burner. From him he gets the charcoal burner's faith in victim, human progress, the whole box of tricks belonging to the classicistic humanistic virtue AOUC, what PCRPLCXCS the world is the disparity between T swiftness of the spirit, and THC immense unwieldiness, sluggishness, inertia, phronankness of matter. We must admit that this disparity would be enough to excuse our HC spirit's lack of interest in reality, for the rule is that it has sickened long before of the ferments that bring revolution in their train. In very truth, dead spint is more sieve to THC living than dead matter, than granite for example. WICH makes no claim to be sea alive. Such granite, THC relic of an ancient reality left so far behind by the spirit that it refuses any longer to us, reate with a THC conception of reality, continues a sluggish existence, and by its bald and dull continuance prevents futility from becoming aware that it is futile. I am speaking in terms, but you will know how to apply my words to that humanistic free thought which imagines itself to be still in heroic attitude of resistance to authority and domination. And the catastrophes, by virtue of which it thinks to manifest its sexuality, thc evidently particular triumphs at which it is preparing to assist, and thinks one day to celebrate. The living spirit would die of ennui at the bare thought of these, were it not aware that from such catastrophes it alone can emerge as the victor, welding as it does the elements of the old and the new to create the true revolution. How is your cousin today? Hans Castorp? You know what profound sympathy I feel for him. Thanks, Herr Nafta. Everyone SCCMS to Feckle the same, such a good lad as he is. Even Herr Settenbrini admits him very much into his good graces, despite his dislike of a sort of terrorism there is in Joachim's profession. And now I hear Herr Settenbrini is a Mason. Imagine! I must say that gives me to think. It sets his personality in a new light, and clarifies certain things form. Does he go about putting his foot at the right angle and shaking hands with a articular grip? I have never seen anything. Our worthy third-degree friend has probably got BD such childishness Nafta thought. I imagine the lodges curtailed their rights a good deal, in response to the lamentable arid pluralist 11 of our time. They would probably blush for the ceremonial of former periods as an extravagant mummery, and not without reason. For it would be absurd to present their atheistic republicanism in the guise of a mystery. I don't know with what species of horrors they may have tested Herr Settembrini's constancy. They may have led him blindfold through dark passages, and made wait in gloomy vaults before the hall of the conclave, full of mirrored lights, burst upon his eyes. They may have solemnly catechised him, menaced his bark breast with swords to the accompaniment of a death's head and 3 tapers. You must ask himself, but I fear you will get small satisfaction for CVCN if the procedure was much tamer than this. In any case he will have been sworn to silence. Sworn? To silence they do that too, then? Chitanely? Silence and obedience. Obedient too. But listen, Professor, it seems to me then, he has no occasion to stick at the terrorism in my cousin's profession. Silence, and obedient. Could NCVCI have irtuved a freethinker like HCR Settembrини would submit to such out-and-out Spanish conditions and vows. I perceive that Freemasonry has something quite military and Jesuitical about it. And your perceptions are perfectly correct, responded. Your Devimrod twitches, and knocks. The air of the society is inseparably bound up with absolute. By consequence, it is terroristic, that is to say, antiliberal. It lifts his burden from the individual conscience, and consecrates in the name of the absolute event even to bloodshed, even to underscore rhyme. There is some support for that the views of the Brotherhood WCRC on symbolically sealed in blood. A brother hoc asterisk can never purely contemplative. By its very nature it must be executive, must organize. You probably do not know that the founder of the Illuminati, a society which for a long time was nearly identified with Freemasonry, was a former of the Society of Jesus? No, that is certain news to me. Adam Weishaupt formed his secret, benevolent order entirely upon the model of the Society of Jesus. He himself was a Mason, and the most reputable lodge members of the time were Illuminati. Speaking of the second half of the 18th century, which Settembrини would not hesitate to characterize as the period of the degeneration of his fraternity. Actually it was the period of its highest flower, as of all secret societies in general. A time when Masonry attained to a higher life, of which it was later purged by men of the stamp of our friend of humanity HCRE. In that rhyme he would certainly have belonged to those who reproached it with Jesuitry and obscurantism. Were there grounds for the reproach? Yes, if you choose to call it that. The shallow of the day was of that opinion. It was the period when the fathers of our faith sought to animate the society by breathing into it Catholic hierarchical ideas. At that time there was actually a Jesuit lodge of Freemasonry at Clermont, in France. And it was the time when Rosicrucianism made its entrance into the lodges, that remarkable brotherhood, which, you will note, was a peculiar union purely rational ideas of political and social improvement and a null program, with elements distinctly Oriental, Indian and Arabic philosophy and Nug, Cal nature law. The reform and revision of the lodges which then took place was in the direction of strict observance in a definitely irrational and mystical, magical alchemical sense, to which the Scottish Rite owes its existence. These are degrees of knighthood which were added to the old military ranks of apprentice, journeyman, and master, upper ranks which issued in the hierarchical, and were full of Rosicrucian mysticism. There ensued sort of casting back to certain spiritual and knightly orders which existed in the Middle Ages, for instance the Templars, you know, who took the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience before the Patriarch of Jerusalem. Even today there is an upper degree in Freemasonry which bears the title Grand Duke of Jerusalem. All news to me, Herr Naphtha. But getting to know Herr Settembriny's tricks. Grand Duke of Jerusalem, that's not bad at all. You ought to call HTM that somic time, BV way of a joke. The other day he called you Dr. Angelicus. Why not take our revenge? There are host more such titles in THC upper reaches of the Knights Templars. There are a past Grand Master, a Knight of the East, a Grand High Priest, the 31st degree is called Noble Prince of the Royal Mysteries. You observe that all THCSE names have reference to Oriental mysticism. The reappearance of the Templars, indeed, means nothing else than the entrance of such conceptions, rhc of irrational ferments in a world given over to rational utilitarian ideas of scree improvement. This it was which lent a new brilliance and charm, and explains the great number of recruits to it at that feud of its his too. It drcw to itself all the CLCMCNRS which WCRC wave of RHC rationalistic twaddle of the century, and thirsting for a stronger draught of life. The success of the order was such that the Phillies tint complained of it for estranging MCN from domestic happiness and destroying their reverence for women. Then it is not surprising that Herr Settembriny does not love to be reminded of the golden age of his order. No, he does not love to be admired that there was a time when it drew upon its head all the hatred felt by freethinkers, atheists. For the whole complex of Church, Catholicism, Middle Ages, you heard that the Masons WCRC accused of obscurantism. Why, I should be glad to hear why, more precisely. I will tell you. The strict observance meant the broadening and deepening of the traditions of the order, it meant referring its historical origin back to THC Kabbalistic world, the so-called darkness of THC Middle Ages. The high-dollar HC advocates of Freemasonry were initiates of the Physica et Mystica, the representatives of a magic natural science, they were in the main great alchemists. I shall have to put on MV thinking cap and try to recall what alchemy is. Generally speaking, I mean alchemy, transmuting into gold, the philosopher's stone, aurum tabile. In THC popular RMND, yes. More exactly put, it was purification, refinement, metamorphosis, transubstantiation, into a higher state, of course, the lapis philosophorum, the male-female pro-octave sulfur and mercurve, the res china, the double-sexed prima materia, was no more, and no less, than THC principle of levitation, of the upward impulse due to the working of inuuses from without. Instruction in magic, if you like. Hans Castorp was silent. He glanced slantwise upward. And blinked the primary symbol of alchemic transmutation. Naphtha said, Excellence the grave, yes, the place of corruption. It comprehends all hermetics, all alchemy, it is nothing else than the receptacle, the well-guarded crystal retort wherein remarkria is compressed to its final transformation and purification. Hermetics, what a lovely word, Herr Nafta. I've always liked the word hermetic. It sounds like magicking, and has all sorts of vague and extended associations. You must excuse my speaking of such a thing, but it reminds me of THC conserve jars that our housekeeper in Hamburg, Scalene, we call her, without any Miss or Mrs., Kessex in her larder. She has rows of them her shelves, air right maybe a whole year, you open them as you need THCM and the contents are as fresh as on the day they were put up, you can eat them just as they are. To be sure, that isn't alchemy or cation, it is simple conserving, hence the word conserve. Magic part of it he's in he fact th at he stuff that is conserved is withdrawn from the effects of time, it is metically sealed from timk, time passes it by, it stands thcre on its shelf shut away from time. Well, that's enough about the conserve jars. It hasn't much to do with the subject. Pardon me, you were going to enlighten me further. Only if you wish MC to do so. The learner must be of dauntless courage and a thirst for knowledge, to speak in the style of our theme. The grave, the sepulchre, has always been the emblem of initiation into the society. The neophyte coveting to the mysteries must always preserve undaunted courage in the face of their terrors. It is the purpose of THC order that he should be tested in them, led down into and mad to linger among them, and later fetched up from them bv the hand of an unknown Bruthka. Hence the winding passages, the dark vaults, through which the novice is made to wander, the black cloth with which THC Hall of the strict observance was hung, the cult of the sarcophagus, which played so important a role in the ceremonial of meetings and initiation 5. The path of mysteries and purification was encompassed by dangers, it led through the pangs of death, through the kingdom of dissolution, and the kana, the Nkafite, is youth itself, thirsting after the miracles of life, clamouring to be cut to a demonic capacity of experience, and led by shrouded forms which are the shadowing forth of the mystcry. Thank you so much, Professor Nafta. That is splendid. That is what the teaching of hermetics is like, then, it can't hurt me to something about it too. The less so that is a guide to the ultimate, to the absolute recognition of the transcendental, and therewith to our end and aim. The alchemistic ritual of the lodges, in later centuries, led many a noble and inquiring spirit row that end, to which I need ve no name, for I cannot have escaped you that the successive egrets of the rite were only a surrogate, a substitute of the hierarchy, that the alchemistic learning of the master mason fulfilled itself in the mystery of transubstantiation, and that hidden guidance which the lodge vouchsafed to its pupils has its prototype just as plainly in the means of grace, as though symbolic mummeries of lodge ceremonial have theirs in the liturgical and architectural symbolism of our Holy Catholic Church. NDCCD. But that is not all. Have already suggested that the derivation of the lodge from that craftsmanly and honourable Masonic guild is only extension. Strict observance it with a much human basis. The secrets of THC log have, in with certain mysteries of our Church, the clearest connection with the ceremonial mysteries ritual of primitive refer, so far as the is concerned, to the love feast, the sacramental conjoinment of body and blood, as for the one moment. One moment for a marginal note. Even in the strict communion to which my cousin belongs, they have so-called casts. He has often written to MC about them. I suppose THA are respectable affairs, possibly they get too drunk, nothing like what it is at the core students. As for the lodge, however, I am thinking of the cult of the sepulchre, to whom I explained you before. In both cases it has to do with the symbolism of the Urtamare, with elements of orgiastic primitive religion, with wild sacrificial rites by night, to the honor of dying and transforming, death, metamorphosis, resurrection. You will that the mysteries of and the Eleusinian terries too, were asterisked by caverns. In Freemasonry, among the secret societies, some that called themselves Eleusinian, there were lodges that held feasts of Eleusinian mysteries and aphrodistic rites, which finally did introduce the Fme e Clementi feasts of Rho *s, to which reference is made in the 3 blue roses on the Masonic apron, and which often passed over into the chantic. What's this, I hear, Professor Nafta? All this Freemasonry? And I must reconcile with it all my ideas of our enlightened Herr Settembrini? You would do him there great injustice if thou imagined he knew ng about it. I told you that he, or like, purified all the elements of higher life. They humanized it, they modernized it. God save the mark. They rescued it from false gods and restored it to usefulness, reason and progress, for making war upon princes and priests, in short for social amelioration. In it they once more discuss nature, virtue, moderation, the Fathland. In a word, it is a god-forsaken bourgeoisidom, in the form of a club. Wait a pity. Too bad at VUT the feasts of X's. I mean to ask Settembrini if he hears anything about nowadays. The no book night of RHCF Square, scoffed Nafta _you must that it has been sent a no KC matter for him to get admitted inside the gates of the Temple of Humanity. He is as P or as a church mouse, and they not only demand the higher, the humanistic culture, save the mark, but also one must belong to the possessing classes, to be able to stand the dues and entrance ices. Culture and possessions, there is the bourgeoisie for you. There you have the pillars of the liberal world republic. In any laughed Hans Castorp, we have it right before our eyes. And yet Nafta added, after a pause, I would counsel you not to tow this man and what he stands for as altogether a laughing matter. Since we are on the subject, let me warn you to be on your guard. THC insipid is not synonymous with the harmless. Dirty is not necessarily free from suspicion. These people have watered their wine, that was once such a FCRY drow height, but the idea of the brotherhood itself remains strong knug to stand a deal of water. It prescribes the remnant of a fruitful mystery, and there is as little doubt that the lodge mixes in politics, as that there is more to see in our amiable Herr Settembrini than just his simple self, and that powers stand behind him, whose div and emissary he is. An emissary. That is, a proselyter, a seeker of souls. And what kind of emissary are you, may I ask? Hans C.A. Storp thought. Aloud H.C. said, Thank you, Professor Nafta. I am genuinely grateful for your advice and warning. What do you think? Suppose I go a story higher, in so far as one can speak of a story, and touch up our disguised lodge brother a bit. The learner must be of dauntless courage, a thirst for knowledge. But cautious too, of course. It's well to take precautions when one deals with emissaries. He might impunity seek further information from Herr Settembrini, for that gentleman could not reproach Nafta with any lack of discretion. Indeed, he had never made any secret of his membership in the Hartnonius band of brothers. The Rivi 5 Tardel Masso ne nulle open his table, Hans Castorp had simply ncvc noticed it. Enlightened by Nafta, he led the conversation round to the subject of the kingly art as though Settembrini's connection with it had never been a matter of doubt, and he met with very little reticence. True, there were points upon which the literary man was silent. When they were touched upon he closed his lips with ostentation, being obviously bound by those terroristic vows of which Nafta had spoken. This when Hans Castorp encroached on Tradg SCCRCTS, as it were, outward forms of THC organization, and his own position within it. But otherwise he was almost too expansive, and held forth at length, giving the seeker after information a considerable picture of the extent of the SOC, which spread almost all over the world, with 20 thou lodges and 150 grand lodges, in round numbers, and had penetrated civilizations like Haiti and the Negro Republic of Liberia. Also he had much to tell of the great names WOSE bearers had BCCN Masons, Voltaire, Lafayette and Napoleon, Franklin and Washington, Mazzini and Garibaldi, among the living, the King of England, and besides him, a large group of PCOPL in whose hands lay the conduct of the nations of Europe, BCRS of governments and parliaments. Hans Castorp expressed respect, but no surprise. It was the same with the student corps, he said. The members of these held together in afterlife, and they looked after their people well, so that it was hard to get into any important official hierarchy if you had not been a corps student. For that reason it was perhaps not so logical of Herr Settembrini to argue that the membership of those in persona CS in the society was battering to it, since on the other hand it not be assumed that the occupation of so many by Freemasons gave evidence of the society, which certainly mixed in politics, perhaps more than Herr Settembrini was willing to admit. Settembrini smiled. Effending himself with the magazine, which he still held in his hand. Did Hans Castorp intend to put him a case? Had he in mind to betray him into incautious utterances upon the political character, the essentially political spirit of the lodge? Useless Verberia, engineer. We admit that WCRB, political, admit it openly, unreservedly. We care nothing for the odium that is bound up with the word in the eaves of certain fools. They are at home in your own country, engineer, and almost nowhere else. The friend of humanity cannot recognize a distinction between what is political and what is not. There is nothing that is not political. Everything is politics. That's flat. I know there are people who think well to refer to the originally unpolitical nature of Masonic thought. But THCSC play with words, and set limits which have long STNCE become imaginary and without significance. In THC first place, the Spanish lodges, at least, have had a political coloration from the very first. I should imagine so. You can imagine very little, engineer. Do not fancy that are inclined to profound thought. The best you can do is to be receptive and to take to heart. I say this in your own interest, as well as in the interest of your country and of Europe, what I am about to impress upon you, namely, that in the second case, Masonic thought was never unpolitical, at any time, could he not be. If it believed itself to be so, was in error as to its own essential characteristics. What are we? Master builders and builders on a building. THC purpose of all is one, the good of THC whole, the fundamental tenet of the brotherhood. What is this good, what is this building? Is RHC truck social structure, the perfecting of humanity, the New Jerusalem. But tell me which that is, political or non-political. The social problem, the problem of our common existence, is in itself politics, politics through and through, and nothing else than politics. Whoever devotes himself to the cause, and he does not deserve the name of man that would withhold himself from that devotion, belongs to FTJetics, foreign and domestic. He understands that the art of the Freemason is the art of government, art of, that illuminist Freemasonry had the regent degree, that is fine, Herr Settembrini, art of government, degree of regent, I like all that ve much. But tell me something, are you Masons? Perky? Your pardon, I will ask another question, put it more simply and generally. Do you believe in God? I will reply to you. But why do you ask? I was not trying to draw you, just now. But there is a story in the Bible of THC Pharisees testing our Lord with a Roman coin, and he tells them to render unto Caesar THC things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. It seemed to me this distinction is the distinction between the Paul and the non-identical. If there is a God, then THCRE is also this distinction. Do RCC Masons believe in? Bound to answer. You are speaking of a which seek to bring about, but which today, alas, does not exist. If it cooks to exist, and I peak that we labour with silent assiduity upon this great task, then indeed the religious creed of the free will be unanimous, and it be will that be obligatory it would hardly tolerant. The problem 6 tolerance, my dear engineer, is rather large for you to tackle. Do not forget that tolerance becomes crime, if extended evil. God would be the evil. Metaphysics is the evil. It is for no purpose but to put to sleep the energy which we should pl to the building of the temple of society. And is AOD by reaction of the Grand Orient Haute France a generation ago. He struck the name of God out of his writings. WC Italians followed him. How Catholic? What do you mean find it enormously Catholic? To strike out what you wish to express is nothing worth listening to, Herr Settembrini. Don't pay too much attention to my prattle. It just struck MC that atheism may be enormously Catholic, and as though one might strike out God merely thc better to be Catholic. Herr Settembrini allowed a pause to ensue, it was clear that he only did so out of a deogic Liberian. HC answered. After a measured silence, engineer, I am far from wishing to wound or mortify you in your adhesion to Protestantism. Were speaking of tolerance, it is surely superfluous for me to emphasize that far from a near toleration, I feel for Protestantism. As the historical opponent of the enslavement of knowledge. The most profound admiration. The invention of printing and THC Reformation are and remain the 2 outstanding services of Central Europe to the cause of humanity. Without question. But after what you have just said I do not doubt you will understand when I reply that after all I is only one side of THC question, and there is another. Protestantism conceals elements, the very personality of your reformer concealed elements. I am of quiescent beatitude. Abstraction, which are not European, but foreign to the laws of life that govern our busy continent. LMK at him, this Luther. Observe the portraits we have, in early and later life. What sort of cranial formation is that, what cheekbones, what a singular emplacement of the eye. My friend, that is Asia. I should be surprised. I should be greatly surprised, if there were not Wendish, Slavic, Sarmatic elements in play there. And if the mighty apparition of this man, for who would deny that it was mighty, had not flung a fatal into one of our HC2 scales which in your country hangs so dangerously even, into THC scale of the East, so that the other even today is still outweighed and flicks up in the air. Hare walked from the humanistic folding desk in the little window, where he had Irene standing, up to the table, nearer his pupil, who was sitting on the cot against THC wall, his elbows on his knees and his chin in his hands. Crow. Herr Settembrini said. Carom Tito. There will decisions to make, decisions of importance for the happiness and THC fiat of Europe. It will fall to your country to decide, in her soul THC decision will be consummated. Placed as she is between East and West, SHC will have to choose. She will have to decide finally and consciously between the 2 spheres. You are young, you will have a shark in this, it is your duty to influence it. And therefore let us thank the fate that brought you up here to this horrible region, thus giving me opportunity to work upon your plastic youth with my not UN practiced, not wholly flagging Elknulink, and make you feel the responsibility which your country has in the face of civilization. Hans Castorp Saturday, his chin in his hand. He looked out of the mansard window, and in his simple black eyes there was a certain obstinacy. He was silent. You are silent, Herr Settembrini said, moved. You and your native land, you preserve a silence which to cover a reservation, and which gives one no hint of what goes on in our depths. You do not love the word, or you have it not, or you are cherry with it to unfrequent links. The articulate world does not know where it is with you. My friend, there is perilous. Speech is civilization itself. The word, even the most contradictorious word, preserves contact, it is silence which isolates. The suspicion is to hand that you will seek to break your silence with deeds. You will ask cousin Giacomo, Settembrini had taken to calling Joachim Giacomo, for convenience sake, to step out in front of your silk, and thrice HC smites, and thrice his blows deal death, before him fly his foes. Hans Castorp began to laugh, and Herr Sertembriny smiled too, satisfied for the moment with the effect of his plastic words. "Good," he said. "Very good, let us laugh, you will always find to do chat. Laughter, says thee, is a sunbeam of our HC soul. WC have wandered from the point. We have taken up questions which, I admit, have much to do with the difficulties encountered by us in our preparatory efforts to establish a Masonic World Federation." Herr Sertembriny went on to speak of the idea of this World Federation, which had originated in Hungary, the hoped-for realization of which was destined to consummate the world power of Freemasonry. Casually HC displayed letters from foreign potentates of the sect, on from the very hand of the Swiss Grand Master, Brother Quartier I Tent, of the 33rd Greek, and discussed the to make Esperanto the official language of the BCDY. His zeal elevated him to the sphere of policy. He directed his gaze hither and yon, estimated the prospects of revolutionary thought in his own country, in Spain, in Portugal. HC was in contact by letter, it appeared, with persons who were at the head of the Portuguese Lodge, and THCRC, without much doubt, things were ripening to a decisive event. Hans Castorp would think of him when, before very long, it came to an in that country. Hans promised to do so. It should remark that these Masonic conferences between the pupil and the two mentors took place separated in time, before Joachim's return. The following conversation, however, occurred during his second stay up here, and in his presence, 9 weeks after HC arrived, at the beginning of October. Hans Castorp retained clear memory of this gathering in the autumn sunshine, before THC Cahors in the Platz, where they sat sipping cooling drinks, for it was just at that time he began to feel a secret concern about Joachim, though its ground was not one usually thought very important, tring mirelvis or thrmt and hoarseness, quite harmless afflictions, which fed appeared to Hans Castorp in a somewhat peculiar light, the same light, one might say, that he saw in the depths of Joachim's eyes. Eyes had always, we know, been sent large and mild, but Tcdav, precisely on this very day, had seemed to grow larger and deeper, with a musing, yes, we must even say an ominous expression, together with the above-mentioned light. It would have been false to say that Hans Castorp did not like THC look of them, HC did, only that it disquieted him. And, in short, one cannot, by their very nature, speak of these impressions otherwise than vaguely as for the, of course, Quittenskbriny and Nafta, it was an affair of itself, only slightly connected with those Karlika and private UT trunks on the of Freemasonry. Furge and were THCRE. And the interest was general, although not all the parties were equal to the situation. Herr Furge, for instance, was quite definitely not. But a dispute carried on as though it were a matter of life and death, yet with all the polished elegance of a full-dress debate, as were, indeed, all engagements between Sertembriny and Nafta, such a dispute is in itself highly diverting to hear, even for those who understand but little of tea or its bearing. Strangers sitting near them listened in amaze to THC's chunk of words and were chained to the spot by the unction and brilliance displayed. All this took place, as we said, in front of the Cahors after tea. The 4 guests from the Berghof had met Sertembriny there, and by chance Nafta also. THEV sat together about a mictal table, with various drinks and soda, or anise and vermouth. Nafta, who regularly took his tea here, had ordered WTNE and cake, obviously a reminiscence from his student days. Moistened his aching throat with a lemonade made of fresh lemons, very strong and sour. It had an astringent effect which soothed the ache. Sertembriny was drinking sugar and water through a straw, with a gusto that made it the rarest of beverages. HC jest, what do I hear, engineer, what are these rumors that about? Your Beatrice is returned Oliver guide through all the ninth circles of one must will not entirely scorn the friendly hand of your ecclesiastic here will tell you that the world of THC Medioevo is not complete when Franciscan mysticism is not counterbalanced by the opposite pole of Thomistic cognition. Laughed over these erudite jests, and looked at Hans C.A. Storp, who laughed back, raising his glass to his Virgil. But it is unbelievable what kindless cadgnuk strife arose in the next hour out of Herr Settembriny's high-sounding but harmless remark. Naphtha, having been in a manner challenged, straightway girded up his loins, and fell foul of the Latin Pc whom Settembrini was known to admire to the end of idolatry, even placing him higher than Homer, while Naphtha had more than once expressed contempt for him and for the whole of Latin and did not fail to seize this opportunity to do so again. It was a complacent limitation of the great Dante, due to his reared, that he took so seriously this mediocre versifier and in his in him so high a rile, even though Herr Ludovico did ascribe rather to a meaning to it underscore but what was there to this courtly laureate and lickspittle of the Julian house, this urban litanier and eulogist, who was without a spark of cacative genius, whose soul, if he had one, was and who was no poet, but a Frenchman in an Augustan full-bottomed wig. Herr Brini had no doubt that the speaker would find ways and means of reconciling his scorn of the golden age of Rome with his office as teacher of Latin. Yet he, Brini, could not avoid calling attention to the serious conflict in which such judgments involved Herr Naphtha with his own favourite centuries, when Virgil was not only not despised, but his greatness was recognized in RHC most naive way, namely, by making a seer and Nilsian of him. It was vain, Naphtha resfudotended, for Herr Settembrini to invoke the simplicity of those primitive times. The victorious Clement which preserved its creative vitality even while endowing that which it conquered with a demonic quality, in truth, the fathers of the Earl Church were never weary of warning the faithful against lies of the old philosophers and poets, in particular of cautioning them not to be corrupted by RHC voluptuous eloquence of Virgil, and today, at a Tyrrhic when again an ag is xening to its fall. And we see the approaching dawn of another proletarian morn, the time is ripe to feel with them. Finally, in order to leave nothing unanswered, Herr Ludovico might be ensured that he, the speaker, did his duty by the small civilian task which Herr Settembrini had been so kind as to mention, with all due reservatio mentalis, though there was indeed certain irony in his conforming to the standards of a classic and rhetorical educational system, whose survival the most optimistic observer could not predicate for more than a few years studied them. Settembrini cried out, "You studied them real, you sweated, those old poets and philosophers, you have sought to make their priceless heritage your own, as you used the building stones of their monuments to erect your churches. For well you knew that your proletarian soul could of its own strength bring no art form to birth, and you hoped to defeat antiquity with its Web 01b. So it will be, history will repeat itself. Your crud maroonry must go to school to the power which you would like to persuade yourself and others to despise, for discipline you could not endure in the sight of man, and there is one kind, that which you call the Boaergeus, but which is in reality the human." HCR went on. A matter of decades. The end of the humanistic principles of education prevented him from of laughter both and mocking. A Europe that knew how to prescribe its immortal treasures would screntle pass over any proletarian apocalypse of which it hete and there pleased to dream and resume its ordered program of the reign of classic reason. It was, Naphtha rejoined bitingly, just this ordered program about which Herr seemed not to be very well informed. That which he took for granted precisely that which was called in question, namely, whether the Mediterranean classic, humanistic tradition was bound up with humanity and so coexistent with it, or whether it was but the intellectual garb and appurtenance of a bourgeois liberal age, with which it would perish. History would decide this. He would recommend Herr Settembrini not to himself in the secure triumph of his Latin all his hearers, with especial bitterness Herr Settembrini himself, listened to this brazen characterization on THC part of little Naphtha. He, Herr Settembrini, the avowed senate of progress, a conservative. He twisted violently his flowing moustache, and seeking for return blow left CNCMY time for a further onslaught upon the classical ideal in education, the rhetorical and literary spite which characterized the whole of the Penn educational system, and its splenetic partisanship of the formal and grammatical, which was nothing else than an accessoire to the interests of bourgeois supremacy, and had long been an object of ridicule to the Peachial. They had no idea what an utter joke our doctors' degrees and the whole system fostered by our educational mandarins had become in the minds of the proletariat, as also the public school system, which was the instrument of the domination of the middle classes, maintained in the delusion that popular education is merely watered scholarship. The sort of training and education required by the people in their struggle against the crumbling bourgeois kingdom they had long known how to find elsewhere than in these governmental establishments for compulsory training. One day all the world would realize that our system, which had flocked out of the cloister school of the Middle Ages, was a ridiculous bureaucracy and anachronism, that nobody the world any longer owes loose education to his schooling, arts edifice and public instruction. Through lectures, exhibitions, cinematographs, and so forth was vastly to be preferred any school course. Herr Strembrini said that NAFRA had served up to their audience a mixture of revolution and obscurantism, in which, HMV ever, the obscurantist element outweighed the other, to a new and savoury extent. Herr Strembrini was pleased to see his concern for the enlightenment of THC people, but his pleasure was marred by the fear that what really actuated Herr NAFTA was an instinctive tendency to involve both people and world in analphabetic darkness. NAFTA smiled. "That bogey," H.C. said. Herr Settembrini believed himself to have uttered a word of terror, to have displayed the head of the Gorgon, quite convinced that everybody would promptly at the sight. He regretted Iodis, a point his partner in the dialogue, but the fact was, the sight of the humanistic horror of illiteracy simply made him laugh. Verily, one must be a classical literary man, a Precio, a Scientist, a Marinist, a Jack-Lee of all trades of the STLOCU, to attach such exaggerated educational value to knowing how to write, as to imagining that WHCRE that knowledge was lacking a night of the spine must reign. Did Herr Settembrini RCMCMTR that the greatest poet of the Middle Ages, Wolfram von Eschenbach, could neither read nor write? It been thought blameworthy, in the Garumeni of that time, to send a boy to school unless he was to be a priest, and this popular aristocratic scorn of the literary arts was always the sign of fundamental nobility of soul. The literary person, true son of humanism and bourgeoisidom, could always, certainly, read and write, whereas the noble, the soldier, and the people could, or barely, but he could do and understand nothing clsc in all the wide world, being Latinistic windbag, who had power over language, but o people who were fit for it. Which was THC reason why the literary person always conceived of politics an empty bag of wind, that is, of rhetoric and scratcher which in political jargon were called radicalism and democracy, and so on, and but now Herr Settembrini sprang into the breach. His opponent, H.C. cried, was rash to expose his preference for the intense barbarism of certain and to scorn upon a luck of literary form, without which no human nature was able or thinkable, never had been and never would be. Fundamental nobility? Only misanthropy could so characterize the absence of letters, a rude and tongue-tied materialism. Rather you could only rightly so characterize a certain lordly luxuriance, the generosity which displayed itself in ascribing to form a human value independent of its content, the cult of speech as an art for arts inheritance bequeathed by the Greco-Roman culture, which the humanists, THCU omni letterti, had restored at least to the Romance nations, and which was the source of every later significant idealism, even political. Yes, dear sir. The which you would disparage as a divorce BTWCCN lit Kraturk and life is nothing but a higher unity in the diadem of the beautiful, I am under no apprehension as to the on which high-hearted youth will to fight. In a strug GLE where THC opposing camps are literature and barbarism. Hans Castorp had been only half listening to the dialogue, being preoccupied by the fundamental nobility of THC soldierly representative then, or rather by the strange NCW expects shone in his eyes. He started slightly as he felt himself challenged by Herr last words, and mad such a face as he had the time the Huttonist would have solemnly constrained him to choice between East and West, face full of reserve and sternacy. H.C. said nothing. They forced everything to an issue, these two, as P2 PS1 must went on Gifford, and wrangled bitterly over extremes, whereas it seemed to him, Hans Castorp, as though somewhere between two intolerable positions, between bombastic humanism and analphabetic barbarism, equal the human, must lie something which one might he did not express his thought, for fear of irritating one or other of them, but, wrapped in his reserve, listened to one goading the other on, each leading the other from hundredthly to thousandthly, and all because of Herr Settembriny's original little joke about Italian would not give over. He brandished the word, Herr made it prevail. He threw himself into the fray as the defender of literary genius, celebrated the history of the written word, from the moment when man, yearning to give permanency to his knowledge or emotions, engraved word symbols upon stone. He spoke the Egyptian god Thoth, identical with the thrice-renowned Hermes of Hellenism, who was honored as the inventor of writing, protector of libraries, and inciter to 211 literary efforts. He bent the knee metaphoric, Ali before that the humanistic Hermes, master of the Palestrina, to whom humanity owed the great gift of the literary word and agonistic rhetoric, which incited Hans Castorp to the remark that this Egyptian son had apparently been a politician, playing in THC Grand Srylc the same role as that HCR Brunetto Latini who had sharpened THC wits of the Florentines, taught them the art of language and how to guide state according to the rules of NAFTA put in that Herr Settembriny was slightly disingenuous. His picture of Nuthrism Jizrus had a good deal of the Akalit SMCH, THCD away. He had been, in fact, an ape, moon and soul deity, a PCTNK with a crescent moon on his head, and in his hands as Pect, a god of death and of the dead, a soul compeller and tutelary soul guide, of whom late antiquity made an archenconqueror, and the Kabbalistic Middle Ages the father of Hermetic alchemy. Hans Castorp's Herc was Blue Mantle Death masquerading as a humanistic orator, and WHCN one so high to gaze at closer range upon this pedagogic and literary ornament to man, one dismirked a squatting ape faced the sign of night and magic on its brow. He waved it away with on hand, which he laid over his eyes. But upon that darkness wherein he sought refuge from complete bewilderment, there broke the voice of Herr Settembriny, continuing to chant the praises of literature. All greatness, both contemplative and active, H.C. said, had been bound up with it from all time, and mentioned Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon, Nat and the Prussian Frederick and other heroes, even Lassalle and Moltke. Disturbed him not a whit that NAFTA referred him to China, where such a idolatry of the alphabet obtained as had never been the case in any other land, and where one might become a field marshal if one could draw the 40,000 word the language, a standard, one would think, direct v after a humanistic heart. NAFTA knew, pitiable scoffer though he was, that it was a matter not of drawing symbols but of literature as a human impulse, of its spirit, which was spirit itself, the miraculous conjunction of analysis and form. 'Twas it was that awakened the understanding of all things human, that operated to weaken and dissolve silly prejudice and convictions, that brought about the civilizing, elevating, and betterment of the human race. While developed seeks to sensitiveness and refinement, far from tring fanatical, it preached honest doubt, fairness, tolerance. The purifying, healing influence of literature, the dissipating of passions by knowledge and the written word, literature as the path to understanding, forgiveness and love, THC redeeming might of the word, the literary spirit as THC noblest manifestation of the spirit of man, the writer as gifted Taif, as saint, in this high key was Herr Scttcn AB, iogetic pitched. But alas, his antagonist was not struck dumb, on the contrary, he straightway set about with malicious, brilliant criticism to undermine THC humanists' panegyric. He declared himself to the party of conservation and of life, and struck out against the decadent spirit which hid itself behind all that Srafik can't. The marvellous conjunction to which HCRRCFCRRCD, in a voice all quavering with emotion, was nothing but adaptation and juggling, for the form which the literary spirit prided itself on with the principle of examination and was only an apparent, a lying form, no truck, adequate, natural, living form. These SCECU 111 ed reformers of humanity didn't take the words purification and sanctification in their mouths, but what they really meant and intended the emasculation, the phlebotomy of life. Yes, their theory and moving spirit were in violation of life, and he who would destroy passion, that man desired nothing less than pure nothingness, pure, at least, in the sense that pure was the only adjective which could be applied to nothings. It was just here that Herr Settembrini shmved himself for that which HC was, namely, the man of progress, liberalism, and middle-class revolution. For the progress was Perkmilism, the liberal citizen was quite precisely the advocate of nothings and the devil, yes, he denied God, the conservatively and positively absolute, by swearing to the divisive anti-absolute. And yet with his godly pacifism thought himself monstrously pious. But he was anything else than pious, he was a traitor to HFE, before whose stern inquisition and vemgericht he deserved to put to the question, so forth. Thus did NAFTA astutely go ATXUT to turn Herr Settembrini pen the wrong way and represent himself as the incarnation of the cherishing 70 of love, so that it was again impossible to distinguish which side was in the where God and where the devil, where death and W% air life. Our readers will believe us that his antagonist insisted on giving him tit for tat, paying in the NCWCSR mint coin, acceiving in his turn another lust as good, thus the conversation PRCWCCDCD, on the lines laid down. But Hans Castor pretended no longer. Joachim had remarked that he believed he had a feverish cold, and did not quite know what to do about it, as colds were not to go up here. The duelists had hid him no heed, but Hans Castor kept, as we have said, an eye on his cousin, and so got up, in the midst of a ch, relying on Fkik and Wassel to display adequate thirsts for further pedagogic disputation. On the way home he and Joachim agreed that it was best to invoke the official channels in markers like colds and sore throats. In other words, they would ask the bath-in master to sec the oirin, in order that something might be won to relieve the sufferer. It was well done. That very evening, directly after dinner, Adriatica knocked at Joachim's door, Hans Castor being pre*NT, and asked what WCRC the wishes of our HC young officer. Throat? Hoarseness? She refated, what sort of antics are these, young UN, and undertook to pierce him with her eye. It was not Joachim's fault that their glances failed to meet, hers swerved aside. Yet she would continue to try, though experience must have taught her it was not given her to succeed in the undertaking. With the help of a sort of metal shoehorn from her pocket, SHC looked at THC patient's tonsils, Hans Ca Storp standing by with the lamp. Rizm on tiptoes to peer into Joachim's throat, she asked, "Tell me, young UN, do you ever the wrong what could HC answer?" For the moment. While she peered into his THRCNT, nothing, but even after SHC was done, he was at a loss. Naturally, in the course of his life, when eating or drinking he had swallowed the wrong way, but everybody ID the same, and surely that could not be what she meant. He asked why, he could not remember THC last time. It was no matter, SHC said. It had merely occurred to her. He had taken a cold, she added, to the astonishment of the cousins, for colds were in the ordinary way taboo. In any case, it would be seen necessary to have the Hofrat's laryngeal mirror for further examination of the throat. She left some formament, and a bandage with a sheath, to be used for a moist complex during the night. Joachim availed himself of both, finding they gave relief. He continued to use them, but his hoarseness put even worse in the next few days, though the sore throat largely, fever proved imaginary, at least the thermometer gave no more than the usual result, that, namely, which together with the results of the Hofra's examinations kept our ambitious Joachim here for his little after-work, instead of letting him return to the colours. The October tenderness had slipped BV and no man named it, neither the Hofrat nor the cousins themselves. They ICT it pass. In silence, with downcast eyes. From the ding which Behrens dictated at the monthly examinations to the psychically expert assistant sitting at his table, and from the results shown by the photographic eye was all clear that though there had once been a departure, of which the TRST that could be said was that it had been decidedly risky, this time work was nothing for it but iron self-discipline, until such a day as entire immunity might be won, for the fulfilment of the oath and the service of the flatland. Such was the decree with which, one and all, they silently pretend to be in agreement. But THC truth was, neither of our HCQs INS was sure the other believed it. If they did not MCCT each other's eyes, it was because of the doubt boy pairs of eyes sought to hide, and because the eyes had met before. That, of course, often hastened, after the colloquy on RHC subject of Jakra Arc, during which Hans Castor P had first remarked the strand new light and ominous expression in the depths of his cousin's eyes. And Hof 1 CD once at table. Joachim suddenly choked violently, and could scarcely his breath. While he gasped behind his serviette, and his neighbour, Frau Magnus, performed the time-honoured service of slapping on the back, the cousins met, in a way more alarming to Hans Castor P than the incident itself, that being something that might happen to anyone. Then Joachim closed his eyes and left the table, his face covered with his serviette, to cough himself out in the garden. 10 minutes later HC came back, smiling, if rather pale, and with excuses on his lips for THC disturbance. He went on again with his hearty meal, and no one thought afterwards even of wasting a war on so trifling an episode. Some days later, at second breakfast, THC thing occurred again. This time there was no meeting of eyes, at least on the part of the cousins, for Hans Castorp bent over his plate and went on eating without seeing-to-noose. But after the meal they spoke of it, and Joachim FRE his mind on the subject of that damned female who had put the thing in his head with her silly question and somehow or other annoying side. And Joachim, having named it, seemed able to counteract the spell. He was careful at table, and did not choke any more frequently than Urson's not bewitched. Not until 9 or 10 days later did it occur again, where there was simply nothing to be said. Was summoned out of his order to Radamanthus. The Oberon had so arranged it, probably with good sense, since there a laryngeal mirror at hand, it was well to make use of that clever little device for the relief of the obstinate hoarseness or even total lack of voice from which he suffered for hours at a time, and the sore throat, which recurred WHCNCVC. He omitted to keep his throat passages soft by various salivating medicaments. Not to mention, indeed, that though he choked as other tropic do, and no more frequently, this was only by dint of the very greatest care, which hindered him at his and made him lack in finishing. The Hofrat, then, mirrored, reflected, peered deep into Joachim's throat, and when he had done, Joachim went straight to his cousin's balcony to give him THC result. He said, half whispering, as it was the hour for the afternoon cure, that it had been bothersome, and tickled a good deal. Behrens had rambled on about an inflamed condition, and said the throat must be painted every day. They were to begin tomorrow, as the medicament had to be put up. An inflamed condition, then, and it was to be painted. Hans Castorp, his head full of far-reaching associations, having to do for instance with the lame concierge, and that lady who had gone about for a sick holding her ear, and need not have troubled herself, would have liked to puck more questions. But he refrained, inwardly resolving to see the Hofrat privately, and said to Joachim he was glad the trouble was being treated, and that the Hofrat had taken it personally in hand. He was top hole in his line, he would soon put it right. Joachim nodded without looking at him, turned and went into his balcony. What troubled our honor-loving Joachim? In these last days his eyes had grown so shy, so uncertain in their glance. Fräulein von Lunden's efforts had suffered shipwreck only the other day against his mild dark ease, but now had she tried. She might even have succeeded. For Joachim avoided meeting people's eyes, and even when he met them, as he sometimes must notwithstand, for his C10 okayed a gudita H was not greatly the wiser. He sat now in his balcony much cast and tempted to sec the cheek upon the spot, but refrained, for Joachim must have heard him get up, it was theatre to wait, and see Behrens later in the afternoon. That proved impossible. It seemed he simply could not lay eyes on the Hofratissither that evening, or in the course of the 2 following days. It was difficult to prevent Joachim from noticing, but that could not fully account for the fact that Rhadamanthus was not to be brought to bay. Hans Castorp sought and asked for him through the house, was sent here or there where H.C. would be certain to find him, and found only that H.C. had gone. Behrens was present at a meal, indeed, but sat far off ca Storp, at the bad Russian table, and disappeared before the suite. Once or twice, seeing him stand in talk with Krokowski, with the Austrian, with a Patikant, on the stairs or in the Passar, Hans Castorp thought he had him, and only needed to wait. Ut chanceni to turn away his eyes a minute, he iched back to find him varoushed. On the 4th day he succeeded. From his balcony he saw his prey below, giving directions to the gardener, slipped forth of his covers and ran down. H.C. saw the Hofrat's back, as he was paddling in the direction of his own house, set off at a smart pace after him, even took the liberty of calling. But T.H.C. Hofrat paid no HCCD. At last, breathless, he caught up his quarry and brought him to a stand. "What are you doing here?" gmnked the Hofrat, and gled his eyes. "Shall I get an extra special copy of the house rules print for you? SCCMS to me this is the rest period. Your curve and your X-ray don't justify you in playing THC in DFND and gentlemen, so far as I know. I ought to set up Scarecrow to gobble up people who have the cheek to cut down and walk about in the garden at this hour. Herr Hofrat, I absolutely must speak to you for a moment. I've been observing for some days that you thought you had. You've been laying traps for me, as though I were a female and the object of your fashion. What do you want? It is on account of my cousin, Herr Hofrat. Pardon me, he is coming to you to have his throat painted. I feel sure the thing is all NGHT, it is quite harmless, isn't it, if you will pardon my asking? You are always for having everything harmless, Casto, that is the nature of you. You are athletic mixing in matters are not harmless, but you treat them as though they were and think to find favour in the eyes of God and man. You're a bit of Hippenright, Castorp, and a bit of a coward, your cousin puts it euphemistically when he calls you a civilian. That may all be, Herr Hofrat. The weaknesses of my character are beyond question. But that is just the point, at the moment they are not in question. What I've been trying for 3 days to ask you is, that I'll wrap up the dose in jelly for you, isn't that it? You want to badger into abetting your hypocrisy, so that you can sleep in comfort, while other people have to wake and watch and grin and bear it. But, Herr Hofrat, why are you so hard on me? I actually want to, yes, hardness isn't no. Your cousin's a different sort, quite another pair of HC nose. He knew, and KCCPS quicked. Understand? He doesn't go about hanging on to coat tails and asking them to help him pull the wool over his eyes. He knows what he did, and what HC risked, and HC is the kind to bite his teeth together on it. That's the kind of thing a man can do. Unfortunately it isn't in the line of a fascinating vipe like yourself. But I warn you, Castorp, If you are going to give way to your civilian feelings and set up a howl, I'll simply show you the door. What WCNCCD now is a millimeter. You understand? Hans Castorp was silent. Nowadays he turned mottled when he changed colour, being too copper-tinted to grow really ale. At last, with twitching lips, H.C. said, "Thank you, Herr Boffent. I understand now, at least. I feel sure you would not to me so solemnly if it's serious with Joachim. Dislike scenes very much, you do Iniestus there. If the thing requires judgment and discretion, think can as you I shall not are wanting. USCT great store by your cousin, Hans the Hofrat," as suddenly he veined, protruding eyes, under their white eyelashes. "What is there to save, Herr Hofrat? A near relation, and my dear friend and only companion up H.R. Hans Casto and 2 and on e foot out on its as he sto od. Hofrat hastened to let go his hand. "Well, then be as good to him as you can. These next 6 or 8 weeks he just turn ourself loose and free rein to your native harmlessness. 1. Hat will help him, most. I'll be here to help make things comfortable, and the officer and gentleman he is. It's the larynx, it?" Hans Castorp asked, inclining his head in answer. Larynge Behrens assented. "Breaking down fast. The membrane of the trachea looks bad too. Maybe yelling commands in the service set up there. But we must always be ready for such little diversions. Not much hope, my lad, really none at all, I sup, NJSE. Of course, we'll try everything that's good and costs money. THC mother," began Hans Castorp. Later on. No hurry. Use your discretion, and see that SHC comes into the picture AC the right time. And now get back where you belong. He will miss, it can't be pleasant for him to feel Heinwelf discussed behind his back. Daily Joachim went to be painted, in the fine autumn weather. In white flannel trousers and blue blazer, H.C. would come back late from his treatment, neat and military, would enter the dining room, make his little bow, courteous and composed, in excuse of his tardiness, and sit down to his nwoll, which was specially prepared, for he no longer ate the regular food, on account of the danger of choking. He exceived minces and broths. His table mates grasped quickly the state of affairs. They rearmed his ings with unusual warmth, and addressed him as Lieutenant. When he was not there they asked after him of Hans Castorp, and even Poe from the other tables came up to inquire. Frau Stohr wrung her hands, and exhausted herself in vulgar entitions. But Hans Castorp replied only in monosyllables, admitted the seriousness of the affair, yet to a certain extent made too height of it, in the honourable design not to betray his cousin until why daily they took their walks together, thrice covering J.P.R.C. scribe distance, to which the Hofrat bade now strictly lieutenant Joachim, in order to husband his strength. Hans Castorp walked at his cousin's left. Had been used to walk chance, but now he HCLD consistently to the left. THEV did not talk much, uttered the phrases proper to the daily rutific, and little else. On the subject that lay between them there is nothing to say, especially between people of traditional reserve, who scarcely bring themselves to utter each other's first names _ sometimes it did well up insistently in Hans Castorp's civilian breast, though it must out. But it could not, the painful, rebellious feeling sank away again, and he was still. With head Joachim walked beside him. He gazed earthwards, as though looking at the earth. How strange! He walked so comme il faut, so much as H.C. had always been, he greeted people with his wonted courtliness, he set store, as always, by his outward appearance and bienséance, and he belonged to the earth. Well, thither we all cling, soon or late. But so young, with such joyous goodwill to his Seocken service, to belong to the earth so young, is bitter. Bitter, harder to understand, for him who knew and walked beside him than for the devoted one himself, whose knowledge, even though he knew and kept silent, was academic in its nature, was in a way less his own concern than his companions'. It is a fact that a man's dying is more the survivor's affair than his own. Whether he realizes it or not, he illustrates the eco-tenets of the adage, so long as we are, death is not, and when death is present, we are not. In other words, between death and us there no rapport, it is something with which we have nothing to do, and only incidentally the world and nature. And that is why all living creatures can contemplate it with companionship, with indifference, unconcern, with egoistic irresponsibility. Of this state of mind Hans Castorp observed much in his Qs 1n, in these WCCKS, and compached that Joachim, knowing, or did not know, that it was not hard for him to preserve a decorous silence on the subject, for the reason that his inward relation it was, so to speak, merely theoretic. So far as it came into practical consideration with him, it was regulated by a healthy SCNSE of the fitness of things, which made him as little likely to discuss it as he was to talk about other functional indecencies of which we are all aware, by which our life is conditioned, but on the subject of which we yet preserve so they walked and KCPT silence them upon all such unsingly natural concerns. Even the complaints which at first Joachim had so frequently and loudly voiced at missing the Mansvra, and neglecting the service in general, he voiced no more. Vet why, despite all his unconscious bearing, did that sad, shrinking 100k creep back into his gentle eyes? And that flickering glance, over which the Frau Directress, had she tried, might now have triumphed? Was it because he saw how big-eyed and hollow-cheeked he was, for so he was, in these few weeks, much more than during his hulk stay down below, and his bronze skin turned from day to day more brown and leathery? As though circumstances which to Herr Albin were but an opportunity to enjoy the advantages of shame, were to THC young officer a source of chagrin and self-contempt. Before what, before whom, did his once frank and of glance seek toes swerve aside? How strange is this shame of the living Tura that slips away into a corner to die, convinced that he not expect from outward nature any or regard for her suffering and death. Convinced, and rightly, a troop of swallow on exultant wing will give no heed to a maimed comrade, nay, they will even peck him with their beaks. But the example is from the lower reaches of nature. Hans Castorp's heart indeed, his humanly pitying and loving heart, swelled in his breast to set Kai's dark, instinctive shame rise in Joachim's eyes. He walked on his left side expressly, and when there came a little rise to surmount, would help his cousin, who had grown by now unsteady on his feet, would put his arm across his shoulder, overcoming his shyness, would even leave it there while, until Joachim shook it off pettishly and said, "Don't it? I see NKS silly, as if we were drunk, coming along like that." But there came a moment when Hans Castorp saw in a different light the sadness in Joachim's eyes. It was when the latter received the order to key his bed, at the beginning of November. The snow lay deep. By then he found it difficult to eat even the minces and porridge they prepared for him, as every second mouthful went the wrong way. The change to liquid nourishment was indicated, and Behrens sent him to BCD, in order to conserve his strcngth. The evening before, the last evening he was about, Hans Castorp saw him talking to Maruzia. Maruzia of the ready laugh, the Oranges CCNTCD handkerchief, the bosun fair to outward eye. After dinner, during THC social half-hour Hans Castorp came out of the music room to for his cousin, and saw him by the tiled stove, near Maruzia's rocking chair which Joachim held tipped back with his left arm, so Alatzliu looked up in his face from a half-lying posture, with her routh brown eyes, and he bent over her, talking softly and disjointedly. She smiled every now and then, and shrugged her shoulders. Nerve ausserdie ungly. Oxter hastened to withdraw, though H.C. saw that he was not the only one to watch the little scene, unobserved or at least unheeded by Joachim. THC sight shook Hans Castorp more than any scene of failing strength HC had seen all these weeks in his cousin, Jochen in conversation, sunk in conversation, with Marisja, at whose table he had sat so long without exchanging a syllable with HCR, but in reason and honour kept his eyes cast down, and sternly refused to be aware of HCR person or existence, though HC went all mottled whenever SHC was mentioned in his Prusk. Yes, he's a lost man, thought Hans Castorp, and sat down on a cow. In the music room, to give Joachim tune for the song Farewell from now on, Joachim took up the horizontal. Hans Castorp, sitting in his excellent chair, wrote to Louisa Zikmsken. 2 hours earlier rem.rts he added that Joachim had now taken to his bed. The HC had said nothing, but the wish to have his mother by him could be read in his eaves, and Hofrat Behrens agged that it would be well. He put it all with great delicacy. And Louisa Ziemsen, as was not surprising, TCVK the earliest possible train and came to HCR Sun. THRCC davs after the humanely worded letter went off SHC arrived. And Castorp engaged a sleigh and fetched her from THC station in a snowstorm. As THC train drew in, he took care to compose his features, that the mother might not receive a SHRXK, nor on the other hand be lulled by false hopes. How often had such meetings taken place on this platform, how often this arrival in haste, this anguished searching of cures as the Travelker descended from the train. Frau Zikmsen gave the impression that she had run all the way from Hamburg on foot. Flushed of face, she drew Hans Castorp's hand between hers to her breast, and looking at him as though she feared to hear, put her hurried, almost shamefaced quilks. He parried them by thanking her for having come so quickly, saying 5 was splendid to have her, and how delighted Joachim will be. Yes, HC was in bed now, it was too bad, but had to on AC count of the liquid dict, which must naturally weaken him to some extent. If of course, there were other expedients, for instance, artificial nourishment. But SHC would see for herself. She saw, and beside her, Hans Castorp saw too. Up to that moment he had not been fully of the changes the last weeks had made in Joachim. The young have not much eye for such things. But now he looked with THC eyes of THC newly arrived mother, as though he had not seen Joachim for weeks, and realized clearly and distinctly, as doubtless she did TCN, and beyond a doubt Joachim himself clearest of all, chat he was a moribundus. HC took Frau Zikmsken's hand and held it, his own was as glow and waste as his face. And his ears, because of the emaciation, stood out almost disfiguringly. Yet despite this blemish, the one affliction of his young days, and despite the austere expression illness set upon his fgarurks, their manly beauty seemed intensified, lips. Perhaps, THC's small black moustache, looked a shade too full by contrast with the hollow cheek. 2 lengthwise folds had graven themselves in the yellow surface of his brow. His DCCPM, their bony sockets, were larger and more beautiful than ever. Hans Castorp never tired of 1001 at them. For all the distressed and wavering look was GRME, now Joachim Lav in bed, there was only that earlier light in their dark, quiet depths. Yes, there was the ominous look as well. He did not HC took his mother's hand and her welcome. He had nor CVCN smiled her entrance, and THLS mobility of his mien said all. Louisa Zikmsken was a brave soul. She did not dissolve in grief at of her dear son. The almost invisible net that second kept in order her hair was symbolic of her composed MD self-controlled bearing. Phlegmatic, energetic, as they all were on Heath, she took in hand the care of Joachim, spurred on by his appearance to engage all HCR maternal powers in the struggle, and persuaded that if anything could save him, it must be her watchful and devoted care. Not to spare herself, only from a sense of style, did SHC consent to call in Iowa's sister Berta, Alfreda Stylknecht, who came with her little black bag. Frau Ziensen's zeal left her at sea to do, by day or rut, and she had plenty of to stand in the corridor, with her side glass ribbon behind her ear, and KCCP and I to all that went on. She was a prosaic soul, this Protestant sistcr. Once, when she was alone in the room with Hans Castorp the patient, who was not asleep but on his back with open CYCS, she actually made the who would dream should attend the last illness of Sithka review. Hans Castorp, horrified, his fist at her. But she scarcely rasped his meaning. SHC was far from any thought of sparing Ochim's feelings, and matter-of-fact to dream that any onk I cast of all the next of kin could be in Anvdorbre as to the character Amy Isick of this illness. There she said, and held a handkerchief wet with cologne to Joachim's nose, take a comfort, Herr Lieutenant, do. And Africa all, she was right, there could be HTTLC sense, at this hour, in KCCPLNG up the pretence. It was more for the sake of the effect still spoke to her in a brisk, encouraging voice, of his vor two things were unmistakable. First, that Joachim was approaching death in full consciousness, second, HC consent D to his state, and was in harmony himself. Only in the last week, THC end of November, did cardiac weakness show itself. There were hours when HC confused, no longer is his condition, and spoke of an early autumn to the colours, spoke even of the autumn WHJCH he imagined were still go on. Then I was Hofrat Baron ceased to hold out any hope, told the relatives the end was a matter of hours. TBC condition is as regular as it is pathetic, this forgetful, credulous self-deception, that attacks even masculine spirits at the hour when the lethal process nears its culmination. As impersonal, as true to type, as independent of THC individual conscious as the temptation to that overpowers the man benumbed by cold, or the walking in circles of one who has his way. Hans Castorp's grief and concern did nor prevent him from objective observation of these phenomena, nor from making shrewd if baldly expressed remarks upon them in conversation with Nafta and Stambrini, when H.C. ported to them on his cousin's condition. He even drew upon HLMSCLF a rebuke from Setkenbringe, for saying he thought the current conception in error which would have it that a philosophical credulity and belief that all is for the ext is the mark of a sound nature, as pessimism and cynicism are of morbidity. For if this were true, it would not precisely the hopeless final stage that displayed an optimism so abnormally rosy as to mark THC pacting depressionsim by comparison a crass healthy manifestation of life. He was glad at the same time to be able to tell his friends that though Rademan thus gave them no hope, yet the hopelessness was not of the most full character, for H.C. Croftsicht a gentle, painless end, despite Ochim's blooming newt. Idyllic, affair of the heart, my dear Lady Behrens said, and held Louisa Enson's hand in his own too, the size of shovels, looking down at HCR with his goggling, watery, blood-sheer CYCS, I'm tremendously glad it is taking such a gratifying course, and he doesn't need to go through with edema of TFIE glottis or any indignity of that sort. He will be spared a lot of messing the heart is giving out rapidly, lucky for him and for we can do our jury with cam-hor injections and RHC-like, without much chance of drawing teings out. He will sleep a good deal at the end, and his dreams will be pleasant, can promise you that, even if he shouldn't go off in his sleep, still it will be a short sing, he'll scarcely notice, you may rely upon it. It's so in the majority of cases, at bottom, I know what death is, I am an old attainker of his, and try-eve me, he's overrated. Almost nothing to him. Of course, all kinds of beastliness can happen beforehand, but it isn't fair to count those in, they are as living as life itself, and can just as well lead up to a cure. But about death, no one who came back from it could tell young, because we don't realize it. Whaley the experiences of our life. But the beginning and the end, birth and death, we do not experience, they have no subjective character. They fall entirely in the category of objective events, and that's that. Which was the Hofrat zouave of administering consolation? We may hope that the reasonable Frau Ziemsen DRCW comfort therefrom, lose assurances at ICAST, were in a very large degree justified by the event. Joachim, in these days, slept many hours, out of Canis, and probably dreamed of the Ratland and the service and whatever CLSC was pleasant to him to dream. When he roused, and they asked how H.C. felt, H.C. would a little incoherently, yet always that he felt well and happy. This though he had scarcely any pulse, and at the end could no longer feel the hypotonic, his body was insensitive, you might have burned or pinched the flesh, he was past feeling. Great physical changes had taken place since the mother's coming. Shaving had grown burdensome to him. For some 8 or TCN days it had not been done, and he had now a strcmg growth of beard, setting off with a black frame his waxen fat and gentle it was the warrior's beard, the beard of the soldier in the killed, thcy all found it manly and becoming. But because of this beard Joachim had suddenly grown from a stripling to a ripe man, though perhaps not because of it alone. He was living fast, his life whirred away like the mechanism of a watch, he passed at a 110 through stages not granted him in time to reach, and in the cast TP my 20 hours became a grey old man. The cardiac weakness caused facial swelling that gave the effect of strain, and made upon Hans Castorp RHC impression that dying dollar must at the very least be a great effort, though of course Joachim, thanks to various sensory adjustments and a merciful narcosis of the cystatin, was not aware of it. The puffing of the features was nosely about the lips, the inside of the mouth also second dry or semiparal said, making Joachim mumble like an old man, which anno excessively. If he could only, he said thickly, get rid of it he would be quite all right, but it was a cursed nuisance. In what sense he meant the quite all right was not clear, in fact, he showed the typical tendency to ambiguousness, made more than one remark of doubtful or double sense. Seemed to know and YCC not to, once, when it was very evident that a wave of the oncoming dissolution broke over him, H.C. shook his head and said self-pityingly that he felt very bad, he had never FCLT so bad before. After that H.C. became austere, forbidding, even gruff, would not listen to any soothing fictions or pretense, but stared before him and made no reply. Louisa Ziensen had sent for a young man, who, to Hans Castorp as a curate, did not appear in Ed Ruff, but wore bands instead. He had prayed with Joachim RHC patient assumed an official tone and air, and uttered his wishes in the form of short commands. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon he began making a strange continuous movement with his right with the chain bangle on the wrist, passing it across the bedkofka, about the hips, lifting it as he drew it back and toward him, with a raking motion, as though he were gathering something in. At 11 o'clock he died. Alfred Stalknecht was in the core rider, the mother and cousin were alone with him. He had sunk down in the bed, and ordered RHCM to prop up. While with her arm about his shoulders, tried to do so, he said hurriedly that he must write out an application for an extension of his leave and hand it in at once, and even while he said this, the short crossing came to pass, as Hans Castorp, reverently watching in the light of the red-shaded table lamp, quickly perceived. His gaze grew dim, the unconscious tension of THC catches relaxed, the strained and swollen 100k about the lips notably diminished, the tearorty of early manhood visited once more our Joachim's quiet brow, and all was over. Louisa Ziemsen turned sobbing Axvey, it was Hans Castorp who bent over the moveless, breathless form, closed the eyes with the tip of his ring finger, and laid them together on the coverlet. Then he too stood and wept, tears ran down ours checks, like those that had smarted the skin of the English officer of Marines, those clear drops flowing in such bitter abundance every hour of our day all over our world, till in sheer justice we have named the karth we live in after them, that alkaline, salty gland secretion, which is pressed from our system by the nervous stress of acute pain, whether physical or mental. It contained, as Hans Castorp knew, a certain amount of and albumin as the Hofrat Karnk, summoned by Sister Berta. HC had been a half-hour earlier, and given a camphor injection, had scarcely been absent for more than the moment of the short cross in a settee simple. He has it behind him now and lifted stethoscope from Ochim's breast. And he pressed both their hands, nodding his head, standing with them a while by the bed, and looking into Joachim's moveless visage, with the warrior beard. "Crazy you one," he said, jerking his head towards the recumbent form. "Chap. Would force it, you know, of course, that's the way of the service down there, ale force. All compulsion." He joined the service while HC was febrile. He TCR, K.A. life and death chance. Field of honor, you know, slipped away from us, and now he's dead on the field. Honor was the death of, and death, well, you might put it the other way round too. At any rate, he's gone, had the honor to take his leave. A madman, a crazy chap. And he left, tall and stooped, his neck bone very prominent. It had been decided to take Joachim home, and House Berghoff assumed the arrangements, doing all that was necessary or that could add to the dignity or stateliness of the mother, and cousin needed not to lift a finger. By next day Joachim lay in his silk dress shirt, with flowers about him on the coverlet, looking, in the midst of all this white, more beautiful than immediately after death. Every trace of strain WGS gone from the features, they had calmed themselves, growing cold, into a silent purity of form. Dark locks fell upon the yellowish brow, that seemed to have some fine brittle stuff between wax and marble. Through the crisp hair of the beard the lips showed full and curling. An antique helmet old have become this head, as many of THC guests remarked, who came to take last leave of Joachim. Frau Five Tara, as she looked, WCPR with abandon. "A hero, he was a hero," cried she, and demanded that the erotica be played at his grave. "Be quick," hissed Settembrini, at her side. He and Nafta were with her in the room. Greatly moved, with both hands he waved the onlookers toward the bed and summoned them to mourn with him. "Uengiof noto tato simtico, tanto starumabi," said he repugnantly. And Nafta, without looking at him, or relaxing his contained manner, apparently could not refrain from saying, low and ingly, "I am glad to that despite your enthusiasm for freedom and progress, you have some feeling for screous things." Settembrim pocketed THC affront. Perhaps he felt conscious under the circumstances of the moment, of superiority over his own, may even have sought to balance this by the lively expression of his grief, especially when Nafta further presumed on his advantage. While he had it, and sententiously added, "THC mistake you literary MCN make is in thinking that only the spirit makes for virtue. It is ngera, HC truth to say that only where there is no spirit is there true virtue." "Goods," thought Hans Castorp, but that was a Pythian weather afterwards, remark. Mad like that with the lips sna, it quite staggers one, for the moment, as in the afternoon, the metallic coffin arrived. The removal of Joachim to this stately receptacle, decorated with lions' heads and rings, was the sole affair of the man who came along with it, a black-clad functionary of the undertaking establishment which had the immense in hand. He wore a sort of short dress coat, and the wed ring on his plebeian hand had almost grown into the flesh. One inclined to feel that he exhaled an odour of death from his garments, pure prejudice, of course, and groundless. This realist let it be known that all his spiriting had to be done behind the scenes, and a proper and dress parade appearance presented to the surviving relatives. Hans Castorp felt fairly suspicious of the fellow and all his works. He assented to Frau Ziemsen's withdrawal, but was not minded to be used from the scene himself. He stood by and lent a hand, grasping the figure under the shoulders and helping carry it the upon whose coverlet and tasselled cushions Joachim lay ensconced high and solemnly, among candelabra provided by the house. On the next day but one appeared a phenomenon which determined Hans Castorp to take inward leave of that quiet form, to void the feld and leave it to the professional guardian of the amenities, Joachim, whose expression had been so noble and serious, began now to smile in his warrior beard. Hans Castorp did not conceal from himself that this smile had in it the seeds of corruption. He knew in his heart that time was pressing. It was good that the coffer was now to be closed, the lid screwed on, that the hour for removal was at hand. Hans Castorp, laying aside traditional reserve, lightly touched with his the icy forehead of that which once was Joachim, and though conscious still of mistrustful sentiments toward the man behind the scenes, yet submissively followed Louisa Ziemsen from the room. We let the curtain fall, for the last time but one. While it rustles down, let us take our stand in spirit with Hans Castorp on his lonely height, and gaze down with him upon a damp burial ground in the flat land, see the dash of a sword as it rises and falls, hear the word of command rapped out, and 3 salvos, 3 fanatical salutes reverberating over Joachim Ziem's *NS root-pierced grave. Chapter 7 By the ocean of time canon tell, that is to say, narrate, time itself, as succor for its own sake. That would surely be an absurd undertaking. A story which read, lime past, it ran on, the time found onward and so forth, no one in his senses could consider that a narrative. It would be as though one held a single note or chord for a whole hour, and called it music. For narration resembles music in this, that it fills up the time. It fills it in and breaks it up so that there's something to it, anything going on, to yote, with due and mournful piety, those casual phrases of our art Joachim, all echo of which so long ago died away. So long ago, indeed, that we wonder if the reader clear how long ago it was. For time is the medium of narration, as it is the medium of life. Both are inextricably bound up with it, as inextricably as are bodies in space. Similarly, time is the medium of music. Music divides, measures, articulates time, and can shorten it, yet enhance its value, at once. Thus music and narration are alike, in that they can only present themselves as a flowing, as a succession in time, as one thing after another, and both differ from the plastic arts, which are complete in the present, and unrelated to time save as all bodies are, whereas narration, like music, even if it should try to be completely present at any given moment, would need time to do it in. So much is clear. But it is just as clear that we have also a difference to deal with. For the time element in music is single. Into a section of mortal time music pours itself, thereby inexpressibly enhancing and ennobling what it fills. But a narrative must have 2 kinds of time: first, its own, like music, actual time, conditioning its presentation and course, and second, the time of its content, which is relative, so extremely relative that the imaginary time of the narrative can either coincide nearly or completely with the actual, or musical, time, or can be a world away. A PLCCC of music called a 5-minute waltz lasts 5 minutes, and this is its sole relation to the time element. But a narrative which concemed itself with the events of Eve minutes, might, by extraordinary conscientiousness in telling, take up 1,000 rhymes Eve minutes, and even then sccm very short, though long in relation to its imaginary time. On the other hand, the contextual time of a story can shrink its actual time out of all measure. W.C. put it in this way on purpose, in order to suggest another element, an illusory, even, to speak plainly, a morbid element, which is quite definitely a factor in the situation. I am speaking of cases where the story practices a charismatical magic, a temporal distortion of perspective reminding one of certain abnormal and transcendental XF1CNCCS in actual life. We have records of opium dreams in which the dgamka, dung a brick of narcotic sleep, had stretching over a period of 10, 30, 60 years, or even the extreme limit of man's temporal capacity for experience, dreams whose contextual time was enormously greater than their actual or musical time, and in which there obtained an incredible foreshortening of events, the images pressing one upon another with such rapidity that it was as though something been taken away, the spring from Broken walk from the brain of the sleeper. Such is THC description of a hashish cater. Thus, or in some such way as in these sinister dreams, can the narrative go to work with NMC, in some such way can time dealt with in a tale. And if this be so, then it is clear that Timk, while the medium of the narrative, can also become its subject. Therefore, if it is too much to say that one can tell a tale of time, it is none the less true that a desire to tell tale time is not such an absurd idea as it just now seemed. Freely admit that, in bringing up the question as to whether the time can narrate it or not, we have done so only to confess that we had something like that in view in the present work. And if we touched upon the further question, whether our readers were clear how much time had passed since a THC upright Joachim, deceased in the interval, had introduced into the conversation the above quoted phrases ATV, UT music and time, remarks indicating a certain alchemistical heightening of his nature, which, in its goodness and simplicity, was, of its own unaided incapable of any such idex, we should not have been dismayed to hear that they nor clear. We might even have been gratified, on the plain ground that a thorough presenting sympathy with the experiences of our hero is precisely what we wish to arouse, and he, Hans Castor P., was himself not clear the point in question, no, nor had been a very long time, a fact that has conditioned his romantic adventures up here, to an extent which has made of them, in more than one sense, a home romance. How long Joachim had lived here with his cousin, up to the time of his fateful departure, or taken all in all, what had been the date of his going, how long he had been gone, when he had come back, how long Nans Castorp himself had been up here when his cousin returned and then bad time Farkle, long, dismissing Joachim from our calculations, Frau Schochat had Ren absent, how long, since what date, SHC had been back again, for she did kick back, how much mortal time Hans Castorp himself had spent in house at Goth by the time she returned. No one asked him all these questions, and he probably shrank from asking him if they had been put him, he would have tapped his forehead with the ops of his fingers, and most certainly nor have known, a phenomenon as disquieting as his incapacity to answer HCR set Tembrini, that long ago first evening, when the latter had asked him his age. All which may sound ostrous, yet there are conditions under which nothing keeps us from losing account of the passage of time, losing account even of our own age, lacking, as we do, any trace of an inner time organ, and being absolutely incapable of fixing it even with an approach to accuracy by ourselves, without any outward fixed points as guides. There is a case of a party of miners, buried and shut off from every possibility of knowing the passage of day or night, who told their rescuers that they estimated the time they had spent in darkness, flickering tween horror and fear, to be some 3 days. It had actually 10. THC are a high state of might. One would think, have made the time seem longer to them than it actually was, whereas it shrank to less than a third of its ablative length. It would appear, then, that under conditions of bewilderment man is likely to rather than overestimate time. No doubt Hans Castorp, work HC wishful to do so, could without any great trouble have reckoned himself into certainty, lust as the reader can, in case all this vagueness and involvedness are repugnant to his healthy sense. Perhaps our hero himself was not quite comfortable either, though he refused to give himself any trouble to wrestle clear of vagueness and involution and arrive at certainty of how much time had gone over his head since he came up here. His scruple of the, yet sure relevant his want of conscientiousness most flagrant of all not to pay heed to the time. We do not know whether we may count it in his favour that circumstances advantaged his lack of inclination, or raps WC ought to say his disinclination. When Frau Schochat came back, under circumstances very different from those Hans Castorp had imagined, but of that in its place, when she came back, it was THC Advent season again, and the shortest day of the year the ning of winter, astronomic LLY speaking, was at hand. Apart arbitrary time divisions, with reference to the quantity of snow and cold, it had been winter for God knows how long, interrupt, as always all briefly, by burning hot summer days, with a sky of an exaggerated depth of blueness, well nigh shading into black, real summer days, such as Onk often had even in the winter, aside from the snow, and the snow one might also have in the summer. This confusion in the seasons, how often had Hans Castorp discussed it with the departed Joachim? I see robbed the year of its articulation, made it tedious of brief, or briefly tedious, as one chose to put and confined Ainosa of Joachim's disgusted utter answers, to the effect that there was no time up HCRC to speak of, either long or short. THC great confusion played have, K, moreover, with emotional conceptio, or states of consciousness like still and again, and this was one of the very most gruesome, bewildering, uncanny features of the case. Hans Castorp, on his first day up here, had discovered in himself a hankering to dabble in that uncanny, during the 5 mighty meals in the stenciled dine-in, when a first faint giddiness, as quite blameless, had itself felt. Since then, however, the deception upon his and his mind had assumed much larger proportions. Time, however caken the suécuve of it has become, has obécuve reality in that it brings things to pass. It is a question for professional thingers. Hans Castorp, in his youthful arrogance, had one time been led to consider it, whether the hermetically sealed conserve upon shelf is outside of time. We know that time does its work, CVCN upon 7 sleepers. A physician cites a case of a 12-year-old girl, fell asleep and slept 13 years, assuredly SHK did not remain there by a girl, but bloomed into womanhood while she slept. Flo could I be see otherwise, the dead man, is dead, HC has closed his eyes on time. He has plenty of time, or personally speaking, he is timeless. Which docs not prevent his hair and nails from growing, or, all in all, but no, we shall not read at those free and easy expressions used on by Joachim, TCCH Hans Castorp, newly arrived from the flatland, had taken exception. Hans Castorp's hair and nails grew rather fast. He sat very often in the barber's chair in the main street of the Dorf, wrapped in a white sheet, and the barber, chatting obsequiously the while, deftly performed the fringes of his hair, too long behind his ears. First time, then the barber, through our office upon our crow. WHCN he sat there, or when he his nails and grooms stood at the door of his loggia and velvet case, he would THCM, with the accessories from his suddenly overpowered by a mixture of terror and eager joy that made him fairly giddy. And this giddiness was in both senses of the word, rendering our hero not only dazed and dizzy, but flighty and light-headed, incapable of distinguishing twig now and then and prone to mingle these together in a timeless eternity. As we have repeatedly said, we wish to make him out neither better nor worse than he was, accordingly we must that he often tried to atone for his reprehensible indulgence in attacks of mysticism, by virtuously and painstakingly striving to counteract them. HC would sit with his watch open in his hand. His thin gold watch with the engraved monogram on the lid, looking at the porcelain face, the double row of black and red Arabic phi, yours running round it, the 2 thin and delicately curved gaunt hands moving in and out over it, and the little second hand taking busy ticking course round its own small circle. Hans Castorp, watching the second hand, essayed to hold time by the tail, to cling to a NDPSSM he idle hand tree behind, left far behind, approached, and came on to again. It had no feeling for time limits, divisions, or measurements of time. Should it not pause on the 60, or give some small sign that this was the end of one thin dollar and the beginning of the next? But the way it passed over the intervening unmarked strokes showed that all the figures and divisions on its path were beneath it, that it is product of the moved on, and on. Hans Castorp shoved Glasshook works back in his waistcoat pocket, and left time to take care of itself. How make plain to the sober intelligence of the flatland the changes that took place in the inner economy of our young adventurer? The dizzying problem of identities grew grander in its scale. If today's now, even with decent goodwill, was not easy to distinguish from yesterday's, the day before's or the day before that's, which were all as like each other as the same number of peas, was it not also capable of being confused with the now which had been in force a month or a year ago? Was it not also likely to be mingled and rolled round in the course of that other, to blend with it into the always, however one might still differentiate between the ordinary states of consciousness, which we attached to the words still again next thcre, was always the temptation to extend the significance of such descriptive words as tomorrow, yesterday, by which day holds at bay the past and the future. It would not be hard to imagine the existence of creatures, perhaps upon smaller planets than ours, practicing a miniature time economy, in whose brief span the brisk tripping gait of our second hand would possess the tenacious spatial economy of our hand that marks hours. And, contrariwise, one can conceive of a world so spacious that its time system too has a majestic stride, and the distinctions between still in a little yesterday tomorrow are, in its economy, possessed of wholly extended significance. That, we say, would be seen or only conceivable, viewed in the spirit of a tolerant relativity, and in the hghr of an already quoted proverb, might be considered legitimate, sound, and estimable. Yet what shall one say of a son of earth, and of our time, to for whom a day, a week, a month, a semester, ought to play such an important role, and bring so many changes, so much progress in its train, who one day into the vicious habit, or perhaps we should say, yields sometimes to the desire, to save yesterday when he means a year ago, and next when means we must deem him lost and the object of our just concern. There is a state, in our human life, there are certain sccmc surroundings, if one may use that adjective to describe the surroundings we have in mind, within which such a confusion and obliteration of distances in time-space is in a measure justified, and temporary submersion in them, say for the term of a holiday, not reprehensible. Hans Castorp, for his part, could never without the greatest longing think of stroll along the ocean's edge. W.C. know how he loved to have the snowy wastes remind him of his native landscape of broad ocean dunes. W.C. hope the reader's recollections will bear us out when W.C. speak of the joys of that straying. You walk, and will you get home at the right time, for you are of time, and time is vanished. O ocean, far from the we sit and spin our tale, we turn toward thee our thoughts, our ioth, loud and expressly we call on thee, that thou mayst present in the tale we spin, as in secret thou ever wast and shalt be. See a singing solitude, spanned by a sky of palest grey, full of stinging damp that leaves a salty tang upon the lips. We walk along the springy bore, strewn with scorched and tiny mussel shells. Our ears are wrapped atxut by the great mild, ample wind, that comes sweeping untrammeled blandly through space, and gently blunts our senses. We wander, watching tongues of foam lick upward toward our feet and sink back again. The surf is seething, wave after wave, with high, hollow sound, rears up, rebounds, and runs with a silken rustle out over the flat strand, here on thcre1, and more beyond, out on the bar. The dull, sonorous roar closes our cars against all the sounds of the world. O deep content, O wilful bliss of sheer forgetfulness! Let us shut our safe in eternity. No, for RHCRE in the foamy grey-green waste that stretches with uncanny foreshore tending to OSE self in the horizon, look, there is a sail. There, where is there, how far, how far? You cannot tell. Dizzyingly it escafs your measurement. In order to know how far that ship gs from the shore, you would need to know how much room it occupies, as body in space. Is it large and far off, or is it small and near? Your eye grows dim with uncertainty, for in yourself you have no sense organ to help you of rhyme or walk. How long, how far? Who knows? Nothing is charmed by our pacing, There is THC as HCRE, once on a time the same as now, or then, time is drowning in the of space, motion from point to point is no motion more, where for annuity rules, and where motion is no more motion, time is no longer timk. The schoolmen of the Middle Ages would have it that time is an illusion, that its insequence and causality is only the result of a sensory device, and the real existence of things in an abiding present. Was he walking by the sea, the philosopher to whom this Theodolahite first came, walking by the sea, with the faint bitterness of CRCRMTY upon his lips? We must repeat that, as for us, we have been speaking only of the lawful license of a holiday, of fantasies born of lookshore, of which the well-conducted mind wearies as quickly as a vigorous man does of lying in the warm sand. To call into question our human means and powers of reception, to question their validity, would be absurd, dishonourable, arbitrary, if it were done in any other spirit than to set bounds to reason, which SHC may not overstep without incurring the reproach of neglecting her own task. We can only be grateful to a man like H.C.R. Seton, who with pedagogic dogmatism characterized metaphysics as the evil principle to the young, in whose fate W.C. Arkin, tourist, and whom H.C. had once subtly called life's Clark child. We shall best honour the memory of one departed, who was dear to us, if we say plainly that, H.C. meaning, the end and aim of the critical prince I.e. can and may be see thing, the thought of duty, the law of be. Yes, law-giving wisdom, in knocking off the limits of reason, planted precisely at those limits the banner of life, and proclaimed man's soldierly duty to serve under that banner. May we SCTI down on THC credit side of Hans Castorp's account, that HC had strengthened in his vicious time economy, his baleful traffic with eternity, by seeing that all his cousin's zeal, called doggedness by a certain melancholy bluster, had but the more surely brought him to a fatal Mynheer Pieperken, an elderly Dutchman, spent some time at House Berghof, that establishment which, in its prospectus, so correctly described itself as international. Peter Pieperken, such was his name, so he called himself, as for instance, Peter PCC, Cornwall now take unto himself a Hollands gin, was a colonial Dutchman, a man from Java, a coffee planter. His slightly faded nationality is scarcely sufficient ground for introducing him at this late day into our story. God knows we have had racial mixtures a-plenty in the famous cure conducted with such many-tongued efficiency by Herr Hofrat Behrens. There was the Inn princess who had given the Hofrat the extra coe machine and Sphinx cigarettes, a sensational person with cropped hair and bearing fingers yellow with nicotine, who went about, at the main meal of the day, for which SHC made full Parisian toil, in a sack coat and well-pressed trousers, and who scorned the world of men, to lay hot and heavy, though fitful siege to an insignificant little Romanian Jewess called plain Frau Landora, while lawyer paravent for her Royal Highnesses Bemxurneg elected his mathematics and altogether played the fool for love. This princess, in addition to her own colourful personality, had among her little suite a Moorish eunuch, a weak and sickly man, who yet, despite his basic and constitutional lack, upon which Caroline Stoll loved to dwell, clung to life more desperately than most, and was quite inconsolable over the conclusions Hofrat Behrens drew from the transparency they made of his dusky inside. Mynhcc Pieperken, then, compared with such phenomena, might seem well-nigh colourless. And it is true that this part of our story TNI, height, like an earlier chapter, bear the caption anew for pedagogic strife has arrived upon the SCCNC. No, Mynheer Pieperken was not the man to be THC bearer of logical confusion. HC was quite a different man, as we shall see. Yet he brought sore dismay and perplexity upon the hero of our tale, as will shortly be very evident. Mynheer arrived at the Dorf station by the same evening train as Frau Gochat. They drove up in the same sleigh to Haus Berghof, and supped together in the restaurant. Click arrival, in short, was not only coincident but concurrent, and continued in that sense. MYNHCC are taking his plaque beside the returned wanderer at the good Russian table, opposite the doctor's seat, the place had occupied, what time he performed his wild and equivocal antics. The companionship troubled our hands, that it should turn out like this had NCVCR entered his mind. The Hofrat, after his own fashion, had announced the day and hour of Claudia's return. "Sivsai, Castorp, old top," he said, "there's always a reward for faithful waiting. Tomorrow the little puss will be slinking back, I've had a dispatch." But not a word that she might not corn alone. Perhaps he did not know that she and Ptkakin were travelling together, at least. He showed surprise when Hans Castorp, the day after, as much as took him to task. "Don't know myself where she picked him up," he declared. "I take it they met on the return from Pyrenees." "Alas, Pokustokfan." "Tut, my lad, you'll have to put up with it, no use pulling a face. Thick 2s thieves, seems, have even their luggage in common. The man's larded with money, from what I hear. Retired Coffer King, Malayan valet, plutocratic is no word for it. But he hasn't come up here for fun. A catarrhal condition due to alcoholism, and from what I can see he is threatened with tropical fever, malignant, intermittent, you know, protracted, obstinate. You'll have to patient with him. Don't mention it," receded Hans Castorp, loftily. "And war about you," he said to himself. "I wonder what your FCCHNGs are, you didn't come off scot-free either, or I miss my guess, you bluck in the fac widoka, with your oil painting technique. Old dog in the manger. You needn't tell me, so far as Peeperkin is concerned, I'm certain WC companions in misery." "Quaint creature," he continued aloud, and shrugged. "An original, certainly. He's so lean, yet he's robust, that is RHC impression he makes, at least that's the impression I got at breakfast. Lean, and robust, those are the adjectives, I though, HCY aren't commonly used together. He is certainly tall and broad, and likes to stand with his legs apart and his hands in his criscapots, which, I observe, are per in running up and down, not, KC yours and mine and most people's of our class. And when HC stands there and talks, in his guttural Dutch voice, there's something unmistakable robust about him. But he has a sparse whisker, you could almost count the hairs, and his eyes are very small and pale, hardly any colour to them at all. He keeps trying to open them wide, and has made a lot of wrinkles, regular corrugations, that turn up on the temples and run straight across his forehead, and his forehead is high and road, with long wisps of white hair. He wears a clerical waistcoat, but his tailcoat is check. These are the impressions I got this morning." Baron's answered, "Elsek, you've taken his number, you're right, TMJ, for you will have to come to terms with his being here." "Yes, I expect we shall," said Hans Castorp. "We have LCFT to him to DCSCNBC unlooked for guest, and HC has nor come badly off, we could scarcely add anything to the picture. He had a good view, as we know. He had in Claudia's absence moved to the good table, the one where he sat stood parallel with hers, rather farther away from the VM1 door. Both HC and Peeperkin were on the inner and narrow side of their respective tables, and thus, in a way, neighbours, Hans Castorp being slightly in the Dutchman's rear, very advantageously placed to observe as also to 100k at the 3/4 view which Frau Schocha's profile PRCSCNTCD. WC might round out Hans Castorp's description by a few notes, as, that the Dutchman's nose was and fleshy, his mouth large too, and bare of motless tax, the lips of irregular shape, as though chapped. His hands were fairly broad, with long, piquant nails. HC used THCMFRCCLY as he talked, and he talked almost continuously, though Hans Castorp failed to get his drift. Those adequate, compelling, cleanly attitudes of the hands, so varied, so full of subtle nuances, possessed a technique like that of an orchestral conductor. HC would curve forefinger and thumb to a circle, extend RHC palm, that was so broad, with nails so pointed, to hush, to caution, to enjoin attention, and then, having by such means led up to some utter ants, produce an anticlimax by saying something audience not quite grasp. Yet this, perhaps, was less a disappointment than it was a conversion of v into ecstatic mask, for the speaking gesture made good what he did not say, and was of itself alone Vasilov satisfying and diverting. Sometimes, indeed, after leading up to kiss climax, he left it out altogether. He would lay his hand tenderly on the arm of the voting Bulgarian scholar next him, or on Frau Silorkot's on RHC 6CR side, then lift it obliquely for silence, create suspense for what HC was about to say, ding high his brows, so that the HNES running upwards from the outer corners of his eyes were deepened like those on a mask. He would look down on the cloth before his neighbour's place, and from his thick, distorted lips words of the highest import seemed about to issue. Then, after more pause, he would breathe an outward breath, give up the struggle, as though to say as vow and return undelivered to his coffee, which was served to him of extra strength. In his own after the draught he would prosect thus, choking off with one hand the conversation, mark in a silence round him, as a conductor hushes the confused sounds o' tuning instruments and collects his orchestra to begin a number, for could anything resist that Gulkid, with its aureole of white hair, and its pallid eyes, the great folds of the brows, the long whisker and shaven raw upper lip. They were silent, they looked at and smiled, they waited, anticipatorily nodding. He spoke. In rather a low voice HC said, "Ladies and gentlemen." "Very well. Very well indeed. Very settled. But will you keep in mind, and, not for one moment, lose sight of fact, but no more. On this point not another word. It is incumbent upon me to say is not so much, it is in RHC first place why this. It is our duty, we lie under a solemn, an inviolable oath. No, ladies and gentlemen. It was not thus chat I, how mistaken to imagine that I, quite right, ladies and gentlemen. Did. Let us drop the subject. I feel we understand each other, and now, to THC point. HC had said absolutely nothing. But look, manner, and gestures were so PCRFCRVLD, pregnant, all, even Hans CA Storp, were convinced THCY had heard something of high moment, or, TF aware of the total lack of matter and sequence in the FCH, certainly never it. We wonder how it might appear to a deaf perhaps the of what he saw would him draw an altogether wrong conclusion as to what he might have heard but for his infirmity, and cause him to suffer accordingly. Such people incline to mistrust and bitkinks. On the other hand, a young Chinaman at the other end of the table, who possessed a little of the language to understand what had been said, but had yet assiduously listened and ked, clap fi his hands and called out, "'Tis Ben, TTESBN. Andman here came to the FM, int." HC drew self up, swelled his broad chest, buttoned the check frock coat of THC clerical waistcoaty. The pose of his white head was regal. He beckoned to a dining-room girl, it was the Dwar 7, and though busily engaged, she at once obeyed his weighty summons and stood, milk jug and coffee in hand, by his chair. She felt drawn to look at him with an ingratiating smile on her large, old face. She too was rapt by the pallid gaze beneath THCDCCP wrinkled BRTM, by the lifted hand, whose thumb and forefinger were joined in an O, while the other three with their Lansoe nails stood stiffy ut my child sigh he, very well. VCRYWCLL indict, very. You are small, what is that to me on the contrary? I find it a positive good, I thank God, that you are as you are, thank God you are so small and full of character. What I want of you is also small and full of character. But in the first place, what is your name? She said, smiling dollar and stammering, that her name was Emran Shiar. Splendid, cried, throwing himself back in his chair and stretching out his arm toward her. He cried it in the tone of one who would say wonderful. Is not everything wonder, my child? He went on, with a perfectly serious face, almost sternly, you surpass all TNY expectations. Emran Shiar. You utter it so modestly, you're taken with your person, it holds out such boundless abilities. Beautiful. Worth dwelling upon, within the depths of one's, in order to understand me, my child, as a term of endearment, the pet name. It might be Renshiar. Nuff Emchen would equally warm and fortify THC heart, in short, the moment, I will abide by then, my child, attend. A little bread, my love. But hold. Let no misunderstanding cook between us, for in your somewhat over life-size face I seem to read, bread, Renskn, bread, YCT not baker's bread, of which in Kai's place we have enough and to spare, in all conceivable fonds. Not corn that is baked, MV Angel, but corn that is burnt, in other words, distilled. Bread, oi God, bread of sunshine, little FRT name, bread for the laving of man's weary spirit, but I still have misgivings, whether the sense of this word, I would even consider substituting for it another, the beautiful word cordial, if here we did not encounter a new danger, that it might be understood in the ordinary thoughtless SCNSE, no more, a Shiar. Settled. Told, and out of the question. Rather would I, in consideration of the debt of honour I acknowledge, write cordially to rejoice your characteristic smallness, a gram. Love, and hastus chick damer, emergency are. Bring MC on Kurgnkva, Sir Repcat the dwarf, and spun 3 times round on herself, Sakini a plaque for her jugs. Which she finally deposited on Hans Castorp's table, quite near him, obviously not wishing to burden Herr Pay Plusican with the same. She put wings to her feet, and he soon his desire. The little was so full that the bread overflowed and the plate. He took the grain distillation between thumb and middle, and held it toward the height. Peter Pekkakan he declare will now take unto Lumsagel a glass of Hollands. He ought to chew the liquid somewhat, then swallowed it down, ND now HC said, 100k on you all with NCWIs. He lifted Frau Schochat's hand from the cloth, carried it to his lips and laid it back, letting his own rest for some while upon it. An odd man, and of great personal weight, though incoherent. The population of the Burgoth were enthusiastic over him. Was reported that HC had only lately retired from his colonial interests and transferred them to the continent. He was said to have magnificent house at THC Hague, and another Ushkvkning. Frau Stoll called him a money magnate, the unhappy woman meant magnate, and indicated the string of pearls Frau Schochat had worn in the evening since her return to the Burgoth underscore these pearls. Frau Stoll was scarce a token of affection from the Trans-Caucasian husband, more likely they came out of the common travelling trunk. She winked and irked her head in the shin of Hans Castorp, whose discomfiture she parroted with HCR mouth drawn down. No, illness and affliction had had no to refine Caroline Stoller, her jeers over the young man's disappointment positively went beyond bounds. He preserved his composure, and corrected her blunder, not unadroitly. It was magnate, not magnet she had meant to say, he told HCR. Money magnate. But magnet was not so bad after all, certainly Herr Birken had a good deal that was attractive about him. The schoolmistress, Fräulein Engelart, with a wry smile, flushing dully, but not looking at him as SHC spoke, asked how he liked THCNCW guest. He replzed, quite calmly, that he found Mynheer Piepkeken a blurred personality, that is, undoubtedly, though blurred. The precision of the characterization showed objectivity and poise. It dislodged the schoolmistress from her Ferdinand Wassel, too, madcableek reference to the unexpected circumstances of Frau Schochat's return, and got from Hans Castorp proof that a may be CVCRY wit as telling and uncut vocal as the articulate word. "You paltry wretch," said the stare with which Hans Castorp measured the Mannheimer, said it without the shadow of a doubt of its meaning. Wassel understood that ICN 3K, and kitted it up. CVCN nodded and showed his bad TCCTH, but from that time forward he ceased to carry overcoat, when they went their walks with Nafta, Settembrini, and Ferge. But dear MC, Hans Castorp could carry his own coat, couldn't he, and much preferred to. He had only ICT the creature take it now and then out of sheer good feeling. However, THCRC was no doubt gravity in the circle cancer that Hans Castorp was hard hit by the wholly unforeseen circumstance, which frustrated all that he had cherished against the return of his carnival partner. It would be putting it better to say that had Ren dread nugatory all his hopes, that, precisely, was the mortifying his DCNS had been centre of the most discreet and delicate, HC had me and not clumsy or abrupt. HC would not even fetch her from the stown. What a mercy, indeed, he had not thought of doing so. Uncertain whether a woman, upon whom Ilnx had conferred such degree of freedom, uncertain whether she would see VCN admit the fantastic adventures of a dram dreamed on carnival night, in a foreign tongue to boot. Whether she would even wish in the first instance to be reminded of them. No, there would be no exigence, no clumsy pressing of claims. Admitted that his relations with the slant-eved sufferer went beyond the limits prescribed by the traditions of the Occident, the uttermost formality of civilization, even for the moment apparent forgetfulness, was indicated as the suitable procedure respectful gring from table to table, on, v. that. For the time. No more. A knurtle approach as occasion indicated, and cas of inquiry after RHC heel o the traveller. The actual meeting would follow in good time, a reward for chivalrous all this feeling, now, had become null and void, Hans C.A. Storp's conduct being deprived of choice, and therewith of merit. The presence of Mynheer Peeperkin effectively disposed of any tactics save utter aloofness. On the evening of the Storp had seen from Loge the sleigh up the drive. On the box next the coachman sat the Malavan valet, a vello little man with a fur collar row his overcoat. And a bowler hat. At the back, his hat over his brows, sat the stranger, beside Claudia. That knee-height Hans cast a little sleep. Next morning he heard for asing the name OTC mysterious new arrival, heard likewise that the two roofcookers occupied neighbouring suites on the first floor. He was Carly at breakfast, and saw in his place erect but pale, awaiting chase slamming of the glass door. It did not come. Claudia's entrance was noiseless, for closed the door behind her, tall and broad, his white hair bearing above his lofty brow, he followed the familiar gliding tread of his companion, as with head stuck out before HC slipped to her chair. Yes, she was unchanged. Regardless of his programme, Hans Castorp devoured her, with loose sleep-weary eyes. There was the red blonde hair, no more elaborately dressed than of yore, wound in the simple braid her head. There were the prayer W.Wolf's eyes, the rounding neck, the lips that seemed fuller than they actually were, thanks to THC prominent cheekbones, which gave THC checks that exquisite flat or slightly concave look. Claudia. He thou'd dollar height, and thrilled. He fixed his eyes on the unexpected guest, not without a toss of the head for the splendid mask-like impression the person made, not without summoning a snicker of pretensions which, however justified by present possession, were invalidated bv the past, by certain very definite events in the past, for instance in the field of amateur portraiture. Hans Castorp KNCW, for had not those events visited himself with justifiable pangs? Even her way of aiming, before she sat down, to present herself, as it were, to THC room, SHC had as of yore. Mynheer Peeperkin assisted at the little ceremony, standing behind her while it took place, and seating heightened self at Claudia's side. As for that courtly salute from table to table, nothing can of it. Claudia says, when she presented herself, had passed over Hans Castorp's person and his whole vicinity, and rested upon RHC far corner of the room. At THC next meal it was the same. And the more meals passed without any response to his gaze than this blank and indifferent passing over, the more impracticable the project of the courtly salute. After supper the two travelling companions sat in the small salon, on the sofa together, surrounded by their table-mates, and Peeperkin, his magnificent visage flaming against the flashing white of hair and beard, drank out the Bordeaux red wine he had ordered at table. At each of the main meals he drank 1, or 2.5 bottles, in addition to the bread which he took even at early breakfast. Obviously the system of this kingly stood in more than common need of moistening. He took in fluid likewise in the form of extra strong coffee, many times a day, drinking it out of a large cup, after dinner, or rather, he drank it during dinner. Along the wine and coffee, Hans Castorp heard him say, work good for fever, quite aside from their cordial and refreshing properties, very good against the intermittent tropical fever which had kept him in bed for several hours the second day after he arrived. The Hofrat called it quartan fever. It took the Dutchman about every fourth day, first with a chill, then with a fever, then with a mighty sweat. He was said to have also an inflamed spleen, from the same cause. Ving et un a little time past, some 3 or 4 weeks, this on our own reckoning, since on Hans Castorp's we cannot depend. They brought no great change. On our hero's part they witnessed an abiding scorn of the unforeseen circumstances which kept him in undeserved exile, in particular, that circumstance which called itself Peter Peeperkin, when it took unto Erskine a glass of gin, the disturbing presence of that kingly, incocketed man, which upset Hans Castorp far more than had the presence of the organ grinder in the old days. His brows took on 2 querulous vertical wrinkles, and 5 times daily he contracted them as he sat and looked at the returned traveller, glad despite himself to be able to look at her, and at the high and my Irvizans sitting there all you knows or what a poor light past events sd on his percent on evening the social hour happened to be livelier than usual, which it might be at any time without is facile cause. A Hungarian student played spirited gypsy waltzes on his fiddle, and coughed barons, who chanced to be present for quarter hour with Dr. Krokowskill, got somebody to play the melody of the Pilgrim's Chorus on the bass notes of the piano, while he himself operated in a skipping movement with a brush over THCTRCBLC, and parodied the violin counterpoint. Everybody laughed, and the Hofrat, quitting violent approval of his own sprightly forming, with timid applause, the gaiety prolonged itself. THCRC was more music. Pkopok sat down with drinks beside them to dominoes and brids, trifled with the optical instruments, or stood in groups out. Even the Russian circle mingled with THC others in hall and music room. Mensa Piaxacom was to be seen or THCM, or Rathka. He could not but be seen, wherever he was, Lou's kingly head towering high above any scene, and dwarfing it by the sheer weight and majesty of his person. Those who stood about him, drawn first by the reports of the man's wealth, soon hung absorbed his personality, forgetful of all else. They stood laughing and nodding, spellbound by the pallid eye, by the brow's mighty folds, by the compulsion of the gestures long-nailed hands performed. And never, for one moment, were conscious of any lack in his incoherent, rhapsodic, literary remarks. If we look about for our friend Hans Castorp, we shall find him in the reading and writing where once, but that once is vague, not the teller nor the reader of this stuff, nor yet its herm being any longer clear the degree of it, once-ness, where once HC had achieved certain very important communications touching the history of human progress. It was quiet here, only 2 or 3 other persons shared his retreat. At one of the double tables, under the electric light, a man was writing, and a lady with 2 pairs of glasses on her nose sat by the bookshelves and turned over the leaves of an illustrated magazine. Hans C.A. Storp sat near the open door to the music room, with his back to the portieres, on a chair that happened to be standing there, a plush-covered chair in Renaissance style, with a high straight back, and no arms. He held a newspaper as though to read it, but instead was listening with his head on side to the snatches of music and talk from the next room. His brows were dark, his thoughts seemed not on harmonies TRNT, but rather on the thorny path of his present disillusionment. Bitter was the weird of our young man, who had out the long waiting only to be gulled at the end. Indeed, he seemed not far from a sudden determination to fling his upon THC chair HC sat in, to escape by the hall door and exchange the empty gaieties of the salon for the frosty solitude of his balcony, and the society of his Maria. "And your cousin, monsieur?" voice suddenly asked above and behind his shoulder. It was a voice enchanting to his ear. It seemed his senses had been expressly contrived to perceive its sweet and bitter huskiness as the very sight and somnut of earthly harmonies. It was the voice that once had said to him, "Certainly, but be careful nor to break it," a compelling, fateful voice. And if H.C. Cartwright, it had asked him about Joachim. Slowly he iced his newspaper fall, and turned his back up a little, so that crown of his head came against the straight back of his chair. He even closed his eyes, but quickly them, and gazed somewhere into space. The expression on the poor white's face was well nigh that of a sleepwalker, or clairvoyant. He wished she might ask again, but she did not. He was not even sure she still behind him, when, after all, had pause, so tardily and with scarce audible voice he answered, "He dead. He went below row the service, and he died." He realized that this dead was the first to fall between them, likewise, simultaneously, that SHC was not circ of expaxron herself in his tongue, and chose short and easy phrases to do /in. Still standing behind and above him, she said, "Oh, woe, alas! That is too bad. Quite dead and buried? Since some time ago. His came and took him back with her. HC had grown a beard, a soldier's beard. They fired 3 over his grave. He deserved them. He was a very young man. Far better than most other people, than some others one knows. Yes, he was good and brave. Rhadamanthus always talked about, but his body would have it otherwise. Rebellio cans, the Jesuits can it. HC always SC stalk by his body, in the sense. However, his body thought otherwise, and snapped its fingers at doggedness. But it is more moral to lose your life than to save it. Monsieur is still the philosophizing fainéant, I see. But Rhadamanthus, who is that? Behrens. That is Settembrine's name for him. Ah, Settembrine. Him I know. That Italian whom I did not like. He was not Bourman. HC had arrogance. The voice dwelt o'er the word human, dreamily, fanatically, and accented arrogance on the final syllable. He is no longer here? And I am so stupid, I do not know what is Rhadamanthus. A humanistic illusion. Has moved away. We've philosophized a lot of late, he and I and Naphtha. Who is Naphtha? Is his Ezeri. If he is, then I would gladly make his acquaintance. Did I not tell you your cousin would die if he went down to Beer? And Hans Castorp answered as he had vowed and dreamed, too, as Sit HC said. What are you thinking of? She asked him. There was a long pause. HC did not retract. He waited, with the crown of his head pressed against the chair back, and his gaze half tranced, to hear her voice again, and again he was not sure she was still there, again HC was afraid the broken music might have drowned her departing footsteps. At last it came again, and Monsieur did not go down to his cousin's funeral. He replied, "No, I bade him adieu up here, before they shut him away," when H.C. had begun to smile in his beard. His brow was cold. "Tu des morts sans froid dollar?" Again. What a way is that to address a lady whom one hardly knows? Must I know, but you were here all the I waited. Waited, for what? For thee. A laugh came from above him, a word that sounded like mad for me. How absurd it is, isnet or I and pas les oh, yes, barons would have, once, he was furious. But it would have been folly. I have not only the old scars that kick from my school days, but the fresh places that give me my fever. Still fever. Yes, still, a little, or nearly always. It is intermittent. But not an intermittent fever. Disillusions? He was silent. He still gazed somnambulantly, but his brows were gathered. After a while he asked, "Et toi as are you it?" A hand struck the back of the chair. "Tu sais tu toya. Mais say you en Sauvage. Where have I been?" "All over. In Moscow," the voice pronounced I Moscow, in some baths, in Spain." "Oh, in Spam. Did you like it?" "So. The travelling is bad. The people are half Moorish. Castile is bare and stark. The Krcmhn is finker than that castle or monastery, or whatever it is, at Thc foot of the mountains, yes, the Escurixle. Yes, Philip's castle. An inhuman place. Preferred the dancing in Catalonia, the dollar adma to bagpipes. Moi, faidcnse rusim while they take each archer's hands and dance in a ring, the whole square is full of dancing people. Charmant. That is boo, man. I bought a kirtle blue cap. Such as all the men and boys of the people wear down there, almost like a FCZ, THC boina. I shall wear it in the rest cure, and other places, craps. Monseigneur shall judge if it becomes what Monsieur, sitting here in this chair. Not Mynheer Peeperkin. He has already pronounced judgment. He says I charm. HC said that, all of it. Did HC really finish the sentence, so it could understood? Ah. It seems Monsieur is out of Monsieur would be spiteful, cutting. He would laugh at Gopuk who are much greater and better, and, more, man than and his me bavada ia medi trainee, son may agree grand, put together. But I cannot listen. Have you my X-ray a tray? He interrupted, crestfallen. She laughed. Il must look it out. I carry yours here. And on my bedside table I have a little. He did not fin a. Before him stood Puckberken. He had searched for his travelling companion, entered through the portieres and stood in front of Hans Castorp's chair, behind which he saw her talking, stood like a tower, so close to Hans Castorp as to mask the latter from his trance, and make him realize that it was in place to get up and be manly. But they were so close he had to slide sidewise from his seat, and then RHC3 in a triangle, the centre of which was the chair. Frau Schochat complied with the requirements of the civilized West, by presenting the gentleman to each other, Hans ca Storp to Peeperkin as an acquaintance of a former stay. So yours to account for Herr Pseperkin. She gave his name. The Dutchman bcnt a look upon the young man, out of his colourless eyes, beneath the astonishing arabesque of wrinkles that made his face so like an old idol's, gave him a 100k, and put out his hand, which was freckled on the back, and would have looked like a SCA captain's, Hans Castorp thought, but for the lanceolate fingernails. For THC first time, he stood under THC immediate in 6 wink of Peeperkin's impressive personality. Personality was the word that always occurred to one in reference to this one, knew straightway that this was a personality, The more one saw of him, the more Conk was convinced that a personality must 100k not otherwise than as he did, and his unstable youth felt the weight of this broad-shouldered, red-faced man in the 60s, with his aureole of white hair, his cracked lips and the chin whisker that strayed long and scanty over the clerical waistcoat. Peepkin's manner was courtesy itself. "My dear Sir," H.C. said, with the greatest of pleasure. "Don't mention it. I am entirely your man. In making your acquaintance, I distinctly feel, as a young man, you inspire me with confidence. I like you. I don't McTion it. Settled, sir, settled. You suit me." What could Hans Castorp do? Perkins' gestures were conlusive, peremptory. H.C. liked Hans Castorp. It was SCTRLED. And his satisfaction gave Peepkin an idea, which he indicated by means of speaking gesture. His fair companion, corning to the rescue, H, rated and made it vocal. "My child," he said. "Very well. Very well indeed. Very. But how would it be, pray, under me? Our life here is brief. Our to do it justice is but, these are facts, child. Laws. Inexorable. In short, my child." In short and in brief, he in an impressive attitude, which suggested that he would defer to mother's judgment but disclaim responsibility if, despite his warning, an error were committed. Frau Schochat was obviously skilled in interpreting his half-uttered wishes. She said, "Why not? We might remain down a little ion, make perhaps, and a bottle of wine together." She turned to Ans Castorp. "Make haste. Why are thou waiting? We must have company, we three are nor enough. Who is still in the salon? Ask anyone who is there, fetch some of your friends down from their balconies. We will ask Dr. Ting Fu from our table." Peepkin rubbed his hand. "Yes. Very good," he said. "Absolutely. Capital. Do as you are bid, young man, make haste. Let us make a little company, play, and car and drink. Let us feel that, settled, young man." Absolute LV. Hans Castorp took the lift to the second story. He knocked at Ferg's door, who in his turn fetched Wassel and Herr Albin from their chairs in the main RCST hall like a paravan, and the Magnus couple were still in the hall, Frau Stohr and the Kleefeld in the salon. A large table was set up under the centre chandelier, chairs and serving tables put about. Mynheer Courts usually greeted each guest as he appeared, with a glance of the pallid eyes and a lift of the mask-like brows. They sat down, 12 together, Hans Castorp between his kingly host and Kvdia Schochat. Cards and counters were produced. They decided on some rounds of Ving et U. Peepkin summoned the dwarf and in his most impressive manner ordered wine, white gay bliss of 3 bottles for a start, and dessert. Whatever pâtisseries and dried fruits were to be had. He rubbed his hands in high glee as the good things came in, and communicated his sentiments in broken phrases which were none the less entirely successful. At least in THC direction of establishing his personality. He laid both hands his neighbour's arm, then raised his long forefinger with the H-int nail, and claimed and received the admiration of the table for the splendid golden colour of the wine in the rum mers, for the sugar that sweated from THC Malaga grapes, for a certain sort of little salt and poppy seed pretzel. These, H.C. declared, were divine, and with an imperious gesture nipped in THC bud any pshabuk protest against the strength of his adjective. He had taken charge of the bank at first, but soon turned it over to Herr Albin, and was understood to say that the charge of it hindered his fetid enjoyment. The gambling was to him quite evidently a minor consideration. The stakes were very low, a mere trifle in his view, thou the bidding, at his suggestion, at 50p, a considerable sum to most of those present. Lawyer Vaunten D.F. Rousto Hour went white and red by turns, The latter suffered pangs of indecision when called on to decide whether it was too high for her to buy at 18. SHC squealed aloud when Herr Albin with chill routine dealt her cards so high as to confound her hopes over and over. Seppican laughed heartily. "Squeal away, madam, squeal away," said he. "It sounds shrill and full of life, it wells up from depths. Drink, madam, drink and refresh yourself for NCW efforts." He filled her glass, also his neighbour's and his own, ordered 3 more bottles, and clicked glasses with Was and L and Frau Magnus the inly wasted one, they too seeming to stand in most need of enlivenment. Faces flushed more and more, from THC effects of the truly Maravenous wine. Only Dr. Ting Fu's remained unchangingly yellow, with jet-black slits of eyes. He staked very high, with his little surplus ed giggle, and was shamelessly lucky. Lawyer Paravant, his ear a swim, challenged fate by putting 10 francs on an moderately hopeful opening card bought until he was pale in the face. And then won twice his money back, for Herr Albin had rashly doubled on the strength of an ace he received. Not the persons involved felt the sake of these even 5, the whole circle shared the shattering effect. Even Herr Albin, whose sang-froid outdid the croupiers of Monte Carlo, where, according to him, he was an old habitué, now scarcely mastered his excitement. Hans Castor plagued high, so did Frau Stoer and the Kleefeld, Frau Schochat as WCLL. The went the rounds, Lake Chemin de Fer, my aunt, your aunt, and the perilous d'irance. There were outbursts of jubilation and despair, explosions of rage, attacks of hysterical laughter, all due to the reaction of this unlawful pleasure upon their nerves, and all perfectly serious and genuine. The chances and changes of life itself would have called up in them no other reaction. But it was not solely, or even chiefly, the play and the wine that made the little circle so TCNSC, that flushed their cheeks and opened their eyes so wide, or evoked such breathless excitement, such almost painful concentration on the moment's business. It was rather the effect of a commanding nature in their midst, a personality. It was Mynheer Peeperkom who held THC Gathting in the hollow of his mobile gesturing hand, and enforced it, the spectacle of his countenance, by his fnillid gaze beneath the monumental creases of his brow, by his words, and his calming pantomime, to take the mood of the hour. No Antarctica what said, it was highly incomprehensible, and the more so the more Wink HC drank. Vet they hung on his lips, they could not tack, Sir eyes from the little round made by his finger and thumb, with the pointed nails stiffly erect beside it, or from the majestic, speaking face, they utter, why succumb to feelings which for self-forgetfulness and intensity far exceeded the accustomed of these people. The tribute THEV paid was much for some of them. Frau Magnus, at least, felt very threatened to faint, but stoutly refused to retire, and contented herself with the chaise longue, where she lay a while with a wet napkin over her forehead, and then rejoined the group at the table. Peeperkom put down her plight alack of he expressed himself in this sense, with impects of disjointedness, forefinger aloft. Payer must nourish themselves properly, he gave them to understand in order to do to manifold claims. And he ordered sustenance for the company, platters of cold meat, joint and roast, tongue radishes, butter balls, dishes of delectables, all garnished wit and arsely, gay as flower beds. They found a welcome, despite the patel, consumed which, it was superfluous to tell the reader, had lacked nothing heartiness. But Mynheer Peeper after a few bites, dismissed the whole as kickshaws dismissed them with a scorn which gave dismaying evidence of the uncertain temper of this lordly he Cole. Eric turned upon one of the company who tried to defend the collation. He with rage, struck the table WLTH his fist, and cursed the for garbage, fit for the dustbin. This reduced the offender to silence, for certainly Peeperkom, as host and dispenser of the good cheer, might find fault with its quality if HCCHOSE. But his rage, however disproportionate, became him magnificently. Hans Castor saw that. It did not misrepresent or render him petty, it reti his incognito, which no one in THC group have had THC heart to cont with THC nuck stirk of wine HC had drunk, to so royal a pitch that they all with one accord agreed, and took not another bite of the offending viands. Frau Schochat set to work to mollify her companion's mood. She stroked his great sea captain's hand, as it rested on the cloth after the blow had struck, and said cajolingly that they might order something CLSC, a hot dish, perhaps, if the chef could be won over. Very good, my child, Burcom said, assuaged. And passed, without abating his dignity, iron. A full torrent of wrath to a state of appeasement, as he took Claudia's hand and kissed it. He ordered omelets for himself and the company, for cac person fine large omelette mx fines herbies, to HCLP them do justice to the demands life made on them. And accompanied the order with 100 franc nor as a sweetener for the staff. His placidity was fully restored by the appearance of the steaming dishes, with their burden of canary yellow besprent with green, which dispersed a mild warm fragrance of eggs and butter upon RHC air. THCY fell to with Psipkakan, who ATC and persigged over the enjoyment, with broken words and compelling gesture enjoining upon everybody a fervid appreciation of these gifts of God. He ordered Hollands all round to go with the omelets. The Tranvent liquor gave out a healthy grain odour, mingled with just the faintest whiff of juniper, and Peeperkin laid them all to drink it reverently. Hans Castorp smoked, Frau Schochat as well, the latter Russian cigarks with a mouthpiece, from a lacquered with a troika going full speed on the lid, which lay to hand on THC table before her. Peeperkin made no objection to his neighbour's enjoyment, but did not smoke himself, he NCVCR had done so. If they unca him aright, he considered the use of tobacco one of those over-refined enjoyments the cultivation of which robbed of their majesty the simpler pleasures of life, those gifts and claims to which our power of feeling was even at best scarcely equal. Young he to Hans cast OT, holding him by the power of his pale eye-developed gesture, the sim, Holly. Good, you understand a bottle of wine, steaming dish of eggs, pure grain spirit, I see us absorb such things as these, exhaust them, satisfy their claims, before we, post sir. Not a word. Have known and women, cocaine eaters, hashish smokers, morphine takers, my dear friend, very good. Very good indeed. VCRY. LCT them. We cannot judge, or condemn. But THC simple, the great, the primeval gifts of God, to them they were unequal in the first place. Set fed, my friend. Condemned, rejected. Could not respond. Your name, young man? Good. IKNCW it, but I had forgotten. Not in cocaine, not in opium, not in as such does THC viciousness lie. The unpardonable, the unpardonable, sin, he paused. Tall and broad, he bent toward his neighbour. Aust and maintained a marvellously expressive silence. His forefinger was his mouth, a broken HNE beneath the bare, red upper lip, which was somewhat raw from the razor. The horizontal folds of his bald forehead rose to meet the white aureole of his hair, the small pale eyes stared wide, and Hans Castorp aimed to read in THCM some flicker of horror at the crime, the treat transgression, the unforgivable sin, which seeking to stood THCRC now, charming the silence with all the force of commanding though incoherent personality. Hans Castorp hoted a horror, vet with some exshing of arsenal kind, something that touched the kingly creature near, ear, perhaps, but not of any mean or narrow sort, that was very panic fic grown up momentarily in the eyes. Hans Castorp, the ground he had for hostile misinterpretation of Frau Schochat's majestic friend, was by nature tck respectful not to eel shocked at the revelation. HC cast down his eyes, and nodded, to give his neighbour the satisfaction of being you are quite right he said. It might easily be a sin, and sign of impotence, to indulge in the refinements of life, at the same time being inadequate to its great, simple, sacred gifts. If I understood you aright, Herr Pieper, that was your meaning. And though I hadn't thought of it in that light, may say that agree with you, now that you McIntyre it. It probably happens seldom enough that these sound and simple gifts of life have real justice done chemistry. The majority of human beings are too heedless, too corrupt, worn out inwardly to give them their due, I feel sure of that. THC Mighty One was immensely pleased. Young man, he said, positively. Will permit me, not word. I leg you to drink with, arm in arm. I do not, at this moment, propose to you the brotherly thou, I was out to do so, but it would no doubt be precipitate. Somewhat. In the near future, however. Depend upon it. Or, if you insist upon the present, H. demurred. Excellent, young man. Impotent, very good. Very. Gives one the shivers. Corrupt, VCRY go qui too. Gifts, not so grod, claims better, the holy, the feminine claims life makes upon manly honor and strength. Hans Castorp was suddenly driven to realize that Pieperken was very drunk. Still, his drunkenness was not debasing, there was no loss of dignity, rather it combined with the nobility of his Narok to produce an immense and awe-inspiring $CFCCT. Bacchus himself, thought Hans Castorp, without detriment to his godhead, leaned for support on the shoulders of his troop. Everything depended upon UBO was drunk, a drunken personality was far from being the same as a drunken tinker. He took care not to abate, even inwardly, his res, KCT for this overwhelming person, whose gestures had grown facts, and his tongue stammering. Brother, said Pieperken. His great torso lolled back in free and equal intoxication against his chair. His arm lay stretched along the cloth and he tapped the table with fist lightly clenched. Brother in blood, prospective. In the near future, after a proper interval for reflection. Very good. SCT, TLCD. Life, young man. Is a female. A sprawling female, with swelling breasts close to each other, great soft belly between her haunches, slender arms, bulging thighs. Half-closed eyes. She us. She challenges us to expend our manhood to its uttermost span, to stand or fall before her. To stand or fall. To fall, young man, do you know what that means? The defeat of the feelings, their overthrow when confronted by life, that is impotence. For it there is no mercy, I is pitilessly, mockingly condemned. Not a word, young man. Spewed out of THC mouth. Shame and ignominy are soft words for the ruin bankrupt, the disgrace. It is the end of everything, the helliske despair. The judgment Dutchman had flung back his mighty torso more and more, his kingly head sank lower on his breast, he be dozing as he talked. Burr with the last word HC lifted the fist that had been lying relaxed on the table, and brought it down with a crash, making our slim young overawed as he was with wine and play, and the singularity of the whole scene, jump, and in startled awe 100k at THC Mighty One. THC jug meant Dav. How the phrase suited the man. Hams Castorp not remember ever hearing it uttered, except perhaps at and no wonder, he to himself. Who else would have thought of using it like that, or, more correctly, who would have been big enough to take the thunderbolt in his mouth, naphtha, eraps, when he talked his vindictive rubbish, but it would have been cheek. Pieperken's utterance seemed to hold the sound of THC last trump, majestic, biblical. Good Lord, wore a personality, he felt for the 100th time. At last I've come in contact with a real character, and I run out to Clavdias, not too clear-headed himself. He turned about on the table, one hand in his trouser NEI clipped shut against the smoke of the cigarette HC held in he corner of his mouth. HC would done better keep quiet. What was his pipe? After the rolling thunder F Jove? But his two democratic mentors had trained him to distinction, for they were both democratic, though Onk of them struggled against it, and habit betrayed him into one of his malve commentaries. Your remarks, Mynheer, what an expression! Does one make remarks about the day of judgment, lead my mind to what you said about vice, that it consists in an affront to the simple, what thou call the holy, or, might say, the classic, gifts which life fears the gifts, by contrast with the later and cultivated ones, the refinements, which you indulge in as one of us put it, because one consecrates oneself to the great gifts and ends them homage. But just here, it seems to me, the excuse for vice must pardon but incline by nature to though there is nothing large about them, I am quite clear on that point, in so far as it is a result of impotence. About the horrors of impotence thou have said things of such magnitude that I am quite confounded, as thou see me sit here. But in my view, a vicious man appears not at insensible of your horrors, on the contrary he them full justice, since it is the abdication of his feelings before the gifts of life that drives him to vice. Thus we need not so, in vice any affront to life, it may just as well be regarded as homage to it. On the other hand, so far as the refinements represents are, as they say, means of excitation or intoxication, so far as they sustain or increase the power to feel, then life is their purpose and meaning, the desire for feeling, the impotent striving after feeling, mean, what was he talking about? WXS it not democratic and UN blushing enough that HC had said as Onk of us put it, thus coupling himself and a personality like Peepkins had certain events in the past, which shed a dubious light on PRCSCNT Britain science, given him courage to utter the impertinence. Were RHC gods wishful to destroy him, when they moved him to embark on Kai's foolhardy analysis of Vic now ICT him look to it to extricate himself, for surely HC has invoked the whirlwind. Mynheer Peepkin, during Hans Castorp's harangue, had sat flung back in his chair, his head still sunk on his breast. It was uncertain CVCN whether he had been listening. But now, slowly, as the young man's utterance grew more involved, he began to erect himself to his full sitting height, the majestic head inflamed, the pattern of furrows on his brow expanded upwards, his little eyes opened in pallid menace. Obviously a storm was brewing beside which the other had been a passing cloud. MYN hears underlip PRCSSCD wrathfully against the THC corners of his mouth drew down, the chin protruded. Ali he raised his right above his the fist clenched and aloft, ready for summary execution upon the democratic pratula, who for whose part was, YCT not without a thrill of precarious joy this spectacle of regal rag. He repressed GN inclination to fight, and hastened to say, disarmingly, of course, I have failed to express my meaning. The whole thin asterisk is only a question of scale. If a thing his size, one cannot call it vice. Vic is petty underscore of their nature. So are the ratlinements. They never on the grand scale. But since the most prenutive Grimes man has to his hand a resource, a means of mounting to the heights of feeling, which belongs among the classic gifts of life, a resource, simple, sacred, in the grand style, if may so myself. Wine, gift of the gods too as we are told of old time. A god invented it, and with its invention civilization began. For we are told that, thanks to the art of planting and treading THC vine, man emerged from his state, achieved CVCN where the grape grows, those poe are accounted. Or account themselves, possessed of a higher cultura than the Cimmerians, a fact which is worth our attention. For it indicates that civilization is not a thing of the reason, of being sober and articulate, it has far more to do with inspiration and frenzy. The joys of the wine cup, if I may mark so bold as to ask, have I not expressed your attitude in the matter? A sly dog, this Hans Castorp. Or, as Herr Settembriny with literary feeling had put it, wag. To rush into controversy with personalities, to be even forward of speech, but then to know how to extricate himself when need was, and his coat-tails, as it were, all but on fire. In the first place, he had given them an impromptu but quite respectable apo/ogm for drinking *I, into which, passant, he had slipped a krence to civilization of which there was just then small trace in Mynheer Pekkaken's primitive and menacing attitude, and lastly, he had got round him. Put him in the wrong, by asking him, quite simply, a question which one can scarcely answer and maintain the raised fist. And accordingly the Dutchman relaxed from his Neolithic rage, slowly his arm sank again till it rested on the table, his face lost its swollen look, the storm passed over with no trace but the last mutter of thunder, he even seemed to contain the thought of clicking glasses again, and now Frau Schochat came to the rescue, by calling her companion's attention to the gradual disintegration of the party. "My friend," she said to him, in FRCNCH, "you are neglecting your other guests. You devote yourself too exclusively to this gentleman, important though your conversation with him doubtless is, and the others have stopped playing, I fear they grow tired, shall we say good night?" Pseppakin turned his attention to the circle. It was true, THEV were demoralized. Lethargy and boredom sat on every THC. Guests were out of hanks, like a neglected class. Several were on the point of falling asleep. Took a firm grip on the reins he had let fall. "Laddies and gentlemen," he summoned them, with raised forefinger, that finger was like a waving standard or the flash of an unsheathed sword, as his words were like the rallying cry of the leader, which brings to stand the thicket rout. It had its effect in a trice. THEV picked themselves up, THCY pulled themselves together, they looked again with smiles into THCL, our host's pale eyes beneath his masked brows. He held them all, he pressed them afresh into service of his PC personality, sinking THC tip of his forefinger at the tip of his thumb, and erecting three uthkas straight and stiff their long nails. He stretched out his hand, checking them, warning THCM, and words issued from his cracked, words utterly irrelevant and indistinct, YCR exerting on, air spirits are resistless thanks to the excuse of personality behind them. "Ladies and gentlemen." Very good indeed. Very. Not another word. No, for the flesh, ladies and gentlemen, is, mere me to say, weak, so the scripture has it. Weak. Inclined to be unequal to claims, but I appeal to your, in short, ladles and gentlemen, in short in brief, I appeal. You will say to me, sleep very good, ladies and gentlemen, very good, VCRY. I love and honour sleep. I crack the deep, sweet, refreshing bliss of it. Sleep is one of the, what did you call them, young, one of the classic gifts of life, the first, the very first, the highest, ladies and gentlemen. But you will recall, you will remember, Gethsemane. And took with him Peter and the 2 sons of Zebk. Tarry yeka and watch. Then saith he unto THCM. With me. You remember? And he saith unto the disciples and findeth them asleep, and saith unto Peter, What? Could ye not watch with me 1 hour? Impens, my friends. Cart Pierkent moving to the last, very. And came and found them asleep again, for their eyes were heavy. And saith unto them, On now, and take your rest, behold the hour is at hand. Ladies and gentlemen, that pierces the heart, it sears, in truth, they were all cur to the quick, they were crushed. He had folded his hands across his chest, upon his beard, and laid his head on one side. His eyes had grown DLRN with feeling as words expressive of the lonely anguish of death FCLL from loose chapped lips. Frau Sroh sobbed. Frau Magnus caved a heavy sigh. Lawyer Paravant saw it was incumbent upon him to repress the sense of the meeting. In a voice solemnly sunk, he asserted their honoured host that the circle was his to command. Herr Pieperken mistook RHCM. Here they were, blithe as the dawn, jolly as sandboys, ready for anything. This, he said, was Prick's evening. So festive, so of the ordinary. Such was their feeling, and no of our HCM had any present idea of availing himself of Lifk's odd gift of sleep. Mynheer Peeperkin could count on them, one and all. Splendid, excellent, Peeperkin cried, and erect again. HC unclasped his hands and spread them wide and high before him, palms outward, itu, ked like a heathen prayer. His majestic physiognomy, but now imprinted with Gothic anguish, blossomed on more in pagan jollity. Even a sybaritic dimple appeared in his cheek. The hour is at hand, saw he, and sent for the wine card. HC put on a horn-rimmed pince NCZ, the nose picks of which rode high up on his forehead, and ordered 3 bottles of Mum and Cendon Rouge, extra dry, with petits fours, toothsome cone-shaped little dainties in lace frills, covered with coloured frosting and filled with chocolate and pistache cream. Frau stole her fingers after them. Herr Albin nonchalantly removed the wire from the first bottle, and let RHC mushroom-shaped cork pop to the ceiling. Elegantly he conformed to the ritual, holding the neck of the bottle wrapped in a serviette as HC fummered. The noble foam qued the cloth. Every glass rang as the guests saluted, then drank the first one empty at a draught, electrifying their digestive organs with the ice-cold, prickling, perfumed liquid. Every eye sparkled. The game had come to an end, no one troubled to take cards or gains from the table. They gave themselves over to a blissful farniente, CNBV-CNCD by scraps of conversation in which, out of sheer high-essence, no one hung back. THCY uttered thoughts that in the teaking had SCCMCD primarily fresh and beautiful, but in the saying somehow turned lame, stammering, indiscreet, a PCRFCCT gorley mouth fry, calculate to arouse RHC scorn of any onlooker. The audience, however, no offence, all being in much the same irresponsible condition. Even Frau ears were red, and she admitted that SHC felt as though lift WCRC running through her, which Herr Magnus seemed not overpleased to hear. Ernin Kleefeld leaned against Herr Albin's shoulder as she held her glass to be filled. Peckkicken conducted the Bacchanalian route with his long FNGCRCD gestures, and summoned additional supplies. Coughs followed the champagne, mocha double with fresh rounds of bread and pungently new Kurz apricot brandy, chartreuse, cream vanital, and maraschino for the ladies. Later there appeared marinade de fish, and beer, lastly tea, both chine and chamomile, for those who had done with champagne and liqueurs and did not care to return to a sound wine, as Mynheer himself did. He, Frau Schochat and Hans Castorp working back after midnight to a Swiss red wine. Mynheer Peeperkorn, genuinely thirsty, drank down glass after glass of the simple drink. The party held together for another hour, because they WCRC all too leaden-tooted and befuddled to rise, partly because this method of spending the hours of the night appealed to them by its novelty, partly by THC weight of Psy Perkins' personality. And the blasting example of PCTCR and his brethren, to which they all shamed to YCLD, generally speaking. The female seemed less compromised than the male. For the men, flushed or sallow, sat with their legs sprawled before them, puffing OLT their checks. Now and then they would make a half-mechanical effort to lift the glass, but their hearts were no longer in it. The women were more enterprising. Carmine Kleefeld, bark elbows on the table, up her head, HCR cheeks in HCR hands, and showed the GI$LG ting through all the enamel of her front teeth. Frau STBHR, with her chin and shoulder coquettishly meeting, sought to RC awaken lawyer Paravant to desire. Frau Magnus' state was such that she had seated herself on Herr Albin's lap and pulling both his cars by their lobes, a sight in which Herr Magnus appeared to find relief. IT1E Company had urged Anton Karlovich Verge to regale them with the story of the but his it, and honourably tongue was too thick. He could not man avowed his incapacity, which was greet asterisk by the company as for another drink. All at once began to weep bitque, from some unplumbed depth of wretchedness. They bro him round with sea-off and cognac, but the episode roused P. Perkins' lively interest, who looked at his quivering chin, from which tears dripped, and with raised forefinger and lifted mask-like brows called the attention of the company to the phenomenon. "That is," he said. "Ah, with your penicillin, that is, Polly. Dry his chin, my child, take my serviette, or, still better, let it drip. He himself has done so. Nolly, Polly, my friends. In every sense. Christian and pagan. A prunative phenomenon, of THC first, THC very first, no. No, that is to say, this oft-repeated phrase set the key for all the running comment with which HC accompanied his production of gesture, that by now, in all conscience, had grown more than a little burlesque. He had a way of lifting the circle formed by thumb and forefinger to a poise above his ear, and coyly twisting his head away from it. One watched him as one might an elderly priest of some oriental cult, with the skirts of his robes snatched up, doing a dance before the sacrificial altar. Again, flung hack in Olympian repose, with one arm stretched out on the back of his neighbour's chair, he beguiled them all to their confusion, high painting a vivid and irresistible scene of a dark, frosty winter morning, when the yellow gleam of the night lamp regales the network of bark boughs seed THC pane, rigid in the and mist of early dawn. So telling was the picture. So universal its appeal, actually, they all shivered, particularly when he went on to speak of sing in such a dawn, and squeezing that sponge 611 ed with ice-cold water over neck and shoulders. The effective sensation he characterized as holy. But all this was digression, an aside thrown out to illustrate receptivity for life, a fantastic impromptu, let fall merely to renew and reset the whole irresistible compulsion of his presence and his sensations upon the scene of abandoned night revelry. He made love to every female karaoke within reach, without discrimination or RCSPCCT of person, tendering such offers to the dwarf that the crippled creature's large old fac was wreathed in smiles. He paid Frau Stowe compliments that made the vulgar creature bridle more extravagant than ever, and become almost senseless with affectation. He supplicated, and received, a kiss from Fräulein Kleefeld, upon his thick, chapped lips. He even coquetted with the forlorn Frau Magnus, and all this without detriment to the delicate homage he paid his companion, whose hand would CVCR, now and then carry gallantly to his lips. "Wine," he said, "women, they are, that is, pardon me, Gethsmann, day of judgment." Toward 2 o'clock word flew about that the old man, in other words, Hofrat Behrens, was approaching by forced marches. Panic assigned amongst the nerveless company. Chairs and ice pails were upset. They fed through the library. Peeperkin raged at the precipitate breaking up of the festivities. In Kingly Collier struck THC table with his fist and called after the retreating cowardly slaves. Burr allowed Frau Schochat and Hans Ca Stork to calm him with THC consideration that the banquet had already lasted somach 6 hours, and must in Anvers some time come to an end. He lent an ear when they something about the holy V of sleep, and yielded to their efforts to get him away to bed. "Let me lean upon you, MV child. And you, young man, on my other side," he said. They helped him to lift his unwieldy body from table, gave him the subfra of their arms, and he walked with wide steps between them bedwards, his might of head sunk on his lifted shoulder. First on and the other of his aides WXS carried to one side by his staggering packet, probable that he was merely indulging himself in the regal luxury of being thus supported and piloted, presumably he could have gone by Imskloof. He scorned the effort. If Madkit would have solely for the unworthy purpose of disguising his state, and of this he was royally unashamed, revelling in the fun of making his companions stagger with him from side to side. He even said, on the wive, "Olildriti, of course I'm not, at this moment." Or to SCE, ridiculous ridiculous, of course Hans Castorp agreed. It certainly is. We are giving the classical gifts of life their due, staggering in their honour. Eri Astley, on the other hand, I've had shire too, any so-called drunkenness to the contrary, I fully recognise the honour of helping such tremendous personality to bed. I am not so drunk I don't know that in the matter of size I don't come, Chatterbox Psipkakin said, and they NWVED rhythmically on toward the stairs, drawing Frau Schochat with them. The report of the Hofrat's approach had a bogey. Perhaps the little waitress was responsible, thinking thereby to up the party. Piepke consented the false and would have turned back for another drink. But THCV both set to work to talk him out of the idea, and he himself moved on. The Malayan Valt, in white cravat and black silk spurs, awaited his master in the corridor for their appointments. He bowed low, laying his hand upon his breast. Kiss each other, commanded Peck Perkin. Young man, kiss this love-love woman good night, upon her brow saw he to Hans Castorp. SHC have no obicrean to receiving and responding to, do it in my health, with my blessing. But Hans Castorp declined. No, your majesty, he said. I'll beg your pardon. It would not do. Piepkeken, in the arms of his valet, drew up his arabesques and demanded to know why. Because your companion and I can exchange no kisses on the brow, Hans Castorp responded. I hope you sleep well. No, there is the sheerest however you 100k it. Frau Schochat, for her part, was moving toward her DMR, Peckforken gave wave. And LCRRHC unwilling Sue to go. Thou looking at him a while over his and the Malay's shoulders, is wrinkled drawn in astonishment at an insubordination his was Sir Doem called upon to brook. Mynheer Piepken, continued, Mynheer Pef.Funke.V remained in House Burgoth THC whole winter, what there was left of it, and on into the spring, and RHCRE took place, among others, a memorable excursion, in which Naftha joined, into the Flula Valley, to SCE the waterfall. This occurred at the end of his stay. At the end? Did he remain no Inga, then? No. He went away? Yes, and no. How yes and no? Prav ICT us have no prying into secrets, in fullness of WC shall know. We are little you, Tenant Ziemson died. Not to speak of other less admirable performers of THC Dance of Death. Then Psipkaken's malignant tropical FCVCR carried him off. No, not so, but why so impatient? Let us not forget Che condition of life as of narration, that we can never see the Hulk picture at once, unless to throw overboard all THC God-conditioned forms of human knowledge. Let us at least pay time so much honour as the nature of our story permits, Ticknuff, in all conscience, for it has begun to rush pell-mell and helter-skelter, or, if the words suggest too much noise and confusion, shall we say it is going like the wind? The little hand on time's clock trips away as though measuring, but God knows how much time it is over when it whisks round of the it passes over. So much is certain, that we have been new herc ours. Our brains reel, surely this is an evil dream, though equals with nor hashish nor opium, a censor of rules would rebuke us for tea. Yet how much logical clarity, how much perk, it of reason have we opposed to the stealing vague. Not by chance, may we say. Have we kept company with intellectual lights like Naphta and Stanlebrim, instead of surrounding ourselves with incoherent peepekins? And this leads us to a comparison, which in many respects, notably that of Schalk, must result in favour of this latest anvil on RHCSCCNC. It did so in Hans Castorp's own MMD. He laughed. Considering matters, in his loge, and admitted to himself that HSS2 overvocal mentors, the self-elected guardians of his soul, were dwarfed beside Peter Pevreken. Almost he inclined to call them what Peepken in his royal cups had called him, Hans Castorp, chatterboxes. He was well pleased that Hermetic should have given him this too, contact with an out-and-out truck. This personality was the companion of Dire Shochat's travels, and as such a great liege through being Clement. But Raw was another matter, and one which Hans Castorp did not allow to prejudice his judgment. He persisted in his sincere and respectful if also rather forward sympathy for this man on the grand scale, regardless of his partnership in the travelling trunks of the Watnan, of whom once, on a carnival night, Hans Castorp had borrowed lead pencil. Thara was his way, though we know some people, Malk and Fkmalk, will not understand such a lack of sensibility, preferring that our crow should hatk Peeperkin, avoid him, call him an old dotard, a drivelling old sot. Instead of which we see him by Peeperkin's bedside in his attacks of fva, prattling to him. Thc word applies to his own share in the conversation, not the majestic Peeperkin's, and with the receptive of inquiring youth on his travels, letting himself be plaved on the power of the personality. All this Hans Castorp did, and this we report o' him, indifferent to Thc danger that someone may there be reminded of Ferdinand Wassel, who once was wont to carry Hans Castorp's overcoat. The comparison is not, for our hero was no Wassel. Depths of self-abasement were not his line. But he was no hero either, which to say, he would never let his relation to the masculine be conditioned by the feminine. To our principle of him out neither nor worse than Hc was, we that he simply declined, not expressly and consciously, hut quite nivelve, to let his judgment of his own sex be perverted by romantic considerations. Nor his sense of what formative inexperience. The female sex may find this offensive. We believe Frau Schochat did feel some involuntary chagrin over the fact. A biting remark also escaped her to which we shall refer later on. But surely it was this very characteristic of his which rendered him so irresistible an object von Valerie. Peter Peepkin lay grievously ill, the day after that evening of cards and champagne we have described, and no wonder. Gully all the participants in risk long drawn out, exhausting 5 revels were the same. Hans Castorp was no exception. His ear ached to splitting, which did not prevent him from paying a visit to the bedside of his last night's host. He craved through the Malay, whom he met in the corridor, and it was readily granted. He entered the Dutchman's double bedroom through Thc salon which separated it from Frau Schochat's. It was larger and more luxuriously furnished than most of the Burgoth, with satin upholstered armchairs and curly-legged tables. A thick, soft carcoth cred RHC and the BCDS, they WCRC not the usual hygienic dyeing BCD of Thc establishment, but very stately inked, of polished cherry wood with brass mounting, and above them hung a little canopy rout curtains, like one umbrella sheltering Peter Peepkin lay in on of Thc too. Its red satin coverlay was strewn with papers, books, and letters, and he was reading the Telegraph through his horn-rimmed pince-nez with Thc high now piece. The coffee machine stood on a chair at bedside, and a half CMP TV bottle of the same simple red wink was on the among vials of medicine. Hans Castorp was rather off to see the Dutse Yunnan wearing no work nightshirt, but a long-sleeved woolen vest, buttoned at the wrists and collarless, cut round in the neck, and clinging to the old man's powerful torso. His broad shoulders this undress threw into even greater relief the splendid of his on the pillow. In it he looked more remote than CVCR from Thc conventional and middle class, suggesting on the one hand the HMMNE du pup, on the other by all means, young he said, taking off the horn rackles BV the nose piece. Come in. Don't mention it, on the contrary. Hans Castorp sat down by the bed, and concealed his surprise, for it was that rather than admiration which he felt, however sympathetically, under a burst of cordial and evilly chatter, seconded with magnificent and much play of gesture. Looked very poorly yellow and in evident distress, a good deal affected by the attack of fever he had had toward morning, and Thc subsequent exhaustion, in part undoubted, why the result of his last night's bout. We were pretty, last night. You know, carry it pretty far, he said. But you are good. With you there were no further, but my age, and THC condition I am in, my child. He turned with mild yet quite perceptible severity to Frau Chauchat, who just then entered the room from the salon. Very well indeed. Very. But I repeat, ought to have been prevented. Something like an approach to his regal fit of rage rose in face and voice. The THC unreason of RHC were obvious to anybody who tried to imagine the storm that would have burst on the head of seriously thinking to disturb his drink. Bad are the moods of the great. Chauchat moved to and fro in room, after a second Hans Castorp, who rose as she entered, without a handshake, but with a smile and nod, and a pray don't disturb yourself, in his tete-a-tete, that was, with she busied herself about the room, summoned the Malay to take the coffee machine, then withdrew a while, and on her return, soft-footed, took part standing in the other's talk. Hans Castorp got an impression that she was there on guard. It was all very well for her to come back to the Berghof in company with a personality. But when the long-suffering lover took Eichhoff to evince regard for the personality, as man for man, then she betrayed uneasiness in pointed phrases like pray don't disturb yourself and the like. They cost Hans Castorp a smile, which he bent his head to hide, though inwardly aglow. Peeperkin poured out a glass of wine from the bottle on the night table. Under the circumstances the best thing, in the Dutchman's opinion, where one had left off, and that innocent Efkofsknt wine had the same effect as soda water. They touched glasses. Hans Castorp, as he drank, looked at the freckled, sea captain's hand, with its nails, the woolen band buttoned round the wrist. It took up the glass, carried it to the thick, cracked lips, the throat, so like statues and yet rather like a day labourer's, worked up and down as it swallowed the wine. Peeperkin indicated the medicine bottle on the table, brown liquid, of which he took a spoonful from Frau Chauchat's hand. It was an antipyretic, chiefly question.mne, he said. He made his guest try its characteristic bitter and pungent taste, and had much to say in praise of HC wonder-working, gen-destroying properties of THC drug, its tonic quality, its wholesome effect in regulating the temperature. It slowed down protein catabolism, promoted assimilation, in short it was a boon to mankind, a wonderful cordial, tonic and stimulant, an intoxicant as well, for one could get quite tipsy on it, HC said, making the last night suggestive gesture of fingers and head like a pagan priest at his ritual dance. Yes, a wonderful substance, Sinkana. It had not been 300 years since European pharmacology made its acquaintance, not a century since the alkaloid had isolated which was its isolated and, to a certain extent, analyzed, for it would be much to say that chemistry knew all there was to know about it, or was in a position to reproduce it synthetically. Our pharmacology need not be too arrogant over its for the stare of its knowledge on the subject of quinine was a fair example of the rest. It had various facts about the opera of this or that drug, but was very often to know the causes of the effect produced. If the young man were to survey the field of our gynecological knowledge, HCU would find that no one could tell HTM and thing of the elementary properties conditioning he effects of the cold poisons. For example, take the venom of snakes. All that was known of these animal substances was that THEV belonged to the albuminoid group, and consisted of various tides, none of which produced a violent effect, except in this certain, and most uncertain, combination. Introduced into the blood circulation, the effect was astonishing indeed, considering how far WCWCRC from being accustomed to think of albumin as the truth was. Peeperkin said, and lifted his head from the pillow, elevated the arid K3 kooks on his brow, and gave point to his remarks by the little circle and THC upright fingertips. The truth was, in the world of matter, that all substances were THC vehicle of TVTH life and gath, all of them were medicinal and all efficacious. In fact, therapeutics and toxicology were one and the same. Man could be cured by FM, ison, and substances known to be the bearer of life kill at a thrust, in a single of time. He spoke very impressively, and with unwanted coherence, of drugs and poisons, and Hans Castorp listened and nodded, less concerned with the content of his speech, he sccmcd to have the subject much at heart, than with silently exploring this extraordinary personality, which in the end remained as inexplicable as the operation of the snake poison he was discussing. In the world of matter, Puxekin said, everything depended on dynamics, all else being countercyclical. Quinine was on of the medicinal FK Gisons, one of the strongest of Thesk. 4 grams could make deaf and giddy and short-winded, it like atropine on the visual organs, it was as intoxicating as workers in had EVS and S and suffered from affections of the skin. Pusepican described the cinchona. The quinine tree, in the primeval forests of the Cordilleras, 3,000 meters above sea level. Its bark, called Peruvian or Jesuit's bark, can late to Spain, long after the natives of South America its use. He spoke of the enormous quinine plantations owned by the Dutch government in Java, whence usually many milli-pounds of the coils of reddish bark, like cinnamon, were shipped to Amsterdam and London. In fact, said Pseuxicom, bark, the wood fibre itself, from the epidermis to the cambium, contained, almost always, extraordinary dynamic virtue, far good or evil. The knowledge of drugs used by the coloured races was far superior to our own. In certain islands east of Dutch Guinea, youths and maidens prepared a charm from the bark of tree, it was protny like the manzanilla tree, or the anti-ristoric rhea, the deadly uphase trick of Java, which could poison the air round with its seam and fatal stupefy man and beast. This bark they powdered and mixed with coconut shavings. Rolled the mixture into sheet and toasted it, THCN sprinkled the brew in the face of the reluctant one, who was straightway inflamed with love for the sprinkler. Sometimes it was the of the root that contained the principle, as though with a certain growing in the Malay archipelago, called from natives prepared the uphase radsha, by adding snake venom. This drug caused immediate death when introduced into the, for instance by means of EROW, but could explain how it zero-fated. All that seemed clear was that the uphase had a dynamic relation with strychnine. Pevrukin. By this time, Wasselton erect in his bed, now and then, with a hand that slightly trembled. Conving the wineglass to his cracked lips, to take percent riot, thirstdrow cs. H.C. went on to of the crow's eye tree of the Coromandel coast, from the orange-yellow berries of which, THC crow's eyes, was extracted the most powerful alkaloid of all, strychnine. His voice sank to a whisper, and the great folds of his brow rose high, as H.C. described to Hans Castorp the ash-grey boughs, the glossy foliage and Gretin. The picture of this tree conjured up in the mind's eye of the young man was luridly, almost hysterically garish, it made him shudder. But here Frau Schochat intervened, saying it was not good for Mynheer Pieperken to talk any longer, it tired him. She disliked to interfere, but Hans Estorp would forgive her if SHC suggested that they had had enough for the time. The Uhash man accordingly took his burr often, in the months that load, did Hans Castorp sit by the bed of that kingly man, when he kept it after an attack of fever. Frau Schochat being within hearing, as SHC moved about the rooms, and sometimes taking pan with a few words. They much time together when Pieperkorn was free of fever, for the Dutchman, on his good days, seldom failed to gather round him a select company, to play and drink and otherwise divert themselves and rejoice the inner man. These reunions took place either in the salon, as on the first occasion, or in the restaurant, and Hans Castorp had a habitual place between the great man and his languid companion. They even went abroad together, took walks with HCRRFCRGC and Wassel, Nafta and Septembrini. Those opposed spirits, whom they could hardly fail to meet. Hans Castorp counted himself fortunate in presenting them to Psepican, and Evgen, in the end, to Klavdia Schochat. He troubled not at all whether the acquaintance was to these pedagogues' liking or not. Secure in the knowledge that they needed to swear on to sharpen their pedagogical tusks, he reckoned on their up even with uncomic society, into continue enjoyment of his own. And he was not wrong in thinking that the members of this motley group would at least get used to not getting used to each other. Strangeness, tension, even suppressed hostility there was of course enough between them. It is surely rather remarkable that a comparatively insignificant personality could have held them to that he did so must be laid to a shrewd geniality native to him, which found everything fish that came to his net, and not only bound to him of the most diverse tastes and characters, but exerted enough power to bind them to each other. Again, how involved were the relations between the various MCMBCRS of our group? Let us con them a little, as Hans Castorp himself did, with Schrevd, YCT Friendlv CYC, as they went their ways together. THCRC was the unhappy Wassail, consumed by his lowering passion for Frau Schochat, who grovelled before Pieperken and Hans Castorp, the one on grounds of the past, the other for the sake of the compelling present. And there was Frau Schochat herself, charming, soft STCPFM1G invalid, the property of PCCKR Korn, surely by choice and conviction, yet uneasy and sharp-tongued to SCE her carnival cavalier on such good terms with her sovereign lord. The irritant was probably THC same in kind as that which coloured her feeling toward Herr Serembrini, the humanist and Luringer, whom SHC could not abide, calling him arrogant, not man. Dearly would she have liked to ask this mentor of Hans Castorp's the meaning of certain words in his own meaty, Terrancan tongue, of which, though less contemptuously, she was as ignorant as he of hers, the words he had flung after the altogether nice young German, quite correct and of Graham, D. family, on that carnival night when at length he had summoned Krug to approach her. Hans Castorp was en luck up to his cars, so much was true, not in the accepted blissful sense, hut as one loves when the case is out of all reason, and cannot be celebrated in any pretty little flatland dirty WC know of. H.C. was Hadley Snmton, subjugated, endured all the orthodox pangs, yet was there to retain, even in his slavery, a certain sense of proportion, which told him that his devotion was worth something to the fair one the Tartar eyes, not too blind in his abasement to measure its worth by Settembrini's own attitude toward her. The Italian was as distant as the dictates of humanistic courtesy would permit, while she was only too obviously piqued by his bearing. The position at guard to Leo Nafta was scarcely more, or, from Hans C. A. Storp's point of view, scarcely less, favourable. True, there was here no fundamental antagonism such as SCT Herr Ludovico's Psing against hers and all its works. Also, RHC language difficult was Lu. And THCV sometimes strolled and talked apart, carved a and re-knife-edged little man, discussed hooks, and questions of political philosophy, upon which HCLD views. Hans in his simplicity, would sometimes take part. Vet Frau Schochat could not but be aware of a certain haughty aloofness in Nafta's hearing. Its source was the caution of RHC Paininu, a fling of insecure IC in Kai's unfamiliar society. But in truth his Spanish terrorism had little in common with her roving, door-slamming, all-too-human humanity. And there was moreover the subtle, scarcely day gigs on the war of Th15 felt by Boor.ce Elkmont that came between them and Sir Fickling, and united them in an KCN, primitive hostility, at least as potent as Sir long-standing conflict with each other. If Hans Castorp was aware of these sentiments they could hardly escape his charmer's feminine intuition. Was there something of the same aversion in the attitude of THC2 dialecticians toward Piet Kapberken, at least? Hans C.A. Storp thou he discerned it, though perhaps he went out to make it, and Lysios assure in watching tongue-tied males in contact with his two auditors as, with reference to stock-taking activities, H.C. jestingly called them, though distinctly feckling that the word was but definition by contraries. Man here, in the %RN, was not so impressive as in the house. He wore a soft felt hat drawn down on his brows, covering the blaze of white hair and the forehead's extraordinary folds, reducing, as it were, the scale of his features, even the commanding large red nose. He looked better standing than walking, for his small step, and with each one of them shifted the full weight of his body onto the leg he had advanced, was the comfortable gait of an old man, but it not kingly. He stooped slightly or rather, shrank together, though even so he overlooked Herr Ludovico, and was a whole head taller than little Knafter. But it was not his height alone that made Hoosperksen oppressive, quite as oppressive as Hans Castorp had anticipated. To the two politicians. Yes. They suffered by comparison, so much was usurped by nor only to the connoisseur's watchful eye, but very probably to the feelings of those concerned, the tongue-tied giant as well as the too insignificant and over-articulate others. Peeperkin treated both with distinguished attention. A expecker which Hans Castorp would have called ironic had not that irony is not on the grand scale. Kings are never euchal, not even in the sense of a direct and wick of oratory, to say nothing of any other kind. The Dutchman's manner toward Hans Castorp's friends was rather mocking than ironic. He made beautiful fun of them, either openly or veiled in exaggerated respect. Oh, yes, yes, he would say, with his finger threatening their direction. The head and smiling lips tummed away. This is, Theskar, ladies and gentlemen. I call your attention, cerebral, you understand? No, no, positively. Extraordinary, displays great, Thev looked at each other. Pantomimed despair, angled for Hans Storp's glance, but he refused to be drawn. Settembrini however attacked Hans Castorp directly, and confessed to pedagogic concern. Lord, what a stupid old man you have there, engineer, said he. What is it you see in him, what good can he do you? I am at a loss. Should understand, though scarcely approve, your putting up with his society in order to enjoy that of his bar. It is obvious that thou art CVCN more interested in him than in her. CATNE to the aid of my understanding, I implore you. Hans Castorp laughed. BV all, said he. Absolutely. Is to say, very good. Good indeed. He tried to imitate Peeperkin's xroos. Yes, yes, HC on, laughing, you find it stupid, Herr Settembrini, and I admit it is unclear, which in your eyes 15 even worse. Stupid, well, there are so many kinds of stew, and cleverness is one of the worst. There, have made an epigram, do you think of it, very good? I look forward cagily to your collection of aphorisms. Perhaps there is still time to beg you not to forget some comment we once made on the antiscreal nature of % ox. I won't indeed. Herr Settembrini. I will not. No, my mot was not in the nature of paradox, I assure thou. I only mean to indicate the difficulty I really find in distinguishing stupidity and cleverness. It is so road to draw a line, one goes over into the other. I know you hate all that mystical guazabug /io, you are all for values, judgment, and augment of values, and I'm sure you are right. But this about stupid? And, on my honor, it's a complete mystery, and after all, it is allowable to think at a UT mysteries, isn't it, so long as one is honestly bent on getting to the term of them? But I ask you, can you den HC puts us all in his pocket? That's expressing it crudely, perhaps, but, so far as T can see, you can't deny it. He puts us all in his pocket, somehow or other. He has the right to laugh at us all, but where docks he GCT it, where does it come from? How does he do it? Certainly it's not that he's so clever. I admit that you can't talk about his cleverness. He's inarticulate, it's more kfsling with him, feeling is just his if you'll my language. No, say, it's not out of cleverness, not on intellectual ground and at all, that he can do ts he likes with us. You would be right to deny it. It isn't the point _rut not on physical It's not the massive shoulders or the strength of his biceps. Not HC could knock us down if he liked. HC isn't conscious of his power. If he does take a notion, he can easily be put off it with a couple of civilized words. So it is not physical. And why CRTHC physical has something to do with it, not a muscular sense. It's quite different, mystical, because so soon as the physical has anything to do with it, it becomes mystical. The physical goes into the spiritual, and the other way on, and you can't tell them apart, nor can you cleverness and stupidity. But the result is what we see, the dynamic effect. He puts us in his pocket. WCVC, only one word for that, personality. WC use it in another, more regular sense too, in which we are all personalities, morally, legally, and otherwise. But that is not the sense in which I am using it now. I am speaking of the mystery of personality, something above cyclicalness or stupidity, and something we all have to take into account, partly to try to understand it, but partly, where that is not able, to be edified by it. You are all for values, but isn't personality a value too? It seems so to MC. More so than either cleverness, or it seems positive and absolute, like life, short, something quite worthwhile, and calculated to make us ruble about it. That's what I wanted to say in answer to what you said, stupidity. Nowadays, when Hans Castorp relieved his mind, he did not hem and haw, become involved and stick in the middle. He said his say to the end like a man, rounded off his let his voice drow and went his way, though he still got red, and at heart was afraid of the silence he knew would when he had done, to give him time to feel mortified at what HC had expressed. Herr Settembrini let it have full sway before he said, "You deny that you are hunting paradoxes, but at the same turn you well know that I love them as much as I do mysteries. In Marken, a mystery of the personality, you run a risk of idol worship. Who do reverence to a hollow mask? You see mystery in mystification, in one of those counterofficers with which a malicious demon of physical form loves sometimes to mcnk us. Have you CVC to theatrical circles? You know those physiognomies in which Fkacheks of Julius Caesar, Beethoven, and Gox here unite, the happy possessor of which has only to open his mouth to prove himself the most pitiable fool on God's earth. Very good, a freak of nature, said Hans Castorp. Not alone a freak of nature, not simply a hoax. For since these are actors, they must have a gift, and the gift itself is beyond CLCVCRNCSS and stupidity, it is after all of value. Mynheer Pieperken has a gift. Say what you like, and thus is HC can stick us in his put Herr Nafta in one corner of the room, and let him deliver a DS course on Gregory the Great and the City of God, it would highly worth listening to, put Pieperken in the other, with his extraordinary mouth and the wrinkles on his head, and let him not say a word except by all means, capital, SCRTLCD, ladies and gentlemen. You will see everybody gather round Pieperken, and Herr Nafta will be sitting alone with his cleverness and his City of God, though HC may be uttering such penetrating wisdom that it pierces through marrow and CUQ, as Behrens says, take shame to yourself for bowing down to success. Herr Settembrini adjured him. Mundus discipi. I do not claim that Gopuk ought to flock about Herr Nafta. He is too full of guile for my taste. But I to range myself on his side, in the imaginary scene you have conjuged up with such RCHSH, will you despise logic, precision, discrimination? Will thou contma THCM, in favour of some suggestion hocus pocus and emotional charla ranry? If you will, then the devil has you his, he can often talk as coherently as you said Hans Castorp, when he gets interested. The other why he was telling me about dynamic drugs and Asiatic poison trees, it was so interesting it was almost uncanny. Interesting things are always a bit uncanny, but the interest was not so much in what he was saying, as it taken in connection with his personality, which made it interesting and uncanny at once. Ah, yes. Your wetness for Asia is well known to me. Truck I cannot oblige with marvels such as those, the Italian said, so bitterly that Hans Castorp hastened to assure him how much he valued his conversation and instruction from quite another angle, and that it had not occurred to him to make comparisons which might be unjust to both sides. Herr Settembrini paid no heed, he spurned the politeness, and went on, in any case, engineer, you must permit me to admire your serene objectivity. It approaches the fantastic, you will admit. The way things stand, Zany has taken away your Beatrice from you, yet it is unheard of. These are temperamental differences, Herr Settembrini. We have different views as to what is knightly and warm-blooded. You, a southerner, would prescribe poison and dagger, at least you would conceive the affair in its impassionate aspect, and want me to act like a gamecock. That would of course be masculine and gallant, in a social sense. But with me it is different. I am not at all masculine in the sense that I see in another man only rival male and nothing more. Perhaps I am not masculine at all, certainly am not in the sense which I tend to call social. I don't exactly know why. What I do is to question my sad heart whether I have any ground of complaint against THC man. Has he really insulted, but an insult must be of intent, or quis it can none. And as for his having done anything to me, there I should have to apply to her, and I have no right to, certainly not with regard to Pkakin. For he is a quiet personality, which by itself is something for women, and then he is hardly civilian, like me. He is a sort of military, a bit like my poor cousin, in that he has a point d'humeur, a sore spot, as it were, which is feeling, life. I know I am talking nonsense, but I'd rather go rambling on, and partly expressing something I find it difficult to express, than to keep on transmitting faultless platitudes. That must a military trait character, after if may say so you may say so, Settembrini acquiesced. A trait at least worthy of praise. The courage to reorganize and CXPRCSS, that CHC quality that makes literature, that TS humanism. Thus they parted on good terms, Herr Settembrini having given the conversation this placeable turn. It was the wiser course. His position had not been so strong he could afford to push the argument to extremes. A conversation galling with Isoluzzi was rather slippery ground for him. At one point he would have been obliged to admit that his own affectation, as a pedagogue, is scarcely masculine in the social and cockfying sense. Why should the prepotent Pieperken disturb Lou's tranquillity, in the same way Nafta and Frau Schochar did? The Italian could not hope to argue his pupil out of interest in a personality to whose native superiority he himself and his partner cerebral gymnastic were willy-nilly constrained to their work on safer ground when THEV could sustain the conversation in the realms of the intellectual and hold the attention of their audience by one of their elegant and impassioned debates, academic, yet conducted as though the matter discussed WCRE the most burning question of the time, or of all time. They were of course almost the sole support of such discussions, while these last, they did, to some extent, neutralize the effect of bigness purveyed by a certain member of their group, who could only accompany Thurn by a running play of wrinkles, gestures, and snatches of mockery. But when that was enough to cast a shadow, rob their brilliant performance of Somic of its gloss, emasculate it, as it were, up across A2 aren't perceptible to THCM all, thou Pieperken himself remained unconscious, or conscious to it a grcc unable for them roguess. Neither Sid could get any advantage, both were embarrassed, and the stamp of futility set their debate. We might put it like this, that their life and duel of wits came to BC carried on always with vague subterranean acquaintance to bigness walking BCSLDCRHCM, and to BC deflected from its orbit by the magnetism bigness CXCRTCD. On cannot characterize otherwise this ing, for the two disputants mad deaning, P of A econ on AT hat H ad T no Peter Pieperken, party feeling would have run higher both sides, as when Leo Naphtha defended the arch-revolutionary nature of the Sikh, against Settembriny's dogmatic assertion that great historic power was to be looked upon merely as the pro-txtrcss of the sinister forces of reaction, whereas all the forces that made for life and future. And looked undismayed on change and revolution, he claimed for the principles of enlightenment, science and progress, which had their rise in an epoch of quite opposed tendencies, the famous century that witnessed the rebirth of classical culture. He drove home his convictions with a raceful play of word and gesture. Where UFN Naphtha, with C. occulti, undertook to show, and showed too, with devastating clarity, that the Church, as the embodiment of the religious and ideal, was remote from posing as the Champikti and Sup-RT of the existing order. In other words, of secular culture law, rather had she from the beginning inscribed up on her radical banner the program of their extirpation root and branch, that absolutely everything beloved and cherished of THCIC, the conservative, the cowardly, and the impotent, the CE, family life, secular art and science, was consciously or unconsciously hostile to the religious idea, to the HRCH/W/OSC innate tendency and permanentum was the dissolution of all existing worldly orders, and THC. Reconstitution of society after Che model of the ideal, the communistic city of God. After that, Settembrini took the floor, and well he knew how to avail himself of it. It was I am book, he said, Kai's confusion of luridly revolutionary doctrine with a general insurrection of all the powers of will. The Church's love of innovation had for centuries manifested itself in putting to the question the living idea, wherever she found it, throttling it, quenching it in smoke at the stake, tc. Day she announces through her emissaries that SHC rejoice in revolution, that her goal is the uprooting of freedom, culture, and democracy, which she intends to replace by and the dictatorship of the mob. Yea, verily, a fearsome mixture of contradictory consistency and consistent contradiction. Tar retorted, displayed no lack of the same aunt, he was a Democrat, yet his words sounded neither democratic nor egalitarian, but rather dulcifyed reprehensible and arrogant aristocratism, as when he alluded to the dictatorship of the proletariat as mob. However, where the Church was in question, assuredly he showed himself a democrat, for the Church was admittedly the most aristocratic force in the history of mankind, an aristocracy in the last and highest sense, that of the spirit. For the ascetic spirit, if the pleonasm might pardon him, the spirit that would deny and destroy the wad, was aristocracy itself, a perk culture of the aristocratic principle. It could never be popular, and the Gurch, accordingly, had at all rhymes been unmoor. A little research into the cultural history of the Middle Ages would convince Herr Settembrini of the stout resistance which the Volk, in the widest sense, our SCD to the things of the Church. There were for instance monkish figures, the invention of popular fantasy, who, quite in THC spirit of Luther, had set up wine, women, and song in opposition to the ascetic idea. All the instincts of secular heroism, all warlike spirit, all court_poet, themselves in more or less open conflict with the religious idea and the hierarchy. For all that was the world, all that was the common poet compared with the aristocracy of THC spur it represented by Herr Settembrini thanked him for jogging his memory. Figure of the Munkelsan in the Rosengarten HC did indeed find refreshing by comparison with this much lauded aristocracy of the grave. He, the speaker, was no frequent to THC German Reformation, but they would find him ever ready to defend whatever of cratic individualism there was in its teaching, against any and every clerical and feudal craving for dominion of the THC individual. Aha, cried Naphtha. Herr would condemn the Gurch for lack of democracy, for being wanting in a sense of the value of human personality. But what of the humane freedom from prejudice evinced by canonical law? For Cicus Roman law made the procession of legal rights DCPCNDCNT citizenship, and Germanic law individual freedom and membership in the tribe. Ecclesiastical law, orthodoxy, was alone in divorcing ICL rights from either national or considerations, and asserting that slaves, serfs, and prisoners of war were all capable of making wills and inheriting property. Mention, as Briny bitingly remarked that he me entirely equivalent in this connection, the SD canonical portion which subtracted a substantial sum from every testamentary bequest. And he spoke of priestly demagoguery, which began to vent its thirst for pauker in exaggerated solicitude for THC und dog, when the top dog would none of it. The Church, he asserted, cared more about the quantity of souls SHC got hold of than their quality, which certainly RCFLCCTCD upon her pretensions to spirit UAL refinement. So the Church lacked refinement? Herr Settembriny's attention was invited to the inexorable aristocratism which unclay the idea that shame could be seeing THC passing on of guilt to the, democratically considered, innocent descendants, for example, the illegitimacy and lifelong of natural children. But the Italian bade him be silent, in the first place, because his human feelings rose up in arms against Nafta's words, and in the second, because he had had enough of such quibbles, and saw in the shifts of his opponents' apologetics only the same old infamous and devilish cult of Nidism, which wanted to be called spirit, and found so legitimate, so sacrosanct the admittedly existent hatred of the ascetic principle. But here Nafta begged to be forgiven for laughing outright. The nihilism of the Church. The nihilism of the most realistic system of government in the history of THC world. Herr then, had never been touched by a breath of that ironic humany which mad constant connection to the world and the flays cleverly veiling the iktka and letting the spirit rule, not to put sore constraint on nature. He had never heard of the ecclesiastical conception of indulgence, under which to classified one of sacraments of church, namely, marriage, not in itself an absolute good, like THC other sacraments, but only a protection against sin, countenanced in order to SCT bounds to sensual desire, that the ascetic principle, the ideal of complete chastity, might be upheld, without at the same time opposing an unpolitic harshness to the flesh. Herr Settembriny, of course, could not refrain from protesting against this hideous conception of policy against the gesture of a shrewd and sinister complaisance, made by the spirit, or what called itself so, against the imaginary uilk of its opposite, which it pretended to deal with in a politic sense, but which in reality stood in no need of the pernicious indulgence it proffered, against the accursed dualism of a conception which bedevilled the universe, that is to say, life. As well as life's dark opposite, the spirit, for if life was evil, the it, as pure negation, must so too. And he broke a lance in dace of the blamelessness of sexual gratification, hearing which, Hans Stort could not but think of THC humanistic cuddy under, H.C. Ruth, with its standing desk, rush-bottomed chairs and water BCTTLC. Nafta asserted that sensual gratification was never blameless. Nature, he said, always had a bad conscience in respect of the spiritual. The ecclesiastical policy of indulgence practiced by THC spirit BC designated as love, this to refute the nihilism of the ascetic principle. Hans Castorp FCLT. How very odd indeed the word sounded in the mouth of sharp, skinny little Nafta. We know already how it went, and so did Hans. So it went on, Castorp. We have listened, as he did, for a little while. In order to a peripatetic passage at fairs, in Hatway how such presence of a personal it SCCMCD though a secret impulse to animadvert upon the puissance of peeper corn quenched the leaping spark of wit. And called up that SCNSE of weary devitalization that comes over us when an connection fails to connect. Yes, that it. No spark leaped nimbly from to pole, no flash of lightning, no current. THC intellect which should in its own opinion have neutralized the present was acculturalized by it, as Hans Castorp, amazed and curious, perceived. Revolution, conservation, he looked at Peeperkin, saw him stalking along, not particularly majestic on foot. With his slumping gait, his hat drawn over loose brows, saw his thick lips with broken line, heard him say, jerking his head mocking in the diction of the debaters, yes, yes, cerebrum, hig cerebral. you understand? Very, that is, it shows, and behold, in a trice, recurrent cut off. Bead. As a doornail. They tried another tack, invoked more careful spells, came on the problem on violarity and exclusiveness. Not a spark. Despite itself, what they said sounded personal. Hans Castorp saw Claudia's travelling companion as he lay under RHCRCD satin coverlay, in his collarless woolen shirt, half ancient rear, half royal bust. And the nerve of the debate quivered and died. They tried to galvanize it into life. Negation, cult of nihilism on RHC one hand, on the other the positive of life, and the inclining of the heart unto love. But where was THC spark, WHCRC the current, directly looked at Menhir, as one did, irresistibly, as though magnetized. TH simply were not THCRC, which remained, to Hans' expression, nor less than he took note, for his coon of aphorisms, that either one expresses mystery in the simplest words, or it unexpressed. To one expressed, one could only say strmght out that Peter Peepkeken, with his kingly mask, and bitter, irregular mouth, was both, now this, now that, both seemed to him and to neutralix each other when one at, both this and that, the on and the other. Yes, this stupid old man, this commanding cipher. He did not paralyze the opposition by and confusion, like tar, he was not like or was so in an entirely decrent way, in an initiative way, this staggering mystery, which so naively set at naught not on of cleverness and stupid, so much CLSE in the way of oisia views invoked by Settembrini and Nuttall, in order to simulate interest, to their own pedagogical en. It apward, was not pedagogically inclined, yet what a find, WTA for inquiring youth on its travels. Fascinating it was to watch riddling royalty when the conversation turned on marriage and sin, indulgences. The guilt or innocence of pleasures of the sense. His head would sink upon his shoulder or chest, the calamitous lips part as the mouth relaxed into kunks, the nostrils dilate as with pain, the folds on the forehead until the eyes were fixed in a wide, suffering gaze. I see it was a picture of bitterness and woe. And behold, as one looked, this martyr's visage into wantonness. The head was on a side, the still open wreathed in wickedly suggestive smiles, the sybaritic dimple appeared in one cheek, HC was again THC dancing priest, and jerked his head as before, mockingly, in the direction of so much cerebration, as they heard him say, yes, yes, absolutely. But isn't there are there not, sacraments of pleasure, you understand, still, as we said, Hans Castorp's diminished friends and teachers were all well served when THEV could wrangle. They were in their Clement, whereas the Personarii was not. Though one might have two views of the role he played when wrangling was the order of the day. But on the other hand, when scene changed from the sphere of the intellectual to the strictly C%LRTHLY and practical, and dealt with questions, and in fields, would commanding natures prove their worth, then there were no two views possible. For then the others were undone, then THEV were cast in the shade, then THEV drew in their horns, see him out, the sceptre, arranged, decided. SCTTLCD was there any wonder, then, that he behaved so as to bring that state of things about, that he sought to oath cried suffered, while it held sorve or if it held sway for long. But not in his vanity. Of that Hans Storp felt assured. For vanity is nor on the grand scale, nor is greatness vain. No, Peckcombe's need of reality had other ounds. It sprang, to purr baldly, from fear, from of minds on the grand scale. From the sensitively and primately cherished point de Beaumiester which Hans Castorp had struggled to explain to Herr, describing it as in a sense military ladies and gentlemen, the Dutchman said, and lifted his sea captain's hand, with its nails like lance heads, in entreaty and monition. Ladies and gentlemen. Very good. Very. asceticism, indulgences, lust of the flesh, bv all means, most impotent, most debatable. But may should like to, I fear we may commit a serious error. Are we not irresponsibly ecti, one of our highest? He drew in a deep breath. Listen, gentlemen. This air, this characteristic thawing air, with its war-enervating breath, full of memories and underscore finalizers of spring, WC should not breathe it in to breathe in, I must implore you. We must not. It is an insult. We should give I out on in the form of praise, of complete and utter, inoi, ladies and gentlemen. I interrupt myself, in honor of, he did. Indeed, stand still, bent backward, shading his brows with hat. They followed his gaze. May said H.C., may I draw your attention upwards, high in the sky, to that black, circling point against the blue, intensely blue, shading into black, that is a bird of Re. It is, if I am not mistaken, look, ladies and gentlemen, Lou my child. It is an cow. Most emphatically I call your attention, look, Aya is no buzzard, no vulturk, it is an eagle. If thou were as farcy-hooted as my advancing age, yes, my child. Advancing, my hair is white. You would as plainly as do, the blunt pinions, it is a DCN eagle. He circles directly overhead, he hovers, not a single beat of his wing, at a tremendous height in the blue, and with his keen, far-sighted eyes under THC prominent bony structure of his brows HC is peering earthwards. The eagle, ladies and gentlemen, the bird of Jove, king of his kind, the lion of the upper. He has feathered gaiters, and a beak of iron, with a sudden hook at the end, claws of enormous strength, their talons curving inwards, the front ones overlapped by THC long hinder one in an iron clutch. Look! And he tried to put his long fingers in the evsruer of an eagle's claw. Gaffer, why are you circling? And spying up there he comed his head up walk careless again. Strike! Strike downward, with your iron crack into head and eyes, car out THC belly of the creature God $Ives you, splendid. Splendid. Absolutely. Bury your talons in its entrails, make your beak drip with its blood, he had wrought himself to a pitch. All interest in Setembrines and Naphta's antinomies was fled away. But the vision of THC Calcmained, CVCN though THCY cast talking about it, and devoted themselves to the program they were carrying out under MYN Here's lead. They stopped at an inn to eat and drink, quite hour of hours, but with an appetite whetted by memories of the EALO. Burke was a feasting and a tippling, such as always on WCR Eamon here was, in Borth or all the inns at Glens and Closters, whither they gone in RHC train. Under his tutelage, they tasted the classic gifts of life, kufek and cream with fresh bread, moist cheese and fragrant alpine butter, cavnly tasting with hot roasted chestnuts. THEV drank red Veltliner, to their heart's content. Peeperkin accompanied the impromptu meal with a fire of ejaculations, or incited Anton Karlovich to talk, that good-natured sufferer, who abhorred all high-QH thoughts, but could hold forth so acceptably on the subject of manufacture of rubber shoes in Russia. He described how the rubber mass was treated with sulfur and other substances, and the finished, glossy product subjected to a heat of over 200 degrees to vulcanize eye. He talked about the polar circle, for his business trips had more than once taken him thither, about the midnight sun, and eternal winter at the North Cape, all this hour of his scraggy throat, from beneath his bushy moustaches. Up THCRC, he said, the steamers ICH tiny, next the gigantic cliffs, on the steel-grey surface of the sea. And a yellow radiation was diffused great tracts of the heavens, the northern lights. The whole thing had seemed spooky to him, Anton the scene and himself to boot. Thus Hefkage, the complete outsider, the only MCMBCR off group who stood detached from its complicated relationships. But now that we fac of these, it will be see well to relate two conversations, two priceless conversations do, which our unheroic hero had, the first with Claudia Shochat, the second with the present companion of her travels, one in the hall, on an evening when the disturbing element lay above with a fever, the other on an afternoon by Menhir's bedside. It was half dark in the hall. The social activities had been brief and languid, the guests withdrew early to the evening cure or else took their wilful way into town, to dance and game. A single light burned in the hall ceiling, and in the adjoining salons dimness reigned. But Hans Castorp knew that Frau Schochat, who had taken dinner without her protector, was not gone upstairs after it, but still lingered in the writing room, so he did the same. H.C. sat by the tiled hearth, in the back part of the hall, which was raised by on step from the rest, and separated by arches sub-en, atted on two columns, in a rocking chair such as that one Marister had leaned back in, on the evening Joachim had spoken with her for the first and last time. He was, permissibly at this hour, smoking a camk. H.C. heard her approach and the sound of her frock, fanning the air with a letter SHC 1, and saying, in her Yugoslav voice, "The porter has gone. Do give me timbre post." SHC was wearing a thin dark silk this evening, cut round in the neck, with filmy sleeves finished by a buttoned cuff at the wrists. It was the cut he iofed. She wore the pgals, they gleamed palely in the half-light. HCICUKCD up into HC Ukhajai's face. "Timbre," he repeated, "have none?" "No." "Tea and not prepared to do lady a favour?" She and shrugged her shoulders. "You ought to be more picturesque and dependable. I imagined you having a compartment in your pocketbook, nice neat little sheets of denominator on S. Why should I? I never write a letter. To whom should I write? I seldom do, even a card, and that is already stamped. I have no one to write to. I have no contact with the flatland, it has fallen away. We have a folk song that says, 'I am to the world so it is with me.' Well, THCN, lost soul, at least give me a Pierrot," said she, and sat down opposite him on a bench with a linen cushion, one over the orca. She strcrchcd out her hand. "With those, at least, you are provided." She took a cigarette, negligently, from the silver case he held out to her, and availed herself of his little pocket device, the flame of which lit up HCR face. The indolent give MC a cigarette, the taking it without thanks, bespoke the spoiled, luxurious. Even more it betokened a human companionship and mutual belonging, an UNN give and take which came thrilling and tender to his forlorn sense. He said, "Always have them. Always provided, one must. How should I get on without them? I have, as they say, a passion for them. To tell the truth, however, I am hardly a very passionate man, though I have MV passions, phlegmatic ones." "I am extraordinarily relieved," she said, breathing out, as she spoke, the smoke she had inhaled, "to hear that you are not a stonate man." "But how should you be?" Valwood Hugh degenerated. "Passionate, that means to live for the sake of living. But one knows that you all live for sake of CX, clients. Passion, that is SCLF for NCSS. But what you all want TS self-enrichment. Sist, you don't realize what revolting egoism it is, and that one day it will make you an enemy of THC human race? Well, WCN, well. Enemy of the human race, how can make such a general statement, Claudia? Have you something finite and in your mind, when you say we don't live for the sake of BFC, but for the sake of enriching ourselves? Women don't usually moralize like that, so abstractly. Oh, morality, and that. A subject for NAFTA and Settembrini to quarrel over. It belongs to the realm of the great confusion. Whether one lives for oneself, or for the sake of Lifk, on doc suno oneself. No one can know that precisely and certainly. I mean, the limits are fluid. There is egoistic devotion, and there is devoted egoism. I think, on the whole, that it is as it is in love. Of course, it is probably immoral of MC that cannot VCRY well attend row what you say to me about morality for being so happy that we are sitting herk as we once did, and then never again, even since you came back. And that I marv tell you there was never anything so as way suit your hand, and the soft flowing silk your arm. That know so well, oh, PKSE, please not. I promised to have proper regard for the circumstances, and the personalities underscore as one would from a man without passion. Yes, you mock at me when, and then, when, you say you leave me, pray rack a little more connectedly, if you expect me to understand you. So I am not to have any benefit from all your practice in gooksing the meaning of disconnect sentences, is that fair, I ask, or I would if I did not know that it is not a matter of justice at all, no, justice is a phlegmatic passion. In contrast to jealousy, when unitic people are jealous, THCY always make themselves ridiculous. They're ridiculous. Then grant MCMV phlegm. I repeat, how could I do without it? For instance, how else could have endured to wait so long? Beg pardon. Aussi longtemps pour toi. Voyons, mon Avery. I say no more about the form of address you persist in your folve. You will talk of it, and then, I not prudish, not an out-need middle-class housewife, no, for you are our illness gives you freedom. It makes you, must hunt for the word, makes you wish shall speak of that another time. It was something CLSE I meant. Something I demand to hear. You shall not pretend I had anything to do with your waiting, if you did wait, that I encouraged you to it, or even permitted it. You must admit explicitly that the opposite was the case, with pleasure. You never asked to wait, I did it on my own. I can quite understand your laying stress on the int, even when you make admissions, there is always some impertinence about THCM. You are impertinent by nature, not only with me, but in general, God knows why. Your admiration, your very humility, is an impertinence. Don't think I can't see it. I ought not to with you at all, and certainly not when you to talk about waiting for me. It is inexcusable that you should have been long ago at your work, Kerntier, or wherever it was. Now that, Claudia, is not spiritual, it even sounds conventional. You are just talking. You can't it in Setamne's sense, and however else, then, I cannot take it seriously. I not go off without permission, like my poor cousin, who, as you said he would, died because he tried to do service below, and who knew himself, I suppose, that he would dick, but preferred death to doing service up HCRE any longer. Well, it was for that he was a soldier. But I'm not. I am a civilian. For me it would be skitting the colours to do what he did, and go and serve recalls of progress down in the flatland, despite what E. Kirkens says. It would be the greatest disloyalty and ingratitude, to the illness, and its spiritual quality, and to my for you, of which bear scars old and new, and to your arms I know so well, even admitting that it in dream, a highly spiritual dream, that I can't deny them, and that you had no for my dream, and were not by it, nor your freedom infringed on, she laughed, in mouth, so that the Tartar eyes narrow slits, leaning back against the wainscoting, her hands resting on the bench on either side of HCR, TME leg crossed over the uthka, and swinging her in its parent leather shoe. Quelle generosite! Pauvre petit! OIA, precisely thus I have always imagined the genie. Don't, Claudia. No the genie, as a personality. Lord, no. But chance, call it chance, brought me up here to these heights of the spirit, vow. Of course, do not know that there is such a thing as pedagogy, transubstantiation, from lower to higher, ascending degrees, if you understand what I mean. But of course matter that is capable of taking those ascending stages by dint of outward pressure must have a tulk something in itself to start with, and what I had in me, as I quite clearly know, was that from long ago, even as lad, I was familiar widely illness and death, and had in the face of all convention sense borrowed a lead pencil from Val, as I did again on Carnival Nadollar Height. But unsoning love is spur /tool, Fudka is the spiritual principle, the yes bina, thc lapis philosophn, and the agogic uincipal too, for love of it leads to love of life and ove of humility. Thus, as I have Ian in my loge, it has taken rc veiled to me. And I am enchanted to be able to vow all atu.ut it. There are two paths row life, one is the regular one, direct, honest. The other is bad, it death, is way. You are a quaint philosopher, she said. I will not assert that I have understood for all your involved German ideas, but it sounds human and good, and ood, good young man. One must say that for you have truly behaved philo much in b, osophy for your taste, a, Claudia, re-impertinences. Tiresome. That you waited for was silly, uncalled for. But you not angry, because you waited in vain? It was hard, Claudia, even for a man phlegmatic in his past, hard for me and hard of you to come back with him like that, for of course you knew through Berensvar I was here and waiting for you. But I have told you I regard it as what we had together, and I admit you are free. Indeed I waited after all not quite in vain, for we it together as once we did, can hear the piercing sweetness o' this rowing o' your arms that know, even though upstairs there lies your Pritkra, in a fever, the nutty peeperkin, whose pearls you wear, poofed and enrichment. You and with whom, for your own have struck up such a not grudge me it. Claudia. Setembrini reproached MC with it too. But that is conventional prude, thc man is boon, for God's sake, is he not a personality, he is already old, vcs, but even so, could understand how vous as old love him mad love. You do love him madly, all honour to thv philosophy, mv little German Hinskin, she said, and light, v stroked his but could find it in mv heart to speak to you of my love for would not be boo, man. AK, why not, CL, dear, it is my belief that love of humanity begins where spirited cleave it leaves off. We can speak quite quietly of him. 00 love him Xshnatelv, she bent to toss her cigarette end in the grate. And then sat with folded arms, he loves Tick, she said, and love makes me proud and grateful, and devoted to him. Tu comprenerir a. Or CLSEU are not worthy thc friendship HC for you. His feeling forced me to follow and serve him. What else could I do, you may judge. Is it possible for any human being to disregard his not Hans Castorp? No, of it was out of the question. How could a woman bring herself to regard his feeling? And anguish over that fcchng, to forsake him? As it were, in his Gethsemane, Pas du Tron SMP, de Sat SHC, her slanting eaves fixed in a crick. You understand things? Anguish over the fkling, not much understanding is needed to know that you had to follow him, though. Or rather because, there must be much that is troubling in his love. Sist exact. Troubling? There is much care with him, you know, many difficulties had taken his hand, and absently with the fingers, but suddenly she nicked her, she looked up and said, Dis-moi, ce pas peu, ordinaire, que nouster iwi, cmmnefa? No, Claudia. Surely not. Far from it. Surely it is no more than human. You love the word, and I oath to hear you say it, in your veined pronunciation. My cousin Joachim did not like it, on military grounds. He thought it meant general license, and in that sense, as an unlimited of self-indulgence, I have my own suspicions of it, I confess. but in the sense of freedom, go, hinks, esprit, then it is great, we can freely apply it to our talk about Peeperkin and the cark and pain he causes you. Of course, they are the result of his sore, his dread of denying the fklings, that makes him love so much what he calls the classic gifts of life, the gift of Bacchus. Liquid refreshment, we may speak of that in all reverence, for even in that Canis his scale is kingly and we shall lower neither him nor our skulks by speaking of it. It is not a question of us, she said. She had folded her arms again. One would not be a woman if one were not willing to humiliation for the of a man like that, on the grand scale, as you say, when one is the object of his feeling and of his suffering from absolutely, Claudia. Well said. For then even the humiliation is on the grand seal, and from the height of it the woman can look down on poor creatures built on smaller lines, and speak to them with such contempt as was in your voice. WHCN, you said. About the in your stage stamps, you ought to be more precise and descendable. You are here, you must not be. Let us put those fecklings away, send them to Jericho. Do you agree? I have BCCN wound too sometimes, I will confess it, since we are sitting together like this. I have been angry with your phlegm, and your being such friends with him, on account of your egoistic craving for uience. YCT, I was glad, Rue, and grateful for the respect you paid him. You were loyal, if you were a bit impertinent, TCH, after all I could allowance for that. Very kind of. She looked at him. Thou are incorrigible, it seems. And certainly I can't quite tell how much esprit you have, but deep you are, a deep young well, very one can do with it. And BC friends. Shall we be friends, shall we make a league, not against but for him? Will you give me your hand on it? I am often frightened. Sometimes I am afraid of THC solitude with him, the inward solitude, too, miss, he is frightening. Sometimes I am afraid something may happen to him, it makes me shudder. I should be glad to feel I someone beside me. Infant, if you care to know, that was why I came back here with him. They sat KNCC to knee, he with his tip toward her, she on her last words were breathed close to his face, and SHC pressed his is she he to oh, Claudia. That is beautiful beyond words. You can't back to me with him? And yet will you save my waiting was silly and wrong and fruitless? It would be very enough to know how to value your friendship, his sake. She kissed him on the mouth. It was a Russian kiss, the kind that is exchanged in that spreading, soulful land, at high religious feasts, as a seal of love. But Ken, notoriously deep young man and a lady still and of such insinuating charm, exchange it. We are involuntarily reminded of Dr. Krokowski's ingenious if not wholly unobjectionable method of treating THC subject of love, in that slightly fluctuating sense, so that no one was ever quite sure whether it was earthly or heavenly, spiritual or fleshly love he had in mind. Are we so treating it, or were Kavdia Shochat and Hans Castorp, when they exchanged their Russian kiss? But what will THC readers say if we Sun-Y refuse to go into the question? To try to make a clean-cut distinction between the passionate and the soulful, Thara would, no doubt, be analytical. But we feckle that it would also be inept, to borrow Hans Castorp's useful word, and certainly not in the least genial. For what would clean-cut be? The subject is so equivocal, the limits so fluctuating. WC make bold to laugh at the idka, is it not well done that our language has but one word for all kin and of love, from the holiest to the most lustfully realize all ambiguity is therein resolved, love cannot but be physical, at its furthest stretch of holiness, it cannot be impious, in its utterest fleshliness. It is always itself, as the height of shrewd geniality as in the depth of passion, it is organic sympathy, the touching seam embrace of that which is due act to decay. In the most ragging as in the most reverent passion, there must be caritas. The meaning of the word varies. In God's name, then, ICTT vary. That it so makes it living, makes it human, would be a regrettable lack of depth to trouble over THC fact. So while these youthful lips mcxt in their Russian kiss, let us darken our little stage and change the scene. For now, instead of the dimness of the hall we have the rather pensive light of a DCCHMNG spring day in of snows, and our hero is seated in his wonted place at THC bedside of Menhir. Psepacom, in friendly and respectful converse with that great man. Frau show chat, after the tea hour, at which she had appeared alone, as at the previous 3 meals, had gone shopping in the Platte Eye, and Hans Castorp announced himself for his usual visit to the Dutchman. First of all to show him attention and help him the time, but also to divide high the motions of the Garman's personality. In short, out of varying motives, varying as life varies. Peckperkin laid aside the teleg.raf and took the horn-rimmed eyeglasses upon it. He reached his VISI raw abroad, sea captain's hand, and his thick-chapped lips, on which sat a distressed expression, moved vaguely. Ked wink and coffee were as usual to hand. The coffee things stood on a chair, stained brown from use. MVNHCCR had taken his regular afternoon drink, hoar and strong, with sugar and cream, and was in a perspiration. His face with its fringe of white hair was flushed, and tittlebeads white hood on brow and upper. I am sweating somewhat, he said. Come in. Young man, kick in. On THC contrary. Sit down. It is STGN of weakness. WHCN. One takes a hot drink and sweats thereafter. Will you, right, a handkerchief, thank you. The flush soon faded and gave place to the yellowish pallor which was MYNHCCR's facial tint after a bad attack. THC fever had been severe this moment asterisk, and at 3 stag CS, the cold, the hot, RHC moist, Psepkakan's little eyes looked tired and cath-lined, mask-like brow underscore. He said, it is, BV all means, young man. I would like to see XPRCSMV, the word is, positively appreciative, very kind of you, to visit an ailing old man, not at Mvnhir Pekkakan. I'm the one to be grateful. For permission to sit here a little, I get a great deal more than thou, are not altruistic. But what sort of description is that of yourself, an ailing old mat asterisk? It would never occur to Anvone to call thou that. It gives an entirely false very good, responded Menhir. He closed his CYCS for a second or so, leaning his mystic head against the pillows, the chin raised. The fingers with their iron nails folded on his king-of chest, the muscles of which shook beneath the tricot SIMT underscore. You are right, young man, or, rather, you knew it well. I am sure. It was pleasant yesterday, yes, yesterday afternoon, at that hospitable spot, name of which I have now forgotten, where we ate the excellent salami and scrambled eggs, and that sound native wine. It was gorgeous, Hans Castorp confirmed. We certainly are filled up. The Burghof chef would not have been pleased to see us putting it in, 1 and 211, he'd have felt insulted. That was genuine salami, the real thing. Herr Seckenbriny ate it with tears in his eyes. He is a patriot, thou must know. A democratic patriot. He has consecrated his burger's pike on the altar of humanity, so that salami may be taxed at that is no matter peepakandklud. HC is most a love always and courteous and very affable in conversation, a gallant gentleman, though obviously unable to change his clothing with any frequency. None at all, said Hans Castorp. None at all. I know him well, have been friendly with him for a long rime. He was IGND enough to up, because HC found a delicate child of IIIE. That is an expression we use between us, the sense of which is not obvious without THC context. He has taken pains to influence me for my good. But Summer or WNRCR have seen him wear anything but those checks trousers and that threadbare double-breasted coat. HC cars the old things ULTH great dignity. THCRC is something gallant about him. I agree with their way he'd SA over poverty. BCTTCR to see it than little naftas cligance. that always seems suspicious, a work of darkness, as it were, and he gets the money for it in some hole and corner way. I understand. A chivalrous and affable Peeperkin, passing over Hans Castorp's remarks about it in after. But also, forgive me the reservation, not free from prejudice. Madam, my companion, has no opinion of him, you may have seen. She feels little sympathy, no doubt because she perceives the same prejudice to exist toward herself. Not a word, young man. Far from, on and your friendly settings for him, no more. I should not think of swing that in an point, H.C. has failed in any resfoot in knightly courtesy. Dgar friend, irreproachable, very. But there is, a line drawn, a curtain, a withdrawal, which makes comprehensible Madame Chauchat's, feckling against him perfectly natural. Perfectly justified. Pardon me, Mynheer Peeperkin, for raking THC words of your mouth. I venture to do so in HC consciousness that you will not misunderstand MC. When one thinks how women are made, you smile, to car person of my von and making general observations on this subject, dependent a woman's feeling for man is upon loose feeling for her, TT is not surprising. Women, if you will permit me 50 to express myself, are creatures not of action but of reaction, they do not initiate, they are inactive in the sense that THCY are passive. May I, even at the risk of tring tiresome, try to follow that a little further? Woman, so far as I have been center able to observe, regards herself, in love affair, as the object. She lets it come, SHC docs not make a free choice, SHC only chooses on the basis of the man's having chosen, and even then, I must repeat, her choice is suspect, is prejudiced by the very fact that she has been chosen, provided, of course, the man not too poor a specimen, and even so, Lord, what unalloyed drivel I'm talking. But when one is young, everything seems new and astonishing. You ask a woman, do you love him? And she tells you, he loves MC so much. And rolls her eyes up, or else rolls them down. Imagine an answer like that from one of us, if you will pardon me putting us in the same category. Perhaps there are MCN who would answer like that, but they are ex or spirit creatures, their women wear the breeches if you will forgive the expression. I should like to know what kind of self-appraisement is at RHC bottom of the feminine answer. Is it that the woman thinks she owes man boundless devotion merely because he has conferred the favor of his choice upon so lowly a creature? Or does she see in the man's love an infallible sign of her personal excellence? I've often asked myself these questions, when I have been thinking quietly alone. Primitive, traditional mysteries you touch on there, young man, applying your glib little phrases to THC sacred conditions of our existence Peeperkin. Man is intoxicated by his desire, woman demands and C.XFRCTS to be intoxicated by it. Hence our holy duty of fling, hence the shame in unfeelingness, in powerlessness to awaken the woman to desire. Will you take a glass of red wine with I will drink, for I am thirsty. I have given out a considerable amount of water today. Thanks, Mynheer Peeperkin. I do not usually take anything at this hour, but I am always ready to drink a swallow or so to your health. Then take the wine a glass. There is only one, I will use the water glass. It won't insult this wine to drink it out of an ordinary rumbler. He poured out the wine, with Hans Castorp's help, as his hand trembled slightly, and drank thirstily, as though it had been water. That is refreshing, he said. Won't you have some more? No. Permit me to 611 my glass. The second time, H.C. spilled wine. The turned-over sheet was stained with dark red shire. TSL repeat, he said, with one lance-like finger reared up, I repeat, that therein lies our duty, our sacred duty to feel. Feeling, you understand, is the masculine force that rouses life. Life RS. It needs to be roused, to be awakened to a drunken marriage with divine feeling. For feeling, young is godlike. Man is godlike, in that he feels. He is the feeling of God created him in order to feel through him. Man is nothing but through which God consummates his marriage with an intoxicated life. If man fails in feeling, it is blasphemy, it is the surrender of his masculinity, a cosmic catastrophe, an irreconcilable horror. He drank. Permit MC to relieve you of your glass. Hans Castorp said. I end your train of thought highly edifying, Mensa Peppercorn. You are developing a theology there, in which you ascribe to man a wholly honourable, if perhaps rather a one-sided religious function. THCRE is, if I may say so, a certain austerity in your conception. It has its alarming side. Pardon me. All retigloos austerity is naturally somewhat alarming to people who are built on modest lines. I have no thought of criticizing the conception. I should like simply to return to your remark about certain prejudices, which, according to your observations, Herr Settembrini has on the subject of Madame. I have known Herr Settembrini for some time, more than a year, for years, in fact. And I can assure you that his prejudices, in so far as they exist, are in no case of a petty or bourgeois character. It would be absurd to think so. Can only be a question of prejudice in a Prince-I_general sense, impersonal, relating to certain S, which, in my character as a delicacy of life, Herr Rini has been at pains to BVT that would lead us too far. It is a very complex subject, into which I not, and you I oath, madam. Mynheer suddenly asked. H.C. turned toward his visitor that kingly countenance, with the sore, writhen mouth and the pale little eyes under the lines on the brow. Hans Castorp started. H.C. stammered, that is, I feel great respect for Frau Schochat, certainly, in her character as, pray, said Peppercorn, stretching out his hand with that gesture which held back the bow of words. Having thus made a space for what he was about to say, LCT mihi WCNT on, let me that I am far from reproaching this Italian gentleman with any actual offence against the rules of chivalry. Level this reproach against no one, no one. But it occurs to me, understand MC, young man, I am gratified, very. Your presence rejoices my heart. At the tint, I say to myself, your acquaintance with Madame is older than ours. You were of HCR earlier sojourn up Herk. And she is a woman of the rarest charms, and I am only an ailing old man. How does it happen, today, as I was unable to accompany her, she goes down unattended to the Villa *C to make purchases? There is no harm in that, none at all. But doubtless, am I then to ascribe it to what was it you said? The pedagogic principles of Senior Settembrini that you, I beg you not to misunderstand me not at all, Mensa Peppercorn. Absolutely not. Not in the least. I act independently. On the contrary, Herr Settembrini has even taken occasion to, I regret to see that you have spilled wine on your sheets. Mynheer Peppercorn. May I not, we usually are Irish, put salt on while the it does not matter, said Peppercorn, fixing his guest with his hands. Castorp changed colour. H.C. said, with a hollow smile, everything up Herk is out of the ordinary. The spirit of the place, if I may put it so, is not conventional. I sufferer, whether man or woman, is privileged. The tools of chivalry are thus forced rather into the background. You are for the moment Mynheer Peppercorn, in acute indisposition. Your companion is relatively well. I think I do as Madame would wish in representing her here beside you, in her absence, in so far as there can be any talk of representing her, Harla. Instead of representing you with her and offering to attend her into the village. How indeed should I kick to BC playing the cavalcade to Madame? I have no all to RHC position, no mandate, and I have, I must admit, a strong sense of mine and thine. In short, I find my position is cooked, in face of the general situation, and also the very genuine feelings I entertain for you, Mynheer Peckperkin. You asked me, I believe, a question. And I think what I have said should be satisfactory to it. A very amiable answer, Peepkin responded. I listen with involuntary pleasure, young, to your huckant little phrases. Your tongue runs on, it springs over stock and stone, and rounds off all the sharp corners. But satisfactory, no. Your answer does not quite satisfy me, you must forgive me for disappointing you. Austere, my dear friend, you used the word with reference to some of my remarks just now. But in yours too I seem to note a certain austerity, they seem a little stiff and forced, and not in harmony with your nature, though I am acquainted with THC. Phenomenon through your bearing in one respect and therefore recognize it now. I mean the formal manner thou assume toward Madam, and toward no one else in our little circle, on our walks and excursions. And of which thou owe me an explanation. It is a duty, an obligation. I am not mistaken. Hugh confirmed my observation too many times, and it is unlike Helvit has not remarked BV others as well, with the difference that these others may perhaps, or even probably, possess a key which I do not. Mynheer spoke with uncommon precision and clarity tilts afternoon, despite THC exhaustion consequent upon his fever. There was scarcely a trace of usual rhapsodic stvle. He half sat his bed, his powerful shoulders and splendid HVAD turned toward his ist, one arm was stretched out over the coverlet. WLTH the freak led, C. Citane's hand creaked at the end of the woolen sleeve, forming THC of precision. The lance-tipped fingers were aloft. And his lips formed the words, as precisely, as plastically as Herr Settembrini himself could have wished, and rolled the his throat in words like probably and austerity. You smile, HC went on. You seem to be busy searching the tablets of your memory and finding them blank. There can be no doubt that you know what I mean. I do not say that you do not sometimes address Madam, or that you do not answer her, as occasion arises. But I repeat, you do so with a definite constraint, an evasiveness. And, in fact, an AV01 dance of one-satine form. One gets the impression that there has been a one-sided wager, it is as though thou had caten a philipma with Madam, and made up that you will not address her with the usual form of address. In short, you never use the third-person plural. You never say sie to Madam. But Mynheer Peckperkin, how absurd, what sort of Philippina would that slay? I mention the circumstance, thou art surely aware of it yourself, that thou have lust grown pie to the lips, Castorp not 100k up. He and busied himself with the red stains on THC sheet. It had to come to that, suppose he thought. It had to come out. And I suppose I even helped it on himself. I can that now. Did I really go pale? It may be, for now we've certain come row gaps. What will happen? Shall I keep on lying? It may glit still go, but I won't. I'll just sit tight a few minutes and look at these blood stains, I mean wine stains, on the sheet. They were both silent. The stillness lasted some 2 or 3 minutes, and gave evidence how much under such circumstances these very small units of time can expand. It was Piot Frocom who first spoke. On the evening when I first had THC pleasure of making voa acquaintance, he said, beginning in a sing-song tone, and jetting his voice fall at the end, as though embark on a long recitative, add a little celebration, sat very lack eating and drinking and making merry, and then, in an elevated mood, of spirit free and unrestrained, sought our beds. As we parted, here at my door, the idea came to me to ask you to salute Madam on the brow, as a friend from her former visit up here. You bluntly refused, reacted the idea on RHC ground that it would be prgestrous. You will not deny that the expression itself demanded an explanation for which you have remained until now in my debt. Are you willing to absolve yourself of R? So he noticed that 2 hands Castorp thought, and closer over THC wine stains. One of which be scratched with his middle finger. THC fact is I suppose I wanted him to notice it, or I should not have said it. But what to say now? My heart is pounding. Will there be an exhibition of royal rage? Perhaps VD best keep an eye on his fist, HC may holding it over me already. Certainly I am in a fine position, between the devil and the deep blue sea, as it were. And suddenly HC felt his right wrist grasped by the hand of P. Hello, he thought. WHV should I be sitting herc with MV tail besen my legs have I done him any injury? Not in the eye cast. Let Hilt talk to the man in Dagestan before he does to me. And after that Somak Hove CLSC. And so on. And then me. And what has he to complain of about me? Nothing, so far. Then WHV should heart be pounding like this, it is I time I sir up and 100k him in the CVC, all due respect to his per of course. HC did so. The great man's face was yellow, the size pale beneath the forehead's heavy folds, a bitter expression sat on the rounded lips. They looked cack other in the CYC. The splendid old man and the insignificant Valonk, and Psepican continue to hold hands Castorp by eye wrist. At last he said, gently, you were Claudia's lover when she was here before. Hans Castorp bowed his coat on Mork but lifted it again straightway, took a deep breath, and began, Mvnhir Pecorn. It is in the highest degree repugnant to me to tell you he. I am searching for a means of avoiding it, but this is not easy. I should boasting if I say yes, lying if I say no. Let me explain in what sense this is to be taken. I lived a long time, oh, a very long time in this house with Claudia, I beg pardon, with the companion of your travels, before making her acquaintance. Our relations, or my relation to her, was never the social one. I can only say of it that its beginnings are shrouded in darkness. In my thoughts I have never named Afdia but with the thou, and never in reality Sitha. For on the evening when, casting off certain pedagogic restraints of which we were speaking, I made bold to approach her, upon a pretext furnished me by the long ago past, it was carnival. It was an evening of masks and freedom, an irresponsible hour, when the thou was in force, and by the power of magic and dreams, somehow had, full sway. And, it was also the eve of Claudia's departure. Full repeated Peeperkin. You have put that very, very, well. He clasped Hans Castorp's hand, and began with his own huge ones to massage both sides of his own face, CYCS, XX, and chin. Then he folded his hands upon the wimper-spotted sheet, and laid his head on the left shoulder, the one toward his guest, with the effect that his face was lightly turned. I have given you the best answer I could, MYNHCCR Peepercorn, Hans Castorp said. I have tricked to say neither too much nor too little. I was concerned to let you see that it is in a way open to us to count that evening, when the thou had full sway, and it was the eve of Claudia's departure, or not to count it. It was an extraordinary occasion, almost outside the calendar. Intercalated, so to speak, RWCNRY *length of February. It would have been only half a lick if I had simply denied the truth of what you said. Psepican made no answer. I preferred Hans Castorp Bernrin, after a pause, I to of losing your favour, tell you the truth, rather than run which, I openly admit, would be a sensible loss to me, I may say a blow, comparable to the one I received when Frau Schochat returned hither as the companion of your travels. I have risked letting this happen, because I have long wished and hoped there might be understanding between myself and the man for whom I entertained feelings of the most extraordinary respect and reverence. It's a confiner, more you know that is Claudia's favourite word, and how she pronounces it, in that enchanting, husky drawl of hers, than silence and dissimulation, and in that sense a weight was lifted from my heart. WHCN, you put your question? No answer. On thing more, Mynheer Psepacom Hans Kastorp went on. There was another thing that made me wish to make a clean breast of it to you, and that was the personal experience I had with the irritating effect of uncertainty, let in for suspicions that neither confirmed nor dismissed. You know now who it was. Before this present relationship was table shed, which it would be absurd of me not to respect, with whom Claudia spent, or experienced, or committed, the 20 lunch of February. It is clear to you now. But for my I have never been able to know, though of course I realized that anyone in my has to reckon with the past, by which I really mean predecessors, and though I also realized that Hofrack Behrens is an amateur portrait painter, and had, in the course of Manv sittings, made a capital portrait of her, with a treatment of the kin so very lively and realistic that, between ourselves, it gave me very seriously to think. I have tormented myself no end with that riddle, and still do. You still love her? Peeperkin asked, without changing his position, his face all turned away. The large room fell more and more into twilight. You will pardon me, Mynheer Peeperkin, answered Hans Kastorp, but my feeling for you, which is on of thc highest rack of my feel respect and admiration, will not permit me to for the present companion of travels. And does she, Peeperkin asked, with lowered voice, does shc still vor feeling? I do not save, answered Hans Kastorp. I do nor say that she ever returned it. That is scarcely credible. We were touching upon this subject earlier in the afternoon, when we spoke of the responsive nature of women. There is nothing about me to fall in love with. I am nor built on a grand scale, you can see. The possibility of a 29th of February could only be ascribed to feminine receptive on the basis of the man's choice already made. I must say that I refer to myself as a man, ISCCMS to me sort of self-advertising and taste, but at all events, Claudia is a woman. She was responsive to your feeling, murmured Peepercom, with wry lips. How more so to yours, said Hans Kastorp. And in all probability to many another. On has to face that. When, stop. Peeperkin said, still turned away, but with a gesture of the palm toward his interlocutor. Is it not rather, common, of us to talk about her? I don't it so, Mensipkin? I think I can set your mind at rest on that point. These are human topics WC are treating of, human in the sense that they have to do with freedom and spiritual. You must pardon me if I use a rather ambiguous terminology, but I needed the expression lately, and good, go on, Peeperkin said in a low voice. Hans Kastorp spoke in a low voice. 2. And sat on the edge of his chair by the road, TRNT toward the kingly old man, his hands BRWCCN his knees. For she is certainly a marked spiritual being, he said, and the husband beyond Caucasus, you know, of course, that she has a husband beyond the Caucasus, gives HC her freedom. Whether out of stupidity or intelligence I don't know the chap. But it is a good thing he does, for is her illness grants it to her, and Hokvka falls into our situation, do well to follow his example, not complain, either of past or of the future. You complain? Asked Peeperkin. And turned his face. It seemed ashen in the twilight, the pale, curry cycs stared out at the great folds of brow, the large chapped lips stood half open, like the mouth of a tragic mask. I hardly thought it was a question of myself, Hans Kastorp answered modestly. What I was that you should not complain, nor deprive me of your friendship of CVCNT5 in the past. That is what concerns MC at this hour. But aside from that said, I must involuntarily have been the cause of much suffering on your part. If you put the question, responded Hans Kastorp, and if I answer yes, my answer must not be taken to mean that I did not know how to value the enormous privilege of knowing you, for that privilege was indissolubly bound up with THC suffering. I thank you, young man, I thank you. I value the courtesy of our little phrases, but, aside from our acquaintance, it is difficult, Lance Castorp said, to divorce the two, and the idea does not commend itself to MC that I should divorce them in order to be free to in the ocean. The very fact that it was a personality HKEUN company Claudia returned could only nuke more distressing and involve her coming back in the company of anybody whatever. It gave me quarter of an hour, I assure you, and still does, that I do not deny. I have purposely kept as much as I could to the element. That is my sincere feeling of honour and reverence for you, Mynheer Peeperkin, in which there mingled a spice of malice against your mistress, for women are never at ease when their lovers come to terms. True enough, Peeperkin said, and ran his hand over mouth and chin to conceal a smile, as though HC were afraid Showchat might see it. Hans Castor too smiled discreetly, and then they both nodded, in mutual understanding. This little revenge went on Hans Castorp, was granted me at the end, because, so far as I personally am concerned, I have a quarrel after all, not with Claudia, not with you, Mynheer Peeperkin, but with my lot in general, my destiny. I will to tell you it. In so far as I can, now that I am secure in the honour of your confidence, and in this altogether exceptional and extraordinary twilight hour. Pray do so, said Peeperkin, courteously, and Hans Castorp, I have been up here a long time, Mynheer, years. How long I hardly know myself, but it has been years of my life. My to visit whom I came up, in the first instance, was a soldier, an upright and honourable soul, but that was no HCLP to him. He ate and left me, and I remained here alone. Was no soldier, but a civilian. I had a profession, as you may have heard, a good, two-fisk job, which is even supposed to do its share in drawing together the nations of the earth, but somehow I did not draw me. I admit this freely, but the reasons for it I cannot describe otherwise than to say that they are veiled in obscurity, the same obscurity that envelops CHC origin of my feeling for Madam your mistress. I call her that expressly to show that I am not thinking of undermining the situation as it exists, my feeling for Claudia Showchat, and my intimate sense of her WHCH I have had since the first moment her eyes met mine and bewitched me, enchanted me, you understand, BCMD all reason. For of her, in defiance of Hestonbrine, I declared myself for the principle of unreason. The spiritual principle of disease, under whose excuse I had already, in reality, stood for a long time back, and I remained up here, I no longer know precisely how long. I have forgotten, broken with, everything, my relatives, my calling, all my ideas of life. When Claudia went away, I waited here for her return, so that now I am wholly lost to life below, and dead in the eyes of my friends. That is what I meant when I spoke of my destiny, and said there might be some justice in a comment over my present state. I have read a story, no, I saw it in a theatre, a good-natured youth, a soldier like my cousin, who comes to know a charming gypsy, charming she was, with a floker behind her ear, a wild and fatal creature, who so bewitches him that he goes off altogether, everything to her, sits THC colours, pins the smugglers, dishonours himself in every way. Clee. When HC has got so far, SHC for her part has had enough of him, and takes up with a matador, a forceful personality with a magnificent baritone voice. The end of it all is that the little soldier, white as a sheet, shirt OERN at re-throat, stabs his mistress with his knife in front of the circus, which, after an SHC brought upon herself. It is rather a pointless story after all. How did I come to think of it? Mynheer Peeperkin, at mention of THC KMFC, had shifted his in the tea road, with a quick motion to one side, turning his tack toward his guest, looking him piercingly in the eye. Now HC pulled himself to a more comfortable posture, supporting himself on one, and said, "Well, young man, I have listened to you, and I have the whole picture. On my side, let me make an honourable declaration. Were my horn all white, my limbs not racked with fever, you would see me ready to give you lion, man to man, weapon to weapon, for the injury I unwittingly did you, and that which my companion added to it, for which likewise it is mine to atone. Positively, my friend, you would see me at your service. Be it as matters lie. You must let me make different proposal. It is this: I recall an exalted moment, when our VE burrs, and stood ready to offer you the perceived that the moment was premature. Very good. I stand e'en today at that moment, I accrue to it, I declare that the period of probation has come to an end. Young man, we are brothers. Your phrase was thou had full sway, very good, let ours likewise have full sway, us give free rein to brotherly feeling. The satisfaction which age and incapacity PRCVCN me from giving you, I offer in another form, in the form of a brotherly alliance, such as one forms against a third party, against the world, against all and sundry, let us swear it to cack other in the name of our feeling for some eb04y. Take your wine glass, young man, I will use the water glass again, it docks the crude new wine no shame, with his trembling hand he tilled the glasses, Hans Castorp hastening to assist him. Take it at Cat Peeperkin, take my arm, let us drink it out, positively, young man. Very. Here is my hand. Art thou that is no word for it, of course, Mynheer Peeperkin, said Hans Castorp. He had not found it easy to drink out the full glass at a draught, he spilled a little and dried his knee with his handkerchief. I might better say that I am immensely happy, and can hardly grasp how this has all come about, it is like a dream. What an immense honour for me! How I have deserved it I scarcely know, certainly in no active sense. It is not surprising that at first I seems entirely too bold, and I doubt if I shall be able to fetch I out, especially in presence, who is not quite so likely to be pleased with the new arrangement, all at once. Leave that to, responded Peeperkin, either is a matter of practice and habit. Go, young, leave me, MV son. The night has fallen, our loved one may return any moment. And a meeting between you just now would perhaps not hoot well adviser. Farewell, Mynheer Peeperkom, Hans Castorp said, and rose. Yes, it has grown dark. I can imagine Herr Settembrine coming in suddenly and turning on the light, to let reason and convention reign, it is a weakness of his. Goodbye until tomorrow. I leave you, so proud, so joyful, as I could never have dreamed it was possible for me to be C, and NM.VU will have at least 3 good days, and FRCC of fever. And that rejoices MC as much as though it WCRCMVSCLF. Brother, good night. Mynheer Peeperkin, conclusion, a waterfall is always an attractive goal for an excursion. We scarcely know how to explain why Castorp, with all his native love of falling water, had never visited the picturesque cascade in the valley of the Flula. His cousin's strong sense of duty to the service had probably prevented him. During Joachim's time, THC latter's purposeful attitude had tended to confine their activities to the close vicinity of the Berghof. But even since that time, if we accept winter excursions on skis, Hans Castorp's relations with the mountain SCCNCRY had BCCN extremely rive, nor to save monotonous. THC Valngman found a curious pleasure in the contrast between the limitations of his physical sphere and the broad scope of his mental operations. However, when it was proposed that his Lertic group of 7 people should make a driving excursion to the waterfall, he readily assented. It was the blissful month of May, oft celebrated in the pleasant I was fresh, THCtum dirties of the flatland. Up here the air rachel scarcely ingratiating, hut at least the snow gone. Might, indeed, snow again, during the last few days there had been flurries of gigantic flakes, but it did not lie, it only newed wet. The winter drifts had wasted away. Theo were gone, save for vestiges here and there, and the green slop and, the open paths, tempted the spirit to rove. THC Roop had been less occupied of late weeks owing to the illness of its ruling spirit, the prepotent Peter Seppican. His FCVCR refused to yield to the beneficent working of the climate or RHC skilled ministrations of so excellent a doctor as Hofrat Behrens. He was obliged to spend much time in bed, not only on the days when the fever held sway, but on others. THCRC was trouble with his and spleen. Behrens told those who tended him, the digestion was not what it should be. In short, Hofrat did not neglect row out that the condition seemed to indicate a danger of chronic debility, not to be ignored. Mynheer Peeperkin had presided a one-evening festivity in Ali these weeks, and the group had taken but one short walk. Hans Castorp was rather relieved than otherwise at this state of affairs, for the pledge he had drunk with Claudia Schochat's protector made him difficulties, in general conversation, of the same kind he had to deal with in the case of Frau Huckett herself, namely the avoidance of the formal mode of address, as though, as Peeperkin said, they had eaten a Philippine together. He was fertile in expedients to get round it or simply leave it out. Nevertheless, favour accorded him by Peeperkin had doubled Lou's present dilemma. But now the excursion to the waterfall was the order of the day. Peeperkin himself had arranged it, and FCLT equal to the effort. It was THC third day after THC usual attack. And HC announced that he wished to take advantage of it. He did not, indeed, appear at the early meals of the day, but took them, in company with Madame Schochat, in their salon, as they often DLD of Hans Castorp achieved word, through RHC lame concierge, to be ready for a drive an hour after the Moldav meal, and further, to communicate with Ferg and Wassel. And Nafta, and to engage 2 landors for 3 o'clock. Accordingly, at this hour they assembled before the portal of the Burghof, Hans Castorp, Ferg and Wassel, and awaited the pair from the apartments deluxe, whiling the time by holding out lumps of sugar on the palms of their hands, for the horses to nip them up with thick, moist black lips. Their companions appeared with no great delay on re-threshold. Peepkin's KIY seemed narrower. He lifted his hat as he stood in a long, rather shabby ulster, by Madame Schochat's side, and his lips shaped a vague form of ding to THC company in general. Then he descended and with the THRCC gentleman, who met him at TBC foot of the HC laid his left hand on Hans Castorp's shoulder, saying, "Well, young man, and how goes it, my son?" Topping, "Thanks, I hope it's mutual," responded the young man. THC sun shone, the day was beautiful but they had well to don overcoats, driving would cool. Madame Schochat too wore a warm BCLTCD mantle of some woolly stuff with a pattern of large checks, and fur about her shoulders. The rim of her felt hat was turned down at one side by the olive green veil she wore bound under her chin, an effect sewing that it was actual pain to most of the Jodkas, being THC only man THCRC not in love with her. To his disintoxed state was probably due the temporary advantage he presently kneaked, of being selected to sit outside MYNHCCR and Madame in the first landau, while Hans Castorp mounted with Wassel into the second, catching as HC did so a mocking smile that for a moment visited Frau Schochat's face. The others would be called for at their lodgings. The Malayan servant ironed the party with a capacious basket, from the top of which protruded the necks of 2 winged TTICS. He bestowed it under the back seat of the first landau, took his place by the coachman on the box and folded his arms. The horses started up, and the carriages, with the brakes against their wheels, drove down THC Drive. Chisel had seen Frau Schochat's smile, and expressed himself on the subject to his companion, showing his bad TCCTH as he talked. "Did you see?" he asked, "she was laughing at you for having to drive alone with MC?" Yes, a man like MC is always fair game. Do you find it so disgusting to have to sit next to me? Pull yourself together, Wassel, and stop talking in that poor-spirited Castorp admonished him. Women are forever smiling, at anything, just for THC sack of smiling, there is no SCNSC in attending to it. Why do you always cry yourself down? You have your advantages and your disadvantages, like the rest of us. For instance, you can play out of the Midsummer Night's Dream, and it's not everybody who can. Will you play for us again soon? Yes, you think you can talk to me condescendingly, like that, retorted the wretched soul, and you don't know what cheek there is in your consolation and how it just aggravates me the more. You have the right to, though. You are laughing out of the wrong corner of your mouth now, but once you were in the SCVCNTH heaven, and felt her arms about your neck, oh, God, it burns me in THC pit of my stomach when I think of it, and you are conscious of all you have had, when you look down on me and my torments and think what a beggarly wretch I am. You haven't a pretty way of expressing yourself, Wassel. I don't need to conceal my opinion of it, since you reproach me with being cheeky. It is really very repulsive and probably intentional on your part. You lay yourself out to be disgusting and humiliate yourself, the whole time. Are you really so desperately in love with her? Fearfully answered Chisel, with a head shake. Words cannot express what I have had to endure from my craving for. Wish I could say it will be the death of me, but the trouble is, one can neither nor live. It a bit better while she away. I was gradually beginning to forget her. But since she came back, and I have her daily before my eyes, I get attacks, I bite my hand and strike and beside myself. Such things ought not to be. YCT one cannot wish nor to have them. Whoever is in that stare cannot wish not to be. It would be like wishing not to live, because it has bound itself up with life. What good would it do to die? Afterwards, yes, gladly. In her arms it would be bliss. But before, no, it would be preposterous, because life is longing, and longing is life. It cannot go against itself, is the cursed catch in the game. Even when I say cursed, it is on a way of talking, as though I was somebody else, for in I cannot FCCL it so. THCRE are many kinds of torture, and one you are under, your one desire and longing is to be free of it. But THC torture of fleshly lust is the only one you can never wish to be free of, except through satisfaction. Never, never in any other way, never at any price. So it is, the man who is not suffering from it doesn't dwell on it, but the man who is learns to know our Lord Jesus Christ, and his tears run down. Good Lord in heaven, what a thing it is, that the flesh can crave the flesh like that, simply because it is nor its own flesh, but belongs to another soul. How strange, and yet, when you come to 100k at it, how unassuming, how friendly, how almost apologetic. One may say, almost, if that is all he wants, in God's name let him VC it. What is it I want, Castorp? Do I want to kill her? Do I want to shed her blood? I only want to fondle her. Dear, good Castorp, don't despise me for whining like this, but after all, couldn't she ICT me have my way? THCRE would be something higher about it. I'm not a beast of the field, in my way, I'm a man TMJ. Pure fleshly desire casts at HUT, here, there, and ever I work. It is not bound, not fixed, and so we call it animal. But when it is fixed upon human being, with a human face, then WC begin talking about love. It is not that I just crave her carnal part, to enough as if she were a Flesselvan doll. If there were one little thing different about her face, it might be that should not crave her at all, shows that I love her soul, and love HCR with my soul. For love of face is love of HCS. Why, Wassel, what's the matter with you? You are your head, you don't know how you are going on, but that is lust. It pursued the unhappy wretch, that she has a soul, that she creature made up of soul and body. And her soul will have absolutely nothing to do with mine, nor ka body sitha, and thence come. Oh, God, the torments suffer, and therefore might is way condemned to shame, and MV body must mortify itself for ever. SHC know nothing of Castorp. either M or soul, and, of MV desire horror to HCR, am I not in ran, even if I am repulsive oh I swear ro vouchat I am, the IV old give her more than all the others who have lamb there. Once SHC opt to me the bliss of her embrace, of her arms. Wincha her soul is so. Is not of I he I would not offer her. Castorp. If it were on of a matter of the body, not of THC countenance. If it were not her cursed suit that will have none of MC. Without which I should have no long MG for her bodv, chat che devil's treadmill in which I eternally go round and round. Hush. Wassel. Hush. The coachman can understand thou. He does nor turn his cud, on purpose. But I can sec by the press ion of his back he erstem. Yes, you're right, he listening, and he understands. There you have again the thing I am talking about. And can see what it is like. If I were speaking of palingenesis, or hydrostatics, he would not understand, and would nor HSTCN, HC would not have RHC faintst reka about T nor care to have. THCRES no ipula for those things. But this business of body and soul, the last and highest and most ghastly private matter in the world, is also the most universal. Everybody can understand it and laugh at anyone suffering from it, whose days are a torture of desire and kisney rs a torment of hell. Castorp, dear Castorp, let TNE make my it'll moan to you, you don't know the sort of nights I have. Every night I dream of her, what do I nor dream of her, it makes me burn inside even to think of it. And all THC dreams end the same way, she gives me a box on the car, slaps me in the face, sometimes spits at me, with her face all distorted with disgust, and then I awake, covered with sweat and drowned in shame and desire. That will do, Wassel. We will sit quiet now, and make you our minds to hold our tongues until we reach the grocer's and someone gets in with us. That is my wish. I don't want to wound you, and I admit that your mental state is a quick choice and particular mess. But you know the story about the maiden who by way of being punished for something had snakes and toads hop out of her mouth, a snake or toad for every word she skc. The OK does not say what she did about Aya. I should tk she finally had to keep her mouth shut. But CVCRY human being needs to express how he feels sat Wassel complainingly, to relieve himself, my dear Castorp, when he is in the state I am in. And every human being has the right to do it. True, if you like. But dear Wassel, it to me there are certain rights a man why does not after which, according ro Hans Castorp's desire, they were silent. Moreover, Che were now arrived at the grocer's clad cottage, where they did not to linger at all, for Nafta and Skbriny stood waiting in the SCRCCT, the one in his shabby fur, the other in a yellowish-white spring oath coat, copiously stitched, and looking almost foppish. They all bowed and exchanged greetings, and Nafta took his place inside Ferg in THC First Landor, which now contained 4 persons, while Herr SCT Tembrini added himself to the other 2 in the second cart. Wassel gave up his ace on the back seat, and the Italian lolled there elegantly, as on his native Corso, in his very best mood, and bubbling over with esprit. He talked the pleasure of driving, the charm of sitting still and being moved along at the same time amid a changing scene, showed a fatherly interest in Hans Castorp, even patted the forlorn Wassel's cheek and bade him forget his own sympathetic ego in admiration of the blithe exterior world, to which the Italian pointed with a spacious gesture of his hand in its worn leather glove. It was a delightful drive. The horses, all 4 of them sturdy, well-fed beasts, with a blaze on each forked, covered the excellent road at a steady there no dust. The route was dotted here and there by crumbling rock tufted with grass and flowers. Telegraph poles flew past. Their way wound along the mountain forests in plicasant curves that invited the interest and led it on, in the sunny distance glimmered mountain heights still partly covered with snow. They left in their own AC customed valley, and the Chalkov refreshed their spirits. At the edge of the forest they drew up, having decided to cover on foot the remainder of the distance to the goal they had in mind, a goal of which they had been for some time aware, by reason of THC sound that camped to their ears, at first scarcely perceptible, but steadily increasing in volume. They all heard, directly they dismounted, that far-away, sibilant, vibrating roar, that distant murmuring of water, as yet so faint that they would suddenly lose the sound and pause listen again. "It is mild enough now," Settembrini said. He had often been here before. "But when you close, it is brutal, at this rime of the year. You won't be able to hear yourselves think." Mark thus they entered the woods, along strewn with damp pine needles, Peter Peeperkin first, leaning on Madame Chow Chat's arm, his soft black hat drawn down on his brows, walking with his slumping gait, behind them Hans Casterby hatless, like the other gentlemen. Hands in pockets, head on one side, whistling softly as he looked about, then Naphtha and Settembrini, then Ferge and Wassel, last the Malay with the tea basket on his arm. They all talked about the wood. For the wood was not quite usual, it a peculiarity which made it picturesque, exotic, even uncanny. It abounded in a hanging moss that dried and writhed, and the matted web of this parasitic plant hung and pallid beards from the branches, so that scarcely any pine needles were visible for the shrouding veil. A complete, a bizarre transformation, a bewitched and morbid scene. For the trees were sick of this rank growth, it threatened to choke them to death, so all the visitors felt, as the little crane wound along the path via the sound, and the hissing and ashing swelled slowly to a mighty tumult that justified prediction. A run in the path revealed the bridge and the rocky ravine down which the torrent at the moment their eyes perceived it. Their ears seemed saluted with the maximum of sound for which infernal was the only right word. THC volume of water fell perpendicularly in a DNGLE cascade, perhaps 9 or 10 feet high, and of considerable breadth, and foaming white shot away over the rocks. The frantic noise of its falling seemed to mingle all possible intensities and variations of sound, hissing, thundering, roaring, bawling, whispering, crashing, crackling, droning, chiming. Truly it was enough to drive one senseless. The visitors went very close, on the slip-free rocks at the bottom of the chasm, and stood looking, bespattered with its spray, enveloped in its mist, their ears stopped by its insensate clamour. They exchanged glances and head shakes and rather intimidated smiles as regarding this spectacle, this long catastrophe of foam fury, whose preposterous roaring frightened them, bewildered their senses of sight and hearing, so that they even imagined they heard above, below, and on all sides, cries of warning, trumpet calls, hoarse human voices. Gathered in a little group behind Mynheer Peckperkin, Frau Schochat surrounded by THC 5 gentlemen, they STCK-D and looked into the surging waters. The others could not see the Dutchman's face, but they saw him take off his hat, and breathe in the freshness with expanding chest. They communicated by looks and signs, for words would have been useless. CVCN shrieked immediately into the ear, against that raging thunder. Their two FB formed soundless phrases of wonder and admiration. Hans Castorp, Settembrini, and Verge proposed, by nods and signs, to climb up THC Sidk of THC ravine in which they stood, and look down upon the water from above. It was not difficult, a series of narrow steps cut in the rock led up to an upper story, so to speak, of the forest. They climbed it, on behind the other, reached the bridge which SFNNNED the Watka just WHCRE arched to pour downward, and leaning on the rail, waved to THC party below. THCN they CNSSSED over and climbed laboriously down on the other side of the stream, whence they rejoined their friends by a second bridge over THC whirling torrent. Drinking was now indicated, and more than one of them said it might be well to withdraw a little from the din in order to enjoy tea at refreshment in comfort, not totally dumb, not utterly deafened and dazed. But they I can't that Peckcom thought otherwise. He shook his head, and pointed several times with violence toward the ground. His distorted lips curled back with the emphasis of the here, they shaped. What ccmld the others do? In such matters he was accustomed to command, and the weight of his would always have been centre decisive, even if HC had not been, as he was, master and mover of the expedition. Size itself is tyrannical, autocratic, thus it always been, thus it will remain. MYNHCC a desire to ear in sight, in thunderous hearing of the waterfall. It was his might /will. Who did not wish to go hungry must acquiesce. Most o' them felt dissatisfied. Herr Settembriny saw there all chance of conversation, of a human interchange of idcus, would be out of the question, and flung Ug his hand with a gesture of resigned despair. The Malay to carry out his master's will. 2 cam stools WCRC set up against the rocks for Monsieur and Madame, and at their feet upon a cloth he spread out the contents of the basket, and glasses, thermos cake and wine. The Uthkas found places on boulders, or against THC railing of the footbridge, holding their cups of hot coffee in their hands, their plates on their KNCCS, RHCY ate silently, amid the clamour. Peeperkin sat with his coat collar turned up and his hat on the ground beside him, drinking port out of a monogrammed silver cup, which HC emptied many, and suddenly he began to speak. Extraordinary man! It was impossible for him to hear his own voice, still more for the others to catch a syllable of what he let transpire without its in the least transpiring. But with the wine cup in his right hand, he raised his forefinger, stretching his left arm palm outwards toward the water. They saw kingly features move in speech, the mouth font words, which WCRC as soundless as though spoken into empty, xless space. No one dreamed he would continue, with embarrassed smrles they vntched this futile activity, thinking every moment it would, but HC went on, with tense, compelling gesture, to harangue the clamour that swallowed his words, directing upon this or that one of the company by turns THC gaze of his pale little weary eyes, spanned wide beneath re-lifted folds of his brow, and whoever felt himself addressed was constrained to nod back again, wide-eyed, 0 FKN mouched, hand to ear, as chuff any sorrow. Effort to hear could better the utterly hopeless situation. He even stood THCRC, in his crumpled ulster, that reached nearly to his heck, the collar turned up, bareheaded, cup in hand, the high brow creased with folds like some hearn idols in a shrine, and crm.ned by the aureole of white hair like flickering flames. There he stood by the rocks and spoke, holding the circle of thumb and forefinger, with the Lancelic Uthkas adsivet before his face, and sealing his mutk and toast with that compelling sign of precision. Such words as THEV were accustomed to hearing from him, RHCY could read on his rips or divine from his gestures, stilled and absolute health. But that was all. They saw his head sink sideways, the roque en bittanks of THC lib, they saw the of sorrows in his guise, but then quite suddenly flashed the dimple. THC sybaritic roguish and the garment snatched up Dan souls, the ritual impropriety of the Cathan priest. He lifted his beaker, waved a half-circle before the assembled guests, and drank it out in 3 so that it stood bottom upwards. Then he handed it with outstretched arm the Malay, who received it with an obeisance, and gave the sign to break up the feast. They all bowed and thanked him as they hastened to do his bidding. Those crouching on the ground sprang up. THC others jumped down from THC railing. Little Javanese in his stiff hat and turned-up collar gathered the remnants of the meal. THEV went back along the path in the same order as they had come, through Uncanny Grove, to the high road and the waiting car, this time Hans Castorp mounted with Mvnir and Madame, and opposite the pair with the humble Ferge, to whom all high thoughts were scarcely a word, was Ken on the homeward drive. Mvnir sat with his jaw dropped and his hands upward on the carriage rug spread across his and Madame's knees. Settembrini and Nafta dismounted and took their Eichhoff before the carriages crossed the track and the watercourse. Ansel drove alone as far as the portal of the Burghof. WHCRC. The Paris separated. Was Hans Castorp asleep this night, rendered light and fitful high of which his knew naught, so that the slightest % Aryan in the usual nightly kick of the Burghof, thc interest commotion, the barely perceptible of running, was enough to fctch him broad to make him stir up in he had been, in fact, for some time before a knock came on his door, as it did shortly after 2 o'clock. He answered at once, composed, alert and energetic, and heard the voice of one of the nurses the house saying in high, uncertain tones that Shochat would be glad if he would come once to the first scorsese. Briskly he responded, sprang up and flung some clothing, ran his fingers through his hair, and went down, nor slow, nor fast, and more in uncertainty as to the how than the what, in the meaning of the door to Peeperkin's salon stood open, also that to his BCD room, where all the lights were burning. The two physicians, the DRCCTRCSS, Madame Shochat, and the Malay were within, the last named dressed not as usual, but in a sort of national costume, with a striped garment like a shirt, very long wide sleeves, a gaily coloured skirt, and a curious hat made of yellow cloth on his head. He wore an ornament of emeralds on his breast, and stood with folded arms at the head of the bed, wherein Peter Peeperkin lay on his back, his arms stretched out before him. Hans Castorp took in the scene. Frau Shochat sat with her back toward him in a low chair at the end of the bed. Her elbows rested on the coverlet, her chin was in her hands, whose fingers were buried in her upper lip, and shc gazed into the face of her protector. Evening, boy, said Behrens, who stood talking in low tones with Krokowski and the Obgrun, and nodded ruckfully to Hans Castorp, with his upper lip drawn back. He was in his surgeon's coat, from the pocket of which a stethoscope stuck out, wore embroidered slippers and no collar. It's all up with him, he added in a whisper. Gone for good, o'er the border and away. Come have a look, run your Xeriant eye over him, you'll agree there's nothing for us to do. Hans Castorp approached the bed on tiptoe. The Malay without turning his head followed the movement, until his eyeballs showed white. The young man assured himself by a side glance that Frau Shochat was paying no heed, then stood by the bed in his accustomed posture, his weight on one leg, on one side, his hands folded across his stomach, reverently, afflictively gazing. Peter Peeperkin lay under the red satin coverlet, in his tricot shirt, as Hans Castorp had so often seen him. His hands were veined a bluish-black, likewise parts of his face, a considerable disfigurement, though the kingly features remained unaltered. Beneath the white aureole of hair the mask-like folds carved BV the habitual GES tour of a lifetime ran in a row of 4 or 5, straight across the brow and then in a right angle down the temples. They were more striking than ever, by contrast with the drooping lids and the repose of the features. The cracked lips were slightly parted. The cyanosis indicated abrupt stoppage, a violent apoplectic arrest of vital functions. Hans Castorp stood a while, reverently, observing all this, hesitating to move, expectant of being addressed by the widow. As he was not, and could not bring himself to disturb her, he turned toward the little group of other present. Behrens jerked his head in the direction of the salon, and Hans Castorp followed him thither. Suicide? He asked, subdued but terse. Rather, said the Hofrat, with a shrug, and added, up to the hilt. To THCNTH power. Have you CVC us in a roy like this before? He went on, and drew out of the pocket of his smock an irregularly shafted case, from which he took a small object and presented it to the young man's notice. Nor I either. But it is well worth seeing. WC live and learn. It's a fantastic little gadget, and ingenious. I took it out of his hand. Take care, if it on your skin it will blister. Hans Castorp turned the puzzling little object in his hands. It was made of steel, gold, ivory, and rubber. Wonderful to see. THCRE were two curving prongs of bright steel, extremely sharp-pointed, a slightly spiral center portion of gold inlaid ivory, in which the prongs were somewhat movable and could sink up to a point, and a bulb of semi-hard black rubber. The whole thing was only about 2 inches long. "What is it?" Hans Castorp asked. "That," answered BCHRCNS, "is an organized hyaluronic syringe. Or, if you like, it is a copy of the mechanism of a cobra's bite. Understand? You don't seem to," he went on, as Hans Castorp continued to stare at the bizarre little instrument. "These are the teeth. They are solid all the way. There a canal in, can see the isic of it quite plainly, side, the thickness of a hair, are also open at the base, of course, here just a touch of the point, and communicate with the excretory duct of the bulb, which runs into the ivory middle when the text bite, THCY sink in little, second the pressure on the rescavoir shoots the contents in row the canals, so that the poison gets into circulation the moment the fangs sink in the flesh. Perfectly simple. When you see it ilk, then you just have to get THC idea. He probably had it made after his own design." "Surely," Hans Castorp said. "The amount must have been very small," continued THC Hofrat. "What it lacked in quantity it made up for in dynamic." Hans Castorp finished for him. "Well, yes. What it was we shall soon find out. It will be worth knowing too. It has something curious to reach us. Shall we wager that the native on duty over THCRE, who dressed himself up like that for the night's work, could tell us all want to know? I suspect it is a combination of animal and vegetable poisons, the most powerful known, for it must have worked like lightning. Everything ends to its harval taken away his gath, paralyzed his respiration, you know, quick suffocation, probably easy and painless." "God grant it," said Hans Castorp piously, handed the uncanny toy back to the Hofrat and returned to the bedchamber. Madame Cluarchet and the Malay were there alone. And this time Kavdia lifted her fat cow at the young man as he neared the bed. "You had a right to call," she said. "It was kind of you," HC answered, "and you are right." He availed himself of the third-person plural as used by the peoples of the cultured West. "We were bromus. I feel shamed in the DC of my soul that I tried to hide it. And used or other people. Were you with it? The servant called me WHCN. All was over," SHC answered. He was on such a again. HC considered it blasphemy, cosmic catastrophe, to found wanting in Fkling. For you must know, he regarded himself as the instrument of God's marriage. That was a pix of mystic tomfxlery. When one is moved one can say things that sound crass and irreverent, but are after all more solemn than the conventional formulas. "Segun abdication," she said. "He knew of our folly, I was not able to prevent it, Klavdia. He goosked, when I refused to kiss you on the forehead, in his presence. At this moment, his presence is rather symbolic than actual, but will you let me do now?" She moved her head toward him, in a little nod, the sighs closed. He pressed his lips on her brow. The brown, dog-like eyes of the Malaf servant watched the scene, rolling sidewise, under the whites show ed. "The great God dumps once more," we hear Herr Hofrabtran's voice, "let us give it our car. For WC here perhaps for last time. Day even the steer itself will come to an end. Long has it lasted, or, rather, he pace of its time so increased that there is no more it, even its time is running out. We shall have no further opportunity to hear THC lively cadences of the Radamanthine ton *UC. The Hofrat said to Hans Castorp, "Ca Storp, old cock, you're bored. Chap fallen, I see it every day. Disgust and ennui are titten on your brow. You're collapsed like a punctured tire, if some first-class excitement doesn't come along. Every day, you pull a fac as though you were saying, small potatoes and few in the hill. Am I right, or am I not?" Hans Castorp said never word, a sure sign that his inward man was indeed pervaded with gloom. Ritzt, then, of course, as I always am, Behrens answered him. 17. WCLL, I can't have you spreading the toxin of your disaffection all over my community, you disgruntled citizen, you. I must convince you that you are not forgotten of God and man, that three powers above have and CYC, an unchanging eye upon you, and cast closer under your welfare. Old Behrens hasn't forsaken you yet, my well, okaying aside, I've been thinking about your case, and in the watches of the Nadol hour something has come to ne. I might almost speak of a Velatlon, in short, I promise great things from my new idea. Nothing more nor less than your complete kirk and triumphal progress down to the flatland, before you can say Jack Robinson. Yes, he went on, after a pause for effect, you may well open your eyes. Hans Castorp had done nothing of the sort, merely blinked at him rather sleep and distraught. Of course you h2 venti an idea how old BCGRCNS can say such a thing. Well, it's like this, it cannot have escaped your acuter perceptions that there is something about your case that doesn't hold. The S-toms of infection have not for a long time corresponded to ocal condition, which is undoubtedly VCRY much improved. It's not only since yesterday that I've been thinking about it. Here latest Foucault, take it and hold it up to the light. See there. E sheerest pessimist and caviller, as the Kalska says, could not see very much in it to find fault with. Some of the fact are absorbed, the arca is smaller and more clearly defined, which you are ex-Friday ernst enough to know is a sign of healing _nothing herc to explain the unreliability of your domestic heater. The doctor finds himself under THC necessity of casting about for another cause. Hans Castorp spoken at most a civil interest. You would think old Behrens must admit to having made a mistake in the treatment? Well, if you did, you've kick a cropper again, RHC thing up wrong, and old Behrens too. The to-cat-ment was not wrong, but I was just possibly one-sided. The possibility has occurred Romy that your symptoms were not necessarily to be referred to tuberculosis alone, because it is out of the question to refer them to it any longer. There must be some other source of trouble. In my view, you've got Kochi HC repeated increase of emphasis. And in eggment of the bow with which Hans Castorp accepted his statement, it is my profound conviction that you have streps, which, of course, is not necessarily alarm, and of alarm there could be no talk. Mans Castorp's face expressed at most a scud of ironic recognition, either of his companion's acuteness, or of the new dignity with which the Hofrat had hypcothetically invested him. No call for panic, he varied his theme. Everybody has Kochi. Any arse can have streps. Thou needn't be puffed up. It is not very long since we have known that one can have streptococci in the blood without showing any symptoms of infection. And many of my colleagues are as yet unacquainted with the situation which confronts us, namely, that a man can even have grubcular bacilli in his blood without being any the worse for it. WC aren't more than tricksters from reconception that tuberculosis is a disease of the blood. Hans Castorp Politelks found that truly remarkable. When I say streps, Behrens again, you must not picture a well-known or severe type of illness. If this little one has really settled down and made itself at home in you, the bacteriological BLCODTCST will show it. But whether it really the cause of the fever, supposing it is present, that WC can only tell from the effect of the streptovaccine treatment. This, my dear friend, is the knick, and I promise myself unheard of results. Tuberculosis is THC most long-winded thing in the world, but affections of this sort can be cured very quickly today. If you react to the inoculations, you will be as sound as a bell inside 6 weeks. Well, what do thou siv to that little Ole Behrens has his head on his shoulders, what? It is only uresis for the moment, isn't it? Hans Castorp said languid why but demonstrable hypothesis. A highly fruitful HWTHesis. The Hofrat responded. You'll see how fruitful it is, when the Kochi BC 4 in row grow in our culture. Tomorrow afternoon we'll tie you, well I see to your book you, D according to the sacred rites of the Baba. It's diverting in itself, and may have miraculous Hans Castorp declared himself ready for the diversion, and thanked the Hofrat in due form for his efforts in his behalf. H.C. put his head on one sidk and watched Behrens paddle off. It was true, the intervention had come at the critical moment. Rhadamanthus had not been far out in the description he gave of Hans Castorp's fac and air. The new undertaking was put forth, quite explicitly. There had been no attempt to wrap it up, in order to tide him over the crisis he was in, which portrayed itself by a bearing very like the departed Joachim's, when he was mental working himself up to a certain desperate resolve. RND further. It seemed to Hans Castorp that not only he himself had arrived at this point, but that all Che world. The whole show, as he said, had arrived there with him. He found it hard to differentiate his particular case from the general. He had experienced the extravagant ending of his connection with a certain Boer. Commotion had ensued in there had been a farewell between Claudia Schochat and himself, the surviving member of a SCVC-RCD brotherhood, a farewell, uttered it the shadow of a tragic renunciation, and followed by her second departure from THC Burghof. Now all Thesk CVCNTS had put TBC young man in a frame of mind to find Lifkitself not precisely canny. Everything are to have gone permanent and increasingly awry, as though a demonic pauker, which had indeed for a long time given hints of its malign influence, had suddenly taken control, in a way to induce secret consternation and almost thoughts of flight. The name of the demon was Dumps. The reader will accuse the writer of laying it on thick when he associates two such ideas as these, and ascribes to mere staleness a mystical and supernatural character. But we are not indulging in fights of fang. W.C. Ark adhering strictly to the PC Sonalixriken of our sin, pull-minded hero, which Tn somewhere defying exact definition it has been given us to know, and Hwickel indicates that when all the uses of this world unitedly become stale, and unprofitable, THCY Ark actually posxed by a demonic capable of giving rise to the feelings we have described. Ans Castorp looked about him. He saw on every side the uncanny and the malign, and he knew what it was he saw: life without time, life without care or hope, life as depravity, assiduous stagnation, life as dead. YCT it was occupied too, it had activities of various kinds. Pursued simultaneously, now and again these would assume the proportions of a craze. And subordinate everything to itself, old residents experienced the periodic revival of more than one of these fads. So for instance amateur photovoltaic, always lying an important role at the Burghof, had twice come PCECT mania, lasting weeks and months on end. Everywhere one saw people absorbedly TRNT over cameras supported in THC pit at their stomach *FCN using and snapping the shutter, and floods of snapshots were handed round at table. It became a point of honor to do the developing oneself. The supply of dark rooms in the establishment was not sufficient. THC bedroom windows and doors were draped with black cloth, and people busied themselves by dim red lights over chemical baths, until something caught fire. The Bulgarian student at the good Russian table was nearly reduced to ashes, and a prohibitory decree went forth from THC management next. THCY tired of ordinary photography, the fashion veered to and color photography after they were enthusiastic over groups of people. With startled, staring eyes in livid facts dazzled by the magnesium flare, resembling the corpses of the murdered set you right. Hans Castorp had a Fran diapose arrive, showing him with a copper-coloured visage, a brassy buttercup in his buttonhole, standing among buttercups in a poison ousely green meadow, with Frau Sto on one of in a sky blue blouse, and Fräulein Levi on the other in a blood RCD sweater. Then there was the collecting of postage stamps, a considerable interest at all times, rising periodically to an obsession. Every TNDY pasted, haggled, exchanged, took in philatelic magazines, and on correspondence special vendors, foreign and domestic, with societies and private owners. Astonishing sums were spent for rare specimens, even by people whose means were scarcely adequate to their expenses. The Berghof postage stamps would have their day, and give way to the next fold on the list, which might be the accumulation and endless munching of all possible brands of chocolate. Everford's mouth was strained brown, and the Berghof kitchen ook's most elaborate delicacies to captious and indifferent diners who had lost their Kate's to Milka Mt, Choco, at La Creme d'Amandes, Marquise Napolitaines, and gold besprinkled cat's tongues. Pig drawing, a diversion introduced by high authority on a long-ago carnival evening, had had its little day, and led up to geometrical teasers which for a time consumed all the mental powers of the Berghof world, and even the last thou hts and en urges of the dying. Weeks on end the house was the spell of a compact figure consisting of no less than 8 circles, large and small, and several engaged triangles, RHC to be drawn freehand without lifting THC pen, or, as a further refinement, to be drawn blindfold. Lau Ekaparavan, the virtuoso of this kind of mental concentration, Ftnive succeeded in performing RHC fear, fraps with some loss of metry, but HC was RHC only. We know on the authority of THC Horfrat that lawyer Paravant studied mathematics. We know too the disciplinary grounds of his devotion to that branch of learning, and its virtue in cooling and dulling the CDGC of fleshly lusts. If the guests of the Burger had more generally applied themselves to the same study, the necessity for certain recent rulings would mostly have been obviated. The chief of RHCSC dealt with the across-the-bow conics, the CND of the white partitions that did not quite reach to the balustrade. These were now extended by means of doors, which THC bathing master had it in charge to lock every night, and did so, to a general accompaniment of smirks and sniggers. Since that time, the chambers in THC first story have had come FM, pure, because they afforded a passage the veranda roof beyond the balustrade. But this discipline had not been centre introduced on law for Paravant's account. HC had long since overcome the severe attack caused by RHCPRCSCNCC of the Egyptian fame, and she had been sent to the last to challenge his natural man. Simpertim he had flung himself with redoubled conviction into the arms of the clear-eaved goddess, of whose soothing Horfrat barons had so merrily discoursed. There was one problem to which day and night HC devoted all his brains, and the sporting pertinacity which once, before the beginning of this prolonged and enforced holiday, that even threatened at times to end in total quiescence, had to the of the circle. In the course of Lusrudic percent this reorged official had convinced himself that the arguments on which science based the impossibility of the proposition were untenable, and that an overruling providence had removed him, Paravant, from the world of the living, and brought him here, having selected him to transfer the from the realms of the transcendental into the realms of the earthly and exact. BV day and night he measured and calculated, covered enormous quantities of paper with figures, letters, computations, algebraic symbols. His face, which was the face of an apparently sound and vigorous man, walk RHC morose and vision airy stare of a monomaniac, while his conversation, with consistent and fearful monotony, dealt with the proportional number pi, that abandoned fraction which bore the genius of name Zacharia Das one day figured out to the 200th decimal place, purely for THC low of it and as a work of supererogation, for if he had figured it out to the 2000th, the result, as compared with unattainable mathematical exactitude, would have been practically unchanged. Everybody shunned the devoted Paravant like the plague, for whomever he succeeded in buttonholing, that unhappy wretch had to listen to a torrent of red-hot oratory, as the lawyer strove to rouse his humaner feelings to the shame that lay in the defilement of the mind of man by the hope is irrationality of this mystic relation. The fruitlessness of forever multi-length diameter of the circle by pi to find it _s circumference, multiplying the square of the radius by pi to find its area, caused lawyer Paravant to be visited by periodic doubt whether the problem had not been unnecessarily complicated, since Archimedes' day, whether the solution were not, in actual fact, a child's affair for simpleness. Why could not one rectify the circumference? Why could one not also convert CVCRY straight line into a circle? Lawyer Paravant felt himself, at times, near a revelation. He was often seen, late in the evening, at his table in the forsaken and dimly lighted dining room, with a piece of string laid out before him, which he carefully arranged in circular shape, and then suddenly, with an abrupt gesture, stretched straight, on to fall thereafter, leaning on his elbows, into bitter brooding. RHC Horfrat sometimes lent him a helping hand at the sorry sport, and generally encouraged him in his freak. And THC sufferer turned to Hans Castorp again and yet again, with his cherished grievance, finding in the young man much frequently understanding and a sympathetic interest in the mystery of the circle. He illustrated his pet despair to the young man by means of an exact drawing, executed with vast pains, showing a circle between two polygons, one inscribed, the other circumscribed, each ligand of an infinite number of tiny sides, up to the last human possibility of approximation to the circle. The remainder, the surrounding curvature, which in some ethicus, immaterial way refused to rationalized by means of the calculable bound lines, that, lawyer Paravant said, with quivering jaw, was .pi. Hans Castorp, for all his receptivity, showed himself less sensitive to pi round his interlocutor. He said I was hocus pocus, and advised Paravant not to overheat himself with his cat's cradle, sekke of the scries of dimensionless points of which the circle consisted, from its beginning, which did not exist, to its end, which did not exist, and of the overpowering melancholy that lay in eternity, for ever turning on itself without remains of direction at any given moment, spoke with such tranquil resignation as to exert on lawyer Paravant a momentary beneficent effect. It was a consequence of our good Hans Castorp's nature that more than one of his fellow patients made a confidant of him, several of them possessing some defects or other and suffering because they could get no hearing from the callous myriad. There is an elderly man roam somewhere in the back blocks of Austria, a one-time sculptor, with white moustaches, a hooked and blue eyes, who had conceived a project, financial and political in its scope, and drawn it up most meticulously in a calligraphic hand, colouring the important points in sepia. The main feature of the scheme was that every newspaper subscriber should bind himself to contribute a daily quantum of 4 grams of old newspaper, collected on THC first of every morn %, which in year would amount to a lump quantity of 1,400 grams, and 20 years to not less than 288 kilograms. Accounting at 20 pfennig the kilo, this would come to 50 SCVCN and 60 pfennig. 5 million subscribers, it was calculated, would in the course of 20 years deliver a quantity of old newspaper valued at the enormous sum of 288 million marks, of which 2/3 might be reckoned off to the new subscriptions, which would pay for themselves, the other third, amounting to about 1 million marks, remaining to be devoted to humanitarian projects, such as financing free establishments for tuberculous patients, encouraging struggling talent, and so on. The plan was elaborated even to the design for a centimetre price column, from which the organisation for collecting the old paper could read off each month the value of the paper collected, and the stamped form BC used as a receipt in exchange for payment. It was an excellent plan from every point of view. THC wanton waste and destruction of newsprint, thrown away or burnt up by the unenlightened, was a betrayal of our forests and of our political economy. To save and conserve paper meant to save cellulose, meant the conservation of our forests, the protection of human material that was used up in the manufacture of and paper, human material and capital. Furthermore, since newspaper might easily come to have 4 times the value of wrapping paper and pasteboard, it would become an economic factor of considerable importance, and the basis of fruitful governmental and communal assessments, and thus totten for newspaper readers the burden of taxation. In short, THCPN was good, it was every way incontrovertible. The uncanny air of futility, or even a sort of sinister crack-brainedness, which hung it was due to the addled fanaticism with which the former artist pursued and supported an economic idea, about which he was obviously so serious that he made not the smallest effort to put it into execution. Hans Castorp, nodding, with his coat on one side, listened to the man, as with fevered eloquence he made propaganda for his idea, observing at the time in himself the contempt repulsion which diminished his partisanship for the venter the indifference of the thoughtless world. Some of our HC patients studied Esperanto, and knew enough to converse a little in that artificial jargon at their meals. Hans C.A. Storp listened gloomily, but admitted to himself that there were other things even worse. A group of English who had T-Ren here for short introduced a parlour which consisted in the question, asked the first player of his neighbour, "Have YM ever sccn RHC devil with a nightcap on?" To which RHC person asked must reply, "No, I've never seen the devil with a nightcap on," and then repeat the question in his turn, and so on. It was insufferable. Yet Hans Castorp found the patient's players even worse. They were to be SCCN all over the house. At every hour of the day, laying out their cards, a passion for that diversion having assumed such PRCW, attends at the Berghof as to turn the CE into a DCN of vice. Hans Castorp had the more ground for aura, in that he himself fell a temporary victim to the plague, was, indeed, one of the severest cases. It was the patient's called 11th that proved his undoing, the game in which the cards are laid out in 3 rows of 3 deep, and any 2 cards that together make Klevka covered new RHCY as well as the 3 face cards, until by good luck the pack is dealt out. It incon that such a simple procedure could prove fascinating to the point of bewitchment, yet so it was. Hans Castorp, like so many others, experienced, all was with drawn and frowning brows, for this particular form of debauch is never a merry one. He WXS given to the whims of the card goblins, CN snared by the fitful and fickle favour of fortune, which sometimes ICTRHC and 11s pile up so that the game was over before the 3rd tier was laid, when the fleering triumph would stimulate the nerves to new efforts. But next time perhaps. The 9th and last card would fall without any pensability of covering anything, or else THC game, having aroused flattering hopes, will obstinately stick at the last moment. Evkovkuk, at all hours of RHC day. He played patience, and at night under RHC stars, and in the morning his pyjamas, played at table, plaved almost in his sleep. He shuddered, hut HC aid. Thus on day Herr Setembrim found him, and to stir ed him, as even from the beginning it had T-Ren his mission to do. "Accident," said he. "What, engineer, you are playing not precisely playing cards," Hans Castorp told him. "I am just lay them out, to have a tussle with abstract chance. He tricks it eyes intrigue MC. It is as inconsistent as the wind. It fawns on you, and then suddenly puts up its back and won't budge. This morning, directly I got up, it came 3 times running, once in 2 rows, which is a record. But will you believe it? This is the 33rd time I have played it without once going even halfway through." Briney looked at him, as so often he had ICR-KED in the course of the years, with melancholy black eyes. "At all events, thou art hes.ud. It does not look though I could find here the consolation I seek, nor balsam for MV inward wound." "Wound," echoed Hans Castor, laying afresh. "The world situation puzzles me," the Freemason sighed. "The Balkan Federation will go through, engineer, all the information I receive points that way. Russia working feverishly for it. And the combination is aimed at every Austro-Hungarian monarchy, which must fall before any of the Russian program can realized. You understand my scruples. Austria, as of course you are aware. I had with all my strength. but shall, on raw account, lend sup XRT and countenance in my soul to THC Sarmatian despotism, which is at HUT to set the torch to the whole of our highly civilized continent. Yet on the other hand, diplomatic collaboration, to however small extent, between MV own country and Austria, I should regard as dishonourable. Art conscientious SCRU which, and for said Hans Castorp. 8 and 3. Knave. King. It is coming out. You have brought me luck. Here the Italian was silent. Hans Castorp felt the black eaves, the eyes of reason and morality, BCN are in sorrow upon him. He played on for a while, then, resting his cheek in his hand, looked up at his mentor with the innocent, impenitent air of a naughty child. Your eyes, the master said, vainly seek to HLDE the fact that you are conscious of your state. Placet experire Hans Castorp was so as to reply to him. Herr Settenbrini left, and the abandoned Onxar Long, at his table in the middle of his white room. His chin on his hand, and brooded, shuddering in the very core of him at the cross-purposes everything in the world had got into, at the grinning and grimacing of the demons and APC-cated gods into whose it had fallen, at their unbridled Nate Long, the name of which was the great god Dumps. An apocalyptic, evil name, calculated to give rise to mysterious fears. Hans Castorp sat and rubbed his brow and his heart with the flat of his hand. He frightened. It seemed to him all this could come to no good, that a catastrophe was impending, that long-suffering nature would RCBCL rise up in storm and whirlwind and kick the great bond which held the world in thrall, snatch life beyond the dead point and put an end to the small in one terrible last day. He longed to flee, as we've seen already. It was fortunate, THCN, that the heads had their UNIs him, that they knew how to read his face, and were ready to TLDE him over the hard place with new and fruitful divcations. They had declared, the heads, in the accents of a core student, that they were on track of the actual causes of the instability of Hans Castorp's heating economy. And those causes, according to their scientific pronouncement, were so easy to come at that of Grieterbuchkirk and Igiramat dismissal to the flatland had leaped into the foreground. The young man's heart throbbed stormily with manifold emotions, when he stretched out his arm for the bloodletting. Going slightly pale, and blinking, he expressed his admiration for the splendid ruby colour of his lifeblood, as it mounted in the glass container. The Hofrat himself, assisted by Dr. Krokowski and a Sister of Mercy, performed the slight but portentous operation. Then passed several days, in Hans' mind with the question how this blood of his, this part of himself, would have out of his control and under the eye of science. At first, the Hofrat said one could not expect it to grow straight off. Later, HC said it was unfortunate nothing had grown, as your. But there came a day when he approached Hans Castorp at breakfast. WHCRCHC sat at the upper end of the Gvad Russian table, in the place once occupied by his great brother in blood, and whimsically congratulated him on the fact that the caucus was definitely established in one of the cultures RHCY had prepared. It was now a question of probabilities. WHCRHCR the symptoms of infection were to be referred to the incecant amount of tubercle bacillus, or to the streptomyces, which also, were only present in small quantity. Barons must think it over. They were not finished with the cultures yet. He showed them to Hans Castorp in the lab a red, coagulate blood, in which tiny GRCHYT were discernible. Those were the Kochi. But any mig ve Kochi, and Tutraquia bacilli too. If not for the symptoms of infection, they were not worth noticing. Outside his body, under the eyes of science, Hans Castorp's blood went on bearing witness. THC morning came when the Hofrat in his sprightly phraseology announced that not only on the first culture, but on all the others as well, Kochi had subsequently grown, in large quantities. It was nor vet certain char they were all streptokochi. but it was more than probable that they WCRC the cause of the existing increon, or such part of it as had not been due to the previously existing and perhaps not quite conquered tubercular infection. And the conclusion RHC Horfrat drew was, a streptovaccine. The prognosis was extraordinarily favourable. There was not the slightest risk about the procedure, so in any case it could do no harm to try it. As serum was prepared from Hans Castorp's own blood, the inoculation with could introduce into his system no deterrent not already present there. At worst, the experiment would have a negative result, which could hardly be called unfavourable, since even without it the patient must stop on in any case. Hans Castorp could not go quite that far. He submitted to the treatment, though he found it absurd, contemptible. This inoculation of himself with part of himself seemed a singularly clueless osegia, an incestuous atn, minanen, a self-tcpsclf which could trave nothing but a fruitless, hopeless result. Such was his ignorant and hypochondriac judgment. Right only as to the unfruitfulness of the result, bet their wholly. Diversion lasted for WCCKS. Sometimes it seemed to do herein, which was of course not the case, sometimes good, which, it followed, must equally not be the case. The result was negative, without being explicitly so called and announced. The whole undertaking died a natural death, and Hans Castorp went on playing patience, and gazing into the sigh of the demon, whose unbridled sway he foresaw would come to an end of horror. Fullness of harmony. What new acquisition of House Berghof was it which at length released our long-standing friend from his patience playing mania, and flung him into the arms of another passion, nobler? Runa at bottom no strange. About to ourselves much taken by the mysterious object, and eager to communicate our enthusiasm. The excellent management, in its sleepless concern for the happiness of its guests, had considered matters, there in the bowels of the earth, had resolved, and acted. It acquired, at a cost which whence not go into, but which must surely have considerable, a new device for the entertainment of the patients, and added those already installed in the largest of the reception rooms of House Berghof. Was it some clever artifice, of the same nature as the stereopticon, the kaleidoscope, or the cinematographic cylinder? Yes, and yet, again, no, far it. It was not an optical tov which the Gook STS discovered one winning in the salon, and greeted with applause, some of them flinging their hands at their heads, others stooping over and clapping in their laps. It an instrument. The simple devices above mentioned were not to be compared with it, they were outclassed, outvalued, outshone. This was no childish peep show, like those of which all the guests WCRE sick and tired, at which no one ever looked after the few WCCKS. It was an overflowing cornucopia of artistic enjoyment, ranging from grave to gay. It was a musical apparatus. It was a gramophone. We are seriously concerned LCST the term be understood in an unworthy, outworn sense, and ideas attached to it which are applicable only the primitive form of THC instrument we have in mind, never the elegant product evolved by a tireless application of technical means to the muse's own ends. Dear FRTCNDS, we implore you to realize that the instrument we describe was not that try with a handle to it, a disc and shaft atop and a shapeless ras funnel attached, which used to be SCR up on the table outside country inns, to gratify the cars of the rude with its nasal braying. This casque finished in dull ebony, a little deeper than broad, attached by a cord to electric switch in the wall, standing chastely on its special table. With the antediluvian mechanism described above, it had nothing in common. You lifted the Pritilv lid, which was automatically supported by brass arched on the inside, and there above a slightly surface was the disc, covered with green cloth, with a nickeled rim, and nickeled peg upon which one fitted the hole in the center of the hard rubber record. At the right, in front, was a time-regulating device, with a dial and figures like a watch. At the left, the lever, which set the mechanism going or stopped it, and behind, also on the left, the hollow, curving, club-shaped, nickel-plated arm, with its flexible joints, carrying THC flat round at the end, with a fitment into where the needle was screwed. If you opened the double doors at the front of the box, you saw a row of slanting shelves, rather like a blind, stained black like the case, and that was all. Newest model, the Hofrat said. Latest triumph of art, my cauldron, a Kopkabot aimed, super finissimo, nothing better on the market in this line of goods. He managed to give the words the twang of an eager and ignorant salesman. This is not just a machine, HC went on, taking a needle out of one of the little metal boxes ranged on the table and fitting it into the holier. It's a Stradivarius, a Guancry with a resonance, a vibration, raffiniment, polyvomnia patent. Look here in the inside of the lid. Government mark, you know, we do them far and away better than anybody else. The truly musical, in modern mechanic percent LL form, the German soul up to dare. And here's the libretto, HC said, and toured with his head toward a little ease on the wall, filled with albums. I turn it all to you. It is yours. But take care of it, he commended to the Sotudk of the shell. WC shoot it off once, just for fun. The patients implored him to do so. Behrens drew out a fat, turned over the heavy and chose a paper EN which showed a coloured title through a round hole on the front. He placed re-record on THC disc, set it in motion, aired until it was at full speed, and then carefully set the fine steel upon edge of the plate. There a low, wetting sound. HCICT THC lid sync, and at THC same moment. From the open doors M front, from between the slats of the blind, or, rather, ROM LHE box as a whole, canker of music, a hubbub of instruments, a lively, bustling, insistent melody, the first contagious bar of an Offenbach overture. Their lips parted in smiles. They could scarcely cars at the purity and faithful of colour of the wood.wind. A solo violin preluded whimsically, the bowing, the pizzicato, the seat gliding from one position to another, were all clearly it struck unto of the waltz. ACB, ICH Hab Si Evila, and the orchestral lightly bore the flattering strain, enchanting it was to hear it taken up by the ensemble and rep-catched as of course. It was scarcely a real orchestra playing the room. The volume of sound, though not to any extent distorted, had suffered a diminution of perspective. If we may draw a simile from the visual field, it was as though one were to look at a painting through the wrong end of an opera glass, seeing it remote and diminutive, though with all its luminous precision of drawing and colour. The consummate piece of music was reproduced in all RHCNCH-ness of its light-hearted invention. The finish was abandon itself, a galop with a drolly hesitating beginning, a shameless CRNCCN that called up a vision of top hats waved in the air, flying skirts and tossing knees, and seemed never to come to the end of its triumphal. The mechanism stopped automatically. Tea was over. THCRC was cordial applause. THCV called for more, and it was forthcoming. A human voice welled out from THC casket, a masculine voice, a once soft and powerful, orchestral famous Italian baritone, the marvelous organ SWCLLCD out to the full extent of its natural register. There could be no talk here of any diminution or veiling of the sound. If one sat in adjoining and did not see the instrument, it not as though the artist stood in the salon in hours own person, notes in hand, and sang. He sang and in his own tongue, G, Figaro, Figaro, Fi, Gro. The listeners died of laughter at his falsetto pialade, at THC contrast the deep voice and the tongue-esting facility with which it rendered the words. The musical oloked and admired the art of his phrasing, his breathing technique. He was a master in the irresistible, a virtuoso of THC Italian, the Capo school. He must have come forward to the footlights and flung up his arm, as he held the last tone before the closing tonic, so that the audience involuntarily burst out in shouts of applause before he ceased. It was beyond Z words. Followed a French horn, playing, with scrupulosity, variations on a folk song. A soprano voice, with the loveliest freshness and precision, the most exquisite staccato, trilled and warbled an air from La Tiravina. The spirit of world-famed violinist played as though behind veils a romance by Rubinstein, to a piano accompaniment that sounded thin and cold, like a spine. The wonderbox seemed rose-sexth, it poured out the chimes of bells, harp glissandos, the crashing of trumpets, the long rolling of drums. Lastly, dance records were put in. There were specimens of the new imported dance, the tango, in THC taste of a waterside dive, calculated Rome make a Viennese waltz sound sedate and grandfatherly by contrast. Two couples displayed the fashionable steps. BCHRCNS having by now withdrawn with the admonition that a needle should be used no more than once, and the whole instrument hand looked as though it were made of eggs. Hans Castorp rook his place as a crater. But why precisely Hans Castorp? In this wise. With suppressed eagerness he had opposed those who had thought to take over, on the Hofrat's departure, the changing of plate and needle, the switching on and off of the carrucken. "Let me do it," he said to them, gently purring THCM aside, and THCY gave way, first because he wore an air of having known all about it for years, and second because they cared to take their pleasures actively, instead of sitting to be scrvcd to as much and such enjoyment as they could comfortably and unboard receive. Nor Sophians Castor. While THC Hofrat was introducing his new toy to the guests, THC young man had camped in the background, not laughing or applauding, but following the performance with tense interest, rubbing an eyebrow round with two fingers, as he had on occasion a way of several times. HC restlessly shifted his position, even went into a carding room to listen from there, then took up his stand close to Baron's, with his hands behind his back, and an enigmatic expression on Too's face, fixing the with his Eve, and observing the simple operation of it. But within him some Abing was saying, "Hold on. This is an epoch. This thing was sent to me." He was filled with the surest forknolko, a new passion, a new enchantment, a new burden of love. THC youth in the flatland, who at first sight of a maiden mangles to find himself pierced to the heart with love's barbed arrow, feels not greatly different. Jealousy followed hard upon. Public property, was it had that feeble curiosity the right, or the strcngth, to possess in it lungs? "Let me do it," had said between his teeth, and RHCYWCRC content it should so. THCY danced a little more, to the rollicking pieces he ran off, asked for another vocal number, an operatic duet, the barcarolle from the Contes de Hortma NN, which sounded lovely enough. When he closed Che lid they all flocked off, chattering in mackerel pleasure over the new toy, these to the evening's rest cure. Chose to bed. HC had been waiting for them to go. THEV left behind all as it was, the boxes of needles open, the plates arid albums strewn about. It liked them. He made as though to follow, Burr then left them on the stairs, turned back to the salon, closed all the doors, and stopped there half the night, busy as a bee. He made himself acquainted with the new possession, and worked in undisturbed conjoinment through the contents of the heavy albums. There were TW and LVE, in ruler sizes, with 12 records each, many of the flat, round, black discs WCRC inscribed on both sides, nor only with the continuation of a piece of music, but also because many of the plates held two distinct records. Here was world to conquer, large enough even to survey. I was cult task at first, and bewildering, yet a world full of beautiful possibilities. He played some TWCNRY or 30 records, using a kind of needle that moved softly over the plate and lessened the sound, in order that his activity might not offend the destiny of the night. But 20 or 30 were scarcely the eighth part of the riches that to enjoyed. he must be content night with over the titles, only one now and again to SCR upon the disc and ZIV voice. To the CYC one was like another. Except for the corrowed label in the center of each hard rubber plate, and were covered to the center or near so with crinkles, but it was these faint lines that held all imaginable music, the happiest inspirations from every region of the art, choicest reproduction. Were many overtures, and single symphonic movements, played BV famous orchestras. The names of whose conductors were given on the record. There was a long list of leader, sung to piano accompaniment BV famous prima donnas, somic of THCSC were the lofty and conscious creation of individual artists, others simple folk songs, still others fell between the two categories, in that THEV were products of an intellectual art, and at the same time sprang from all that WXS foundest and most RCVCRCNT in the feeling and genius of a poe, artificial folk songs, one might call TIM, FRHC word artificial need not be taken to cast a slur on THC genuineness of their inspiration. One of these Hans Castorp had known from childhood, birth from now on began to attach to it a quite special love and clothe it with many associations, as shall be second hercafra. What else was there, or, simply, what was there not? Operas APLCNRY. An international troupe of famous artists, C and female, displayed highly trammed, God-given talent in trigs, duos, ensembles illustrating various periods and localities in the history of the opera, to discreet orchestral accompaniment. The opera of the South, a high-hearted, light-hearted ravishment, the German, racy or the Pgopelk, whimsical, hobgoblinish, and both growled and comic opera in the French style. But was Char all? Oh, no, a succession of chamber music followed, quartets and trios, instrumental solo numbers for violin, cello, flute, concert numbers with violin or jute obbligato, ano solos, and then there were the II height divements, QS the topical popular numbers, aid in the first instance by some small orchestra or other, and needing coarse needle to render them suitably. Hans Castorp, bustling and solitary, sifted and classified it all, and tried a fraction of it upon the instrument. At a late hour, as late as on the occasion of the first carouse with Peter Psepkikin of majestic memory, he went flushed of cheek to bed, where from row 7 he dreamed of the wonder box. H.C. saw in his sleep the disc circling about the only circular, butyl sewer peculiar, sidling undulation, which communicated itself to the arm that bore the needle, and gave this to-enclastic oscillation, almost like breathing, which must have contributed greatly to the vibrato and portamento of THC stringed instruments and che voices. Yet it remained unclear, sleeping as waking, how H.C. mere foaming out of hairline above an acoustic cavity, the sole assistance of the vibrating membrane of the sound box, could reproduce such a wealth and of sound as filled Hans Castorp Ganungia. Next morning he erled in the salon, even before breakfast, and comfortably sitting with folded hands. Stenk to a glorious baritone voice, singing to harp accompaniment, BBCKICH ten her in decem edelkreis. The harp sounded perfectly natural. There was no distortion or diminution of the sound that poured out of the casket accompanying the swelling, breathing, articulating human voice. It was simply amazing. And there could be on earth nothing more tender than the next number he chose, a duet from a modern Italian opera, a simple, heartfelt mingling of emotion beings, on part taken by the world-famous tenor who was so well accented in the albums, the other by crystal clear and sweet little soprano voice, nothing more lovely than his eye. Braccio, and the sweet, succinct little melodic phrase in which she replies. Hans Castorp started as the door opened in his rear. It was the Hofrat, 100 in on in his coat, the showing in his breast pocket. He stood there a moment, with his hand on the doorknob, and nodded at the distiller of Swecker Sounds. Hans Castorp, over his shoulder, replied to the nod, and the chief's black CHCCKCD visage, with its one-sided moustache, disappeared. He drew the door to behind him. Hans returned to his invisible, melodious pair of iokas. Later in the day, after the noon and evening meals, he had a changing audience for his performance. One must reckon him in with the audience, instead of as the dispenser of the entertainment. Personally he inclined to the latter view. And the BCRG Horf F expulsion agreed with him, to the extent that from the very first night they silently acquiesced in his self-appointed guardianship of instrument. They did not care, these people. Aside from that ephemeral idolatry of the tenor, luxuriating in the melting brilliance of his own voice, letting this boon to the human rack stream from him in cantilenas and high feats of virtuosity, notwithstanding their loudly proclaimed enthusiasm, they were WTTH out real love for the instrument, and content that anyone should 0F rate it who was willing to take the trouble. It was Hans C.A. Storp who the records in order, the contents of each album on the inside of the cover, so that each piece might be found at once when it was wanted, and ran the instrument. Soon he did it with ease and dexterity. The others would have spoiled the plates high using worn-on needles. Would have LCFC them lying about on chairs. Would have tricked all sorts of imbecile tricks playing some unstately piece of at breakneck SPCCD and pitch, or selling the indicator at 0, so that nothing but a hissed crickle trilling or ion expiring groan came from the instrument. They had tried all already. Of course, they work ill, were they WCRE also pretty crude. After a while, Hans Castorp simply took the key of the little cabinet that held RH-scene CDs and albums, second kept it in his pocket, so that his permission must needs be asked if anyone desired to play. Evening, Africa the social quarter hour, when the guests were gone, was his best time. He remained in the salon, or returned stealthily thither, and played until deep in the night. He found there was less danger than HC had feared of disturbing the nightly rest of the house, for the carrying power of this ghostly music proved relatively small. The vibrations, so surprisingly powerful in THC borehoood of the box, soon exhaust themselves, GRCW weak and eerie with distance. Like all magic. Hans Castorp was alone among four walls with his wonderbox, with the florid performance of this truncated little coffin of this small dull black temple, Hefngry Opten double doors of which HC sat with his hands folded in his tap, his head on one side, his mouth open, and let the harmonies flow over him. These singers male and female whom he heard, he could not see, their corporeal part abode in America, in Milan, Vienna, St. Petersburg. But let them dwell who THEV might, he had their better part. Their voices. And might rely in the refining and abstracting process which did away with THC disadvantages of close-up personal contact. Yet left them enough appeal to the sense, to permit of some command over their individualities, view seely in the cask of German artists. He could distinguish the dialect, THC pronunciation, the local origin of these, THC character of THC voice betrayed something of the soul stature of individuals. And the level of their intelligence could be guessed by the extent to which they had neglected or taken advantage of their opportunities. Hans Castorp when they failed. HC bit his HPS in chagrin when the reproduction was technical faulty, HC was on pins and needles when the first note of our afternoon's record gave shrill yaw scratching sound, which Hap penned more particularly with the deaf-cuffed female voice. Still, when these things happened, he bore with them, for love makes us forbearing. Sometimes he bent over the whirring, pulsating mechanism as over a spray of lilac, wrapped in a cloud of sweet sound, or stood before the optically case, tasting the triumphant joy of the conductor who with raised hand brings the trumpets into place precisely at the right moment. And he had favourites in his treasure house, certain vocal and instrumental numbers which he never tired of hearing. One group of records contained the closing scenes of a CCRtine brilliant opera, overflowing with melodic genius, by a great Siotentriman Herr Setkenbrini, the doyen of dramatic music in the South, who had written it to the order of an Oriental prince. In the second half of the last century, to celebrate the completion of a great technical achievement which should bind the peoples of the earth together. Hans Castorp had learned something of the plot, knew the main lines of the tragic fate of Radames, Amneris, and Aida, and when he heard it from his casket could understand well enough what they said. The incomparable Kna, RHC Royal Alto with the wonderful sob in her register, and the SDVC soprano, he understood perhaps not every word they said, how enough, with his knowledge of the situation, and his sympathy for such situations, to feel a familiar FCLLMVFCCHNG that increased every time HC listened to this set of records, until IC amounted to infatuation. First came the scene of the explanation between Radames and Amnerts. The king's daughter has THCCA I've brought before her, whom she loves, whom SHC would glad why save for her own. That he has just thrown all away for the sake of a barbarian slave fatherland and honour and all. Though he insists that in re-depth of his soul honour remains untarnished. But this inner impairment avails him little, under the weight of all that indisputable guilt and crime, for he has become forfeit to RHC's spiritual arm, which is inexorable toward human weakness, and certainly makes short work of him if he does not, at the last moment, abjure the slave, and throw himself into the royal arms of the alto with the sob in her register, who, so far as her voice went, richly deserved him. Amneris wrestles fervidly with the mellifluous but tragically blind and infatuated tenor, who sings nothing at all but in vain, and I cannot WHCNSHC addresses him despairing pleas to renounce the slave, for that his own life is in. Once more, renounce her. The balance. I cannot. In vain thou pleadest, and deathly obstinacy and anguished love blend together in a duet of extraordinary power and beauty, but absolutely no hope whatever. Then comes the terrifying repetition of the priestly 70 RMUIAS of condemnation, to the accompaniment of Amneris's despair, THEV sound hollowly from below, and RHCM the unhappy Radames does not reply to at all. Radames, sings the high priest peremptorily, and ints out THC treason he has committed. Justify thyself, all the priests, in chorus, demand. The high priest calls attention hours silence, and they all hollowly declare him guilt / Radames, sings the high priest again. The camp thou hast left before Krivartalk. And again, justify thyself. 1-0, he is silent. The highly prelatist presiding officer announces once more, and all the PNCSTS again unanimously declare him guilty. Radames, for the third time comes the inexorable voice. To fatherland, to honour and THV king, thy oath thou hast broken, justify THYSCLF resounded again. And finally, for the third time, Fanoni of the PNCSTLY chorus proclaims, after noting that Radancer remained absolutely silent. So then chorus announces TFIE evildoer, for there is nothing for it. Lugmertant proclaims that his doom is sealed, that he must die the death of a BC buried alive beneath the temple of the offended deity. The outraged feelings of Chris at this priestly severity had to be, for here the record broke off. Castorp champed the plate, with as few movements as possible, his sighs cast down. WHCN he seated himself again. It was to listen to the last scene of the melodrama, reclosing duet of Radames and Aida, sung in the underground vaults, while above their heads in the temple the cruel and bigoted priests perform the service of their cult. Spreading forth their arms, out a dull, murmurous sound. In comes the inexpressibly moving, sweet and at the same time heroic voice of Radek, in mingled horror and rapture. Yes, she has found her way to him, the beloved one for whose sake he has forfeited life and honour. She has awaited him here, to dick with him, and the exchange of song between the two, broken at times by the muffled sound of the ceremonies above them, or blending and harmonizing with it, pierced the soul of our solitary to VCRY depth, as much BV reason of the circumstances as by the melodic expre and ion of them. They sang of heaven, these two, but truly though. Songs were heavenly themselves, and heavenless were the singing of THCM. The melodic line resistless Luftenville BVRHC voices, solo and mysono, of Ray Dames and Aida, that's in F7E, rapturous ascent, playing from tonic to dominant. As T mounts from the fundamental to the sustained note a half tone before the octave. Then turning back again to the fifth, it seemed to the listener the most rarefied, the most ecstatic he had ever heard. But he would have been less ravished BV the sound asterisk. Had not the situation which gave them birth prepared his spirit to VVCLD to the sweetness of re-music. It was so beautiful. That Alda should have found her way to the condemned Ray Dames. To share ours fate forever. The condemned one protested, quite properly, against the sacri of the precious life, but in his render, no, troppo se bella was the intoxication of final union with her whom he had thought never to see again. It needed no effort of imagination to enable Hans Castorp to feel with Ray Dames all this intoxication, all this gratitude. And what, final, H.C. felt. Bunke stood, and enjoyed, sitting there with folded H.N.D.S., looking into the black slats of the I.A., houses whence ATL was the tree and idealism of the music, of art, of the human spirit, the Higgs secondary power they had of shrouding with a veil of gory the view horror of actual fact. What was it? Considered with the ick of reason, that was happening here, two human beings, buried alive, their lungs full of gas, would here together, or, more horrible still, on after the other, succumb to the pangs of hunger. And thereafter process of putrefaction would do its unsphcopic work, until two skeletons remained, each totally indifferent and insensible to the other's presence or absence. This was THC real, objective fact, but a side, and a state of affairs distinct, of which idealism and commotion would have none, which was triumphantly put in the shade by the music and the beauty of THC theme. The situation as it stood did not exist for either O-atic Ray Dance or Zero Fratica Ida. Their voices Roskanasono Ro E blissful sustained note icoding into THC octave. As they assured each other that now heaven was opening, and the light of its eternity streaming forth before their yearning eyes. The consoling power of this aesthetic palliation did the HSTCNC a good, and went far to account for the special love he bore this number of his program. He was wont to rest from these terrors and ecstasies in another number, brief, yet with a concentrated power of enchantment, peakful, compared with the other, an idle, yet ratfin, SL% PED and turned with all THC subtlety and economy of the most Mcan art. It was an orchestral pick, of French origin, perkly instrumental, a symphonic prelude, achieved with an instrumentation relatively small for our tune, yet with all the apparatus of modern technique and shrewdly calculated to set the spirit a-dreaming. Here is the dream Hans Castorp dreamt. He lay on his back in a sunny, flower-starred meadow, with his kid on a little knoll, on LCG drawn up, THC other rung over, and those were goat's legs crossed there before him. His fingers touched the stops of a little wooden pipe, which he played for the perk joy of ire, his solitude on the meadow being complete. He held it to his reed pipe or little clarinet, and coaxed from it soothing head tones, one after the other, just as they camp, and YCT in a pleasing the carefree piping rose toward the deep blue sky, and beneath the sky stretched the branching, wind-tossed boughs of Sineby ash trees and birches whose leaves twinkled in the sun. But his feckless, daydreaming, half-melodious pipe was far from being the only voice in the solitude. The hum of insects in the sun-warmed air above THC long grass, the sunshine itself, the soft wind, the swaying tree copse, the twinkling eye caves, all these gentle vibrations of the midsummer piece are themselves to his simple piping, give it a changeful, ever surprisingly CHMCC harmonic meaning. Sometimes the symphonic accompaniment would fade far off and be forgot. Then goat-legged Hans would blow stoutly away, and by the naïve monotony of his piping lure back nature's subtly colourful, harmonious enchantment, until at length, after a cat-in-car remission, she sweetly acceded. Mork and higher instrumentess in rapidly, on after another, all the previously lacking dollar richness and volume were reached and sustained in slngle fugitive moment that yet held all eternity in its consummate bliss. The young fawn was joyous on his summer meadow. No justify thyself was here, no challenge, no priestly court-martial upon on who strayed away and was forgotten of honour. Forgetfulness held sway, a blessed hush, the innocence of places where tint is not, slackness with the best conscience in the world, the very apotheosis of rebuff to the Western world and that world's insensate ardour for the deed. The effect of all which upon our night-walking music-maker gave Truss Records special value in his eyes. There was a third. Or rather there were many, a consecutive group of 3 or 4, a single tenor aria taking up almost half the space of a whole black rubber plate. Again it was French music, an opera Hans Castorp knew well, having seen and heard it repeatedly. Once, at a certain critical juncture now far in the past, H.C. had made its action serve him for an allegory. The record took up the play at the second act, in re Spanish tavern, in crude Moor H architecture, a shawl-draped, roomy colour like the floor of a barn. One heard Carmen's voice, a little brusque, yet warm, and very infectious in its folk quality, saying she would before the sergeant. One heard the rattle of castanets. But in the same moment, from a distance, the blare of trumpets swelled out, bugles giving a military signal, at which sound THC little sergeant starts up. One moment, stop, he cries. And pricks up his ears like a horse. Why? What was it then? Carmen asked, and he, dost thou not hear, astonished that the signal did not enter into H.C.'s soul as into his. Caracn, t'is the retreat. It is the trumpets the garrison, giving the summons. Hour draws nigh for our return, says he, in operatic language. But the gypsy girl cannot understand, nor docs shcvlsh2. So much the better, she says, half stupidly, half pcrtlv, she needs no castanets, for her is music dropped from the sky. Music row dance by, tro. Trala. His earside imskulf. His own disappointment retreats before his need to make clear to her how matters stand. And how love affair in the world can prevent obedience to how is it she cannot understand anything so fixed, so fundamental. I must away, the signal summons me. To quarters. He rees, in despair over of that doubly heavy heart. And now, here Carmen, VSHC is furious. Outraged in the depths of her soul, HCR voice is sheer betrayed and injured love, or she marks I sound so. To quarter dot plus the signal. And here her faithful, loving heart, just then, in its weakness, yes, SHC admitted, in its weakness, about to while away an hour with him in dance and song. Tantara. And in a fury scorn she sets her curled hand to HCR lips and merits the horns, tarantara. And that was enough to make fool I cap up, on her sea to be off. Good, then, let him be off, away with him. Here a helmet, sabre, and hanger, away, away, away with him, let him be off off to the he pleads for mercy. But she owes on, scorching him with her scorn, mocking him, taking his ace and showing in pantomime HMV at the soon of the horn HC ost what little sense he had. Tantara. The signal. Oh heaven! He will come too late. Let him go, I see him be off, for the summons sounds, and he, like a fool, makes to go, at the very moment when she would dance for him. From this time, so she will account his love. HC is in torments. She cannot understand. The woman, the gypsy girl, cannot, will not understand. Will not, for in herege and scorn speaks something more and larger than the moment and the personal, a hatred, a primeval hostility against that principle, which in the accents of Thesque Spanish bugles, or French horns, called to the love-lorn little soldier. Over that it was her deepest, her inborn, her more than personal ambition to triumph. And shc of very means, she saves that if he goes he docks not love hcr, precisely that which Jose cannot bear to hear. He beseeches her to let him speak. She will not. Then he compels her. It is a deucedly serious moment, dull notes of fatality rise from the orchestra, a gloomy, ominous motif, which, as Hans Castorp knew, recur throughout the opera, uprow its fatal climax, and formed also the first rasque of the soldiers on the next plate, which had now to hear THV Floret treasured well, how exquisitely Jose sang that. %NS Castorp played this single record over and over, and listened with the deepest participation. As far as its contents WCNR, it not fetched the action much further, but its imploring emotion was moving in the highest degree. The young soldier sang of the flower Carmen had tossed him at the beginning of their acquaintance, which had been sent her everything to him, in RHCXT he had suffered for love of her. He confesses, I cursed the hour IMCTTHCE, and tried all vain love to forge the only next moment to rue his blasphemy, and pray on his knees to SCE her once more. And as he prayed, stoke in the same high note as I asked before on the to see thee, Carmen, but now the orchestration lends all the resources of its enchantment to the anguish, the longing, the desperate tenderness, sweet despair, in the little soi dyer's heart. Ah, there she stow me before his eaves, in all her fatal charm, and clearly, unmistakable, he felt that he was undone, for, on word undone came a sobbing whole tone grace not to the first syllable, lost and forever undone. Then would an ecstasy steal o'er me, he despairingly asseverated in a recurrent melody repeated wailingly by the orchestra, rising too from the tonic, thence returning ardently to the fifth, Carmen, my own HC repcars, with infinite tender hess but rather tasteless redundancy, going all the way up the scale to THC sixth, in order to add, MV life, MV Sue, belongs to thee, after which he let his voice fall in hoy tones and in deepest emotion gave out the Carmen, I love thee. Shuddering forth the words in anguish from a nose sustained above changing harmonies, until the chi with the syllable before it was resolved in the full accord. Yes, you said Hans Castorp, with mournful satisfaction, and put on the finale, where they are all congratulating thou Jose because the meeting with the cut-off retreat. Now it only remains open to him row desert, as Carmen, to his horror, had I afore now demanded he should, away row mountains, Aphne, share in our life, careless and gay, sang in chorus, one could understand the words choir freely to roam, the world our home, gaily to pass o'er land and sea and enjoy, an else excelling, sweet liberty. Yes. Yes, he said, as before, and inst on to a fourth record, something dear, and it is not our fault that it was French again, nor are we responsible for its once more striking the military note. It was an intermezzo, a solo number, THC prayer from Gunos Emst. THC singer, a character warmly sympathetic to our young man's heart, was in the opera Valentine, but Castorp by another and dearly familiar, sadness-evoking name, WHMC on KMC Kaka HC had cooked largely to identify with the operatic character whom the Wonderbox was making vocal, though THC latter to be Cirque had a much more beautiful, a warm and powerful baritone. His song was in RHRCC parts LHC first, consisting of osto closely related corner strophes, religious in character, almost in THC stylc of the Protestant chorale, a middle strophe, and kbevtleresque, warlike, light-hearted, yet God-fearing too, and essentially French and military. The invisible character now the parting hour has cook I must leave my Ioved home and turned under these circumstances to see, OD, imploring him to rake under his special care and protection INS beloved Siska. He was going to the wars, the rhythm changed, GRCWBNSK and lively, dull care and sorrow might go hang. he. The invisible singer, longed Roby in the FCLD, to stand in the thickest of the F, where danger was hottest, and fling hidden shift upon the foe, T, God-fearing, altogether French. But if, H.C. sang, God should call him to himself, then would he look down protectingly on thee, meaning the singer's sister, as Hans Castorp was perfectly awake. The word thrilled him to the depths, and his emotion itself as the hero sang, to a mighty choral accompaniment, O Lord of Heaven, hear my prayer. Guard Marguerite within thy sheltering care. There the record ceased. We have dwelt upon it cause of Hans Castorp's especial penchant, but also because it played a certain ride on a later and most strange, and now we come back the fifth and last piece in his group of high FA, Vorreichs, this time not French, but something especially and exemplarily German, not opera either, but Lied, one of those which are folk song and masterpiece together, and from the combination received their peculiar stamp as spiritual epitomics. Why should SVE beat about the bush? It was Schubert's Linden Tree. It was none other than the old favourite, Brunnen du Tour. It was sung to piano accompaniment by a tenor voice, and the singer was too lad of parts and discernment, who knew how to render with great skill, fine musical feeling and finesse in reciter his yet consummate theme. We know that the noble Lied sounds rather differently when given as a concert number from its rendition in the childish or THC popular mouth. In its simplified form the melody is sung straight through, whereas in the original art song, the key changes Rho minor in the second of the 8 link stanzas. Changes back again with beautiful effect to major in the 5th line, is dramatically resolved in the following hitter blasts and facing the tempest, and returns again with the last 4 lines of the 3rd stanza, which are repeated to finish out the melody. The truly turn in the melody occurs 3 times, in its modulated second half, the 3rd time in the repetition of the last half strophe A, onward, ever onward. The enchanting turn, which we would not touch too nearly in bold words, on the phrases upon its branches fair a message in my car yet CVCR in my breast I and cack time the tenor rendered them. In his clear, warm voice, with his excellent breathing technique, with the suggestion of a sob, and so much sensitive, beauty-loving intelligence, the listener felt his heart gripped in undreamed of fashion, with an effect the singer knew how to heighten by head tones of extraordinary ardour on the lines I found my solace THCRE and for rest and peace are here. In the repetition of the last line, here shouldst cho find thy rest he sang the shoulds for the first time yearningly, at full strength, but the second in the tenderest flute tones. So much for the song, and the rendering of it. For the earlier selections, we may flatter ourselves, perhaps. Th2t we have been able to communicate to the reader some understanding, more or less precise, of Elms Castorp's intimate emotional participation in the chosen numbers of his neatly program. To make clear what this last one, the old linden tree meant to him, is truly a ticklish endure, requiring great delicacy of emphasis if more hand than good is not row come of the undertaking. Let us put it thus, a conception which is of the spirit, and therefore significant, is so because it reaches beyond herself to become the expression and spontan of a larger conception, a whole world of feeling and sentiment, which, WHCRHC are more or less completely mirrored in the first, in this wise, accordingly, the degree of its significance measured. The love felt for such a creation is in itself significant, betraying something of the person who cherishes it. Characterizing his relation to that broader world the conception bodies forth, which, consciously or unconsciously, he loves along with and RNTHC thing itself. May we take it that our simple hero, after so many years of hermetic pedagogic discipline, of ascent from one stage of being to another, has now reached a point WHCRC he conscious of the meaningfulness of his love and the ability we assert, we record, that he has. To him the song meant a whole world, a world which HC must have loved, else he could not have so desperately loved that which it represented and symbolized to him. Know what we say when we, rather darkly, that he might have had a different fate if ours cramped had BCCN less accessible to the charms of the SPHCR of feeling, the general attitude of mind, which THC lied so profoundly, so mystically epitomized. The truth was that his very destiny had been marked by stages, adventures, insights. These rung up in his mind suitable themes for his SDMK talent activities, and these, in their turn, ripened him into an intuitional critic of this sphere, of this its absolutely exquisite urge, and his love of it. To the point even that HC was quite of bringing up all three as objects of his conscientious scruples. Only one totally ignorant of the tender passion will suppose that such scruples can detract from the object of love. On the contrary, THCY but give it spice. It is THEV which lend love the spur of passion, so that one might almost deem passion as misgiving lufk. But wherein lay Hans Castorp's conscientious and stock-taking misgiving, as to the ultimate propriety of his love for the enchanting light and the world whose image it what was the world BCHLND the song, which the motions of his conscience made to seem a world of forbidden it was death. What utter and explicit madness! That glorious song! An indisputable masterpiece, sprung from the profoundest and holiest depths of racial feeling, a precious possession, the archetype of the genuine, embodied what vile detraction? Yes. Ah, yes. All very fine. Thus must every upright man fac. But for all that, behind this so lovely pleasant artistic production, death. It had with death certain relations, which one might love, yet nor without consciously, and in a stock-taking sense, acknowledging a certain illicit element in one's love. Perhaps in its form it nor and racy of life, but spiritual sympathy with it was non-THC less sympathy with death. At first blush proper and pious enough, indisputably. But the issues of it were sinister. What was all this he was thinking? He would not have listened to it from one of you. Simska issues. Fantastical, dark corner, misanthropic, torture chamber thoughts, Spanish black and the rough, lust not love, and these the issues of pure-eyed loveliness. Unquestioning confidence, Hans Castorp knew, he had never placed in hair asterisk Timbrini. But he remembered now an admonition the enlightened mentor had given him in past time, at the beginning his hermetic career, on the subject of spiritual backsliding to darker ages. Perhaps it would be well to make cautious application of that wisdom to the present case. It was the backslide in dollar which Herr Setkenbrini had characterized as is, the epitome itself, the spiritual phase to which one backslid, that too would appeal to his pedagogic mind as diseased and even so? Hans Castorp's loved nostalgic lay, and the sphere of feeling to which it belonged, morbid? Nothing of the sort. They were the sanest, the homeliest in the world. And yet, this was a fruit. Sound and splendid enough for the instant or so, yet extraordinarily prone to decay, the perked refreshment of the spirit, if enjoyed at the right moment, but the next, capable of spreading decay and corruption among men. It was the fruit of life, conceived of death. Pregnant of dissolution, it was a miracle of the soul, perhaps the highest, in the CYC and scaled with the blessing of conscienceless beauty, but on cogent grounds readed with mistrust BV the eve of shrewd geniality dutifully taking stock in its love of organic, it was a subject for self-conquest at the definite behest of conscience. Yes, SCLF conquest, that might well be the essence of triumph over this love, this soul enchantment that bore such sinister fruit. Hans Castorp's thoughts, or rather his prophetic half-thoughts soared high, as he sat there in night and silence before his truncated of music. THEV soared higher than his understand were what had this soul enchantment. We were all its sons. And could a curve mighty things on earth, in so far as we seered it. Onc NCCD have no more genius, only much more talent, than the author of Relindenbasms to be such an adust of soul enchantment as had give to the song a giant volume by which it should subjugate the world. Kingdoms $ML height founded upon earthly, all too. Carthlov kingdoms, solid, not at all no kagic, which the song degenerated to a piece of gramophone music played by electricity. but its faithful son might still be CHC, who consumed his life in self-conquest, and died, on whose lips the new word of oath which as yet he knew not how to speak. Ah, it was worth dying for, the enchanted lied. But he who died indeed no longer for it, was a crow only, course he died for the NCW, the new word of love and the future that was spread in his heart. These, then, were Hans Castorp's favorite records. Highly questionable Edwin Krakowski's lectures had in the swift passage of the years taken an unexpected turn. His researches, which dealt with psycho-analysis and the dream life of humanity, had always had subterranean, not to say catacombish character, but now, by a transition so irregular that one scarcely marked it, they had passed over to the kindly supernatural, and his fortnightly lectures in the dining room, the prime attraction of the house. The pride of the prospectus, delivered in a drawling, foreign voice, in frock coat and sandals from ginger little covered table, to the rapt and motionless Berghof audience, Thesk lectures no longer treated of the disguised activities of love and the retransformation of the illness into the conscious emotion. They had gone on to the extraordinary phenomena of hypnotism and somnambulism, telepathy, dreaming true and second sight, nervals of hysteria, the expounding of which widened the philosophic harem to such an extent that suddenly for THC listeners' eyes would glitter darkly puzzles like that of the relation of matter to the psychical, even the puzzle of life itself, which, it appeared, was easier to approach by uncanny, even morbid paths than by the way of health. We say this because we consider it our duty to confound those flippant spirits who declared that Dr. Krakowski had to mystification for the sake of redeeming his lectures from HOF less monotony, in other words, with purely emotional in view. Thus spoke the slanderous tongues which are to be found. True, the gentlemen at the Monday lectures flicked their cars harder than ever to make them hear. Fräulein Levi looked, if even like a wax figure wound up by machinery. But these were as legitimate as THC tram of thought pursued by the mind of relearned gentlemen, and for that he might claim that I was not only consistent but even inevitable. Field of his study had always BCCN those dark tracts of the human soul, which one had been to call the subconsciousness, though THCY might perhaps better be called the superconsciousness, since from them sometimes emanates a knowingness beyond anything of which the conscious intelligence is capable, and giving rise to the hypothesis that there may subsist connections and associations between the lowest and least illumined regions of the individual and a wholly knowing all-soul. The province of the subconscious, occult in the proper sense of the word, very soon shows itself to be occult in the narrower sense as well, and forms one of the sources whence flow the phenomena we have agreed thus to characterize. But that is not all. Whoever recognizes a symptom of organic disease as an effect of the conscious soul life of forbidden and hystericized emotions, recognizes THC creative force of the psychical within the newserial, a force which one is inclined to claim as a second source of magic phenomena. Idealist of the pathological, not to say a logical idealist, he sets himself at the point of departure of certain trains of thought which will shortly issue in the problem of existence, that is to say in the problem of the relation between spirit and matter. The materialist, son of philosophy of sheer animal vigor, can never be dissuaded from explaining spirit as a murk phosphorescent product of matter, Kirkus RHC idealist, PRXXCDing from the principle of creative hysteria, is inclined, and very readily resolved, to answer the of primacy in the exactly sense. Take it all in, there is here nothing less than the old strife over which was first, the chicken or the egg, a strife which assumes its extraordinary complexity from the fact that no egg is thinkable except one laid by a hen, and no hen that has not crept out of previously postulated egg. Well then, it was such matters as these that Dr. Krakowski discussed in his lectures. H.C. camp upon them organically, ideally, legitimately, that fact cannot be over-centimeterized. We will even add that he had already begun to toccato them before the arrival of Ellen Brand upon the scene of action, and the progress of matters into the empirical and experimental stage. Who was Ellen? We almost forgotten that our readers do not know her, so familiar to us is the name _ who was she? Hardly anybody, at first glance. A sure young thing of 19 years, a flaxen-haired not from but from Ovensor-on-Fianan, where her father had a butter business. She herself had been in commercial life for a couple of years, so, with a sleeve protector on her writing arm, she had sat over heavy books, on a revolving stool in a provincial branch of a city bank, and developed Book.part. It was a trifling case, probably more suspected than real, though LEWXS indeed fragile and obviously chlorotic, distinctly sympathetic too, giving one to ONC's hand the flaxen head, as the Horfrat regularly when he SFKJKE to HCR in the dining room. A northern freshness emanated from her, chaste and glass. Maidenly chaste atmosphere surrounded her, she was entirely lovable, with a open IJK from childlike blue eyes, and her Karaman speech, slightly broken, with small pointed, fine, typical mispronunciations. About her features there was nothing unusual. Her chin was too short. She sat at table with the Cleefcled, who mothered her. Now this little Freulein Brand, this little Ellie, this friendly-natured little Danish bicycle Kridka and stoop-shouldered young counter-jumper, had things about her, of which no one have dreamed, at first sight of her transparent small personality, but which began to discover themselves after a week's, and these it became Dr. Krokowski's affair to lay bare in all their extraordinary asterisk. The learned man received his first hint in the course of a general evening conversation. Various guessing games WCRC being played, hidden objects found by the aid of strains from the piano, which swelled higher when one approached THC right F, and died away when the seeker strayed on a false scent. Then one person went outside and waited while it was decided what task he should someone to dance persons, inviting designated book from the SHCLVCS and presenting it to this or that person, and more of the same kind. Worthy of remark that such games had not been practic among the Berghof guests. Who had introduced them was not afterwards easy to decide, certainly it had not been Ellie Brand, or they had begun since her arrival. NE participants were nearly all old friends of ours, among them Hans Castorp. They showed themselves apt in greater or degree, some of them were entirely incapable. But Brand's talent was soon seen to be surpassing, striking, unseemly. Her power of finding hidden articles was passed over with applause and admiring laughter. But when it came to a concerted series of actions, they were struck dumb. She did whatever they had covenanted she should do, did it directly she entered the room, with a gentle smile, without hesitation, without the help of she fetched a pinch of salt from RHC dining room, sprinkled it over Lawyer Panvin's head, took him by the hand, led him to the piano and played the beginning of a nursery ditty with his forefinger, then erred him back to his scat. Curtsied, fetched footstool and finally seated herself at his feet, all of that being precisely what they had cudgelled their brains to her for a task. She had stunning. She reddened. With a SCNSC of relief at her embarrassment they began in chorus to chide HCR, but she assured them she had not blushed in that sense. She had not listened, not outside, not at the door, truly. Truly SHC had not. Not outside, nor at the door, oh, no, she begged their pardon. She had listened after she came back, in the room, she could not help it. How not help it? Asterisk Max Schingweiser to her, she said. It whispered and told her what to do, softly, but quite clearly and distinctly. Obviously that was an admission. In a certain sense she was aware, she had confessed, that she had cheated. She should have said beforehand that she cars no good to play such a game, if she had the advantage of tring whispk too. A competition loses all sense if one of them has unnatural advantages over the others. In SFN, ating sense. She was straightway disqualified, but disqualified in a way that made chills run up and down their backs. With one voice RHCY called on Dr. Krokowski, they ran to fetch him, and he came. He was immediately at home in the situation, and stood there, sturdy, heartily smiling, in his very essence inviting confidence. Breathless they told him they had something quite abnormal for him, an omniscient, a gid with voices. Yes, VES. Only ICTRHCM calm, they should SCE underscore this was his native Keith, quagmirish and uncurtain footing enough for the rest of them, yet HC moved upon it with assured tread. He asked questions, and IA told him. Ah! There she was. Come, my child, is it what they are telling? And he his hand on her head, as scarcely anyone could resist doing. Here WLS much ground for interest, none at all for consternation. He the gaze of his brown, exotic eyes dear in row high and Brand's blue, and ran his hand down over her shoulder stroking her gently. She returned his gaze with increasing submission, her head inclined slowly toward her shoulder breast. Her eyes were actually beginning to glaze, when the master made a careless outward motion with his hand before her face. Immediately THCRC after he expressed his opinion that everything was in perfect order, and sent the overwrought company off to evening cure, with the exception of L. Lee Brand, with whom HC said HC wished to have a little chat. A little chat. Quite so. But nobody felt easy at the word. It was just the sort of word Krakowski the comrade preference, and it gave them cold shivers. Flans Castorp, as Casey sought his tardy reclining chair, remembered re-feeling with which he had seen Ellie's illicit and heard her shme-faced explanation, as though the ground were shifting under his feet, and giving him a slightly qualmish feeling, mild seasickness. He had never been CCN in an earthquake, but HC said to himself that one must see experience a like sensation of unequivocal alarm. But HC had also felt great curiosity at these fateful gifts of Ellen Brand, combined, it is true, with the knowledge that their feed was with difficulty accessible to the spirit, and the doubt to whether it was not barren, or even sinful, so far as he was concerned, all which did not prevent his feeling from being what in fact it actually was, curiosity. Like everybody else, Hans C.A. Storp had, at his time of life, heard this and that about the mysteries of nature, or RHC supernatural. We have mentioned the clairvoyant great-aunt, of whom a melancholy tradition had come down. But the world of the supernatural, theoretically and objectively he had recognized its existence, had never come close to him, he had never had any practical experience of it. And his affection for it, a matter of taste, an aesthetic revulsion, a reaction of human pride, if we may use such large words in connection with our modest hero, was almost as great as his curiosity. He felt beforehand, quite clearly, that such experiences, whatever the course of them, could never be anything but in bad taste, unintelligible and humanly valueless. And yet he was on fire to go through THCM. HC was aware that his alternative of barren or else sinful bad enough in itself, was in reality not an alternative all, since RHC two idkas fell together, and calling a thing spiritually unavailable was only an amoral way of expressing its forbidden character. But the placet experire planted in Hans C. Storp's mind by one who would surely and resoundingly have reprobated any experimentation at all in this field, was planted firmly enough. By little and little his morality and his curiosity approached and overlapped, or had probably always done so. The perk curiosity of inquiring youth on its trials, which had already brought him pretty close to the forbidden 6 CLD, what time he tasted the mystery of personality, and for which he had even claimed the justification that too was almost military in character, in that it did not weakly avoid the forbidden, when it presented itself. Hams Castor P came to the final resolve not to avoid, but to stand his ground if it came to more developments in the case of Ellen Brand. Dr. Krakowski had issued a strict prohibition against any the experimentation on the part of the laity upon Fräulein Brand's mysterious gifts. He had preempted THC Child for his scientific use, held sittings with her in his analytical oubliette, hypnotized her, it was reported, in an effort to arouse and discipline her slumbering potentialities, to researches into her previous psychic life. Herman Kleefeld, who mothered and patronized the child, tried to do the same, and under the seal of secrecy a certain number of facts WCRC ascertained, which under the same seal she spread throughout the house, CVCN unto the porter's lodge. She learned, for example, that HC who, or that which, WHVSPCRCD the answers into the little one's ear at games was called Holger. This Holger was the departed and etherealized spirit of a man, the familiar, something like the guardian angel, OLE. So it was HC who had told all that about the pinch of salt and the tune played with Lawyer Paravant's forefinger? Yes, those spirits so close to HC are that they WCRC like a caress, and tickled a little, making her smile, had whispered her what to do. It must have BCCN very nice when she was RNSCH, HI and had not prepared her lesson to have him TCLL her the answers. Upon this such and scree o use matters, and moreover, he would probably not have known the answers himself. It was learned, further, that from her childhood up Ellen had had visions, thou at widely separated intervals of time, visions. Visible and invisible. What sort of thing were they, now, invisible visions? Well, for example, when she was a GTRL of 16, she had been sitting one in the Irving room of her parents' house, sewing at round table, with her dog lying near her on THC carpet. The table was covered with a Turkish shawl, of the kind old women wear three-cornered across their shoulders. It covered the table diagonal, with the corners what over. Seen the corner nearest her roll slowly up. Sound look, sly, careful, and evenly it turned itself up, a good distance toward the center of the cable, so that the resultant roll was rather long, and while this was happening, the dog Freya started up wildly, bracing her forefeet, the hair rising on her bod. She had stood on her hind legs, then MN howling into the and taken refuge under a sofa. For a whole year thereafter SHC could not be persuaded to set foot in the living room. Was it Holger? Fräulein Kleefeld asked, who had rolled up the little brand did not know. And what had SHC thought at Xult THC affair? But since it was absolutely impossible to think anything about it, little Kelly had thou nothing at all. Had she told her parents? No. That was odd. Though so sure SHC had thought nothing about it, Ellie had had a DTS-TMCT impression, TN this and similar cases, thus she must keep it to HCRSCLF, make a profound and shamefast secret of it. Had she taken it much to heart? No, not particularly. What was there about the rolling up of a cloth to take to heart? But other things she had, for example, the following: a year before, in her parents' house at Odense, she had risen, as was her custom, in the cool of the early morning and left her room on the ground floor, to go up to in order to brew the morning coffee before her parents rose. She had almost reached the landing, WHCRC the stairs turned, when she saw standing there close by the steps her elder who had married and gone to America to live. There she was, her physical presence, in a white gown, with, curiously enough, a garland of moist water lilies on her head, her hands folded against one shoulder, and nodded to her sister. Ellen, rooted to the half terrified, cried out, "Oh, Sophie, is that you?" Sophie had nodded once again, and dissolved. SHC became gradually transparent, soon she was only visible as an ascending current of warm air, then not visible at all. So that Ellen's path was clear. Later, it transpired that Sister Sophie had died of heart trouble in New Jersey, at that very hour. Hans Castorp, when Kleefeld related this to him, expressed the view that there was some sort of sense in it, TBC apparition here, the death there, after all, they did hang together. And he consented to be present at a spiritualistic sitting, a table-tipping, glass-moving game which they bade determined to undertake with Ellen Brand, behind Dr. Krokowski's back, and in defiance of his jealous prohibition. A small and select group assembled for the purpose, their theatre being Fräulein Klickfeld's room. Besides the hostess, Fräulein Brand, and Hans Castorp, there were only Frau Stoer, Fräulein Levi, Herr Albin, the Czech Wenzel, and Br. Ting Fu. In the evening, on the stroke of 10, they gathered privily, and in whispers mustered the apparatus Hermann had provided, consisting of a medium-sized round table without a cloth, placed in THCCCNTRC of the room, with a wine glass upside down upon it, the foot THC air. Round THC edge o' the table, at regular intervals, were plaque TWCNTY 6 bone counters, each with a ictica of the alphabet written on it in pen and ink. Fräulein KLCCFCLD Servedka, which was gratefully received, as Frau Stoer and Fräulein Levi, despite the harmlessness of RHC undertaking, complained of cold feet and palpitations. Cheered by the K, they took their places about the table, in the rosy twilight dispensed by the pink-shaded table lamp, as Fräulein Kleefeld, in concession to the mood of THC Gath Ehring, had put out the xing light, and Cack of them laid a finger of his right hand lightly on reef foot of the wind glass. This was the prescribed technique. They waited for the glass to move. That should happen with ease. The top of the table was smooth, THC rim of the glass WCLL, round, the pressure of the tremulous fingers however lightly id some of it being exerted vertically, some rather sidewise, and probably in sufficient strength to cause the glass finally to move from its position in the center of the table. On the periphery of its field it would come in contact with the marked counters, and if the letters on these, when put together, made words that conveyed any sort of sense, the resultant phenomenon would be complex and contaminate, a mixed product of conscious, half-conscious, and unconscious elements, the actual desire and pressure of some, to whom the wish was father to the act, whether or not they were aware of what THCYDD, and the secret acquiescence of some dark stratum in the soul of the generality, a common if subterranean effort toward seemingly strange experiences, in which the suppressed self of the individual was more or less involved, most strongly, of course, that of little L.E. This THEV all knew beforehand. Hans Castorp even blurted out of the sort, after his fashion, as they sat and waited. The ladies' palpitation and cold extremities, THC-forced hilarity of the men, arose from their knowledge that they were come together in the night to embark on an unclean traffic with their own natures, a fearsome prying into unfamiliar regions of themselves, and that they were awaiting the appearance of those illusory or half-realities which we call magic. It was almost entirely for fun's sake, and came about quite conventional, that they asked the spirits of the DC party to speak to them to crow the movement of the glass. Herr Albin offered to be Esksman and deal with such spirits as manifest themselves had already had a little experience at Chaunce's. 20 minutes or more went by. The whisperings had run dry, the first tension relaxed. Supported their right arms at the elbow with their left hands. The Czech Wenzel was almost dropping off. Ellen Brand rested her finger lightly on the lass and directed her pure, childlike gaze away into the rosy fight from the table lamp. Suddenly the glass tipped, knocked, and ran away from under their hands. They had difficulty in accepting their fingers on it. It pushed Othka to the very edge of the table, ran along it for a space, then slanted back nearly to the middle, tapped again, and remained quiet. They were all startled, favourably, yet with some alarm. Frau Stoer whimpered that she liked to stop, but they told her she should have thought of that before. SHC must just keep quiet now. Things sickened in train. THCY stipulated that, in order to answer yes or no, the glass need not run to the letters, but might give 1 or 2 knocks instead. Is there an intelligence present? Herr Albin asked, severely directing his gaze over their heads into vacancy. After some hesitation, the glass tipped and said yes. What is your name? Herr Albin asked, altost gruffly, and emphasized his energetic speech by shaking his head. LHE glass pushed off. It ran with resolution from one point to another, executing a zigzag by returning each time a little distance toward the center of the table. It visited H, O, and then seemed exhausted, but pulled itself together again and sought out the G, and E, and the R. Just as they thought. It was Holger in person, the spirit Holger, who understood KL such matters as themics unto lessons at pinch of salt and that, but KNCWBCRRC other than to school. HC was there, boating in the air, the heads of THC a little circle. What should they do with him? A certain different system, they rook counsel behind their hands, what they were to ask him. Albin decided to question him about hours and in life, and did so, as before, screwly frowning brows, as though he were cross-examining counsel. The glass was silent a while. Then it staggered over to the P, zigzagged and returned to O. Great suspense. Dr. Ting Fu Gi led and said Holger must be a poet. Frau Stoll began to lower appeared to resent, for after India hysterically, which the caring the it stuck went no further. However, it segment fell clear that Dr. Ting Fu right. What the deuce, so Holger was a poet. THC glass revived, and superfluously, apparent pridefulness, wrapped YCS. A lyric PCRT, Fräulein Kleefeld asked and she said for, Rick. As Hans Castorp involuntarily knocked. Holger was disinclined to specify. He gave no new answer, merely spelled out again. This Tim quickly and UN hesitatingly, the word poet, adding the T he had LCFT off before. Grod, then, poet underscore the constraint increxed. It was a constrainer that emical tie had to do with manifestations on the part of uncharted regions of their own inner, their subjective SCLVCS, but which, because of the illusory, half-actual conditions of these manifestations, referred itself to the objective and external. Did Holger feckle a home, and Kanten, in his PRCSCNT state? Dreamily, the glass SPCLLCD out the word tranquil. Tranquil. It was nor a word one would have hit upon oneself, but after the lass spelled it out, they found it well chosen and probable. And 5 How long had Holger been in this tranquil state? Answer to this was again something one would never have thought of, and dreamily answered, it was a hastening while. Very good. As a piece of ventriloquistic poesy from the Bevond, Hans Castorp, in particular, found it capital. A hastening was the time element Hoyer lived in, and of course he had to answer as it were in parables, having very likely forgotten how to use earthly terminology and standards of exact measurement. Fräulein Levi confessed her curiosity to know how he looked, or had IKED, more or less. Had he been a handsome youth? Herr Albin she might him her self. He found the request beneath his dignity. So she asked if the spirit had fair hair. Beautiful, brown curls, the responded, deliberately G out the W odd brown twice. Was much hm meant oathka this. The ladies, HCY were in love with him. They kissed her hands at THC ceiling. Dr. Ting Fu, giggling, said Mr. Holger must be rather vain. What the glass fell into. It ran like mad about the table, quite at ran 0m, asaked with rage. Fell over and rolled into Frau Stoll's lap, who srrctchcd her arms and down at pallid with fear. Apologetically convsigned back to station. And rebuked the C. Hinaman. How had HC dared to say such thing? Did he see what his indiscretion had led? Suppose Holger was up and off in his wrath, and refused to why another key addressed themselves to the glass with THC stream of core toy. Would Holger not link up some poetry for RHCRN? He had said he was a poet. Before he went to hover in the hastening while. How chay all you can't to hear him versify they would love and 10, the good glass yielded and said yes. Truly there was something and you'd humoured about the way, and then Holger the sprit began to and kept up. copiously, circumstantially, without pausing for thought, for dear s how long. It sccmcd to scop him. And what's a prism pockmit was, this ventriloquistic effort, to the admiration of THC circle, stuff of magic, and sureless the SCA of which it largely dealt. SCA.vrmk in heaps and bands along the strand of the broad-flung bay, an slandered coast, girt by steep, cliffy dunes. Sec the aim green distant faint and into eternity, beneath of mist in dull carmine and milky radiant the Essenma sun delays to sink. NC word utter how and when the watery mirror from into untold changeful colour play, to bright or pale, to spreading, opaline, or how, mysteriously as it the voiceless magic died away. The SCA slumbered. Yet the last traces of the sunset linger above and buld. Until DCCP in THC night it has not round dark, a ghostly twilight reigns in the pine forests on bleaching until it like snow. A simulated winter forest all in silence, save where an owl wings rustling flight. Let us stray here at this hour, so soft sand beneath our tread. So sublime, so mild, HC night. Far beneath us the sea exters slowly. And murmurs along whispering in its dream, it crave to it again. Step forth to THC sallow, assy like cliffs of the dunes, and climb ITC up into the tea it runs coolly into thy shoes. Harsh bushy steeply down to the pebbly shore. And still the last parting remnants of the day haunt THC edge of the vanishing sky. Down here in the sand. How cool as death it is, how soft as silk, as flower. It flows in a colourless, thin stream from thy hand and makes a dainty little mound thee. Dost thou recognize it, this tiny bowing? It is the soundless, tiny stream through the hourglass, that solemn, fragile toy that adorns the hut. An open book, a skull, and in slender frame the double glass, holding a little sand, taken from eternity, to prolong HCRC, as time, its troubling, certain, mysterious. Thus Holger the spirit and his lyric improvisation, ranging with weird nights of thought from the familiar seashore to the cell of a Karamat and the tools of his mystic contemplation. And there what more, human and divine, involved in daring and dreamlike terminology, Oathka which the MCMBCRS of RHC little circle puzzled endlessly as THCY it out, scarcely ending rhyme for hurried though rapturous applause, so swiftly did the glass zigzag back and forth, so swiftly the words roll on and on. There was no disrant probity of a period, even at the end of an hour. THC glass inexhaustibly of THC pangs of birth and THC first kiss of lovers, the crown ought sorrows, the fatherly goodness of God, plunked into the mist cries of Caucasian, lost itself in other times and ands, in incuscular space, even mentioned THC Chaldeans and the zodiac, and would most certainly have gone on all night, if the conspirators had not finally taken their fingers from the glass, and expressing their gratitude to Holger, told him that must suffice THCM for the time, it'd be center. Wonderful beyond their wildest dreams, it was an everlasting pity there had been no one at hand to take it down, for now it must inevitably be forgotten. Yes, alas, RHCY had already forgotten most of it, thanks to its quality, which made it hard to retain, as dreams are. Next time THCY must appoint an amanuensis to take it down, and see how it would look black and white, and read connectedly. For the moment. How CVCR, and before Holger withdrew to the tranquility of his hastening while, it would be better, and certainly mark amiable of him, if HC would consent to answer a few practical questions. The scarcely as yet knew what, but would at least be in principle inclined to do so, in his great amiability? The answer was yes. Gut now they discovered a great PIXIC, what should they ask? It was as in the fairy story, when the fairy or CLF grants on question, and there is danger of letting the precious advantage slip through the fingers. There was much in the world, much of the future, that seemed worth knowing, yet it was so difficult to choose. At length, as no one else seemed able to settle, Hans Castorp, with his finger on the glass, supporting his cheek on his fist, said he would like to conserve what was to be the actual length of his stay up here, instead of the 3 weeks Alifxar. Well, since they thought of nothing better, let the spirit asterisk the fullness of his knowledge answer this chance query. The glass hesitated, then pushed off. It spelled out something very queer, which none of them succeeded fathoming. It made the word, or the syllable go, and then the word slanting and then mything Axult Hans Castorp's room. The whole seemed to be a direction to go slanting through Hans Castorp's room, that was to say, through 34. What the sense of that? As THCY saw puzzling and shaking their heads, suddenly there came the heavy thump of a fist on door. They all jumped. Was I a surprise? Was Dr. Krokowski standing without, come to break up the forbidden session? They looked up guiltily, expecting the betrayed one to enter. But then came crashing knock on the middle of the table, as if to justify that the first knock too had come from the inside and not the outside of the RN. They accused Herr Albin of perpetrating this rather contemptible jest, but he nicked it on his honor, and even without loose word they all felt fairly certain no one of their circle was guilty. Was it Holger, then? They looked at Ellie, suddenly struck by her silence. She was leaning back in her chair, with drcn.ping wrists and fingertips poised on the table edge, her head bent on Shudka, her eyebrows raised, her little mouth drawn down so that it looked CVCN smaller, with a tiny smilk that had something both silly and sly about it, and gazing into space with vacant, childlike blue eyes. They called to her, but she gave no sign of consciousness. And suddenly the night table light went out. Frau Stoer, beside herself, made great outcry, for she had heard the switch turned. The light, then, had not gone out, but been put out, by a hand which one characterized afar off in calling it a strange hand. Was it Holger's? Up to then he had been so mild, so tractable, so poetic, but now he seemed to degenerate into clownish practical jokes. Who knew that a hand which could so roundly thump doors and tables, and knavishly turn off lights, might not NCXT catch hold of Saunian's throat? They called for matches, for pocket torches. Fräulein Levi shrieked out that someone had pulled her front hair. Frau Stoer made no bones of calling aloud on God in her distress. "Oh Lord, forgive me this onk," she moaned, and whimpered for mercy instead of justice, well knowing she had tempted hell. It was Dr. Ting Fu who hit on the sound idea of turning on the ceiling light. Tea was brilliantly illuminated straightway. They now established that the lamp on THC night table had not gone out chance, but been turned off, and only needed to have the switch turned back in order to burn again. But while this was happening, Hans Castorp made on his own account a most singular discovery which might be regarded as a attention on the part of dark powers here manifesting themselves with such childish equiversity. A light object lay in his lap. He discovered it to be the Uveneer which had once so surprised his uncle when he lifted it from his nephew's table, the glass diaplicative of Claudia Chauchat's X-ray M, a tray. Quite uncontestably he, Hans Castorp, had not carried it into the room. He put it into his uniki, ovably. The others were busied about Ellen Brand, who remained sitting in her place in the same state, staring vacantly, with that curious simpering expression. Herr Albin blew in her face and imitated the upward sweeping motion of Dr. Krokowski, upon which she roused, and incontinently wept a little. They caressed and comforted her, kissed her on the forehead and sent her to bed. Fräulein Levi said she willing to sleep with Frau Stoer, for that abject creature confessed she was frightened to go to bed alone. Hans Castorp, with his retrieved in his breast pocket, had no objection to finishing off the evening with cognac in Herr Albin's room. He had discovered, in fact, that this sort of thing affected neither the heart nor the spirits so much as the nerves of the stomach, a retroactive effect, like seasickness, which sometimes troubles the traveller with qualms hours after he has set foot on shore. His curiosity was for the time quenched. Holger's poem had not been so bad, but the anticipated futility and vulgarity of the as a whole had been so unmistakable that he fcl quite willing to it go at these few vagrant sparks of hellfire. Herr Septembrini, to whom he related his renses, CXPC strengthened this conviction with all his force. That, he cried out, was all that was lacking. Oh, misery, misery! And cursorily dismissed little Ellis a Thor *paste impostor. Pupil neither ea nor nay to that. He shrugged his shoulders, and expressed the view that we did not seem to be altogether sure what constituted actuality, nor yet, in Korukins, what imposture. Perhaps the boundary link was not constant. Pahali RHCRC were transitional between the two grades of actuality within nature, nature as she was, mute, not susceptible of valuation, and thus defying distinctions which in any ca*, it seemed to him, had a strongly moralizing flavour. What did Herr Septembrini think about delusions which were a tour of actuality and dream, perhaps i.e. strange in no earth than to our crude, everyday processes of thouth the mystery of life was literally bottomless. What wonder, then, if sometimes illusions arose, and so on and so forth, in our hero's genial, confiding, and flowing style. Herr Septembrini duly gave him a dressing down, and did produce a temporary reaction of the chorus science, even something like a promise to steer clear in the future of such abominations. Have respect, he adjured him, for your humanity, engine cur. Confide in your God-given power of clear thought. And hold in abhorrence these luxations of the brain, these of the spirit. The mystery of life? The moral courage to make decisions and distinctions between reality and dogma on DC to that point, then there is an end of life, of judgment, the Kakariv process of decay sets in, moral sepsis, and does its deadly work. Man, he went on to say, was the measure of things. His right to recognize and to distinguish between good and evil, reality and counterfeit, was indefeasible. Woe to them who dared to lead him astray in his belief in this creative right. Better for them that a millstone be hanged about their necks and that THEV drowned in the depth of the sea. Hans Castorp nodded assent, and in fact did for a while keep dooth from all such undertakings. He heard that Dr. Krakowski had begun holding seances with Ellenbrand in his subterranean cabinet, to which certain chosen ones of the guests were invited. But he nonchalantly put aside the invitation to join them, not without hearing from them and from Krakowski himself something about the success they were having. It appeared that there had been wild and arbitrary exhibitions of power, hke those in Fräulein Kleefield's room, knockings on walls and table, the turning off of the lamp, and THCSC as well as further mamphasreons were being systematically produced and instigated, with every possible safeguarding of their genuineness, after Comrade Krakowski had practiced the approved technique and put Ellie into her hypnotic sleep. They had discovered that the process was facilitated by music, and on these evenings the grammont was preempted by the circle and carried down to the ksment. But the Czech Wenzel who operated at THCRC was a not unmusical man, and would surely not emerk or missk RHC in Stru MCNT. Hans Castorp might hand it over without misgiving. HC even chose a suitable album of records, containing light music, dances, small overtures and such like tunable trifles. Little Ellie made no demands on a higher art, and they served the purpose admirably. To their accompaniment, Hans Castorp learned, a handkerchief had been lifted from the floor, of its own motion, or, rather, that of the hidden hand in its folds. The doctor's waste porker basket had risen to the ceiling, the pendulum of a clock BCCN nately stopped and set going again without anyone touching it, a table bell taken and rung, these and a good many other turbid and phenomena. The learned masker of Circmanes was in the happy efficiency of being able to characterize them by a Greek word, very scientific and impressive. They were, so he explained in his lectures and in private conversations, telekinetic phenomena, cases of movement from a distance. HC created them with a class of manifestations which were scientifically known as materializations, and toward which his plans and attempts with L. Brand WCRE directed. He talked to them about biopsychical projections of subconscious complexes into the objective, about transactions of which the medial constitution, the somnambulic state, was to be regarded as the source, and which Onk might speak of as objectivated ariam concepts, insofar as they confirmed an idea plastic of nature, a power, which under certain conditions appertained to thought, of drawing substance to itself, and clothing itself in peri-reality. Substance out from the body of the medium, and developed extraneously into biological, living CND organs, these being the agencies which had from the extraordinary the meaningless feats they witnessed in Dr. Krokowski's laboratory. Under some conditions these agencies might be seen or touched, THC limbs left their impression in wax or plaster. Some at times the matter did not rest with such corporealization. Under certain conditions, human heads, faces, full-length phantoms manifest themselves before the eyes of the experimenters, even within certain lemurs bred into contact with them. And Kowalski's doctrine began, as it were, to squint, to look two ways at once. It took on a shifting and fluctuating character, like the method of treatment he had adopted in his exposition of the nature of it was no longer plain sailing, scientific treatment of the objectively mirrored subjective content of the medium and her passive auxiliants. It was a millimeter mg in the game, at I cast sometimes, at least half and half, of entities from without and riend. It dealt, at least possibly, if not quite admittedly, with the non-vital, with existences that took advantage of a ticklish, mysteriously and momentarily favouring chance to return to substantiality and show themselves to their summoners, in brief, myth the spiritualistic invocation of the departed. Such manifestations it was that Comrade Krokowski, with THC assistance of his followers, was lately striving to produce, steadily, with his ingratiating smile, challenging their cordial confidence, thoroughly at home, for his own person, in this questionable morass of the Sabuman, and a born leader for the timid and compunctious in the regions where they now moved. He had laid himself out to develop and discipline the extraordinary powers of Ellen Brand and, what Hans Castorp could hear, fortune smiled upon his efforts. Some of the party had felt the touch of materialized hands. Lawyer Paravant had achieved out of Tran and Sentency a sounding slap on the cheek, and had countered with scientific alacrity, yes, had even cagly turned the other cheek, heedless of his quality as gentleman, jurist, and one-time member of a duelling corps, all of which would have constrained him to quite a difficult link of conduct had the blow been of terrestrial origin. A K-Ferge, that good-natured martyr, to whom all highbrow thought was foreign, had on evening held such a hand in his own, and established by sense ought touch the rit hole and WCLL shaft. His clasp had been heartfelt to THC limits of respect, but ire had in some indescribable fashion escaped him. A considerable period elapsed, some 2 months and a half of Lee WCCKLY sittings, before a hand of otherworldly origin, a young man's hand, it seemed, came fingering over the table. In the reglow of the paper-shaded lamp, and, plain to the eyes of all the circle, left its imprint in an earthenware basin full of flour. And 8 days later a troop of Krokowski's workers, Herr Albin, Frau Stoer, the Magnuses, burst in upon Hans Castorp where H.C. dozing toward midnight in the biting cold of his balcony, and every mark of distracted and fevkish delight, their words tumbling over one another, announced that they had seen elves holger. He had showed his head over the shoulder of the little medium, and had in truth got a full brown Kirk. H.C. had smiled with such unforgettable, gentle melancholy as he. Vanished Hans Castorp found this lofty melancholy scarcely consonant with Holger's other pranks, his impish and simple-minded tricks, the anything but gently melancholy slap he had given Lawyer Paravant and the latter had pocketed up. It was apparent that one must not demand consistency of conduct. Perhaps they were full with temperament like that of the little hunchbacked man in the nursery song, with his pathetic wickedness and his craving for intercession. Holger's admirers had no thought for all this. What they were determined to do was to persuade Castorp to rescind his decree, positively. Now that everything was so brilliantly in train, he must be present at the next séance. Ellie, it seemed, in her trance had promised to materialize the spirit of any departed person RHC Circle chose. Any departed person they chose. Hans Castorp still showed reluctance. But that it might be any person they chose occupied his mind to such an extent that in THC next 3 days he came to a different conclusion. Strictly speaking it was not 3 days, but as many minutes, which brought about THC change. One evening, in a solitary hour in the music room, he played again the record that bore the imprint of Valentine's personality, to him so profoundly moving. He sang Berkeley's Row, the soldierly prayer of the hero departing for RHC field of honor. If God should summon me away, thee I would watch and guard alway, O Marguerite, and, as ever, Hans Castorp was filled by emotion at the sound, an emotion which this rhyme's circumstances magnified and as it were condensed into a longing. He thought, barren and sinful or no, it would be a marvelous thing, darling adventure. And he, as I know him, if he had anything to do with it, would not mind. He recalled that composed and liberal certainly, of course he had heard in the darkness of the X-ray laboratory, when he asked Joachim if HC might omit certain optical indiscretions. THCNCXT morning he announced his willingness to take part MTHC evening séance, and half an hour after dinner joined the group one of familiars of the uncanv, who, unconcernedly chatting, to their way down row RHCB meant. They were all old inhabitants. The oldest of THC old, or at least of long standing in the group, licked the Czech Wenzel and Dr. Ting Fu, FE and WCH5 Uri, lawyer Paravant, the ladies Kleefeld and Levi, and in addition, those persons who had come to his balcony row announced to him the apparition of Holger's head, and of course the medium, Ellie Brandchild of the North was already in the doctor's charge when Hans Castorp SNSSED through $H the door with the visiting card, the doctor, in his black tunic, ours arm laid farthely across her shoulder, at the foot of the stair leading from the basement floor, and welcomed the guests, and SHC with him. Greeted everybody else, with surprising hilarity and expansiveness. It seemed to TE common aim row keep the meeting pitched in a key free from all solemnity or constraint. They talked in loud, cheery voices, poked each other in the ribs. Showed Evf.V how perfect of at cask they felt. Dr. Krakowski's kept gleaming his beard with every hearty, confidence-inviting smile. HCR rated his we, come to each arrival. With fervour Hans Case, who, for his part, nothing adden, and whose manner was hesitating. Courage, Croco.WKL's energetic and hospitable nod seemed to be saving, as HC gave the young man's hand an almost violent squeeze. No need here to hang THC head, here is no cant nor sanctimoniousness, nothing but the hithe and manly spirit of disinterested research. But Castorp felt none the better for this pantomime. He synced up the resolve formed by the McMorries of the X-ray cabinet, but the train of thought hardly fitted with his present frame. Rather he was reminded of the peculiar and untalkable nature of Geltung's nervousness, pridefulness, curiosity, disgust, and awe, with which, years ago, he had gone with some fellow students, a little tipsy, to a Brooklyn St. Paul too. As everyone was now present, Dr. Krokowski selected 2 controls. They were, fourth evening, Frau Magnus and the Ivory Levi, to PR50 wonder over the physical examination of the, and they withdrew to the next room. Hans Castorp and the RC remaining 9 persons awaited in the consulting room the austerely Sickenrift procedure, which invariably without any result whatever. The room was familiar to him FRMI the who be he had spent here, behind Joachim's back, in conversation with HC psychoanalyst. It had a writing desk, an armchair and a chair for patients on the left, the window a library of reference books on shelves to right and left of the SID door, and in the further right-hand corner a chaise longue, covered WTH separated by a folding screen from the and doctor's glass instrument case also stood in that corner. Another was a bust of Hip, a crates, while an engraving of Rembrandt's anatomy lesson hung above the gas fireplace on the right side wall. It was an ordinary consulting RMM, ilk thou ands in awe, but with temporary special arrangements. The mahogany table, whose place was in the centre of the room, beneath the electric chandelier, upon the red carpet, had covered most of the had BCCN pushed forward against the late handoir, beneath the plaster bust, while a smaller table, covered with cloth and bearing a RCD-shaped lamp, had BCCN set obliquely near the gas fire, which was lighted and giving out a dry heat. Another electric bulb, covered with red and further with black gauze veil, hung the table. On this book stood certain notorious obliquous tuttable bells, of different patterns, one to shake and one to press, the late with flower, and the paffra basked. Some dozen chairs of different shapes and sizes surrounded the table in a half-circle, one end of which was formed by the foot of THC chaise longue, the other standing near the centre of the room, beneath the ceiling light. Here, in the neighbourhood of the last chair, and about halfway to the door, stood the gramophone. THC album of light trifles lay on a chair next it. Such were the arrangements. The red lamps were not YCT lighted. The ceiling light was shedding an effulgence as of common day, for the window, above the narrow CND of the writing desk, was shrouded in a dark covering, with its open-work cream-coloured blind hanging down in front of it. After 10 minutes the doctor returned with THC 3 ladies. Ellie's outer appearance had changed. She was not wearing her ordinary clothes, but a nightgown-like garment of white crepe, girdled about THC waist by a cord, leaving HCRSLCNDCR arms bare. Her maidenly breasts showed THCMSCLVES soft and unconfined beneath this garment. It appeared she wore little else. They all hailed her gaily. "Hello, Ellie. How lovely she looks again. A perfect fairy. Very my angel." She smiled at their compactness to HCR attire, probably well knowing it became her. "Control negative Krokowski announced. "Let's go to work, then, comrades," he said. Hans Castorp, conscious of being disagreeable affected by the doctor's manner of address, was about to follow the example of the others, who, shouting, chattering, slapping each other on the shoulders, WCRC themselves in the circle of chairs, when the doctor addressed him personally. "My friend," said he, "you are a guest, perhaps a novice, in our midst, and therefore I should like, this evening, to pay you special honour. I confide to thou the control of the medium. Our practice is as follows." He ushered the young man toward the end of the circle next the chaise longue and RHC Sajerton. WHCRC Ellie was seated on an ordinary cane chair, with HCR face turned rather toward the entrance door than to the of the room. He himself sat down close in front of her in another such chair, and clasped her hands, at THC same rim holding both her knees firmly between his own. "Like that," he said, and gave his place to Hans Castorp, who assumed the same position. "You'll grant that the error is complete. But we shall give you assistance too. Friar Uline Kleefeld, may I implore you to lend us your..." And the Jad thus courteously and exotically entreated came and sat down, anding Ellie's fragile wrists, one in each hand. Unavoidable that Hans Castorp should look into the face of the young prodigy, fixed as it was so immediately before his own. Their eyes met, but Ellie slipped aside and gazed with natural self-consciousness in HCR lap. She smiling a little aftly, with her lips slightly pursed, and her head on one side, as she had at the wineglass chaunce. And Hans Castorp was reminded, as he saw her, of something the 100K on Karen Karst's face, a smile just like that, when she stcnd with Joachim and himself and regarded the unmade grave in the Dorf graveyard. The circle had sat down. They were not counting the Czech WCNZCL, whose function it was to serve Polyhymnia, and who accordingly, after putting his instrument in, squatted with his guitar at THC back of the circle. Krakowski sat at THC chandelier, at the other end of the row, after HC had turned on both red lamps with a single switch, and turned of the centre light. A darkness, gently aglow, over the THC corners and distances were obscured. Only the surface of the little table and its immediate vicinity were illumined by a pale rosy light. During the next few minutes one scarcely saw one's neighbours, then their eyes slowly themselves to the darkness and made the best use of the light they had, which was slightly reinforced by the small dancing flames from the chimney. The doctor devoted a few words to this matter of the lighting, and excused its lacks from THC's scientific point of view. They must take care not to interpret it in his sense of deliberate mystification and scene setting. With the best will in the world they could nor, unfortunately, have more light for the pixen. The nature of the powers they were to study would not permit of their icing developed with white light. It was not PTSSSLBLE, thus TN produce the desired conditions. This was a fixed postulate, with which THCY must for he PRCSCNT reckon. Hans Castorp, for his part, was quite satisfied. He liked the darkness, it mitigated the kinks of the situation. And in its justification he recalled the darkness of X-ray room, and how they had collected themselves, and washed their X in it, before they saw. The medium, Dr. Krakowski went on, obviously addressing his words to Hans Castorp in particular, no longer needed to be put in the trance by physician. She FCLL into it herself, as the control would SCC, and once she had so, it would be her guardian spirit Holger, who spoke with her voice, whom, and not to her. They should address themselves. Further, it was an error, which might result in failure, to suppose that ONG must bend mind or will expiated phenomena. On the contrary, A.S. Castorp was cautioned, whatever else he did, not to lose control of the medium's extremities. We now form the chain, finished Dr. Krakowski, and they did so, laughing when they could not find each other's hands in the dark. Dr. Ting Fu, sitting next Hermann Kluckfeld, laid his right hand on her shoulder and reached his left to Hetzel. Who came next? Beyond him were Herr and Frau Magnus, a K. Ferge, who, if Hans Castorp mistook not, held the hand of Ivory Levi on his right, and so on. Music, the doctor commanded, and chinned him his neighbour. The Czech set the instrument in motion and placed THC needle on Che disc. Talk. Krakowski bade THCM, and as the first bars of an overture by Millocker were heard, they obediently bestirred themselves to make conversation, about nothing at all, the winter snowfall, the last course at dinner, a newly arrived patient, a departure. Wild or others, artificially sustained, half drowned by the music, and lapsing now and again. So some minutes passed. The record had not run out before Ellie shuddered violently. A trembling ran through her, she sighed, the part of her body sank forward so that her forehead rested against Hans Castorp's, and her arms, together with those of her guardians, began to make extraordinary pumping motions to and fro. Trance, announced the Kleefeld. The music stopped, so also the conversation. In the abrupt silence they heard the baritone drawl of the doctor. Is Holger present? Ellie shivered again. She swayed in her chair. Then Hans Castorp felt her press his two hands with a quick, firm pressure. PRCSSCD my hands, he informed them. He, the doctor corrected him. He pressed your hands. He is present. Wet, come, Holger HC went on with unction. WCL, come, friend and fellow comrade, heartily, hearily well, come. And remember, when thou were last with us, he went on, and Hans Castorp remarked that HC did not use the form of address common to the civilized West, you promised to mark visible to our mortal eyes some dear departed, Wethka brother soul or sister soul, whose name should be given to you by our circle. Are you will and do you feel yourself able to what you promised? Again Ellie shivered. She sighed and shivered as the at BWCR came. Slowly she carried her hands and those of her guardians to her forehead, where she let them rest. Then close to Hans' ear she whispered, "Yes." The warm breath immediately caused in our friend that phenomenon of the epidermis popularly called goose flesh, the nature of which the Hofrat had once explained to him. We write this in order to make a distinction between the psychical and the purely physical. Burke could scarcely be talk of F&AR, for our hero was in fact thinking, well, she is certain of biting more than she can chew. But then he was sowed with an ungling of sympathy and consternation from the confusing and illusory circumstance that a creature, whose hands he held in his, had just breathed a yes into his ear. He said yes, he reported, and felt embarrassed. "Very well, then, Holger," spoke Dr. Krokowski. "We shall take you at your word. We are confident you will do your pan. The of dear departed shall shortly be you. Comrades," he turned to the gathering, "out with it. Now who has a wish, whom shall our frequent Holger show us?" A silence followed. Each walked for the other to speak. Individually they had probably all questioned themselves, in few days, they knew whither their thoughts went. But the calling back of the dead, or the desirability of calling them back, was ticklish matter. After all, Aharom, and boldly confessed, the desire not exist, it is sappitation precisely as impossible as the thing itself, as we should soon see if nature once let it happen. What we call mourning for our dead is perhaps not so much grief at not being able to call them back as it is grief at not being able to want to do so. This was what they were all obscure feeling, and since it here simply a question nor of an actual return, Burmerch a theatrical staging of one, in which they should only see the departed. No more, the thing second human of unthinkable, thev work afraid to 100k into the face of him or her of whom they thought. And each one would wildly have resigned his right of choice to the next. Hans Castorp too, though THCRC was echoing in his that large heart of course, of out of the past, held back, and at RHC last moment was rather inclined to pass the choice on. But the pause was too long. He turned his head toward their leader, and said, in a husky voice, "El should like to sek my dark cousin, Joachim Ziemsen." That was it to them of oak present, excepting Ting Fu, Wenzel, and THC Medium had known the person asked for. The others, Ferge, Wassel, Herr Albin, Paravant, Herr and Frau Stoer, Levi, and the Klsfeld, loudly announced their satisfaction with the Krokowski nodded well pleased, though his relations with Joachim had always been rather cool, owing to the latter's reluctance in THC matter of psychoanalysis. "Very good indeed," said the doctor. "Holger, did you hear? THC person named was a stranger to you in life. Do you know him in the beyond, and are you prepared to lead him hither?" Suspense. THC swayed, sighed, and shuddered. She seemed to be seeking, to be struggling, falling this way and that, whispered now to Hans Castorp, now to the Kleefeld, something they could not catch. Our last HC achieved from her hands the present that meant yes. He announced himself to have done so, and, very then cried Krokowski. "To work, Holger." "Music," he cricked. Conversation, and he repeated the injunction that no fixing of the attention, no strained anticipation was in place, but only an unforced and hovering expectancy. And now followed the most extraordinary hours of our hero's young life. Yes, though his later fate is unclear, though at a certain moment in his destiny he will vanish from our WC, may assume them to have the most extraordinary he ever spent. They were hours, more than 2 of them, to be explicit, counting in a brief intermission in the efforts on Holger's part which now began, or rather, on the Gyri Ellie's, of work so hard and so all-nude that they were all toward the end inclined to be font and despair of an result, out of perk pity, rue, tcmptcd to resign attempt pitilessly hard, and beyond delicate strength of upon whom it was laid. We men, we do not shirk our humanity, are familiar with an hour of life when we know this almost intolerable pity, which, absurdly enough no one else can feel, this curious enough, no more, which is wrung from us, though nor enough, and cannot or will not be see enough, until it comes or other to its appointed end. THC reader knows we of our husband and fath crude, of the act of birth, which Wrestlin did so unmistakably resemble that even he must recognize it. W.O. had never passed through this experience, even our young Hans Castorp, who, not having shirked life, now came to know, in such a guise, this act, so full of organic mysticism. In what a guise? To an end? Under what circumstances? One could nor regard as anything less than scandalous the sights and sounds this red-lighted lying-in chamber maidenly form of the pregnant one, bare-armed, in flowing mght robe, and then by contrast the ceaseless and senseless gramophone music, the forced conversation which the circle kept up at convemand, the cries of encouragement they ever and anon directed at the struggling one, "Hello, Holger! Courage, man! It's coming, just keep it up, let it come, that's the way." Nor do we accept the asin and situation of the husband, if we may regard in that our young friend, who had indeed formed such a wish, sitting there, with the knees of the little mother between his own, holding in his her hands, which wcrc wet as once little Layla's, so that he had constantly to be renewing his hold, not to let them slip. For the gas fire in the rear of the circle radiated great here. Mystical, consecrate? Ah, no, it was all rather noisy and vulgar, there in the red glow, to which they had now so accustomed their eyes that they could see the whole room fairly well. The music and shouting were so like the revivalistic methods of THC Salvation Army, they CVCN mad Hans Castorp think of the Kumfunsen, albeit he had never attended at a celebration by these cheerful zealots. It was in no eerie or ghostly sense that the scene affected the sympathetic one as mystic or mysterious, as conducing to solemnity. I was rather natural, organic, by virtue of the international mate association we have already referred to. Ellie's exertions came in waves, after periods of rest, during which she hung sidewise from her chair in too totally relaxed and inaccessible condition, described by Dr. Krokowski as deep trance. From this she would start up with a moan, throw herself about, strain and wrestle with her captors, whisper feverish, disconnected words, seem to be trying, with sidewise, jerking movements, to expel something. She would gnash her teeth, on even fastened them Hans Castorp's eve. This had gone on for more than an hour when the leader found it to the interest of all concerned to grant a brief intermission. The Czech, who had an enlivening by closing the gramophone and striking up very expertly on his guitar, laid that instrument aside. They all drew a long breath and broke the circle. Dr. Krakowski strode over to the wall and switched on the ceiling lamp. The light flashed up glaringly, in them all blink. Ellie, bent forward, her fac almost mhc a lap, slumbered. She was busy too, absorbed in the oddest activity, with which the others appeared familiar, but which Hans Castorp watched with attent wonder. For some minutes together she moved the hollow of her hand to and fro in the region of her hips, carried the hand away from her bod, and then with scooping, raking motion drew it towards HCR, as when gathering something and pulling it in. Then, with a scry's o starts, she came to herself, blinked her turn at the light with sleep-stiffened eyes and smiled. She smiled affectedly. Rathkirkmutkly. In truth, her solicitude seemed wasted, she did not appear exhausted by HCR efforts. Perhaps she retained no memory of them. She sat down in the chair reserved for patients. By the writing desk near RHC window, between the desk and his screen about the chaise longue, gave the chair a turn so that she could support her elbow on THCDCSK and look into the room, and Maunt thus, receiving their sympathetic glances and encouraging nods, silent during THC whole intermission, which lasted 15 minutes. It was a beneficent pause, relaxed, and filled with peaceful satisfaction in respect of work already accomplished. THC lids of cigarette cases snap hud. The men smoked comfortably, and standing in groups discussed the prospects of the chaunce. They were far from despairing or anticipating a negative result to their efforts. Enough present to prove such doubting uncalled for. T.E. sitting car THC doctor, at THC far end of the row, agreed thar they sad several times felt, quite unmistakably, chat current of COOI air which regularly whenever manifestations were understood camped in a definite glutine from the person of the medium. Others had seen light phenomena, whit stars, moving conglobation of forces showing themselves at intervals against THC screen. In short, no faint-heartedness, no looking backward now they had put their hands to the plough. Holger had given his word, they had no call to doubt that he would keep it. Dr_Krakowski signed for THC resumption of RHC sitting. He led Ellie back row her martyrdom and seated her, stroking HCR hair. The others closked the circle. All went as before. Hans Castorp suggested that he casked from his post of first control, but Dr. Krakowski refused. HC said HC laid great stress on excluding, by immediate contact, every ability of misleading manipulation on the part of the medium. So Hans Castorp up again his strange position vis-a-vis to Ellie, the white light gave place to rosy twilight, the music began again, the yumpin asterisk motions, this time it was Hans Castorp who announced trance. The scandal o'er use lying in proceeded. With what distressful difficulty! It seemed unwilling to take its course, how could it? Madness! What maternity was this, what delivery, of what should SHC be delivered? Help, help, the child moaned, and her Essesrun segment about to pass over into that dan and unavai stage obstetricians call eclampsia. SHCC balked at internals on the octa, that he should put his hands on her. HC did so, speaking to her the magnetic effect. If such it was. Strengthened her to fear efforts. Thus passed the second hour, while the guitar was strummed or the gramophone gave out the contents of the album of light music into the twilight to which they had again accustomed their vision. Then came an episode, introduced by Hans Castorp. He supplied a stimulus by expressing an idea, a wish he had cherished from the beginning, and might perhaps have profitably expressed before now. Ellie was lying with her face on their joined hands, in deep trance. Herr Wenzel was erst changing or versing the record when our friend summoned his resolution and said he had a suggestion to make, of no great yet perhaps, peaceably, of some avail. He had, that is. The house possessed among its volumes of records, a certain song, from Gounod's Faust, Valentine's Praver, baritone with orchestral accompaniment, very appealing. He, the speaker, thought they might try the record. Why that particular, the doctor asked out of the darker ustion of mood. Mara of feeling the young man RC spond. The mood of the Pitchem was liar to Schiff, quite special. He suggested they should try Ustvsablook, not out of the question, that its mood and atmosphere might shorten their labours. Is the record here? The doctor inquired. No, but Hans Castorp could fetch it at once. What are you thinking of? Promptly repelled the idea. What? Hans Castorp thought HC might and again and take up his business where he had left it off. THCRC spoke the voice of Utica in experience. Oh, no, it was impossible. It would upset everything, they would have to begin all over. Scientific exactitude forbade them to think of such arbitrary gumgin and hour. The door was locked. Here, Reactor, had the key his pocket. In short, if the record was not now in the room, he's still talking when the check THRCW in, from the gramophone, the record is here. Here? Hans Castorp asked. Yes, it is, Faust, Valentine's Prayer. It had stuck by mistake in the album of light music, not in the green album of arias, where it belonged, quite by chance, or mismanagement. Or carelessness, in any case luckily, it had partaken of the general Topsych of SS, and here it was, needing only to be put on. What had Hans Castorp to say to the nothing? It was the doctor who remarked so much the better, and some of the others chimed in. The Nzidlk scrapped, the lid was purred down. The new voice began to choral accompaniment, now the parting hour has come. No one spoke. They listened. Ellie, as the music resumed, renewed her efforts. She starred up convulsively, pumped, carried RHC slippery hands to her brow. The record went on, came to the middle part, with skipping rhythm, the part about war and danger, Gannon, Godfgang, FRCNCH after that the final, in full volume, the orchestrally supported refrain of the beginning. O Lord of Heaven, hear me prive. Hans Castorp had work. She raised herself, drew in a straggling breath, sighed a long, outward sigh. Sank down and was still. HC bent over HCR in concern, and as he did so, he heard Frau Stoll say, in a high, whining pipe of ZM's, sen, he did not look her bitter came in his mouth. HC heard another voice, a deep, cold VMCC, saying, I've seen him along the record had run off, with last accord of horns. No one stopped. The needle went on scratching in the silence, as the disc whirred round. Then Hans Castorp raised his card, and his sighs went, without searching, the right wav there one nor person in than before. In the background, where the red RVS lost in gloom, so that the eye scarcely reached thither, between writing desk and SCRCCN. In the doctor's consultino chair, where in the intermission Elv had been sent a sitting, Joachim sat. It was the Joachim of the last day, with hollow, shadowy cheeks, warrior's beard and full, curling lips. He sat leaning back, one leg crossed over the other. On his wasted face, shaded thou it was by his head covering, was plainly seen the stamp of suffering, the expression of gravity d austerity which had beautified it. Two fads stood on his brow, between the eyes, that lay deep in their bony cavities, but there was no change in the mildness of the great dark orbs, whose quiet, friendly gaze sought our Hans Castorp, and him alone. That ancient grievance of the outstanding ears was still to be seen under the hair covering, his extraordinary head covering, which they could not mark out. Cousin Jotun was not in mufti. His sabre seemed to be caning against his leg, he held the handle, one thought to distinguish something like a pistol case in his but that no proper uniform he wore. No colour, no decorations, it had a collar like a lighter jacket, and silk pockets, some low down on the breast was a cross. His feet looked large. His legs very thin, they seemed to be bound or wound is for the business of sport more than war. And what was it, this headgear? It seemed as though Joachim had turned an army cooked upside down on his head, and fastened it under his chin with a band. It looked quite properly warlike, like an old-fashioned foot soldier. Perhaps. Hans Castorp felt Ellen Brand's breath on his hands. And near him the Klockfeld's rapid breathing. Other sound RHCRC was NCME, save the continued scraping of the needle on the run-down, rotating record, which no bore he looked none of his company, would car or see nothing of, him, but across THC hands and head on his knee leaned far forward and stared through red darkness at the guest in the chair. It seemed one moment as though his stomach would turn over within him. His throat contracted and a 4 or 5-fold sob went through and through him. Forgive me, he whispered, then his eyes overflowed, he saw no more. He heard breathless voices speak to him. He heard Dr. Krokowski's baritone voice summon him, formally, cheerily, and repeat the request. Instead of complying, H.C. drew his hands away from Benito Ellie's face, and stood again. Dr. Krokowski called upon his name, this ring in monitory tones. But in 2 strides Hans Castorp was at the step BV the contrance door and with one quick movement turned on the white light. Fräulein Brand had collapsed. She was twitching convulsively in T.H.C. Kleseffel's arms. The chair over T.H.C.R.C. Hans Castorp WCNT up to T.H.C. protesting Krokowski, close up to him. He tried to speak, but no words. He put out his hand, with a brusque, imperative gesture. Receiving T.H.C. key, he nodded several rhymes, threatening, why, close into T.H.C. other's face, turned, and went out of T.H.C. room. Hysterica Pasho with the swift changing years, a spirit began to walk in House Berghof, a spirit of immediate descent. Also Hans Castorp surmised, from other demon whose baleful name we spoken. With T.H.C. facile curiosity of inquiring youth on its travels, he had studied this new demon, yes, had even discovered himself an alarming aptitude, in common with T.H.C. rest of the world up here, to pay him extensive homage. This new evil genius had, like the other, always been present, as it were, in the germ, but now it began to spread itself. Hans Castorp had by nature no great predilection for becoming its slave, yet with something horror he observed that even when he ICT himself go ever so little, fell victim to a contagion so general that scarce anyone in the circle escaped it. What was this, then, that was in the air? A rising temper. Acute irritability. A nameless rancor. A universal tendency to envenomed exchange of words, to outbursts of MGE, yes, even to fisticuffs. Embittered disputes, bouts of uncontrolled shrieking. By groups. Were of daily occurrence, and the significant thing was that the bystanders, instead of being disgusted with the participants, or seeking to come between them, actually sympathed 7KD with one side or the orca to the CXTCNR of being themselves involved in the quarrel. They would pale and tremble, their eyes would glitter provocatively, their mouths set with passion. They envied those actively engaged the chance, the justification for screaming, a gnawing desire to do likewise POSSCSSCD mind and Todv, and he who could not summon Stran H. Row December apart, was Su, in the midst of the melee. Fruitless dissensions, the mutual recriminations, in the face of authorities bent on accommodation but themselves falling with alarming a prey to the general temptation to brawl, these become frequent occurrences in House Berghof. A patient might issue forth of the house intolerable and not at all in what frame he would return. A member of the good Russian table, an elegant dame from the provinces, from Minsk, still young, and a light case, with on, 3 months prescribed, betook herself one day to make purchases at the French lingerie shop, fell there into a quarrel with the modist, of such dimensions that she camped back in a state of violent XIWMCNR, suffered as venereage, and was thenceforth incurable. The husband was summoned, and informed that her stay up here would terminate only with her life. Her gist aptly illustrates THC general mood. Albeit with some distaste, we cite others. Our readers may RCMCMBC are the greedy schoolboy in the round spectacles, who sat at Frau Salomon's table and had a habit of cutting up all the food on his plate into a sort of mess. And gulping round, now and again eyeing his eyes with his serviette plun heavy spectacle lenses. H had sat here, still a schoolboy, or rather still a former schoolboy. All this time, gobbled and wiped, without drawing upon his person more than the most cursory attention. But now, one morning early fast, out of a blue sky, he was overtaken by sewer transport of disorder. Half the dining room started up at the noise coming from his quarter. He sat, here Ali pale and shrieking, and it was at the dwarf waitress standing near him that H.C. shrieked. "You lie," he yelled, his voice breaking. "It's cold, this tea you have brought me is ice cold, I tell you. TRV before you lie to me again about it, it is just lukewarm wash water. If it isn't, not fit for a decent person to drink, how do you DGE think of bringing me ice-cold tea and setting it in front of me and actually persuading yourself that I would drink such hogwash? I won't drink it. I won't. HC screamed, and began bundling his fists on the table. Real THC dishes rang. I will have hot tea, boiling hot, that is my right before God and man, boiling hot. I'd rather die on the spot round take a drop of this, you damned dwarf, you. He fairly bellowed, and with the words apcark to fling off the last vestige of restraint and go stark mad, Shalanu his fist emerently literally showing her his foaming teeth. Went on, stamping, pounding. Velling I will and I won't, while the dining room the scene was tense and alarming, participation in the school KJV raving. Some of the guests even sprang up and glared, fists doubled, teeth clenched, others sat white and trembling, their eyes cat down. And they still glared or trembled, long after the schoolboy had plus NT himself, and sat in a collapse before his fresh tea. Not Drenel and hat was all this. Among the Berghof community, you as a former Beeson, some 30 years old. His cask was long-standing, HC had wandered for cars from one to another. This man was a confirmed anti-Semite, out of conviction and the sporting instinct. He devoted joyous consistent to the game. And the preaching of this negative gospel was the pride and content of his life. Businessman HC had been, he was so no more. HC was nothing more in the world, but he was still an anti-Semite. His illness was serious, he had a Berdemshorn cough, and made a sound as though HC sneezed with his lung, a short, high-pitched, uncanny sound. But HC was no Jew, and that was his one positive characteristic. His name was YD Man, a Christian name, not a filthy Jewish. He took in a paper called the Arim STM, and would talk and I arrive at the A, sanatorium, in B. When I go to sit whisk, down in my chair in the rest hall, whom do I find on my right hand? Herr Hirsch. And whom do I find on my left? Herr Wolf. Of course, I leave. And so on. YD Man had a quick, threatening glance. It was literally as though HC had a punching ball hanging close in front of his nose, and squinted at it, seeing nothing whatever beyond. The prejudice that haunted him was grown to an itch, a ceaseless persecution mania, which led him to smell out the vileness hidden or disguised in his cyborghood and hold it up to he went, he suspected, he jibed, he vented his SPLCCN, in short, his days were filled with hunting out and hounding down and his fellow creatures who did not possess that inestimable advantage which was the only on HC had. The prevailing temper in House Berghof, which we have been indicating, aggravated Wichtermann's complaint to an abnormal pitch. Naturally, HC could not fail here to come into contact with persons suffering from the disability of which he was free, and so it came to a scene, at which Hans Castorp was present, and which will serve us as further illustration of our theme. For there was another man. No possibility of concealing what HC was, the case was clear. THC man's name was Sonnensen, than which he could bear no filthier, and thus he became for YD Man the punching ball in front of his nose, at which HC squinted with his thickening glare, at which HC struck, not so much to drive it away as to set I in motion that it might rasp his nerves the more. Sonnenskin, like the other, was businessman born and bred. HC too was critically ill, and illness made him sensitive. A friendly man, not at all a dull one, by nature rather playful, he hated YD Man for his jibes and stabs as YD Man hated him, and one afternoon things came to a head down in the hall, they FCLL on each other like beasts. It was a horrid sight. They scuffed like small boys, but with the grimness of grown men when things have got to such a pitch. They clawed at each other's faces, clutched throats or noses, grappled, Hewed Luke from Kakuthka and rolled together on the floor, spat, kicked, worried, and foamed at the mouth. The management camp running and by main strength drew them asunder, scratched and bitten. Herr Wichterman, blemg and frothing, his face brutish with rage, delayed a phenomenon Hans Castorp had never before and Har always supposed af his hair stood on end. He staggered away. Herr Ein, with one black eye, a bleeding lacuna in the curling black locks about his brow, was led into the bureau, where he sat down, buried his face in his hands and wept bitterly. Thus Wiedemann and Sonnenskin. All those who saw the encounter trembled hours after. Let us turn from it to a real affair of honour, which by contrast with such ignominy will seem almost refreshing. This affair of honour occurred at about the same period, and, on account of the solemn former ITV with which it was conducted, deserved the name, even to the point of absurd v. Hans Casco P. did not assist in person at the successive episodes, but was informed of its involved and dramatic course by means of certain documents, protocols second formaltons, touching the affair, circulated not only in the house and without, not only in the village, the canton, and the country, but even abroad and in America, and presented for THC consideration of persons who most certainly were not in the faintest degree interested in the circumstances. It was a Polish affair, a pain in the honour having its seat in the heart of the Polish group which had lately collected in the Burgoth, a Lurk colony, which preempted the good Russian table. Hans Castorp, be it said in passing, sat there no longer, having moved thence to the Klukfefts, then to Frau Salomons, finally to Friulson Levi's. Social relations in the Polish group were so elegant, so cordial, so polished, that one could only elevate one's eyebrows and be prepared for anything. There was a married couple, and an unmarried young female who stood in friendly relations with one of the gentlemen. The RCSR were male, with such names as von Zatorski, Ciesinski, von Rosenski, Mskolody-Gałowski, Leo von Azarapetian, and others. Now I fell out that one of them, named Japel, drinking champagne the restaurant with two others of the party, made, in their Prusk, remarks of a certain nature about the wife of Herr von Zatorski, and about the young lady, named Krylov, who was the intimate friend of Herr Lodgowski. And from this circumstance arose all the PRCW edicts, acts, and formalities, which were the LHCMC of a widely circulated composite Hans Castorp Reed Declaration. Translated from the Polish original, on the 27th of March, 19, M. Stanislaw von Zurowski addressed HJMSCLF to mm. Dr. Anton Ciciesinski and Stefan von Rosenski, with the request that they should betake themselves to M. Kasim to Japel and in his name demand satisfaction in the usual way for HC calumny and detraction which THC said M. Kasim a Japel had been guilty of against M. Stanislaw von Zatorski's wife Mme Jadwiga von Zatorska, in the presence of and in conversation with mm. Janusz Tofil Leonard and Leo von Azarel. When the above conversation, which took place at the end of November, came, indirectly, to M. von Zatorski's Nolsk, he took immediate steps to himself of the fact and circumstances of the calumny and detraction. On the previous day, the 27th of March, 19, he was able to confirm the fact of the said calumny and detraction by the mouth of an immediate witness to the conversation in which the offensive words and insinuations had been uttered. And thus M. Stanislaw von Zatorski was constrained to apply without delay to the undersigned and to authorize them to institute honorable proceedings against the said M. Casimir Japel. The undersigned make the following statement, on THC basis of a protocol of the 9th of April, 19, drawn up at the instant of one Parry, written at Lemberg Mstistor Zagilski and Tadeusz Kadai in the affair of O. Ladislaw Godulachny versus M. Casimir Pole, and further, on the basis of the declaration of the Court of Honour of the 18th of June, 19, drawn up in I_XMBCRG with reference to the same affair, which documents agree in establishing that M. Casimir JAFK, LL, in consequence of repeated conduct not to reconciled with the principles of honour, cannot be regarded as a gentleman too. The undersigned, having referent to the significant conclusions to be deduced from the foregoing, assert and confirm the absolute impossibility of any longer considering M. Casimir Giron as capable of affording satisfaction, and undersigned, for their own persons, consider it inadmissible, with reference to a man who stands outside THC pale of honour, to act either as or seconds in any affair of honour. With reference to this state of affairs, the undersigned inform M. Stanislaw von Zatorski that it would be fruitless to proceed against M. according to the procedure laid down in affairs of honour, and recommend him instead to have recourse to a court in order to prevent further injury on THC part of or otherwise incapacitated from giving satisfaction. Dated and signed, Dr. Anton Siksinski, Stefan von Rosenski. And further, Hans Castorp read protocol of witnesses to the affair between M. Stanislaw von Zato *KLM Michael Lodogowski, and mm. Casimir Japel and Janus Tofile Leonard. In the bar of the Cahors in K, and on THC ad of April, Bxen 7-30 and 745. As M. Stanislaw von Zatorski. With reference to the Rupa and stations of his friends, mm. Dr. Anton Ktesvnsky and Stefan von Rosenski, in connection with the occurrence of the 27th of March. 19, had after mature consideration come to the conclusion that the taking of the indicial which they mended against M. Casimir Japel for the calumny and detraction uttered against his wife Jadwiga would afford him no satisfaction whatever, since it herc was a justifiable suspicion that M. Casimir Japel would not appear for the court, and since, H.C. being an Austrian subject, further proceedings old be difficult if not impossible, too. And since furthermore, a legal chastisement of M. Casim Japel would in no wise for the insult by which he had sought to injure and defame THC name and family of M. Stanislaw von Zatorski. Now therefore, M. Stanislaw von Zatorski took what appeared to him THC shortest, most clearer, and in view of the circumstances most appropriate course, after ving in der Kurvisitaten that M. Casimir Japel purposed leaving the place on THC following day, and on THC ZD of April, 19, 7-30 and 7-45 in THC evening, in the presence of his wife Jadwiga and mm. Michael Lodikowski and Ignaz von Melin. Agnes Gredbas the car to M. Casimir Japel, who thus in the company of M. Janusz Tofile Luknat and two unknown Valng women, in the American bar of the Cahors, imbibing alcoholic drinks. Immediately thereafter, M. Michael L. Czdwowski boxed the ears of M. Casimir Japel, stating that he did in return for insult offer to Fräulein Krylov and himself, and immediately thereafter M. Michael Lodogowski boxed the ears of M. Janusz Tofile Luknat, in return for the unqualifiable injury offered to M. and Mme von Zatorski, and further, without losing a moment, M. Stanislaw von Zatorski ilkwise, and repeatedly, boxed the ears of M. Janusz Tofile Leonard for the calumnious defamation of his wife as well as of Mademoiselle Krylov. Mm. Casimir Javks LL and Janusz Tofile Einart remained entirely passive during THC whole of the above proceedings. Dated and signed, Michael Lodogowski, IGN. V. Meln. The prevailing zero tumper did not Hans Castorp to laugh, as he would otherwise surely have done, at this rapid FRE of boxes on THC car. Instead, he quacked as he read. The irreproachable bearing of the one side, the contemptibleness and total lack of the other were both apparent in the which was, despite its frigid objectivity, so impressive as to move him deeply. So it was with them all. The Polish affair was conned far and wide, and discussed through clenched teeth. A counterblast by Herr Casimir Japel fell rather rat. The substance of it was that Zatorski had been perfectly well aware that he, JAFH, too, had been declared incapable of giving satisfaction by some conceited puppy in LCRNBCRG, on a time, and that ours whole proceeding had appurtenance, since HCKNCW full well it would not issue in a duel. Furthermore, The sole and only rear son had declined to institute proceedings was that the world, Hernzelfinklud, was aware that his white Jadwiger had provided him with a complete assortment of horns, as to the truth of which fact JA011 would have found nothing easier than to give evidence, and that lastly the appearance of the Krylaf BC4 court would have been little edifying for anybody concerned. Anyhow, it was only his own honour that had been impeached, not that of his partner in the famous conversation. Von Zatorsky had entrenched himself in RHC fact in order not to involve himself in any danger. As for the role played by HCR von Azarupshian in the whole affair, he preferred not to speak of it, but for the encounter in the Kahorsbar, he, Japel, though ready of tongue and wit, was admittedly a very feeble strcngth. He was at a great physical disadvantage with Zatorsky and his friends and RHC uncommonly FH Wereful Zatorska, while the Ovo young ladies who were in his and Leonard's society were lively creatures enough, but timid as rabbits. Under the circumstances, and in order to avoid a fuss fight and public scandal, he had calmed Leonard, who would have put himself on the defensive, to be quiet, and to suffer in God's name the transient contact with millimeter. Von Zatorsky and Lodogowski, which had not hurt them at all, and which had been regarded in the light of a please by the bystander Japel, for whom, of course, not much could said. His defence did not greatly invalidate the elegant contrast of honour with pusillanimity presented by the document on Rio the side, the less because he had not the manifolding facilities disposed of by his opponents, and could only distribute few typed duplicates of his reply. THC protocol, on the contrary, everyone received, CVCN the most uninterested NAFTA and Set Combrini, for instance, had copies sent them, which Hans Castorp saw in Sir Hans, and remarked, to his surprise, that they too fused them with bitter concentration. For him THC ruling timber of the Bergoth was much, he was powerless to dissipate its mood by a burst of blithe and glancing iota. But this he had confidently expected to hear from Herr Setimpny. Alas! No, even the unclouded eye of the Freemason was dimmed by the prevailing SPLCCN, it weighed on his spirit, stilling his nerve, it emder him susceptible to the rasping provocation of the tail of the ear boxing. Moreover he, the protagonist of life, was suffering in spirit from the stark of his health. Slowly, mercilessly, with deceptive interludes of brighter hope, it grew worse. He despised, he scorned it, and himself, Burr had reached the point where it obliged him, every FCW days, to take to his bed. His housemate and antagonist was nubbed off. The organic disease which had been the cause, or must we say pretext, for the untimely end to his activities within his order, made rapid progress. Even the high and thin conditions of life up here could not give it. NAFTA too was often confined to his bed, the crack in his voice was more cracked than ever when he talked, and as his fever increased he talked more, and more malignantly than ever. That ideal opposition to the forces of disease and death, the forced surrender of which before the superior power of abic nature Ave Herr Setimpny such pain, was foreign to little NAFTA. His way of taking, HC deterioration of his physic en art us not with sorrow or aversion, but with a sort of jeering vity, an unnatural lust of combat, a mania of intellectual doubt, denial, and distraction, that was a sore irritant to the other's melancholy, and daily embittered more the intellectual quarrel between THCM. Hans Castorp, of course, could only speak of those at which he was present, but HC felt tolerably sure he did not miss any, though his presence, the presence of the bone of pedagogic contention, was necessary, to give rise to a disputation of any magnitude. And though he did not spare Herr Setimpny the pain of finding NAFTA's jibes worth hearing, he had to admit that these were latterly going beyond all bounds and often stepping the boredom of mental sanity. D neither the power nor the goodwill for this sufferer, but rather saw all the world in its sign to rise above his and image. In the presence of Herr Setimpny's quivering resentment, who would sooner have his the room or even stopped his ears? NAFTA was so bad a material that the spirit could not be realized within it. Effort in that was sheer nothing could of it but distortion and fatuity. What had been RC salt of the vain dolorous French Revolution, what but the capitalistic OIS state a magnificent outcome, truly. And one it was to improve upon, forsooth. By making the horror universal. A world republic. That would bring happiness, beyond a doubt. Progress. It was the cry of the painant who constantly changes his position thinking cac new on will bring a click. THC unconfessed but secretly quite general desire for war was another manifestation of the same condition. It would come, this war, and it would a good thing, though the consequences of it would not be those anticipated by its authors. NAFTA sneered at the security of THC bourgeois state. He occasioned to animadvert upon it one day in autumn as they were walking on the main street. It came on rain, and suddenly, as though at the word of command, all the world put up its umbrellas. Which served NAFTA as a symbol of the centimeter vadis and vulgar softness engendered by civilized life. An inside like RHC going down of the Titanic was RHC writing on THC wall, lit flung back upon primitive conditions and feet and thus was salutary. Wards, of course, came the great outcry THAI transportation must be safeguarded. Always the gatxt outcry when security was threatened. Iowa's and the flabby humanitarianism of it went hand in hand with the wolfish cruelty and baseness of the economic conflict within the bourgeois state. War. For his part, HC was for it, the general hankering seemed to him comparatively creditable. Herr Settenbrini introduced the word justice into the discussion, and sought to apply this lofty principle as a preventive measure against political catastrophes both foreign and domestic. But as soon as he did so, NAFTA, who just previously had found the spiritual too high ever to succeed in manifesting itself in material form, now set to work to cast doubts on, to create from, that very spiritual justice. Was it, as a conception, worth worshipping? Was it first class, was it of divine origin? God and nature were not even-handed, they played favorites, they exercised the right of choice, they graced one individual dangerous distinction, to an orca grant the easy common lot. And as for the man of action, for him justice was on the one hand a paralyzing weakness, doubt itself, on the other trumpet call to unsk and since, in order to the moral such a man had all was to correct stuck the second sense by justice in the first, RHCN was the absolute, the radical, in the conception. Moreover, one was just AC according to ONC standard or according to the other. All the rest was liberalism, in which nobody nowadays took any stock. Justice, in short, was an empty husk, a stock in trade of urgious rhetoric. To get down to basics, one had always to know which ONC was dealing with, one which would give a man his own, or the one which would give alike. Out of his shoreless stream of words, we have hit upon these in illustration of the way he sought to confound the reason. But even worse was the way HC talked at UT Science, which he did not believe. HC did not believe, HC said, in it, because was permissible to exercise choice, whether to believe TN or not. It W as belief, like other, only worse, than any. The word science was expression of the which did not blush to take a fact value the more than doubless reflections of objects in the human intellect, to pass them current, and to shape none of them the sorriest, most spiritless dogma ever imposed upon humanity. Not the idea of a material world existent per cent by and for itself the most laughable of all self-contradictions. The modern natural sciences, as dogma, rested upon the metaphysical that time, space, and causality, the forms of cognition, which all phenomena are enacted, are actual conditions, existing independently of our knowl of them. His monistic position was an insult to the spirit. CC, causality, in monistic language, evolution, here was RHC central dogma of a free-thinking, atheistical, bastard religion, by virtue of which one thought to supersede the first book of Moses, and oppose the pure light of knowledge to a stultifying fable, as though Hegel had been PRCSCNT at the creation. Empts the universal ether, based on exact knowledge. Of course, I hear atom, that pretty mathematical joke of the smallest, the Inglesby particle of enter, its existence had been demonstrated, undoubtedly. The doctrine of the illimitability of IMC and SPAC was, surely, based on experience. In fact, anybody with a very little logic could mark very merry oath to the theory of the endlessness and the reality of space and time, and could arrive at the result of nothing, that is, at the view that realism is your true nihilism. How? Quite simply, since the relation to infinity of any size you chose to postulate was as zero. There was no size to the infinite, in infinity was neither duration nor chunk. In RHC spatially infinite, since every distance was, mathematically, as zero, there could not even be 2 points close together, to say nothing of 2 bodies, or of motion as such. He, Nafta, stated this, in order to counter the arrogance of materialistic science, which gave out for absolute knowledge its astronomical quackery, its windbag GCRY about the universe. Pitiable humankind, that by a vain mused-cring of meany 1Ws figures have let themselves be driven to a conclusion of their own insignificance, to the destruction of any emphasis upon their own importance. It might be tolerable that human reason should confine themselves to the crystal, and within this sphere treat as actual their experience with the subjective object. But let them go beyond that, let them once attempt to grapple with the riddle of eternity, and cosmologics and cosmogonies, and it was beyond a jest, the Paxumproosnxavidic climax. What blasphemous rubbish, to reckon the distance of any star from the Karth in terms of trillions of kilometers, or in light, and to imagine that with such a parade of figures the human spirit was gaining an insight into the essence of infinity and infinity, whereas infinity had absolutely nothing whatever to do with size, nor yet eternity with duration or distance in time, they had nothing in common with natural science, being, as they were, the abrogation of that which we called nature. Verily, the simplicity of a child, who thinks the stars are holes in the tent of heaven, through which the eternal brightness shines, was 1,000 times more to his mind than the whole hollow, preposterous, overweening drivel of monistic science on the subject of the universe. Settembrini asked him if that about the stars accented his own fascinating belief. He answered that on this he reserved to himself the freedom, and the humble-mindedness, of doubt. From which again it might be seen what he understood bv freedom, and whither such a connection of eye might lead. If only Herr Settembrini had not ground for the fear that Hans Castorp found all this highly worth listening to. Nafta's malicious wit in ambush, to spy out the weaknesses of the nature-compelling forces of progress and convict its standard-bearers and pioneers of human relapses into the irrational. Aviators, flying men, he said, were mostly a bad lot, untrustworthy, above all exceedingly they carried maskets on board, with them GS and ravens and such like, they spat 3 times in different triquois, they wore the gloves off lucky flyers. How could such primitive unreason be reconciled with the conception of THC univcus which underleth their call in the contradiction diverred him, he held forth upon it in Ertengo. But such illustrations of Nafta's malevolence are without number, let us abandon them for THC all too pertinent talk have to tell. One afternoon in February, the gentlemen arranged an excursion to Mustine, some hour and a half from the village by sleigh. The furry consisted of Nafta and Skatembrim, Hans Castorp, FCRGC and Wassel. In 2 one-horse sleighs, Hans C.A. Storp with the humanist. Nafta with Ferg and Wassel, the last named sitting with the coachman, they left for the greengrocers at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and well bundled up drove off to the friendly music of bells, that sounds so pleasant through still, snowy air. They took the right-hand road, past Frauenkirch and Glarus, southwards. Storm clouds pushed up rapidly from that direction, and soon the only streak of blue in the sky lay behind them, over the right Akan. The cold was severe, the mountain rains misty. The road, a narrow, railingless shelf Queen Mountain Wall and Abyss, Rosk STCCPLY into the fir forests. THEVWCN are at a foot pace. Coasting parties rode downhill toward them, and had to dismount as they met. Sometimes from round a bend in the road would come the clear and worn-in sound of other bells, sleighs driven tandem would be approaching, and some skill was required to in the narrow road. Near their destination was a goriful view of a rocky stretch of the Zujanstrask. They disentangled themselves from their wraps and climbed out in front of the little Mastine Inn, that called itself a Cahors, and went on foot or FCW steps further to get the view southwest toward the Skulskagrat. The gigantic wall, 3 thesmidmakros high, was shrouded in vapours. Only on jagged tooth reared itself heavenward out of the mist, Valalan, far and faint and awesomely inaccessible. Hans Castor admired it in Uninskli, and summoned the others to follow Suu. It was H.C. who with due respect dubbed it inaccessible, and afforded Herr Setkenbriny the chance of saying that this particular rock was Koruzida ably frequented. And, in general, the church were few sim, ts where man had not set his foot. That was rather talk, retorted Naphta, and mentioned Mount Everest, which to date had icily refused to surrender to man's importunity, and seemed likely to continue to do so. The humanist was out. THCY returned to the Kerr house, before which stock D. Otler unharnessed sleighs beside their one might have logment here. In the upper story were num, and on the same floor the dining room, furnished in peasant and well heated. They ordered a bite from THC obliged landlady, coffee, honey, white bread and pear bread, a sort of sweetmeat, the speciality of the place. Red wine was sent out to the coachman. At tables were sitting and Dutch visitors. We should have been glad to relate that our friends, being warmed and circled the hot and excellent coffee, proceeded to elevating Diskansk. Gut the statement would be inexact. For the discourse, after the first few words, took the form of a mono by Naphta, and even a monologue was conducted in offensive, the point of view, the ex-suit flatly turning his back on Herr Settembriny, completely ignoring the other 2 gentlemen, and devoting himself to Hans Castorp, to whom he held forth with marked affability. It would have been hard to give a to the of this discourse, to which Hans Castorp listened, nodding from time to time as though in financial agreement. We may presume that it was scarcely connected argument, but rather moved equagiously in the realms of the intellectual, in general out, with an accompanying comment which we may characterize as the equivocal nature of the spiritual phenomena of life, the changeful aspects and contentious unserviceability of the great abstract conclans man has basked on THCM, and indicating in what a hucked garment the absolute apcars upon this earth. At any rate, we might tack as the nucleus of his Itcha the problem of freedom, he treated in the sense of confusion. He spoke, among other matters, of RHC romantic movement, a re-beginning of the 19th century, and its fascinating double meaning, pointing out how before it the conceptions of reaction and revolution went down, in so far as they were not incorporated in new and higher one. For it was of course utterly absurd to try to the conception of solely with progress and victoriously advancing enlightenment. The Romantic move in Europe had been above all a movement of liberation, anti-classic, anti-academic, directed against French classicism, the old school of reason, whose defenders it gripped as powdered ND Naphta began upon one of liberation, talked of 15 enthusiasms, of a singing, frenzied against that unbearable granny, as which, unfortunately, he termed dom. That is to say the revolutionary idea, had taken shape. Very droll it was, singing loudly, the authority, and this they did in the name of freedom. The youthful listener would perceive the distinction, even the opposition, foreign and domestic freedom, also note the ticklish question, which unfreedom was soonest, which least comparable with a nation's honour. Freedom, indeed, was a conception rather than illuminating. Like Romanticism, Ayatollah limited the human impulse expansion, and in them both had similar repressive results. Individualistic thirst for freedom had FM0 Duce the historic and romantic cult of nationalism, which was warlike in character, and was called sinister by humanitarian liberalism, though the latter also preached individualism, only the other way about. Individualism was romantic medieval, in its conviction of the infinite, the cosmic, importance of the single human being, whence was deduced the doctrine of the immortality of the soul, the geocentric doctrine, and astrology. But on the other hand, individualism was an aspect of liberalizing humanism, which inclined to anarchy and in any case protect the purchase individual from being offred up on the altar of the gen. Such was individualism in its quo aspects, things unto all. One had to admit that the freedom Pavdola had peknucked the brilliant enemies of freedom, the most brilliant knights-errant of tradition at war with irreverent, destructive progress. Cited Arndt, who cursed and glorified the No and Gawks, THC author of Christian mysticism. Perhaps his hearer would ask what mysticism had to do with progress. Had it an scholar _stick, antidogmatic, anti-priest fee? Onc was, did, led to a cogn _etn the he the force making for it not set limits to the boundless pretensions of free monarchy? But the mysticism of the RHC Middle Ages had shown its liberal character as foreremptor of the he, which in its turn had been an inextricable and tangled weave, a weft of with a warp of medievalism. Oh, yes. War Luther did possess the merit of demonstrating crudely and vividly the dubious character of the itself, the in general. Naphta's listen and know what a was. A deed, for example, was the murder of Councillor Kotzebue by Sand, the theological student member of the What Was It, to speak the language of criminal 0% freedom, of W. Epen into the hand of young Sand. Enthusiasm. But looked at more nearly, it had rather been moral fanaticism, and the hatred of light foreign ways. Kotzebue had been in the employ of Rogier, in the service of the Holy Alliance, and thus Sand's shot had presumably been fired for freedom, which again declined into improbability by virtue of the circumstance that there were several Jesuits among his nearest friends. In short, whatever the deed might be, it was in any case a poor way of making one's meaning clear, as also it contributed little toward THC clarification of intellectual problems. Might I take the liberty of inquiring if you will be bringing these scurrilities of yours to an end before long? Herr Settenbrim put the question in withering tones. H.C. had been drumming on the table, and twisting his moustaches. But now his patience was exhausted. It was too much. H.C. sat upright, and more than upright, he sat, so to speak, on tiptoe, for only his shanks touched the chair, and with flashing black eyes faced the enemy, who turned toward him in assumed surprise. What, may I ask, was the expression you were pleased to use? Naphta countered. I was pleased to say, said the Italian, swallowing, I am pleased to say, that I am resolved to prevent you from continuing to molest a defenseless youth with your equivocations. I invite you, sir, to take heed to your words. Reminder, sir, is unnecessary. I am accustomed to tack to my words. They will precisely further the fact if I gave that your way of misleading unsettled youth, of dissipating and undermining his moral and intellectual powers, is and cannot receive a stronger chastisement than it merits. With the word infamous, Settembrini struck the table with the rat of his hand, and pushing back his chair, stood up. It was a signal for the rest to do likewise. People across from the other tables, or, rather, from one, as the Swiss guests had left and only the Dutchman remained, listening in amazement. At our table they all stood there stiffly, Hans Castorp and the two antagonists, with Ferge and Wassel Upsurk. All five were pork and wide-eyed, with twitching lips. Mig-T not THC THRCC onlookers have an effort to calm the troubled waters. To lighten the atmosphere with a jest, or bring affairs to a peaceful conclusion with some kind of human epithet they did not try. THC prevailing temper prevented them. They stood, all trembling, with hands that clenched involuntarily into fists. Even Kafkaj, to whom all elevated thoughts were foreign, who disclaimed front its inception any to measure the seriousness of the dispute, even he was convinced that this was a quarrel I ought, and that there was to do but I see to take his good-natured moustaches woed violent up and down. There was a stillness, in which could be card the gnashing of Naphtha's teeth. To Hans Castorp, this unk's any like the one with white man's hair. He had supposed it to be a figure of speech, something which did not actually occur. Your hair was Naphtha, and in the silence his rex could be heard to great, horribly unpleasant, a wild, incactable sound, yct evinced a self-control equally fearsome, for he did not storm, but said in quite a IOW though with a sort of cackling half-laugh. Chastisement, so the bleating sheep have to butting? Have we driven the policemen of civilization so far that they draw their weapons? That is triumph, won in passing, I must say, considering what mild provocation suffered to summon to arms the guardians of our mora, i.e. As for the rest, sir, will follow in due course. The chastisement I hope your civilian principles will not prevent you from knowing what you owe me, else I shall be forced to put these principles to a test that, Herr Settembrine drew himself up. The movement was so expressive that Naphtha WCNR on, Ivara WDL not BNCCCSRE. I am in your way, you are in Menk, good. We will transfer the settlement of our differences to a suitable place. For the meat, only this, your sentimental solicitude for the scholastic interpretation of the Jacobin Revolution en vsagts pedagogic crime in my manner of leading youth to doubt, of throwing categories to the winds, of robbing idcus of you academic dignity. And your anxiety is justified, it happens on account of humanity, be asserted of that, happens and done. For your humanity is today nothing but a tail end, a stale classicist survival, a spiritual ennui, is yawning its head off, while the new Lutheran, our revolution, my dear sir, is corning on apace to give it quietus. When we the sects of doubt DCCF are than the most up-to-date and modish free thought has ever dreamed of doing, we well know what we are about. Only out of radical our overall chaos, can the absolute spring, the imitated terror of which time has need. This for your instruction, and my justification. For the rest we must rum over the page. You will hear from me. And you will find a hearing, Sir Settembrine called after him, as the Jesuit left his ace and hurried to the hat stand to seek his cloak. Then the Remason let himself fall back with a thud on his hard chair, and pressed both hands to his heart distruttori. Cain Arabiato. Biseguum Nazalo. Burst from the others still stood at the table. Ferg's moustaches went on up and down. Chisel's jaw was set hard awry. Hans Castorp was imitating his grandfather's famous attitude, for his neck was all a tremble. They woke thinking how little they had exhibited such an outcock as this to their excursion. And all of them, even Herr Settembrine, felt how fortunate it was that they had cooked in 2 sleighs. It simplified THC return. But afterwards? He shulkned you Hans Castorp said, heavily. Undoubtedly answered Herr Settembrine, and cast a glance upward at his ntibor, only to rum away again at once and lean his coat on his hand. Shall you take it up? Wassel wanted to know. You ask, answered Stugny, and looked a moment at him too. Gentlemen, he said then, and sat up, having brought himself again to perfect control, I regret THC outcome of our pleasure excursion, but in life on must be prepared to reckon with such events. Theoretically I disapprove of the duel, I am of a law-abiding temper. In practice, however, it is another matter. There are situations where, quarrels that, in short, I am of this man's service. It is well that in my youth I fenced it, see. A few hours' practice will make my wrist supple again. Shall we go? The rendezvous will have to be made. I assume our gentlemen will already have ordered them to the horses. Hans Castorp had moments, during the drive home, and afterwards, when he became giddy in contemplation of what lay before them. Still more, when it subsequently occurred that Nafta would not hear of cut and but insisted on a duckle with pistols. And H.C., the injured party, had the choice of weapons. There were moments, we save, when Hans Castorp was able, to a certain extent, to free himself from embroilment with T.H.C. Vailingtemper and tell himself that all this was madness, Enoch must be prevented. If even there were a real injury, he cried, in discussion with Herr Settembrini, Fkaj and Wassel, Nafta, on the way home, had invited the last named to be his second, and he acted as MTCR between the factions. An affront like that, purely civil and a cu. If one of them had dragged the other's good name in the dirt, if it was a question of a woman, or anything else really momentous, that you could take hold of, so that you felt there was no possibility of reconciliation. For such cases T.H.C. duckle is the last resort, and when honour is satisfied and the affair has gone off with credit to parties, and the antagonists part friends. As why, then it seems a very good arrangement, quite useful and critical, too, in complicated cases. But what was it H.C. did, on T mean to stand up for him, only ask what the insult consists in. He threw the categories to the winds, you save, and robbed conceptions of their academic dignity. And thou felt yourself insulted thereby, justifiably, let us repeat it. Hare looked at him. Oh, justifiably, quite justifiably. He vow. But H.C. not insult you. THCRE is a different. Permit me ro say so. It matter of abstractions. An intellectual disagreement. On dual topics he could affront you, perhaps, burn or insult you. That is axiomatic, any court of honour would tell you the same. I swear to God they would. And so neither was your sweat hm about infamy and chastisement and insult, it was an intellectual THC whole affair was in the intellectual sphere. And has nothing to do with the personal, and an insult can only be personal. THC intel cruel can never be personal, that is TH Lee Shawn and the explanation of the axiom, and therefore, you my FNCND answered Settembrini, with closed eyes. You are first of all in the assumption that the intellectual assume a character underscore you should nor THLNK that and smiled a peculiarly faint and painful smile underscore the point at you go wrong is in your estimation of THC thins of the mind, in general. You think they are too feeble to engender flicts and passions comparable for sternness real life brinies forth, the only isic of which can be the appeal force. All control. The abstract, the refined upon, the ideal, same time the absolute, it is sternness itself, it contains more of deep and radical hatred, of an irreconcilable hostility, than any relation of social life can. It astonishes you to hear that it leads, far more directly and inexorably than these, to radical intimacy, to rips, to the dual and actual physical struggle, the dual, my friend not an Aaron ement Ikanuka. It is THC ultimate, the return to a state o' nature, at lorts which are chivalrous in character slightly mitigated by seal. The essential narur of the thing RC ter, but extremely sumains the primitive, THC physical struggle, and however civilized a man is, it is his duty to be ready for such a contingency, which may any day arise. Whoever is unable to offer his person, his arm, has blood, in the service of the ideal, is unworthy of it, however intellectualized, it is the duty of a man to remain a man. Thus was Hans Castorp put in his place. What should he? H.C. preserved a depressed and brooding silence. Herr Settembrini had spoken with composure, logically. But his words sounded strange in his mouth. His thoughts were not his own thoughts. The idea of the duel was one he would never have come upon of himself. He had only taken it over from the terroristic little Nafta, and what he said was but an expression of the strength of that prevailing temper, whose tool and underling Herr Settembriner's GNE understanding had become the intellectual, simply because it was so stern, must lead relentlessly to the animal, row the issue of physical combat. Hans Castorp himself against it, or at least he tried, only to discover, in a fright, that even H.C. was powerless to do so. Him too the prevailing temper was strong, he was not the man to win free. THCRE was an area of his brain. WHCRE memory showed him why D-Man and Sunskin Grap pled like animals, and with horror HC understood that at the cat of everything only THC physical remained, only the teeth and the nails. Yes, they must fight, only thus could be assured even that small mitigation of THC primitive by the rules of chivalry. Hans Castorp offered to act as Herr Settembriner's second. The offer was refused. No, it was not fitting, it would not do, H.C. was told, first by Herr Settembriner himself, were that fine, rueful then, after brief consideration, by FCRGC and Wassel, who also, without specified reason, found it would not do for Hans Castorp to assist at the encounter in this capacity. As a neutral party, perhaps, the presence of such an one was a part of the NS, he might be present. Even prescribed chivalrous NAFTA, through his second let it be known that this was his view, and Hans Castorp was satisfied. As witness, or as neutral party, in either case he was able to exert his influence upon the details of the procedure now to be discussed and settled, an influence which proved necessary indeed. For NAFTA's propos, als WCNT beyond all bounds. He demanded a distance of 5 packs, and, if necessary, 3 exchanges of fire. These insane conditions he sent by Wassel the very evening of THC quarrel. Wassel had succeeded in fully identifying himself with NAFTA's mad ideas, and partly as representative, but serenely also in accordance with his persona taste, obstinately insisted upon them. Settembriner, of course, found nothing in them to object to. But Furge, as second, and the neutral Hans Castorp, beside themselves, the latter cavity upon the wretched soul. Was he not ashamed to bring forward such frantic and inhuman ideas to meet a case where the injury was purely abstract, not sensible at all? As though pistols were not Badener, the THCY must add these murderous conditions. Where did the chivalrous mitigation in? He might as well suggest firing across a handkerchief. Wassel. While not going to HC fired at 5 paces off, it was KC for him to be bloodthirsty. And so forth. Shrugged his shoulders. As though precisely that extant case was a contingency, thus abducting to silence Hans Castorp, who was inclined to forge a THC fact. But he succeeded, during renegotiations of the glowing day, in fixing the number of shots at one instead of and dealing with THC question of distance so as to arrange that recombatants should be placed 15 paces apart, and have the right to advance 5 paces before firing. Nor in exchange for these concessions, HC had to promise that no attempt should be made at reconciling THC parties. It was discovered that none of them had ANV pistols. ILCRR Albin had. Besides which he loved to frighten the ladies, HC had a pair of officers' pistols from Belgium in a velvet case, Browning automatics, with man-wooden butts holding the magazine, blued steel masams and shining barrels, with little s.ghts atop. Castorp them in HCRR Albin's room, and against his own convictions, out of sheer compulsion from THC prevailing offer to borrow them. HC mad no concern, meant of the purpose they were to serve, but appealing to the young dollar swagger's honour, readily swore him to SCCRCCY. Herr Albin instructed him how to load the pistols, and they tested both cap-horns with blank shots in the open. All this took time, 2 and 3 intervened, TWCC and THC quarrel and the masetting. The CE was of HCA Storp's choosing, that picturesque blue be seen FH retreat and stock-taking active jtulks, on, his spot-take plaque, on Thiamordn as soon as there should be light enough to see. The evening before, rather late, occurred to Wans Kmsrorp, by this time thoroughly wrought up, that there ought to be a physic Jan present. He immediately advised with Ferg, who foresaw that difficulty. Radamanthus himself was an old course student, Bull would be impossible ask the head of the Stabshammerton to act an illegal affair, and Porkness to boot. It was scarcely ilk a doctor could found who would be willing to lend a hand a pistol duel to severe cases. As for Krokowski, for all his brain, was the technique of wound treatment would be his strong point. Wassel, who was present, announced that Nafta had already expressed himself to the effect that he wanted no doctor. He was not going to the meeting place to be salved and bandaged, but to lay about him, and that in grim earnest. It sounded a sinister declaration enough, but Hans Castorp tried to interpret it as meaning that Nafta felt there would be no need of a physician. Fitch too bore back a message from Herr Settembrini, that THCY might dispose of the question, it did not interest him. It was thus not uenicus in a book to Huect that both antagonists had resolved not to let it come to the shedding of blood. Nights had passed since the quarrel, and there would be a third. Time cools, time clarifies, no mood can be maintained quite unaltered through the course of hours. In the early dawn, standing weapon in hand, neither of the combatants would be the same man as on the evening of the quarrel. They would be going through it, if at all, mechanical, in obedience to the demands of honour, not, as they would how at first, of their MVN freak will, desire, and conviction, and such a denial of their cruel selves in favour of their past ones, it must somehow be possible to prevent. Hans Castorp's reflections proved in the event not far from justified, but justified in a manner unlike anything he could have dreamed. So far as Herr Settembrini was concerned, he was really right. But had he suspected in what direction Loko Nafta would have altered his intentions beforehand, or at the decisive moment? Not even the prevailing temper, of which all this was the outcome, could have driven him to ICTTHC affair go on. At 7 o'clock next morning, the sun showed no sign of making an appearance the Mkmtin, yet day was dawning, difficult, in a wreck of mist, as Hans Castorp, after Wressel's night, left the Burghof to go to the rendezvous. The maid-servants cleaning the hall looked after him in wonder. The house door, however, was unbolted. Ferg and Wassel, alone or in company, had undoubtedly passed that threshold, the one to accompany Settembrini, the other Nafta, to the field of Hans, went alone, his capacity of neutral not permitting him to attach himself to a party. He moved mechanically, under the compulsion of honour, under pressure from the prevailing TCNF. It was necessary for him to be present at the encounter, that went without saying. Impossible to scop away and await the event in bed. In the first place Tierkorsk, he did not finish his firstly, but he turned on to second, which was that one could not leave RHC ring to itself. Thus far, I thank heaven, nothing dreadful had happened, and nothing dreadful need happen. It was really highly improbable that anything would. Nay had to get up and dress by artificial light and breakfastless in the bitter frost, betake themselves to the pointed spot. But once there, under the influence of his, Hans Castorp's presence, the whole thing once sure be turned aside, work out for good, in some man cannot YCT foreseen. And best left unguessed, since experience showed that even the simplest events worked out differently from what one would have thought beforehand. AIT which notwithstanding, this was the unpleasantest morning within his memory. He felt stale and seedy his TCCTH tended chatter, in the depth of his being HC was prone to mistrust his own powers of SCLF control. These were such singular times, the Ead from Minsk, who shattered her health on of a quarrel with her Korseshiera, the raging schoolboy, YD man's son and skin, the Polish ear boxers, drearily he thought of THCM. Simply he could not picture two people, before in presence, standing up to at each other, cack blood. But when HC remembered what had come to, what he had actually seen, in the cask of YD man and Sonensksin, then he misdoubted himself, misdoubted all the world, and shivered his fur jacket, though RHC same time a feeling of the extraordinariness, the abnormality of all this, heightened by the quality of the early morning air, began now serpently row elevate and stimulate him. In the dusk of that slow pretending dawn, moved by such mingled and fluctuating hopes feelings, he mounted THC narrow path along the slope, from the village end of the Bob Run. Arrived at the deeply drifted woods, crossed the little woodland BNDGC over the course, and followed away among the tree trunks trodden feet in the snow rather than cleared by any shovel. He walked fast, and very soon off Crook set tent brim and fkage, the latter holding the case of pistols with on hand under his cloak. Hans Kastorp did not hesitate to iron them, and, coming abcast, was aware of Naphtha and only few paces in advance. "Cold morning, at least 18 degrees of frost," said he. In the purity of whose intentions, but started at the frivolity of his own remark, and added, "Gentlemen, I'm convinced." The others were silent. FCRGCSVJ Dina wagged up and down. After a while Setemny came row a pause, took Hans Kastorp's hand, laid his other one upon it, and spoke. "My friend, I will nor kill. I not I offer myself to his bullet, that is that honour can demand. But I nor you may trust me." He released the young man and walked on. Hans and Srorp was ply moved. After a few steps HC said, "That is splendid of you, Herr Setembriny. Now, on the other side, if he, for his but Herr Setembriny shook his head. Hans Kastorp reflected that if one party did not fire, the other would surely not be able to bring himself to do it either, and his heart perceptibly lightened. Everything was going well, his predictions seemed about to be. They crossed the footbridge over the gorge, where the waterfall hung stiff and silent. Naphtha and Wassel were walking up and down before the bench now upholstered with thick white cushions of snow, the bench on which Hans Kastorp, lying to await the end of his nose bleeding, had experienced such lively memories out of the distant past. Naphtha was smoking a cigarette, and Hans Kastorp questioned himself if he should do the same, but found he had no faintest desire. It seemed to him an affectation in the other. With the pleasure he always felt in these surroundings, he looked about at THCM in their icy state and found them not less beautiful than in THC of their blue blossom time. The fir that jutted so boldly into THC picture had its trunk and branches laden with "Good morning," HC said cheerily. With the idea of lending the Senkanotk of the natural, which should help to dissipate its evil bearing, but was out of luck, for nobody answered. The greetings consisted in silken bows, so stiff as to be almost imperceptible. However, HC was resolved to convert TBC energy from his walk, the splendid warmth accompanied by brisk motion in the cold air, at once and without delay to good purpose, and so began, "Gentlemen, I'm convinced, you will develop your convictions another time." Naphtha cut him off icily. The if on the mouth, had to 100k while Ferge out the fatal from his cloak, and handed one pistol to pass on to Naphtha. Bryny took the other from Ferge's hand. The latter in a murmur asked them to make a space, and began measuring off the ground. He off the outer limits by lines dug with his heel in the snow, the inner by means of two canes, his own and Bryny's. Our good-natured sufferer, what sort of work was this for him? Hans Kastorp could not trust his eyes. Ferge was long-legged, he took proper strides, the 15 it were a goodly distance, but the cursed canes, alas, WCRE not far apalty at all. CCR tinely, he was acting in all honour, but what a grip the prevailing temper had upon him, to enforce him to a procedure so monstrous. It's now had hung his fur cloak on the ound, so that its mink lining showed. Pistol in hand, he moved to one of the outer barriers directly it was established, and while few was still marking off the other. When that was fixed, Setemny took up his position, his shabby fur coat open in front. Hans Kastorp wrenched himself out of a stealing paralysis, and flung once more into the breach. Gentlemen, he said, choking, don't be hasty. Is my duty, after all, silence, cried out Naphtash sharply. Give the signal. But no one gave the signal. It had not been arranged for. Some, of course, ought cause fire, but it had not been underscored that it was THC office of the neutral RTY to give the drkd, at least, it had not been mentioned. Bans Castorp rematant SJant, and nobody SFU, KC in his lace. We will begin, Nuttall declared. Kick forward, sir, and fire, he called across to his antagonist. And Lumself to advance, holding the pistol at arm's length, directed at Stambrini, an unbelievable sight. Stambrini did the same. At the third STCP, the other, without, was already, the raised, he pistol very hig and fired. THC shot awaked at catched echoes, the mountains flung back the sound and the rebound, the valley reverberated with the shock, until it seemed to Hans ca stalked people must come running. You fired in the air, Naphta said to Stambrini, letting his own weapon sink. Stambrini answered, I fired where I pleased me to fire. You will fire again? I have no such intention. It is your turn. Herr Stambrini, lifting his face toward the sky, had turned himself summer-hat-eyed wise to his opponent. I was touching to risk that he had one should not offer one's breast full face to an opponent's tire, and that he was acting according to the regulations. Kmvar! Naphta shrieked, and with this human shriek confessing that it takes more courage to fire than be firked UVN, Ra asterisk aired his pistol in a way that had nothing to do with dueling, and shot himself in the head. Piteous, unforgettable sight. He staggered, or tottered, while the mountains played ball with the sound of his shot, a few steps backward, flinging out his legs jerkily, executed a right turn with his whole body, and fell with ours face in the snow. Th all stood a moment rigid. Stambrini, hurling from him, was first at Naphta's side. Infelice, he cried. Che cosa fai per Dio? Hans Castorp helped him turn the body over. They saw the blackened red hole of the temple. Thev looked into a fact that one would do well to cover with the silk handkerchief, one corner of which hung out of Naphta's breast Euroicat. The Thunderbolt 7 years Castorp remained amongst those up here. Partisans of decimal SYSTCM might prefer a round number, though 7 is a good handy $, in its way, picturesque, with a savour of the mythical. 1 mtght even say that it is more filling to THC spirit than a dull academic half-dozen. Our crow had sat at all 7 of the tables in THC dining room, at each about a year, the being, the bad Russian table, and his company there 2 Armenians, 2 Finns, a Bokharian, and a Kurd. He sat at the bad table, wearing a recent little blonde cut, which we are disposed to regard as a sign of philosophic indifferency. NCC Row his outer man. Yes, we will even go further, and relate his carcassonnes of his person to the carelessness of the risk of the world regarding him. The authorities had cast Row devise him distractions. There was THC morning inquiry, as to whether he had SLCP well, itself purely rhetorical and summary, and that aside, Horfen did not address him with any particularity, while Adriatica von Meilendenk, she had, at THC time of which we write, a sty in a perfect state of maturity, did so seldom, in fact scarcely ever. They let him be. HC was like the scholar in THC peculiarly happy state of NCVC Ubsing asked any more, of never having a task, of being left to sit, since the fact of his being left behind is established, and no one troubles him further, an orgiastic kind of freedom, but WC ask ourselves whether, indeed, freedom ever is or can be of any other kind. At all events, here was on whom THC authorities no longer needed to keep an eye. Being assured that no wild or defiant resolves WCRE ripening his breast. He was settled established. Long ago HC had ceased to know where else he should go, long ago he had ceased to capable of resolve to the flat land. Did not the very fact that he was sitting at THC bad Russian table witness a certain abandon? No slightest adverse comment upon the said table being intended BV the remark. Among all the 7, no single on could be to Fosk's advantages. 01 WC make bold to say that here was a democratic of tables, all honourable alike. The same tremendous meals W served here as at the others. Radamanthus HTMSCLF occasional fold his hui hands before the doctor's place at the head, Anna the nation's WO. There were respectable members of the human rack, CVCN, though they understood no Latin, and were not exaggerately dainty at their feeding. Timk, YCT not the time to buy the station clock, MNVing with a ikik 5 minutes at once, but wrath. Of a tiny timepiece, the hand of which one cannot see move, although the grass keeps when it grows, so unobservably one would save it not grow at all, until some morning the fact is undeniable. Timk, a line of a succession of dimensionless yints, and now we arc circ RHC unhappy to Nafta would interrupt us to ask how dimensionless PMNTS, known to how many of them, can cons in we say, had gone on, in its furtive, unobservable way, bringing about changes. For example, the boy Teddy was discovered, on Dav, not one single day, of course, but on Love rather indefinitely, from which Dav, to be a boy no longer. More might ladies take him on tighter laps, when, on occasion, he left bed, changed his pyjamas for his knickerbockers, and camped downstairs. Perceptibly that leaf had turned. Now, on such occasions, he took them on his instead, and both sides were as well, or even better pleased. He was become a Vouth, scarcely could we say he had bloomed into a youth, but HC had shock up. Hans Kastorp had not noticed IC happening, and then, suddenly, he did. The shooting up, however, did not suit the lad Tedv, the him nor. In his 21st year he departed this life, dying of the disgust for which HC had proved rectal, and they cleansed and fumigated after him. The fact makes little claim upon our emotions, the change being so slight between his one state and his next. But there were other deaths, and more important, deaths down in the flat land, which touched, or would have touched, our hero more nearly. Are of the recent decease of Oid Consul Tynapple, Hans's Gat MCLC and foster father, of faded memory. He feared careful of avoid unfavourable conditions of atmospheric pressure, and left it to Uncle James to stultify himself, yet an XPLCXY carried him off after all, and a telegram, couched in brief but feeling terms, feeing more for the departed than for the recipient of the wire, was one day brought to Hans Kastorp where HC lay in his excellent chair. He acquired black-bordered note paper, and wrote his uncle cousins. He, the doubly, now, so to say, triply orphaned, expressed himself as being the more distressed over the sad NCVS, for that circumstance forbade him interrupting his present sojourn even to his great-uncle the last respects. Oh, speak of sorrow would be disingenuous. Yet in these days Hans Kastorp's eyes did wear an expression more musing than common. This death, which could at no time have moved him greatly, and after the lapse of years could scarcely move him at all, meant the sundering of yet another bond with the life below, gave to what he rightly called his freedom the final seal. In the time of which we speak, all contact between him and the flat land had he sent no letters thither, and received none thence. He no ion ordered Maria Mancini, having found a brand up here to his liking, to which he was now as faithful as once to his old-time charmer, a brand that must have conked even explorer through the sorest and severest trials, armed with which, and no other solace, Hans Kastorp could lick and bear it out indefinitely, as one docks at the seashore. It was an essentially well-cured brand, with the best leaf wrapper, named Light of Asia, rather more compact than Maria, mouse grey in colour with a black hand, very tractable and mild, and evenly consuming to a snow-white ash, that held its shaft and still showed traces of the veining on the wrapper, so evenly and regularly that it might have served the smoker for an hourglass, and did a need, for he no longer carried a timepick. His watch had fallen from his night table, it did not go, and he had neglected to have it regulated, perhaps on the same grounds as had Mad Kim long since give up using a calendar, whether to KCCP track of the day, or to look out an approaching feast, the grounds, namely, of his freedom. Thus he did honour to his abiding everlasting, his by the ocean of time, the hermetic enchantment to which he proved so susceptible that it had become the fundamental adventure of his life, in which all the alchemistical processes of his simple substance had found full play. Thus he and thus, in high summer, the year once more rounding out, the 7th year, though he knew it not, of his sojourn up here. Then, like a thunder peal, but God forbid and modesty withhold us from over, much of what thc thunder peal balk us on its wave of sound. Here redominate is out of place. Rather let us lower our voice to say that then came the peal of thunder we all know so well, that deafening xp.rmoy long gathering magazines of that historic thunder peal, of which we bate breath, made the foundations of the earth to shake, but for us it was that Fred Nuncath the magic mountain, and set our Slesixer gently outside the Gareem dazed he sirs in the long grass and rubs his eyes, a man who, despite many warnings, had neglected to read the papers. His Mediterranean friend and mentor Har ever tried prox him, had felt it incumbent upon him to ours nursling, object of his solicitude, in what was going on down below, but his pupil had lent no car. The Vang man hid indeed in a taking while why, preoccupy with this or that tong the subjective shadows o' things, but the things he had heeded not at all, having a wilful tendency to take the shadow for the substance, and in the substance to sec only shad new underscore for this. However, we must not judge him harshly, stnccrhc relau.m between substance and shadow has never been defined once and for all. Long ago it had been Hairston Briney who brought sudden illumination into the room, sat down beside the horizontal and sought to influence and instruct him upon matters of life and death, but now it was the pupil who, scattered with his hands between his knees, at re-Erdsluk of thc Hunansra, or near couch in the cosy and retired little mansard study, with the bomro chairs and the water bottle, kept him company and listened to his utterances upon the state of, Forthesk hair ludm icow as idem his legs. Navir lent the terroristic deed of that desperate Antonst. Dgal his sensitive Narua a blow from which it ludique Messiah Raoul, weakness and infirmity had since been as he could no jur work on the sociological pathology the in vain for that lexicon of all, H.C. Mascop CCCS of letters having human suffering for their central theme. Herr Ludovico had PCR forced to limit to oral efforts his contribution to THC of progress, and even so much he must have foregone not Hans Castorp's visits given him opportunity to spread his gospel. His voice was weak, but he spoke with conv.l ton, length and tirortifulv, the self-dingoy human spirit through social betterment. Softly, as though on the wings of when he doves, came RHC words of HCR Ludovico. YCT came co-speak of the unification and universal WOF the liberated peoples, there mingled a sound, HC nothing knew nor willed it. Of course, as of the rushing neons of eagles. That was THC political key, the grandfatherly inheritance it united in him with the humanistic gift of the father, to make up the literature, precisely as humanism and politics united in the lofty ideal of civilization, an ideal wherein were BLCNDCD the mildness of doves and the boldness of eagles. That ideal was only biding its time, until the day dawned, the day of the people, when the principle of reaction should be laid low, and THC holy alliance of civic democracies take its place. Yes, here seemed to sound two voices, with differing for Herr Setembrini was a humanitarian, you are the same half explicitly, HC warlike too. In the duckle with the outrageous little naphta he had borne like a butt in general it remained rather vague what his positic was to be WHCN humanity in an outburst of enthusiasm united itself with politics in of a triumphant and dominating world civilization, and the burger's pike was dedicated upon the altar of humanity. There was some doubt whether he would then hold back his hand from the shedding of blood. Yes, it seemed the prevailing temper more and more held sway in the Italian's mind and view. The boldness of the eagle was gradually outbidding the mildness of dove. Not infrequently his attitude toward the existing great political systems was divided, embarrassed, disturbed by scruples. The diplomatic rapprochement between his country and Austria, their cooperation in Albania, had reflected itself in his conversation, that raised his spirits in that it was directed against Latinless half Asia, Naut, Schlüsselburg, and all, yet tormented them in that it was a misbegotten with the hereditary foe, the principle of reaction and subjugated nationalities. The autumn previous, the great French loan to Russia, for the purpose of budding a network of railways in Poland, had in similar misgivings. For Herr Settembrini belonged to the Francophone party in his own country, which was not surprising when on recalled that his grandfather had compared the 6 days of the Jolve Revolution to the 6 days of the creation, and seen that they were as good. But the understanding between the enlightened Republic and Byzantine Scythia was too much for him, oppressed his breast, and at the same time made him breathe quicker for hope and awe at the thought of the strategic meaning of that network of Rai ways. Then came the Rajvo murder, for everyone excepting Guruman Sevenslip as a storm signal, decisive for the informed ones, among whom we may reckon Herr Settembrini Hans Castorp saw him shudder as private citizen at the frightful deed, while in the same moment his breast heaved with the knowledge this was a deed of ill-crat, directed against the citadel of his loathing. On the other hand, was it nor also the fruit of Muscovite activity? And as such rise to Riot heart-searchings, which did not hinder Hill. 3 weeks rarer, from characterizing the extreme demands of the monarchy upon Servia as a hideous crime and an insult to Hutton dignity, the consequences of which H.C. could foresee well enough, and awaited in breathless excitement. In short, Herr Settembrini's feelings were as complex as the fatality H.C. saw fast rolling up, for he sought by HMRS and half 3 odds to prepare his pupil. A sort of national courtesy and compunction preventing from faking out. In the first dabs of mobilization, the first declaration of war, he had of putting out hands to his visitor, taking Hans Castorp's own and pre-GNG them, that Felv went to no young noodle heart, if nor prick SCLY to his HCGD_ my friend, Phi Town save, gunpowder, the printing press, yes, you have curtailed given all that. But if you think could march against the Kevaliun, Caro during those dabs of stifling F were on rack, Hans Castorp not see briny _THC newspapers with their wild, chaotic contents pressed up out of the depths to his Ven Balkan, THEV disorganwedry house. Filled the dining room there still for us, stifling IIRC even penetrated the chambers of the dying. These were the ments when the not knowing what had happened was slowly stirring himself in the grah, before he sat up. His eyes, yes, let us carry the figure row the end. In NRDC to do a stick to the innovement of our hero's mind, he drew up his legs, stood up, looked about him. HC himself released, own motion. Was fain freed from, of to confess, but by the operation of exterior powers, of whose activities his own was a minor incident indeed. Although his tiny destiny fainted to nothing fac of the general, was there not some hint of a personal and great for him, a manifestation of divine godliness and Yasok, would life receive again HCR erring and delicate child, not by a cheap and easy slipping back to her arms, burr sternly, solemnly, penitentially, perhaps not even among the living, but only with the salvos fired over the grave of Himasinka, thus ought HC return. He sank on his knees, raising face and hands to her heaven that howsoever dark and sulphurous was no longer the GLCXJMY grotto of his state of sin. And in this attitude Herr Settembrini found him, figuratively / and most figuratively spoken, for full well we know our Cross traditional reserve would render such theatricality possible. Herr Settembrini, in fact, found him packing his trunk. For since THC moment of his sudden awakening, Hans Castorp had been caught up in the hurry and scurry of a wild departure, brought at by the thunder fi. Homik, the Berghof, was the picture of an anthill in panic. Its little popularian was flinging itself, HCCLS overhead, 5,000 fsa downwards row THC catastrophe smitten Fiatland. THCY stormed the little trains, they crowded them to the footboard, luggageless, if needs must, and THC stacks of luggage pilked higher the station platform, the Serhing platform, to the height of which the scorching breath from the flatland seemed to mount, and Hans Castorp stormed with them. In the heart of the tumult Ludwiko embraced him, literally enfolded him in his arms and kissed him, like a southerner, Ilka Russian too, on both his checks, and this, despite his own emotion, took our wild traveller no little aback. But he nearly lost his composure when, at the very last, Herr Stambrini called him Giovanni and, laying aside the form of address common to the cultured West, ke to him with the thou. Kosi in gift he said. Kosi vi iw gai dio, giovami mio. Quisque had I thought to see thee go. But be it so, the gods have willed it thus and not otherwise. Hope to discharge you to go down to your work, and now go to fight among your kin. My God, it was given to you and not Ro your cousin, our tenant. What tricks life plays! Go, then, it is your blood that calls, go and fight bravely. More than that can no man. But forgive MC if I devote THC remnant of my powers to incite my country to fight where THC spirit and sacro egoimo point the way. Addio. Hans Castorp thrust out his head among 10 others. Filling the little open window frame, he waved. And HCR Stambrini waved back, with his right hand, while with ringfinger of his left he delicately twirled the corner of his eye. What is are we? Whither has the dream snatched us? Twilight, rain, filth, fiery glow of the overcast sky, caskless booming of heavy thunder, the moist air rent by a sharp singing whine, a raging, swelling howl as of some hound of hell, that ends its course in a splitting, a splintering and sprinkling, a crackling, a coruscation, by groans and shrieks. By trum FTS blowing fit to burst, THC beat of a drum coming faster, faster, there a wood, is charging drab hordes, that kick on. Fall, spring up fiery sky, whose glow turns now into blowing endodunks. About us is rolling plough H land, all upheaved and trodden into mud, athwart it a treed high RMD, scucked broken branches and from it again a DCCPLV furrowed, boggy field path leading off in curves toward the distant hills. Nude, branchless trunks of trees meet the eye, a cold rain falls. Alt. Useless, thou H, to question it, CVCN for it is shat ilk isle. East, west, it is the fiat land. War. And we are rinking shadows BVTHC WAV SLDE. The security of our shadowdom, and noafs T, NNDCD to indulge in any redomentade, mirelv led he the high spirit of rotive, MCRCLY to see again, among those running, mustard grey comrades that swarm out of yonder we know, to 100k once THC fac F one time fellow of so many years, the genial Sinahos Voik we know so well, we lose him from our sight. They have been brought forward. Thesk comrade. For a thrust in fight that has already lasted all dav whose akriv is the taking of the hill position and the Hernung villages lost 2 davs since to the enemy. It is a volunteer RCG meant, fresh young blood and mostly students. Not long in RHC field. They were roused in the night, brought up in trains morning, then marched in the rain on wretched roads, on no roads at all, for the roads were blocked, and they went over moor and ploughed land with fill kit for 7 hours, their coats sodden. It was no pleasure excursion. If one did not care to lose one's boots, one stooped at Kvev second TCP, one's fingers into THC straps and pulled them near of quaking mire. It took an hour of such work to cover one meadow. But at last they have reached the spot. Exhausted, CDGC, YCT the reserve strength of their youth, NL bodies has RCPT Tom TCNSC, they crave neither the sleep nor the food THEV have denied knee wet, mud bespattered faces, framed but cleansed strap and grey coat cred helmet, are flushed with, perhaps too with the sight of the losses, HCY suffered on their march 3 that boggy wood, for the CNCMV, a walk of their advance, have concentrated a barrage of shrapnel and large carbine grenades upon the way they must come, it crashed among them. The wood, and howling, faming, splashing, ears and THC wide ploughed land. They must get through, these 3,000 ardent youths, they must reinforce with their bayonets the attack on the burning villages, and the trenches in front of and behind the link of hills. They must help to advance their line to a point indicated in the dispatch their leader has in his pocket. THEV are 3 thus and, that they may be 2,000 when THC hills, the villages are reached, that is the meaning of their number. They are of troops calculated as sufficient, even after riot losses, to attack and carry a position and greet their triumph with a thus and voiced huzzah, not you, hunting the stragglers that fall out by the way. Many a one has thus Euro Allen out on the forced march. For which he proved young and weak, paler he grew, stag jerked, set his teeth, drove himself on, and after all he could do fell out notwithstanding. While he dragged himself in the rear of the marching column, overtaken and passed BV company after company, at length he remained on re-ground, lying where was not good to lick. Then came the shattering wood. But there are so many of them, swarming on, they can survive a blood-letting and still come on in hosts. They have already overflowed the level, rain-lashed land, the high road, the field road, the boggy ploughed land, we shadows stand amid and among them. At THCCDGC of the wood they fix their bayonets, with the practised hips, the horns enforce them, THC drones roll deepest bass, and oruard they stumble. As best they can. With shrill cries, nightmarishly, for clods of earth cling to their heavy boots and fetter them. Fling themselves down before that come howling on, RHCN they cap up again and hurry forward, they exult, in their young, caking voices as they run, to discover themselves still unhit. Or they are hit, they fall, fighting the air with their shot through the forehead, THC heart, TE lie, their faces in the mire, and lie, the underscore are backs clock that by RHC knapsack, the crowns of their heads pressed into the mud, and clutch and claw in the air. But the wood emits new swarms, who themselves down, who SPRTNG up, who, shrieking or silent, blunder forward over the fallen. This young blood, with its knapsacks and bayonets, its mud-befooled boots clothing. We 100k at it, our humanistic, aesthetic eye pictures it among scenes far other than these, we SCC-thesque youths watering horses on a sunny arm of the sea, roving with the beloved one along the strand, the lover's lips to the of the yielding bride, in happiest rivalry bow. No, herc they lie, their noses into cree filth. They are glad to hear, albeit with boundless anguish, with unpsychsakable sickness home, and this, of herself, is a noble and a shazn thing, but no good reason for BNNGTNG them to such a pass. There is our friend, there is Hans Castorp. WC recognized him at a distance, by the little beard he assumed while sitting at THC bad Russian table like all the others, HC is wet through and glowing. HC is running, his feet heave with mould, the bayonet swinging in his hand. Look! He treads on the hand of fallen comrade, with eyes hobnailed he trayer and the hand deep into the slimy, branch-strewn ground. But it is he. What, singing, as one sings, unaware, staring stark ahead, ZCS, thus HC spends his hurrying breath, to sing half soundlessly, and loving words I've carven upon its branches fair, he stumbles, no, HC has none, himself down, a hellhound is coming howling, a huge explosive shell, a disgusting sugarloaf from THC infernal regions. He lies with his face in RHC cool NMRC, legs sprawled out, feet twisted, heels turned down. The product perverted science, laden with slops paces in front of him and buries its nose in the ground, explodes inside there, with hideous expense of power, and raises up a fountain high as a house, of mud, fire, iron, molten metal, scattered fragments of humanity. Where it fell, 2 youths had Ian, freakins who in their need flung themselves down together, now they are scattered, commingled and gone. Shame of our shadow safety. Away. No more. But our friend, and was he hit? HC thought so, for the moment. A great clod of earth struck him on THC's shin, it hurt, Hut HC smiles at it. Up HC gets, and staggers on, limping on his feet, all unconviously singing, its waving branches why, ip cred a mess, age in my car, and thus, in the tumult, in the rain, in the dusk, vanishes on tot our sight. Farewell, honest Hans Seatorp, farewell, life's delicate child, your tale is told. We have told it to the end, and was neither short nor long, but hermetic. We have told it for its own sake, not for yours, for you were but after all. It was your story, it fell you must have more in you than we thought. We will not disclaim the pedagogic weakness we conceived for you in the telling, which could even lead us to press a finger delicately to our eyes at the thought that we shall see you no more, hear you no more forever. Farewell, and if thou livest or diest, thy prospects are poor. The desperate dance, in which thy fortunes are caught you, will last yet many a sinful year. We should not care to set a high stake on thy life by the time it ends. We even confess that it is without great concern we leave the question adventures of the flesh and in the spirit, while enhancing thy simplicity, granted thee to know in the spirit what in the flesh thou scarcely couldst have done. Moments there were, when out of death, and the rebellion of the flesh, there came to thee, as thou tookest stock of thyself, a dream of love. Out of this universal feast of death, out of this extremity of fever, kindling the rain-washed evening sky to a fiery glow, may it be see that Lufcon day shall mount. Finis making of the magic mountain, since it is certainly not customary for an author to his own work. A word of apology, or of explanation, should occupy first place. For THC thought of acting as MV historian I fur, a little confusing, and you know, there are few historians anyway. Furthermore, since my work is the making and, I venture to hope, still reflects THC present and problems, it would be rather difficult, if not impossible, to see RIN size get with skull of detachment, even if the critic WCRE at the same time, the author, in selecting my magic mountain for discussion, IBA. THC choice on the sympathetic interest that this on of all my received in America. Litkursk. I tell you freely of the book's genesis and my experiences with T. I am relevant in the healthy and sympathetic attitude of THC American none toward the personal, the anecdotal, and the intimately human. Oddly enough, it not for but rather the RC verse, that I have to discuss Magic Mountain in English. I rend to the hero of novel, the young Kungmir Castorp. At the end of the HC Neri declaration of love to Madame Cho-Cha, the Kurzide heroine, veiling its strangeness in the garment of a foreign tongue. It eases his and helps to say HC never have dared say in his own language. Fra Euro MSHC says, say prior sung par /enq, q mam and e. In T helps him over his inhibitions, and an author who feels Khmar rasked at having to talk about his own works in, he way wrecked at being able ro talk about them in another language. There are authors whose names are associated with a single great work, because they have been able ro give themselves pleat expression in it. Dante THCI _ Makofaramija, Cervantes Don Quixote. But there are others, and I must count myself among them, whose single works do not possess this complete significance, being only parts of the whole which makes up THC author's life work. And not only his life work, actually life itself, his personality. HC strives, that is, to overcome the laws of time and continuity. He tries to produce himself completely in each thing he writes, but only actually does so in the way the magic docs iti by the use of the innate formula that works both ways, and links the past with the future with the past. The leitmotif is the technique employed to the inward unity and abiding presentness of the whole at cac moment. In a broader sense, the whole life work of the author has its leading motifs, which serve to preserve its unity, to make that unity perceptible to the reader, to keep the whole picture prescient in cac single work. Just for that reason, it may be unfair to the single work to look at it by itself, disregarding its connection with the others, and not taking into account the frame of reference to which it belongs. For instance, it is almost impossible to discuss the Magic Mountain without thinking of the links that connect it with other works, backwards in time to Buddenbrooks and to Death in Venice, forwards to the Joseph novels. Let me first of all tell you something of the origin and conception of the novel, just as CVCNTS in my life brought THCM about. In the year, over a generation ago now, my wife was suffering from a lung complaint, fortunately not a very serious one, yet it was necessary for her to spend 6 months at a high *H altitude, in a sanatorium at Davos, Switzerland. I stayed with the children either in Munich or at our country home in Tolls in the valley of the Isar. But in May and June I visited my wife for Sodic WCCK5 at Davos. THCRC is a chapter in the magic entitled Arrival WHCRC. Hans Castorp dines with his cousin Joachim in the sanatorium restaurant, and tastes not only the excellent Berghof cuisine but also the atmosphere of the place and the life. If you read that chapter, you will have a fairly accurate picture of our meeting in this sphere and my own strange impressions of it. Grew stronger during the 3 weeks foot at Davos visiting my wife. She was a patient. They are the SAM THRCC weeks Hans Castorp originally meant to spend at Davos, though for him they turned into the 7 fairy tale years of his enchanted stay. Even say that they threat to do the same for at least one of his experiences is a pretty exact transference to my hero of things that happened tome. I mean the examination of the carefree visitor from the flatland and the resulting discovery that he himself is to become a patient too. I had at the Berghof 10 days, sitting out on the balcony in cold, damp weather, when I got a troublesome bronchial cold. 2s, Octavius were in the house. The head physician and his assistant, so I took the obvious course of consulting them. I accompanied my wife to THC office, she having been summoned to one of her regular examinations. The head doctor, who of course rather like Horfrat trends, thumped MC and straightway discovered a so-called must spot in my lung. If I had been Hans Castorp, the discovery might have charged the whole course of my life. The physician assured me that I should be acting wisely to remain there for 6 months and take the cure. If I had followed his advice, who knows, I not soul BCTHCRC. I wrote The Magic Mountain instead. In it I of the impressions gathered during my 3 weeks stay. They were enough to convince MC of the dangers of such a nulu for young people, and tuberculosis disease of the young. You will have got from my OK and Idka of the narrown of this charmed circle of isolation and invalidism. It is sort of substitute existence, and it can, in a relatively short time, wholly wean a young person from actual and active life. Crying there, including the conception of tune, is thought of on a luxurious scale. The cure is always a matter of several months, often of several years. But after the first 6 months the young Ickerson has not a single idea LCFR save flotation and the thermometer under his tongue. After the second 6 months in many cases HC has even lost the capacity for any other ideas. He will become completely incapable of life in the flatland. Such institutions as the Berghof were of the fair war phenomenon. They were only possible in a Book.part economy that was still functioning well and normal. Only under such a system was it possible for patients to remain there year after year at the family's CXX or 1SE. The Magic Mountain became the swan song of that form of existence. Perhaps it is a general rule that epics descriptive of some particular ASC of life tend to appear as it nears its end. The treatment of tuberculosis has entered upon a difficult phase today, and most of the Swiss sanatoria have become sports hotels. The idea of making a story out of my Davos impressions and experiences occurred to me very soon. After finishing THC novel, Royal Highness ITHC long short story Death M. Venice. This I had nearly finished when I went to Dargs, and I now conceived the idea of the Magic Mountain. From the very first the tale bore that title. It was meant a humorotellesque companion piece to Death Venice was to be about the same length, a sort of satire on THC rudeness finished. The atmosphere was to that strange mixture of eth and light-headedness I had found at Davos. Portrays the fascination of the death idea, the triumph of drunken disorder over the forces of a life consecrated to rule and discipline. In the Magic Mountain the same theme was to humorously treated. There was to be a simple-minded hero, in conflict herewith cois decorum and macabre advenrurg. THCCND of the story was not decided, but it would come as I wrote. It seemed an easy and amusing thing to do, and would not take much time. When I got back to Tolls and Munich I set to work on the first chapters. A private intuition soon began to steal over me that this subject matter tended to spread itself out and lose itself in shoreless realms of thought. Not conceal from myself the fact that the theme afforded a dangerously rich complex of ideas. Perhaps I'm not the only author who tends to underestimate the extent of an enterprise he has embarked on. When I conceive a piece of work, it come to me in such innocent, practicable guise, feel certain I shall have no great difficulty in carrying it out. My first novel, Buddenbrooks, was meant to be a book of some 250 pages, after the pattern of Scandinavian novels of family and merchant life. It took 5 volumes. Death in Vemak was to be a short story for a magazine. THC same thing is true of the Joseph novels, they were to be something in the form of a story, the length of In Venice. Magic Mountain proved no exception to the perhaps this SCLF prion is necessary and fruitful. If a writer had before him from the start all the drawbacks of a projected work, and knew what the book itself wanted to be, never have THC courage to begin. It is possible for a work to have its own will and purpose, perhaps a far more ambitious one than the author's, and it is good that this should be so. For THCMB should not be a one-side it must nor work itself. The work must bring it forth and the task to completion. Feel, all great works were written, and not out of an ambition to write something great which SCR itself from the beginning. In short, I soon saw that this Davos story had its own ideas and that it thought about itself quite otherwise than I thought about it. This was even outwardly true. The humorous and expansive English style, itself a relief from the austerity of Death in Sanus, Up Space and Time. Then the First World War broke out. It did 2 things, put an stop to work on the and incalculably enriched its content at the AME time. I did not work on it again for years. In those years I wrote The Reflections of a Non-Political Man, a work of painful introspection, in which I sought HGHT upon my own vics of European problems and flights. Actually, here came a preparation for the work of art itself, a preparation that grew to mammoth proportions and consumed vast amounts of THC once called his THLS. My preparation was for a work of art which could only become a very serious, by dint of my unburdening myself of a quantity of material in the polemical and analytical pissek of writing. This very serious jest. It is a good definition of art. Of all art, of the Magic Mountain as well. I could not have jested and played without first living through my problem in deadly human reality. Only then could I rise, as an artist, above it. In 1924, at last, appeared the 2 volumes that had grown out of my proposed short story. Including the long interruptions, they had taken me not 7 but actually TWCLVC years of my life. Its prion might have been much friendly than it was, and still would have surpassed my expectations. It is MV way, when I have finished a book, to ICT it drop with a resignee shrug and not the faintest confidence in its chance in the world. THC charm it once possessed for me, its sponsor, has long since vanished. That I have finished it at all is a fear due to my convictions regarding the ethics of craftsmanship, due indeed, at bottom tar and, altogether, obstinacy seems to me to have played such a part in these crabbed years-long preoccupations. I regard the news so much as a highly dubious private cneement that I question the likelihood of anyone caring to follow on the track of my idiosyncrasies. My surprise is the greater WHCN, as has happened to me repeatedly. They are welcomed by an almost turbulent following, and in the case of TB my astonishment was particularly profound. Would anyone expect that a Harbst public take it on itself to pursue through ramifications a figment of thought? Under the circumstances then prevailing, more than a few hundred people could be found, willing to spend money and time on such odd entertainment, which had really little or nothing in common with a novel in the usual sense of the word. Certain it is that 10 years earlier the book would not have found, nor could it even have BCCN written needed the experiences that the author had in common with his countrymen. ISHC. Had to let pen within him, and then, at the favourable moment, as once before, to come forward with his bold production. The subtle matter of the Magic Mountain was nor by its nature suitable for the masses. But with the bulk of educated classes these were burning questions, and the national crisis had produced in THC general public precisely that alchemical keying up in which had consisted the actual adventure of young Hans Kastorp. Yes, certainly the German reader recognized himself in the simple but shrewd young hero of the novel. H.C. could and would be him. The Magic Mountain is very German, and that might be the reason foreign critics very much underestimated its universal appeal. A Swedish critic, member of the Swedish Academy, with a decisive voice in the Nobel Prize awards, told me in public, and very decidedly, that nobody would dare to make a translation of this book in a foreign language, as it was absolutely unsuited to such a pervhse. That was a false prophet. The Magic Mountain has been sent or translated into all the European languages. And, so far as I can elude, no other of my books has had a novel success. I may say with pride that this is especially THC Kaskin. Now what is there that I can say about the book itself, and the best way to read it? I shall begin with a very arrogant request. IBC read not once per week _ a request not to be heeded, of course, if one has been bored at the first reading. A work of art must not be a task or an effort, it must not be undertaken against one's will. It is meant to give pleasure, to entertain and enliven. If it does not have this effect on a reader, he must put it down and turn to some CLSC. But if you have read The Magic Mountain once, I recommend that you read it the way in which the book is composed results in the reader's enjoyment from the second reading. Just as in music one needs to know a piece to enjoy it properly, I intentionally used the word composed in referring to the writing of a book. I mean it in the sense we more commonly apply to the writing of music. For music has always had a strong formative influence upon the style of my writing. Writers are very often really something else, transplanted painters or sculptors or architects or what not. To MC the novel was always like phony, a work in counterpoint, a thematic fabric. The idea of the musical motif plays a great role in it. People have pointed out the influence of Wagner's music on MV work. Certainly I do not disclaim this influence. In particular, I followed Wagner in OSC of the eye over into the work of language. Not as Tolstoy and Zola use it, or as used it myself in and as a means of characterization, so to speak. Me on call, I sought to employ it in its musical sense. MV Firstaton. Points WCRCM Tomo Kroger. But the technique I employed RS in the Magic Mountain greatly expanded, it used a VCRV much more placated and all-pervasive way. That is why I might use plea to my Akadas to read the book twice. Only so can one really penetrate enjoy its musical so canon of the first time, the reader learns the thematic material, he is then NA to read the symbolic and elusive formulas both forwards and backwards. I return to something I spoke of before, the mystery of the time dealt with in ways in the it is in double sense a time romance. First in a historical sense, in that it seeks to extend the inner significance or an EEVCH. The pre-war pennant of European history. And second, because time on of its thurns, and dealt with not only as a part of the hero's experience, but also in and through itself. The book itself, the substance of that which it clerks, depicts the hermetic enchant of its young hero within RHC time elves, and thus seeks to abrogate time itself by means of the technical device that attempts to present an asterisk at world of ideas that it comprises. It tries, other words, to estalp one-ish a magical nunflans. Row use a formula of the Celtolast CS. It pretends to give perfect consistency to can and fort, to the and the is all was and cons. Stently to be that of which it bur its pitstands arc even more far-reaching, for the book deals with YCT enough fundamental that of heitung in hang menk, stijejung. This stetjung always RCFCRRCD2 as alchemistic. You will remember MV really a simple-minded hero, the sign of good and an indifferent but in the hermetic. FCVCRVSH it'll fear of the enchanted mountain, the stuff of WHLCH he is made undergoes a heightening process chi makes him capable of adventures in sensual, moral, intellectual spheres he would never have dreamed of in the flat land. His story is the story of a heightening process, but also as narrative is the heightening process itself. It employs the methods of the realistic Nquel, but actually it is not one. It par and es beyond realism by means of sim makes realism a vehicle for intellectual and ideal elements. All the characters suffer this same process, they appear to the reader as something more than themselves, in effect they are nothing but exponents, representatives, emissaries from worlds, principalities, domains of the spirit. I hope this does not mean that they are mere shadow figures and walking parables. And I have asserted on this score, for Manvakadkas ha.e told that THCV have found Joachim, Claudia Thorchat, Peeperkin, Setembini, very real people indeed. The book, then, both spatially and intellectually, outgrew the limbs its author set. The short story became a thumping 2-volume novel, a misfortune that would not have happened if they had as people even still SCE it, a satire on HFE in a sanatorium for tubercular patients. When it appeared, it made a senior in professional circles, partly of approval, partly of very opposite, and there was a little tempest in the medical journals. The critique of sanatorium therapeutic JNC Thids is only the foreground of the novel. It's in THC quoth of its hack grounds. Setembrini. The rhetorical rationales and rematins the protagonist of the proxt against the moral perils of the liqueur and the entire unwholesome milieu. He but one tignani, however, figure, indeed, humorous STDC, sometimes a mouthpiece for the author, but BV nomkant CHC author imsklf. For the author, sickness and death, and all the macabre adventures his hero passes through, are just the pedagogic instrument used to accomplish the enormous ferening and enhancement of the simple hero to a far beyond his original compertnk. And precisely the pedagogic macrode THCV are extensively justified, for CVCN Hans Castorp, the course or his experiences, overcomes inborn to death arrives at understanding of it that does not, indeed, rationalistically ignore death, nor the dark, mysterious side of life, but takes account of it, without letting it get control over his mind. What he comes to understand is that one must go through the deep experience of sickness and death to arrive at a higher sanity. and health, in just the same way that one must have a knowledge of sin in order to find redemption. There are, Hans Castorp once says, two ways to life, one is their la. Dirt and good way, the other is end, it leads through debt, and that is the way of genius. It is this notion of disease and death as a necessary route to $, health, and life that makes the Alagic Mountain a novel of initiation. The description is not original with me. I got it recently from a critic and marked use of it in discussing the Ilagic Mountain BC cause I have much by, and I it a mistake to think that the author himself is the best judge of his work. He may be that while he is still at work on it and living in it. But once donk, it tends to something he has got rid of. Something foreign to him, others, as time goes on, will know more and better about it than he. They can often remind him of things in it HC has forgotten or indeed never quite knew. One always NCCDS to be renundered, one is by no means always in possession of one's whole self. Our consciousness is feeble, only in moments of unusual clarity and vision do we really know about ourselves. As for me, I'm glad to be instructed by critics myself, to learn from them about my past works and go hack to them in my mind. My regular formula of thanks for such refresh MCNR of my consciousness. I am most grateful to you for having so kindly recalled MC to myself. I am sure wrote that to Professor of Yale University when HC sent me his book on the Magic Mountain, the most fundamental and comprehensive critical treatment the work I read, a manuscript by a young scholar of Harvard University, Howard Maruth, called The Quest a Hero. Myth MS universal symbol in the works of Thomas Mann, and it considerable refreshed my memory and my consciousness of myself. The ether places the Magic Mountain and its simple hero in THC line of a great tradition that is not only German but universal. He classifies which reaches it as an art that he calls the quest, a legend very far back in tradition and folklore. Faust is of course the most famous German representative of the form, but behind Faust, Eternal Seeker, is a group of compositions generally known as the or Holy Grail romances. Their hero, Gawain or Galahad or Percival, is Seeker. The quester, who ranges heaven and hell, makes terms with them, and strikes a pact with the UN known, with Sickens and Gvil, with death and THC otherworld. With THC supernatural, the world that in the Magic Mountain is called questionable. He forever searching for the Grail, that to say, the highest, knowledge, wisdom, consecration, the philosopher's stone, the elixir of life. THC Reitke declares that Hans Castorp is one of these seekers. Perhaps he is right. The quester of our HC Grail legend, at the beginning of our wanderings, is often called fool, a great fool, a guileless fool. That corresponds to the simplicity of my hero. Is as though a walking and of the made me insist on this quote of his. Goethe's Wilhelm Makiska, is he too not a guileless fool? To great extent he is identified with his creator, but even so, he is always the object of his iron. Here WCG Ox hears eat novel, to O, falling W the category. And after what else is the German Bildungsroman, educational novel, to which both the mountain belong, than the sublimation spiritualization of the novel of adventure, THC Sector of THCGRML, before he arrives at the sacred has to undergo various frightful and mysterious ordeals. A wayside chapel called the probably these ordeals rites of initiation, conditions of the permission to approach the esoteric mystery. The idea of knowledge, wisdom, is always bound up with the other world, with night and death. In the Mag Mountain work is a great deal said of an Alchk MJSNC. Hermetic pedagogy, of and I, myself a guileless fool, was guided by a mysterious tradition, for it is those view words that are all was used in connection with the mysteries of Grail. Not for nothing do Freemasonry and its rites play a role in the magic, for Freemasonry is the direct ascendant of Initiator ENRCS. In 2 words, the Magic Mountain is a variant of the Shrine of the Initiator rites, a place of adventurous investigation into the mystery of life. And my Hans Castorp. the Bredungsreedolende, has a very distinguished knightly and mystical ancestry. He is the typical curious neophyte, curious in a high sense of the word, who voluntarily, embraces disease and death, because his very first contact with them gives promise of extraordinary enlightenment and adventurousment, bound up, of course, with correspondingly great risks. Young Marif is a most able and charming commentary. I have used it to help me instruct you, and myself, about novel, this complicated, conscious and yet unconscious link in great tradition. Hans Castorp is a sketchka after the Holy Grail. You would thought when you read his story, if I did myself, it was both more and less than thinking. Perhaps you will read the book again from this point of view. And Erapsia will find out what Lhe Grail is, the Nolig and the Xyz Dom, the consecration, the highest reward, for which nor only the foolish hero but Thc book itself is seeking. You will tind a chapter called Snow where Hans Castorp, lost on the perilous heights, dreams his dream of humanity. If he does not find the Grail, yet he divines it, in his delve dream, before he is snatched downwards from his heights into European catastrophe. It is Reidka of RHC Human Gang, the conception of future humanity that has passed through and sonnived the profoundest knowledge of disease and death. Il Grail is mstcry, but Huntamv is mystery too. For man himself is a mstuf, ain all humanity rets upon reverence before the mystery that is man. Tom Man N.